that if I had a steel ball with a ferrofluidic around it, that if that was a microcosm of our Earth, and we all were little ants and cells and things on that surface, that this paradigm would be true. That everywhere around it would have a down that would be toward the center of this ball. We know that to be true. I don't think that's the question. No, we're saying.
Let me answer the question. No, Zanuck. Let me answer the question.
Go ahead.
Wait, Gregory, wait, hold on. I said let me respond.
For sure.
I did say let me respond first, like 3 times.
It was to him though. Go ahead.
I was jump starting. I ain't gonna lie. I'll stop doing that when I get this mic in the next 15 minutes or whatever.
Yeah.
But I look. Percentage, are you here? This is exactly the conversation we had yesterday when I said, yes, Arma, if the Earth was a globe and you go into outer space and look at the Earth as a globe, it's a globe. Yes, Zanuck, if the Earth was a globe, then down would be everything you just said, and that
so
wouldn't
it's not absurd. The only thing absurd about it is thinking that we can be on a... Wait. So it's not absurd, because absurd just says
he obviously wasn't done with the sentence. Like,
wait, it wouldn't be
a sentence.
I know, but it wouldn't be absurd if that's true.
So you're just going to continue.
I know, but what a joke.
Sorry, you think you're going to do it?
Yeah.
I mean,
I know it wasn't finished, but I don't care.
But this is why I said it doesn't have to. But there's no reason to argue about this. Like again, fam, we didn't come here expecting to meet y'all. We were looking for Witsit, Gregory's, Jeremy's, people who saw the same thing we saw. We're trying to figure shit out, right? So when you feverishly assert what we used to believe as what makes the most logical sense, I've already said, well, you know what? Okay, I understand that you believe that. We no longer believe that. And initially, I said, let's disengage. But here we are still doing this. There's nothing to
that was
when you
see
that there's nothing to argue. I will when I'm done.
But you're not saying anything.
He is saying something. You just don't like it.
I do like it. I really am. I was interested in it when he said it.
Hey, Zanuck, you know, there's other people trying to listen to the conversation. Hold on. Speaking, but hold on. Zanuck's been interrupting, and I'm trying to follow the conversation, and he keeps up interrupting everybody in the middle of their sentence when there's other people in here trying to listen to the conversation. It's not just him.
I thought
so let other people finish.
I thought
or get muted and then warned, as
I've
warned you about a warning easily 15 times. I've never given one out, but you will gladly be my first.
So all I'm saying is I'm actually trying to say, you know what? I can understand what the problem is. You've already said, well, it's not necessarily direct, but based on these other, these circumstances, this is what we have a strong
observations.
Zanuck, dude, stop doing it.
No, he was searching for the word that is helping fill the sentence in.
Well, the bottom line is I'm actually trying to say, dog, we could be cool if you just stop arguing. Like, and it's like, no, believe what I want you to believe is basically what I hear, which is why I don't even know why we're here. I'll be quiet.
Response to that. You want to hear it. I have a response to that. I don't want to argue because I realize that I'm not going to change my position. I really realize that you're not going to change yours. But when you say, and I don't do things to incite you, but you say things like, it's absurd to think that this is the way it is, that these plumb lines are varying, that down is the center of something. It's not absurd. It just means I believe, based on the evidence, that this is the shape of the Earth, and and like you said, you agree if that was a shape, then the plumb lines would be non-parallel. Gregory doesn't seem to think that. He says it's absurd to think that. That's
okay. Here's the deal, Zanuck. You're projecting your orthodoxy onto him, right? Because he's already changed his mind, showing that when he gets new information, he's capable of changing his mind. You are the one who is incapable of changing your mind, so please stop projecting that onto other people who have already completely. Wait a minute. Hold on. Not done.
I thought you had a period.
No, bro, come on, man.
No,
you know I'm
I got more points
with you, dude. But like, you're gonna have, because I don't want to give you a warning, because I know other people are, and you're gonna end up getting banned from here. So can you just please try to rein it in, dude? Let someone finish, man.
Just relax. Okay, so I know that everybody wants to talk, and I try to take time off and pass the mic and all that stuff. But basically, what I'm pointing out is that this one time, right? The flat earthers who have changed their mind, you can't use that one on us. You can't say that we're not going to change our mind, because if someone was willing to explain to me why the Casimir effect doesn't work, now I'm rethinking my position, able to change my mind that maybe the Casimir effect is not what's causing the Cavendish, right? Are you capable of doing that? Can you demonstrate where you've changed your mind, Zanuck?
Yes.
That's the question.
I'm definitely evidence.
Okay, go ahead.
You show me things that I've seen that you can find exceptions to, like horizon drop or at altitude. Then I start questioning my own reality. But you haven't done that yet. You guys have changed for whatever reason, and you have evidence that you've been brought to you, that you've examined and carefully scrutinized, and somehow came to the conclusion that, you know what, that's all bullshit. It's flat, and here's why. This is the evidence and data. And so I've changed. I've changed ships. Where I have not.
What have you changed? So you haven't seen anything, but you changed.
No, I've seen it, but I've never seen any of the evidence that you've seen that supported with using logic and basic math or physics. I have not seen anything that supports the conclusions that you guys have drawn.
Look, bro, just do me a favor and
stop talking to Zanuck now.
Yeah, just take your right hand and close the right side of your mouth and only speak out of the left side. That way we can get like some real answers.
I would like to say, though, I find it very disingenuous when Glover say that, because, like, for example, when I was debating that physicist, he's like, you don't have any peer-reviewed studies, and you don't have any actual university or accredited sources to ever even support anything you're saying, and you objectively cannot get big G derived from electrostatics. You can't even work it out mathematically. It doesn't exist. It's impossible. You're dumb, basically. And so then I go and get it for him. And just like Zanuck responded to what I gave him yesterday. Oh, well, this guy's a quack. No one cares. Barely anyone stamps that. So once you get an accredited source from a university, actually like 7 of them, then, it's not that you don't have an accredited source. We'll move the goalpost to, not many people agree with him, and I'm going to say he's a quack, so it doesn't matter, right? And then the claim of, you can't get you can't derive G from electrostatics. And you're like, yeah, you literally can't. Here it is. Even within your own paradigm, assuming the globe, you can do it. And, no. Well, he's no good. And so it's just like very disingenuous. And he's like, we never get any evidence. It doesn't, no, when we give you the evidence, you just don't want to accept it. You just try to find a way to handwave dismiss it. That's like, we're like, give me any physical measurements of the earth being flat. All plane survey data ever. Here's the government doing it around the whole world and all of the United States. Oh, well, yeah, but that's just a small portion. So it's just a constant like shifting the goalpost, which is a fallacy. And it's disingenuous and it's lame.
Well,
right?
Can I stop you when you get a lot of points I wanted in the comments, but
the flat Earth is an archaic view. I just wanted to add another example. The flat. First of all,
I'm going to forget what he said if you keep on going, Elijah.
We didn't come out criticizing anybody. That actually the YouTube, called flat Earth archaic, and we're like, okay, that's cool. They took our channels and all that. Okay, that's cool. Like now you guys are here like harassing us and shit. But the bottom line is, here's another example. I brought up the fact that there's flat earthers in government. I thought that we were only people in the basement that didn't have any education. Oh, well, that's because they're denying the climate change science. Yeah, I know you'll like that one. They're denying the climate change science. That's why we called them flat earthers. And they're not really flat earthers. Like, again, you just keep reducing the argument to absurdity, for real.
I would want to add a third thing to what Austin said. That is the same position that the so-called globalists were in the 15th and 16th century. They want to ridicule the flat earthers as being deprived of any official, accredited, credible university, professional graduate work to substantiate our work. That's the exact same position they were in 500 plus years ago. So by that reasoning, we would have to discount the very first early prominent figures that promulgated this cosmic paradigm.
Okay. Now 3 people jumped in. Richard said a bunch of things. I had about 5 in my mind. I can remember like 2. So that's why you can't do this when someone comes through with a huge diatribe of analysis. And it was a good summary of his feelings and his interactions with the physicists and how they were.
I remember what he said.
Well, you're not me, right? Maybe I would. I was listening very.
You said there were no accredited sources, and then I brought the accredited source, and you said, "Oh, never mind, he's a quack." I gotta go to dinner though.
Yeah, and I want to explain what I said by that. So then I did research on what he said. He's accredited as in his particular. Elijah, please come on, man. It's hard to talk with that.
I'm not even saying anything.
You don't have to be. Your mic's hot, and it just blows out.
That's not me scratching in the background. That's somebody else's fucking mic. Look at me.
It's gone now.
It's gone now.
No, but it wasn't me. I swear to God.
Maybe it was Gregory. Okay, sorry if it wasn't you. Anyway, I usually distracted. So yeah, if you look at this,
just blame it on me. It's okay.
He's done a lot in the world of radio frequencies and has some. I don't know if he has some patents. He's done a lot of work, recognized worldwide. But when he starts coming up with these theories of the gravity that we all accept due to something else is due to something else that he is deemed to be electrostatics. You raise suspicion. Then you start looking at his evidence and working his equations, and he's got many of them. Those are paper that he wrote, but it's not peer reviewed. You said it was, so you kind of were a little misleading there. I didn't say you were going to lie, but I think you gave it a little more credit than it was worth, just because he does have university backing, and he has a field that he is specializing in, and he's done a lot of good work in. He doesn't have work in this area of physics, so that's why I discredited him.
Party that is under scrutiny.
If you can find anybody that can validate his papers and say, you know what, that makes a lot of sense, and that can displace the common system and equations and predictions and the quantifiability of what we see today in the world of physics, then great, let's see it. But I don't think you'll find it.
Yeah, I approve his papers. They make a lot of sense.
Really, but hang on, do you really not get the thrust of my remark?
And second of all, Larry and I have, I don't know how many papers from Scientific American or any of these other publications where cosmology is in crisis. So when we say cosmology, we're talking about, Einstein's theories, the theory of the cosmic background radiation being whatever the fuck y'all think it is. All of these things are in question.
Yes, good on you, Elijah. Good on you for bringing that up. You're right. Because science is all about taking the theories and putting it out to your proof.
It's obviously not done.
Hey, well, no, Greg, there's 2 points here. Can I respond?
No, not continue to talk. Moderation.
I was talking to both you and Elijah, saying that.
I got it. Relax.
So basically, Xanax, what he was just trying to lead in with is a counter. Literally contradicts his premise that there's this guy who thinks one thing, but we have these peer-reviewed papers where these people say another thing. And then I said, what about these peer-reviewed papers and these people that question all this other stuff? He's like, that's the thing about science. It changes when you do. But well, then that totally contradicts. You're contradicting yourself.
Zanuck, if I unmute you, I'm not micromanaging your conversation, bro. I can't. I'm at work. I can't do it. So.
Okay, let me just real quickly finish what I was going to say. Elijah, yes, science is designed to throw out these theories, and like this guy's paper, he could be one guy. Doesn't mean he's wrong just because he's one guy. Could be harebrained in everybody's mind. But when he starts, see if it can cut the mustard there, then they'll know whether it can be, if it's real or not. And so it's not a matter of appealing to a consensus or ad numerum. It's not a logical fallacy in that respect, but you do need to kind of run it through its paces to see if it actually makes sense. And a lot of these don't, like the Uncle Fester's stuff. That electric universe stuff, that doesn't work. None of that stuff can be useful in the world of physics as we know it today. But this guy, he might be onto something, but you got to give some backup. Some people that have the knowledge have to go in there and start scrutinizing it and testing it, and no one's tested it. That was my only point. And climate change is a great example of that. You guys are flat Earth. You don't believe in climate change. No, it's not. We don't believe the climate's changing. And I'm on your side on this one, by the way. I don't believe it's man's not a primary, again, quote, primary cause of climate change. just coming out of the last ice age and all the other things I talk about. But yeah, you just don't believe it. All these 99.9% of all dentists think Trident's the best kind of gum. 99% of the scientists think that climate change doesn't matter what they all think. If it's not real, it's not truthful, then it doesn't matter, right? They're wrong. They all can be wrong.
Of course, the primary cause of climate change isn't man. How do you explain us going into and coming out of multiple ice ages in the past?
Exactly, and that's the logical scientific argument. Well, they have their explanations. Oh well, we had the solar maximum minimums were different, and the PDO, the Pacific Kid oscillations were doing this, that, and the other. Oh really? But how do we have forests under 250 feet of ice in Greenland right now? That means at some point the Vikings were actually farming. During the medieval warming period. What caused that? Oh, that caused by these sunspots. And they have an answer for everything, right? Everybody has their theories. But they squelch it because they politicized it. They weaponized the EPA in the United States, and it's a big shit show. Nobody knows what anything. People just regurgitate what they hear or read in the freaking magazines, or they hear from their buddy. Nobody knows.
It sounds like you guys with the globe. It sounds like what you guys.
Well, yeah, there's a lot of there's a lot of similarities. Unfortunately, we're right in this case, but I'm definitely biased. I'm not really that biased actually, because I've done my own research. Just like climate change, I've done my own research. I've talked to a lot of scientists, really accredited. I mean, these are main guys. These are guys that are respected and worked for NASA, and they left NASA because of the fact that they were considered heretics for not believing in the mainstream narrative.
But even worse than that, both on the parts of the globalists that believe anthropogenic climate change and don't believe anthropogenic climate change, neither of you can make any of your value judgments intelligible and justified. It doesn't make any sense why you concern yourself so deeply with quote-unquote science and objective empirical fact and this godless, purposeless cosmic vacuum that came from nothing and will eventually dissipate into nothing.
I don't understand.
Yeah, you're fucking godless, Zanuck.
Wait. Gregor, I really don't know what you just said right there. I mean, it was well spoken for whatever you were trying to get at, but you said that because anthropogenic climate change is real, isn't real, doesn't matter because we're godless, money grubbing.
I'll say it again.
What did you? What was it? What was this? What summary? Give me a summary of what you just said.
It doesn't make any sense why folks the likes of you, agnostic usually, and materialistic, atomistic people have such a high regard and value upon quote-unquote science and empirical fact and logical inference and argumentation, and this godless, purposeless, valueless, humongous cosmic vacuum that came from nothing for no good reason by chance and will dissipate into nothing and oblivion in the end.
I hope we don't, but I'm hopeful that we do go somewhere and there is a God, but I'm not too encouraged by what I've seen and experienced.
And so the thrust is that you speak with all this lofty reverence of truth and logic and argumentation and fact and experimentation. Why?
Yes. Why? Because I think we're always in pursuit of truth. I think as humans, we want to know, and we want to help others know, and we have beliefs, and we're not always right. We're wrong sometimes, but I think there's this innate drive within us as humans to find the truth about anything, to understand, to learn. And so I want to learn, I want to experiment, I want to see, I want to test. And the tests I've done and experiments I've done show certain things in certain disciplines. And usually I've dug in pretty deep for some of the areas that I've actually, spent a lot of time with. This is actually one of them.
So you're not always right, but you're always right now.
I was wrong. I was wrong once. I was wrong once, but I was mistaken.
So is the world only matter? Is the basic character of reality just matter?
He's a fundamentalist materialist, of course.
I want to hear him answer.
Fundamental materialist. Yeah, I guess we're all kind of tied up in materialism. I have value my things.
No, he said he wants to hear a man, sir.
A what?
Percent.
Shut
nice
up,
1%.
Yeah.
But seriously, is reality, is the basic characteristic of reality just matter?
I would say energy.
Higher percent.
I want to hear Zanuck's answer.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's Yeah, it seems like it's only matter. I think, dust to dust, ashes to ashes, and that's it. You're done. But I hope
desire and curiosity and truth aren't material things, right?
No, they're not. That's more existential, right?
So then they're not. So then reality isn't just matter, is it?
Well, the reality is everything. Yeah, it's our emotions, it's energy, it's physical. Yeah, I agree with you there.
But I asked you, is the basic characteristic of reality just matter? Is everything just matter?
The basic characteristic. No, because if you're incorporating our feelings and motivations and energy and light and other things that do not matter, yeah, beyond matter.
So reality isn't just matter.
I guess not.
So then materialism is false, isn't it?
Why would it be false if it's part of everything? It's a subset of
because there isn't just matter, like you just said.
Well, maybe it doesn't matter then.
Maybe define materialism.
Maybe over an out of balance value to things that are tangible, that are physical, like your cars and your stuff and your bed and your house and your right. We value these things. Maybe we put too much value on them.
Zanuck, name something that's not
you
physical.
You just made a value judgment that people are valuing too much material possessions. Mm-hmm. So how did you make that judgment?
Because you have to look at then how society works and why society does work. If everyone was completely out for themselves and only cared about their things, there would be a complete societal collapse. I think everyone would agree. So
is that a bad thing?
To societal collapse, yes, because we all end up dying and starving and being miserable.
Why is that a bad thing? How do you know that's a bad thing?
Because we all could be going somewhere better.
Yeah, how do you know? How did you make the judgment that we could be going?
Because I don't have any knowledge, and I don't have any knowledge or experience of someplace better if everyone dies. Cutting the chase.
No. Pause. How did you know that there's something better? How do you know something is better than another?
We don't have any knowledge. We only get clues or evidence, and we don't have any evidence to anything, whether it's good or bad, if we all die. What I do know dying and being uncomfortable and miserable, emotionally unstable, is not good. And that's what would happen to society if everybody was focused only on material things. So because we're not in
the first part of your retail, you just conceded that you don't have knowledge and then continue to make a knowledge claim of a value judgment.
No, you said knowledge of what was something very specific. I do have knowledge of our existence and our attachment to material things. I do have knowledge of more existential elements of reality, such as love and passion and hate and anger. All these emotions, they're not material, but they're part of reality. As you've kind of opened my my view of what we're talking about. So knowing those things, I know going south is going to hurt. It's going to be painful. That's not good. We all would agree that's not good. But if it ends up we all die and go someplace better, that'd be great. But I don't know. I don't have any evidence for that. So therefore, I'm focusing on we should be more balanced in our lives with material and the things that are non-material in our existence.
Listen, I had a dream. All right, go ahead.
Wait a minute. Did he just virtue signal you by saying south? Is south hell in your virtue signal, Zanuck? Are you Hillary Clinton?
A metaphor for heaven.
Hold on. Greg added
over here. You got hot sauce in your bag, bro?
Hold on. Greg asked for 10 minutes. It was Zanuck.
What do I got on my back? What on my back?
Go ahead, Greg.
What do I have on my back? Jeremy, what did he say?
You have a monkey on your
10 minutes with Greg. Listen, I wanted to tell you about a dream. I'm not telling you about it because Greg wants 10 minutes one-on-one with you. Go ahead, guys.
So, back up. I asked you, how did you know? You said, I don't know. So you conceded that you don't know or even can't know that you...
I was talking about something
Let me finish the sentence. Because you made a wrong turn in your response. You kind of walked around the question.
You took it out of context.
No, I didn't take it out of context.
Yeah, I do know about dying. I do know about life. I know a lot of things. So I have knowledge.
Go ahead. Can I finish the sentence though?
Yes.
Because you demonstrated to me right now that you don't really want to rationally discuss this issue, in spite of all your emphasis on rational argumentation.
I actually do. You're gaslighting. You're gaslighting me.
I'm not gaslighting you. I'm describing what you're demonstrating.
That's
so
what
when I asked
gaslighting
you the
is.
question,
It's not really gaslighting, but it is.
It is gaslighting.
It might be poisoning the well a little bit.
He's gaslighting.
I'm not poisoning the well. I'm describing the behavior he's demonstrating. He won't let me ask this question.
What I said out of context.
He's insisting that I misinterpreted him or quote mined him or some fallacy when I didn't. I'm trying to repeat what I said.
You know, gaslighting.
So you see how you won't let me say what I'm trying to say? He just
I don't want you to put words in my mouth, and I don't want you to condemn me or gaslight me.
You don't know what I was gonna say. You won't let me finish the sentence.
You started off bad, but go ahead.
Yeah, you're misinterpreting what I said. I haven't finished my retort.
Go.
Yeah, and there's other people trying to hear Gregory finish his sentence as well. It's not just you, dude. So let him finish.
This is a frequent tactic you've used. So what I was trying to
say. To
be
fair, though, Gregory, it would help if you didn't kind of like, make the argument from emotion in the middle of the thing. Don't remark on how he's acting. Just make your point.
Sure, but it needs to be pointed out because eventually people need to realize the tactics that people use. It's worthy of being pointed out.
He's gaslighting me again.
No, I don't think it is, because if you genuinely believe that he's not interested in having a conversation, then you could just end the conversation.
Correct.
Yeah, I also believe. I also
it's
believe.
Called gaslighting. Make your point.
I forgot that I have a new mic, so I don't even have to yell. I know you hear me.
Eli, it's a one-on-one though.
Yeah.
No,
yeah, but now you're talking. I talk German. No. Oh yeah, shit. Okay.
Don't listen to anybody else, Gregory. Go ahead.
Okay. So I asked you very simply. You said better place. I'm paraphrasing. Okay. You made a value judgment. This is better than that. I asked you, how do you know? You responded to me saying, I don't. So when you respond to me saying, I don't, you're conceding that you don't have knowledge that you claim to have. And then continue to make another value judgment.
That's taking what I said out of context. And the reason that I say that is because I said I do know what it's like to live on the earth as we are today. I know what materialism is. I know what things are not materialistic and are material. And I do know that if you die, that can't be good unless so I don't know about dying. So that's what I was admitting to. That's what I was saying. I don't know about dying. Do we go someplace good? Do we go someplace bad afterward? And it might be better. And you said, why do you care if we're all materialistic? And I told you why. Because we will fail as a society. Sociologically, it's suicide. So you all
failed to acknowledge how I took it out of context. I said what I said, and then the things you quoted were not the things that I quoted. You didn't elucidate on the things that I quoted you saying.
Thought I did.
My reenactment, my reiteration of your answer, the back and forth I had with you was completely accurate. You said
make the
better.
Conclusion. Draw the conclusion and tell me what it is.
This
right
state is better than that.
Summarize,
state. I asked you, how do you know that? You said, and then continued to make a value yet another value judgment. When you answered my question, I don't, to the question, how do you know this state is better than that state? You said I don't. When you say I don't, that concedes you don't have knowledge you claim to have.
No, I did. So again, out of context and more gaslighting, I said clearly that if we all are focused on materialism, we will fail as a society and have an ugly end. It'll be sociological suicide.
Welcome to the West.
That I do know is bad relative to my state now. Now, maybe there's something even worse. Maybe there's hell that you go to. Maybe that badness of society falling and us all dying is actually not a bad thing for the misery we would be suffering if we're here, or where we go at the end. Or at the end, we might go someplace even better. So maybe dying quicker is better because we get to the better place. I don't know about that. So don't confuse the two things I don't know about, because I know about one thing and didn't know about the other.
So you gave me the answers to the question I asked you, and your reiteration of what you just reiterated is not relevant to what I said. But let's go with what you said.
Why don't you just make your?
So I heard that.
I am willing to let you make your conclusion. I don't want to do this anymore. So Gregory, just tell me what you think. Make your conclusion, summarize, and I won't even respond. I'm really interested in hearing what you say.
No, don't direct me to say what I want to say. I'm going to say what I want to say.
Just say it. Say it already.
All right, closing statements.
Okay. So I already heard you make these value judgments.
Focus on yourself.
Once again.
Focus on you. Make your closing statement.
No, stop directing me to say what I want to say about my position. So I already heard you. Make your value judgments about this state being better than that state, and this state being worse than that state. that assertion, these assertions, some kind of standard by which you adjudicate to make these value judgments. I was trying to provoke you to think, for the sake of your soul, to justify these value judgments. And the problem is that if you don't have an adequate epistemology, a standard by which to make these value judgments, then you can't justify any of your value judgments, including your lofty value judgments of valuing truth and logic and rational argumentation and decent conversation and science, etc., etc.
Yeah, I had a dream. I don't know if it was a few weeks ago or a couple months ago or something. I died and they sent me back. They were like, yo, you were too attached to the material world. And they sent me back. I was pissed.
There's a movie like that.
We are living in the ethereal world.
Anyways, I got Xanac on mute. He's not responding. I can't control Xanac. All right, I thought I could. He's uncontrollable.
What do you mean?
I don't know what to do with
this.
He was
pretty
guy.
Good.
Yeah, but he tapered off at the end. Wasn't letting Greg talk.
So here I am in Canandaigua, New York, waiting for the moon to come up, and my fucking Skyview app tells me to aim in the wrong direction. So I'm looking in the wrong direction, and there she comes in the other direction.
You gotta do like a figure 8 thing with your app, with your phone, to get the app to work correctly.
Now listen, we could absolutely have mass attracting. Okay, percent. It's a mass attracting mass is this very weak force, right? If you have an I-beam or a piece of steel or something, it's not going to just form a sphere because mass attracts mass.
Whoa. So first of all, that statement is it doesn't make sense because you can't make a comparison for how weak or strong it is without first defining how much mass you're talking about.
Okay,
so
if I have
if you have a little bit of mass, the force is weak. If you have a great amount of mass, the force is strong. So
okay, well on Earth it's weak. So if I have a steel I-beam, is it ever going to fold into itself and form a sphere?
No, on gravity, on Earth it is strong. You mean the gravity of that steel beam in reference to something else that's not the Earth is weak? Yeah, because those two masses are small. But anything in reference to the Earth is fairly strong gravitational force.
So now we're talking about a force when we just said that it's actually not that matter has this intrinsic property. The force that you're talking about?
Yeah, it is a force. Believe it or not, fictitious forces are classified as forces.
I'm just saying, if mass did attract mass. All right, go ahead.
Do you know of such thing as a category error?
Do you know such things as fictitious force? I suggest you look it up.
Why not answer my question?
You son of a bitch, Kosho.
Why are you laughing, Jeremy? You making me
because fucking Kosho, man.
Well, he didn't really defeat the rebuttal because the fact of the matter is, no, you don't have this. What did you call it? This
fictitious force.
You don't have this fictitious force because the flaw in Einstein is that you need the mass to bend the space-time, right? So we know that can't be true because where would the mass have come from in the first place?
What?
It's a paradoxical
G-O-D.
That is not in any way paradoxical.
Well, you need the mass. You need the mass to bend the space that would give you the effect of mass attracting mass.
Right.
So in their paradigm, they said that energy can bend in space time too, even though they don't know.
Energy doesn't exist.
Mass energy. That's right.
Yeah,
energy. Energy does not exist.
But the mass existing is what supposedly bends space-time. So that's not paradoxical because the mass doesn't require the bending of space-time to exist. So I don't know why that's paradoxical.
Yeah, energy can do it, even though you've never seen it. It's never been demonstrated
Is he is he roboting, or is that just me?
You just think
no, he's roboting.
Think that, and it's somehow in this scientific theory now. One of the most tested scientific theories of all time, right? That's never been tested.
What? Why you say it's never been tested?
I got his drift. What are you saying?
Never been tested.
General relativity has been tested very often, very frequently, very many times.
Yo, you have something in this that says energy can bend space-time, and it's never been tested. Can you hear me?
Osho, how can you test an ontological impossibility?
Can you guys hear me?
That's a good question.
No, we can't hear you, Jeremy. Sorry.
Yeah, you have this thing in it saying energy can bend space-time that's never been tested. You don't even know if it's true or not.
Well, first,
and when you give your response, Kosher, you frequently just whistle past this ontological refutation. But when you look up just on Wikipedia alone, ontology is a prerequisite or a necessary antecedent to physics. So you can't just whistle past this.
Well, you asked me a question assuming that it was an impossibility for this other thing to be true. I don't think it's impossible. So, I mean, what's the point in going down that route? It's not.
So
it's not.
Let me ask you a question, since it's possible. Let me ask you a question, since it's possible. Space, time, energy. Number one, what is space?
What is space?
That's easy. That one.
Yeah, it is easy. It's the
all three are conceptions.
It's the volume that everything exists in, all the space, all the locations and positions that things.
No, it's not.
Things
hang
exist
on.
inside of.
Let me handle this. Hang on. So, is space a concrete substance?
Sorry, say again. You said, is it a concrete substance?
Yes.
And you said
is
a
it
space
a concrete substance in the same sense like gas, liquids, or solids?
No, I wouldn't say that.
Okay. So, that space doesn't have any concrete substance, no extension in space whatsoever, does it?
Well, I say it's not a physical material, but I wouldn't say it's not physical.
Yeah.
You know, physical and matter and concrete are synonyms?
I do not know
think
that.
space-time
I did not know that at all.
You think space-time is physical?
So to say that it's physical, but it's not material, or to say that it's one of these three synonyms but not the other two, is self-contradictory. They really are synonymous.
Not
you just look at the etymology of these terms.
So
is a magnetic field physical?
Right.
Is it material?
Is heat physical?
It's not a mere abstraction, so yes.
It's not material though. The thing that
it's not solid. It's not solid like a rock. It's not.
Okay, well, material doesn't mean
like
tangible.
Water. I know. So that's why I said what I said. It's not a mere abstraction, is it? It's not a mere abstracta that dwells within the mind. No, it's a real, concrete substance that has causal effect.
So you guys are letting Kosho slide on this energy bending space-time thing because he said it's the most tested theory.
I'm getting there.
Oh, all right.
Real quick though, Terry, what? Because I know, I feel bad because you did speak up and say that that's an easy answer. I'm curious what your answer would have been, Terry.
Well, I always give the
anything. I just want to say that. Okay, never mind. Go ahead, Terry.
It's okay. Everyone talks all over me all the time, so that's okay.
The reason that he's fighting it to answer the questions directly is because he knows Gregory is leading to Jeremy's point.
That's Gregory should have torn them apart when he said that space was like the volume that things exist in. That's what volume is.
I did.
Yeah, but that's what I said. But that's not that's not Jeremy's argument though. And Gregory was getting to what Jeremy was saying.
Well, we can't allow these little false premises.
Well, we have to stop interrupting each other. I'm doing this a little while, so I can do this back and forth and get to where Jeremy was trying to get to. So, space is not a concrete substance that is extending in space. Space is not extending in space. Space is a thing things extend in. Correct.
This is what I said. Space is the construct that everything exists in. Everything moves through the positions and locations. Right. And a volume, by the way, a volume is a specific quantity of said space.
Well, a specific quantity that the thing occupies.
Well, no, like I said, volume is an amount of space.
Yes, surely you can agree that when we talk about something having volume, it's the amount of space an object occupies.
Well, an object doesn't have to occupy for it to be a volume or space. Is what I'm saying. Like you can describe a volume that there's not that there's.
So how can something have a finite quantity of volume without extending in space at all whatsoever?
That fucking kettle. What do you mean? I'm saying you can describe a volume without there being any objects involved.
If there's no objects, then what has volume?
Whatever space you're describing. You might be describing
volume in between.
Yeah.
And that gets back to the point when he asks you what is space. Okay, so it's not material. It's not any. So you just basically agreed by what you said that there could be nothing in there. And I'm assuming when you say nothing, I assume you mean nothing.
Well, let's go back to what I said space was. I said a collection of positions and locations of where everything exists inside of. So it doesn't have to. There doesn't have to be something there to have a position or location.
He's right. There doesn't have to be something now.
No, right.
But initially you had to have something because space was made from volume. It's our quantification of these three dimensions that make up volume. So now that we've hold up, I'm almost done. Almost done. So now that we have
away from Jeremy's point.
No, I'm not. The point is now that we have this system, this construct, like he said, it's a man-made construct of quantifying volume. Now that we have it, we can remove the actual matter, and we still can, we can still measure the volume of nothingness. Because just like the same thing with time. We had movement of the sun. We made the system, right? We could remove the sun and still keep time. Just like you can remove the medium and still keep volume.
Wow.
Keep space.
Great. So we're all in agreement that nothing is nothing. You can have an area of nothing. So this space, now that we've removed everything, is nothing. Therefore, Gregory, you can move on with your follow-up, which is what Jeremy asked.
Yes, so I put energy last because that's the best for last, wink wink, Jeremy. So space is not a concrete substance with extension in space. Space is the very non-concrete substance which concrete substances extend in. Now time. What is time?
Fuck, man. Again, I just want to make it clear that as I stated before, it may not be concrete or material. It doesn't mean that it's not physical. So I want to make that clear.
What's the difference?
What's the difference? What's the difference? Well, they're not synonymous terms. Just like
what is the
tangible,
difference?
just like tangible is not synonymous with something being physical. Something can both have an interaction with other things in reality without it actually being a physical substance. It may not have substance, but it may not be substance, but it's still
physical. Just stop.
No, I'm not going to just stop. Just stop. Don't do that when I'm talking, dude.
Come on, guys. Don't be assholes.
So what is the difference between matter and physical?
I just told you. I was in the middle of telling you when you
analogy. You made an analogy between matter and physical with tangible and physical. So how does that analogous to the intelligible distinction between matter and physical?
Actually, what I just said to you might not have heard because you told me to just stop. But I was telling you that material, whether you may be able to. It may be tangible. You may be able to touch it and hold it. Whereas being physical, which something that's tangible would be a subset of, needs only to have an interaction with the physical world. It may not be a physical substance.
That makes no fucking sense.
It may not be a physical substance.
It makes perfect sense. What are you talking about? It makes perfect sense.
Hang on, pump the brakes. I agree with you.
Because light is physical but not material.
Light, energy, heat.
No, energy doesn't.
But let me address the words that Kosho said. Kosho, you just gave the same adjectives to both matter and physical. You called matter physical. You called matter tangible, and having some kind of causal power, and you gave the same adjectives to physical.
No, I said that was the difference. No, I didn't say it was. I didn't say things that were physical were tangible. I said things that were material or tangible are a subset of things that are physical. However, to be physical, you don't need to actually have a physical substance or physical material. You could be something like heat. something like heat or something like
So an example of something physical is something not physical?
Yeah, no. Heat is an example of something physical that is not tangible.
Okay, but
Yeah, but
you just made
Kosho,
a dichotomy between tangible and
hold on,
intangible, not matter and physical.
Sorry.
So we can't get to
I would
the
discern
ending.
between tangible and
Yeah, Kosho.
what was the other one? And material by saying like wind, for instance, isn't tangible. You can't like pick up hold wind, but it is still material because it's still air molecules and what have you.
Wind is
I
wind is
wouldn't
tangible.
just say that they're both the same.
Yeah, I was going to say heat, wind, anything like that that's non-physical is still tangible because you still
Wind is
feel it.
tangible.
You still have the effects. You still have the effects of those.
How do you guys define
if
tangible?
it's not physical, it can't be tangible. I think you have it the other way around. I think you meant to say the other way around.
Well, I mean, you can't hold it like a basketball, but we feel it. And I thought that you can, things that are tangible, things you can feel, experience with your feelings.
Yeah, you can grasp it.
It's perceptible.
So we can be under pressure. You can literally die from either the being out of the effects of this tangible 14.7 psi, or you can die under pressure at a depth of whatever depth in the ocean.
Can I just jump in for a brief comment?
Anyway, this is all a red herring from the remember, Jeremy, you had a specific question, and the only reason that we can't get there is because they want to double speak on the point prior to that, so that you cannot win on your point, which it should be one if this was an honest discussion.
Yeah, I mean,
can
I'm
I just
letting
jump
Greg
in?
handle it.
Just jump in real quick.
Go ahead, Travis.
Yeah, just Travis,
real
go
quick,
ahead.
Gregory. Look, Kosho, man. If any one of us was asked the question that Gregory asked you, we would have spoken English. What you spoke was crackhead Klingon bullshit, man. No one understood a word that you said.
Go suck your mom's dick, dude. Get out of here.
That's not. Yeah, that's not.
No one understood a word
relax,
you said, man.
Relax. Let's just get on with it. Go ahead, Greg.
Continuing. So, matter, physical. So far, you have failed to make an intelligible distinction between the two.
I don't think so, dude. I've given you examples of some of things that are physical that are not material, and I give you more. Well, I mean, the percentage said magnetism. I said heat. He said light. These are examples of things that are not tangible, but are indeed physical.
But again, you were supposed to make the distinction between matter and physical, not tangible and physical.
No, but that's what I'm saying.
Not tangible and intangible.
No, I said material.
So
I said material. I said material. I didn't say. Well, I may have said tangible, but yeah, material.
Heat can cause you to sweat. Light can give you sunburn. I don't understand why these things aren't.
Because they're not material.
This is why his example. This is why his answer.
Yo, light is
inadequate,
heat.
Because he's articulating the distinction between tangible and intangible.
No, I meant to say material, which is what was required, and those things are not material.
So the point is, you're resisting the point. My point is very clear. I speak very good English, if I may say so. You articulated the distinction between tangible and intangible. Yes.
Yeah. Regardless,
I said if I may say so.
Regardless,
so
exchange the word tangible
is what you articulated.
Exchange the word tangible for material, as I just stated several times. If I meant to say material,
so you articulated a distinction between tangible and intangible.
No,
not material versus physical.
No. What I meant, and what the things that I said apply to the distinction between material and physical, or things that are just purely physical that are not material. It's exactly what I just said. So I know I used the word tangible, but replace that for the word material, because that's what I meant to say, and those examples still apply.
So the distinction between matter and physical is that matter is not physical. That's a tautology.
That's not what I said. What I said was things that are material. This is one group. Those are a subset of things that are physical. So things that are material are also physical. Okay. However, there are things that are physical that are not material, and those are the examples I'm giving you. With like the things like magnetism, things like heat, things like light.
So why is heat and magnetism not matter?
Why is it not? You have to ask God. I didn't make the rules.
Well,
they're not
matter, bro.
Well, I mean, I like that response, Amen, but I'm asking you. You said there's a distinction that matter is a subcategory of physical. So you use heat and magnetism as examples of this categorical distinction. And then I asked you, why do you say that heat and magnetism are not matter?
Because they're not made of material. They're not made of substance. They're not made of these subatomic particles that make up the rest of the matter. They're just not matter.
Okay, so can I please like spur this along? This is painfully
Seriously,
slow.
Please help.
So look, yo, fam. So unlike heat that we can produce, unlike light that we can produce. Well, you know what, fam? Like these intangible. Okay, these non-material. What these non-material things we can produce to create an effect. Now, when Gregory said you have this abstract idea that the bending of space-time causes the effect we see of mass attracting mass or fucking the orbits of stuff and whatever. That's the one thing we can't interact with. Isn't that odd? We can't do anything with space to get the effects.
Because space is fake, man. It's just a conception, a construct that we've created. Just like time, just like energy.
Not exactly, but...
Absolutely exactly. I challenge you one-on-one.
Okay,
hold on, man.
No. I
actually just want to go back.
I had to bring it towards Jeremy's point, because it's like, no, y'all gonna start arguing. No. Unlike heat, we know what heat is, because when you're fucking cold, you either go turn on the oven and keep that shit open because you're poor, like I was.
That's fucking ghetto.
Shit on the you're gonna boil some shit on the top of the stove. Like we know what heat is. What I'm saying is we can do stuff to create these to experience these subsets of reality, whatever the fuck you said, right? Now, we can't do that with your idea of space-time, though. That's the difference.
And as Elijah articulates that, keeping that in mind, so you cannot interact with time and space the same way we interact with heat and magnetism. And so when I'm told by Kosho that heat and magnetism are examples of things that are physical but not material, I get a tautology in essence, which is begging the question. Well, I say that heat and magnetism are not matter because they're not matter. Well, why do you say they're not matter? Now, the reason we only let along this line of dialogue is that I'm talking about time. And so, as we're talking about time, I asked him the simple question, once again, is time concrete? Is it physical? Is it material? Now, some people have this distinction in their mind that there's matter and then there's the physical. But then when I scrutinize this dichotomy that they accept, there really is no intelligible distinction that is articulated other than a tautology.
It's not a dichotomy. Matter is part of physical. Everything is either physical or metaphysical. Physical is the natural world, what we observe, what we can, detect, what we can sense, right? And of that physical things, of that physical category, there are things that are material or tangible and things that aren't. So heat and like light and magnetism and stuff, those are not tangible or material because they don't have, they don't have matter. They're not made of matter, so we can't feel them. We can't like hold them, grasp them, feel them, as we do other things, right? But for light and for magnetism and stuff, we can feel them or what have you, but they don't have matter. So they're just physical but not material.
But with that being said, there's a false equivalency where that matter, material, is equated with as being synonymous with tangible. And that's the problem.
Yeah,
so
see,
that's
really
what is meant when
people use them. People use the two words kind of interchangeably, and some people use them differently. Like for me, I use tangible as kind of like concrete, like you can grasp it, whereas something that's material need not, could be sensed by other means, but not necessarily, held. Like so wind, I would say is material but not tangible. But other people disagree. The point is that they're in the same category.
Yeah, that actually was a healthy conclusion. now we're all understood. That being said, did Kosho escape through the back door, or because my point still stands?
You guys are talking. What are you talking about? You guys are sitting there talking to each other.
I know,
Yo,
but
we're
my
not even
point,
close
my
to
we
point,
the
needed
end
to
of
speak
this.
English for once.
my point still stands. Which is ultimately Jeremy's point. I think. To correct me if I'm. Please, Jeremy, say what you was gonna say, because I'm pretty sure. Because you was gonna say something when I was gonna say something, and it was in response to something that was said, and I feel like we were leading there this whole time, and I'm pretty sure that I answered it, but now I don't remember. So
yes, but before that, let me finish this dialogue.
oh my
With what
God,
Elijah has
don't,
said,
Gregory, please. I want to know what Jeremy.
we're getting there, Elijah. We are getting there. It's just that there are sometimes a little bit of digression. So just let me finish this dialogue. We are getting there. We will get there. I haven't forgotten at all.
No, we won't. Not if they don't let us. That's because
Don't
when
be
you
a cynic.
say
Don't be a cynic.
when you say what you say, somebody else is gonna come up and like when I said what I said, everybody shut up, and then we reverted back to what y'all was trying to say. See what I'm saying?
I know,
Like
but
when
you know me. I won't let them go. They're in my hands, and I won't let them go.
Okay,
So,
fine. Go ahead. Ain't no rush. Ain't no rush, right?
Ain't no rush.
We got lube. You got lube. You need some. You go
Shut up!
to.
Shut up! Okay, Kosho. Okay, so, matter. It's very often used as an equivalent synonym with tangible. You see, the problem is, as we examine these a priori categories, is when we talk about talking to the average materialistic atomist, they call the atom material, but the atom itself is not tangible. You can't grasp an atom or two atoms or three atoms. You have to grasp a whole entire macroscopic, tangible, physical material object made of supposedly millions or billions of atoms in a particular structure. So there's an inconsistency.
Yo, fuck the atom. Just go with particle.
Okay. Well, the particles being the components of the atom. Same thing. My same critique applies.
No, that's a subatomic particle. I'm talking about a particle, like a part of anything, just a small part.
Well, in a very basic sense, a particle being a component of a composite, but we're talking about things, especially in their not cosmic paradigm, in their ontology, the basic properties of
That was an
matter.
unnecessary regression because we're talking about non-tangible things. We're not talking about particles of tangible things, right? Remember?
Right. And so when we talk about
he was talking about particles being hold up. He was talking about tangible things not truly being tangible because the atoms aren't individually tangible. So I'm saying don't go straight to atoms. You could take any tangible thing and break it into smaller and smaller parts, and you have particles and they're tangible. You don't need to go all the way to the atomic theory.
Well, the reason that I say that is because they classify the atom as matter, but it's not tangible. That's the problem.
Yeah, you're understanding the principle.
So if we say that matter is that which is tangible, the problem is this. If we say that
the problem is
you're
trying to dissect their model at the same time as understanding the principle. It doesn't.
No, you don't understand. Just stop.
Gregory,
you don't understand.
Gregory, God damn. Sorry. Just use particle just to continue, bro, because this is what I told you I didn't want to happen.
Yeah, the percentage is kind of derailing the point. The point is this. There are things, premise number one, matter is equated with being tangible. But there are things that they classify as matter that are not tangible. So tangibility is not the sole characteristics of that which is matter. Just because it's not tangible in their own paradigm does not mean it's not matter. So then they have to reconcile this dilemma. Okay? So, with that being said, the distinction between matter and physical has yet to be made. What has been told to me is rather a false equivalency of matter being tangible and then distinguishing that which is tangible from intangible. That's it.
What I said to you, I said to you in clear words, very clear words, is matter is made up of substance, material. This is what the matter is. This is what material would be describing. Something of substance. There's something that it's made of, subatomic particles that build up to become particles and are actual of substance, which can be tangible, or it's something that it's material, substance. So I'm not sure why that's.
Think of it this way. Think of it this way, Greg. The more you add to it,
let me
the more tangible, like the more you get.
Let me say this.
The more you can like feel it. Like light, I keep on adding to light. I keep on shining brighter lights. I'm not going to be able to feel it. You know,
I don't need more examples, percentage. I need to respond to what Kosho said.
All right, go ahead.
So when Kosho says his last retort, he also told me that matter is a subset of what is physical. It's a subcategory of what is physical. So that would apply to the physical also. And so there's no distinction yet again with that retort.
I don't think you know what retort means.
Okay. So with that response, that remark, that rebuttal.
Quit being retorted.
With that rebuttal, you say, well, matter is that which is concretely substantial. Then you also tell me that matter is a subcategory of what is physical. So then that would also apply to the physical.
No. That's not how subsets work. That means that material things are physical. Physical things don't have to be material. Just like Texans are Americans.
What is the difference?
Texans are Americans, but Americans don't have to be Texans because Texas is a subset of Americans.
Sure, and the distinction is the specific location, right? The only way you can make the intelligible distinction between an American who is not a Texan is one who is not born or in Texas, but in the United States. So, as it concerns your subcategory of matter, what is the distinction between something that's physical and not material versus something that is physical and material?
As I told you before, the substance. So both of these, anything that's physical will have interactions in reality with other things in reality. It can interact with other parts of reality in real life. Okay, that's what those are things that are physical, and material things can do that, but not everything that's physical.
So then again, there's no distinction. You just said that the physical and material can do that.
No, yes, because they're both because physical things are physical and material things are physical.
You're supposed to be making a distinction.
Yes, I'm telling you that
physical is and what matter is not.
Material things have substance.
They're made up of substance.
No, not all physical things are made of substance, like the examples I gave.
Heat and magnetism have causal power and can be interacted on.
Yeah, but they're not made of substance. There's not like something that is magnetic will have substance, but a magnetic field, for example, or magnetism is not substance. Now there's heat.
But you say that because they're not tangible. We can't grasp them.
They're not made of anything.
They are made of something. If they were not made of anything, if they had no properties, they wouldn't be existent. They wouldn't even be in a thought in our mind.
It's not made of anything of any substance.
If they had no substance, they would have no existence whatsoever. And so they would have no causal power and would not be able to be interacted on.
That's not true. You can't weigh heat.
Just because you can't weigh something doesn't mean it doesn't have substance. You can't weigh your thoughts. That doesn't mean your thoughts are not real.
Yes, I know.
Your thoughts don't have substance.
Yeah, your thoughts don't have substance.
Thoughts are metaphysical. Either. They're not in the same category.
But they're abstractions, right? Which are contingent upon the mind. Heat is not contingent upon the mind. There's heat whether you're thinking or not.
Heat is contingent upon a physical thing, just like everything is.
Yes, but it's not contingent upon the mind.
Kosho's saying
so it's not an abstraction.
This whole conversation is an abstraction.
This is also true.
So I meant distraction.
You on a roll today, percentage. Okay, so once again.
Oh, he's right. It's a fucking distraction, man. These topics.
So again, the distinction has failed to be made. At the end of the line of dialogue, I'm told that these examples of things that are physical but not material are simply because they're not tangible. But there are plenty of things that are concrete substances that can be interacted with. They're physical. There is no distinction.
Yeah, the concrete things are tangible. If you take like a strong magnet, and then you take another magnet the same size, you just keep on fucking adding to the magnetic field. You're not getting, like, if you're trying to weigh the magnetism or to like quantify it, you can't do that materially. It's not material. No matter how much you add, it's not material. No matter how much heat you add, it's not material. No matter how much light there is, it's not material. These things are physical. They have physical properties, but they're not material.
So wait. But look, see, the difference is, I'm not worried about the words. I'm just worried about completing the communication. So they're hell bent on making this point fair enough. But I literally made the distinction between what isn't material but is physical. I don't even know where we're at, but the difference between the things that aren't real are real, like heat and light, and the things that aren't real, like space-time. Like I made the distinction because we can experience one, we can manipulate one, we can't manipulate and experience the other. It's just a thought in our mind.
Absolutely. Time,
and
space,
so this
energy
distinction
are
is
metaphysical conceptions that we've created.
You see, they're trying to make a distinction between matter and physical. Supposedly matter being a subcategory of physical. But then
Yeah, that's
at
correct.
the end, when you try to make this distinction intelligible, what they really mean is that it's intangible.
No.
That there are physical things that are not material because they're not tangible.
Bro, they're using tangible and material as the same thing. Okay? They're synonymous in this context.
I understand that. That's not an adequate dichotomy to make the distinction between matter and physical intelligible. There is a distinction between tangible and intangible. It's not the same thing as matter is not, physical things not being material.
Okay,
they're not the same. So it's a
the
false
way you
equivalency
discern between what's
two
physical.
distinctions.
Okay, the way you discern between what's only physical and what's both physical and material is that the more you add of the material thing, the thing that has substance, the more you have. The more you can, actually, like, you can tangibly feel it. The material adds up. You can't do that with light or heat or all these other things. You can't feel it.
I get it.
I don't know if you do.
I get that. So I'm going to repeat the critique of what I do get. That
You-
is a
you-
false
I
equivalency
disagree,
between these
kinda.
two distinction pairs.
I disagree, kind of. I mean, you're talking about the difference between a dim light and a bright light. Like we can also experience that. Like you
Of
add
course.
more, you have a more adequate machine to harness the energy to do whatever the energy does to create this light. And the more efficient that is, the brighter things are. I'm gonna read me an electro. I'm gonna read me an electro whatever book so I can really get these words together.
Elijah,
I'll
you're
see
right.
what I'm talking about.
You're right. Absolutely, you can have more physical things, right? You can have more light, brighter light, what have you, but it's not going to be more tangible. No matter how much you add, it's not going to be more tangible. So that's how you test between them.
The reason I disagree is because when we say more tangible, what does that mean? Because right now I'm not getting sunburned, and I can stand in the sun all day. But there is a point where, for some reason, the sun is damn sure more tangible on my back, and my shit get crusty as hell. So
it's because you're black.
I just don't get it.
Listen.
So that's why my critique. The percentage keeps repeating what he's saying. I get it. The problem with what he's saying is that it is a false equivalency between these two distinction pairs: tangible versus intangible versus matter versus concrete, quote unquote. Excuse me, matter versus physical, quote unquote. It's a false equivalency.
It's really
just
not.
Let me get 2 minutes. 2 minutes with Kosho. I don't know what's going on. Kosho, you said this is the most tested theory of all time, right?
Yeah, the general theory, yeah.
Yeah, and you said this theory also includes that energy can bend space-time.
First of all, the special theory contends that mass and energy are equivalent, right? Or that they have that you can transfer, they have a relationship, an equivalent relationship.
Does GR say energy can bend space-time?
It says mass energy can.
What, mass energy?
Yes, because he's already established that mass and energy can be transferred to the other. So given that same amount of energy to, like, if you took all the energy of the mass of the sun, for example, you would get the same warping of space-time.
See, the problem is we've never experienced energy in order to experience energy in the way that we experience it, like heat or like AC, wind, in order to do that, there has to be something in place to do that. But when we're talking about the sun, it's just energy on its own. Like now I kind of feel like a
Energy is light,
materialist for
man.
saying that, because I feel, but
light is energy.
Still, the energy can't come from nowhere, and it can't just exist as a standalone. I don't think.
Yeah, I misspoke. I
I
meant
don't
to say
want
the
to
sun is
disrupt this
light.
line of dialogue
Energy does
between
not
Kosho and
exist.
Jeremy.
Energy doesn't
Well, if
physically
you think
exist,
about
guys.
all that mass, all that matter that coalesced into the sun, it got so big and suddenly it started having these nuclear reactions. This fusion, this nuclear fusion. The nuclear fusion is what released all the energy. Now that's not the energy wasn't there to begin with. It's just now all that mass now, the equals mc square, is now being released from these reactions, and it's going to go on forever because there's a lot of mass there.
The central sun. That's the central sun. The spiritual sun, not the sun we see.
The sun we see.
In truth.
We're getting away from it again.
First.
Not the spiritual sun, the spherical sun.
Is it mass, Gregory? Is it mass? Because we were talking about immaterial.
It is mass, yes.
No, is that what needs to be cleared up?
Yeah, talk together.
No,
this conversation
needs to be cleared up is time. The ontology of time needs to be cleared up in order for the final dialogue between Jeremy and Kosho to be fruitful. Because as long as we don't have the ontology of space and time, we already got space. You have to complete time. You have to complete the ontology of time in order to make the final dialogue about energy between Kosho and Jeremy worthwhile.
Time is just the progress of existence, right?
Well, before we do that, I want to ask Kosho, because Kosho is the one debating Jeremy. So, Kosho, is time concrete?
I don't think anyone has the time nor energy to continue this conversation.
Listen to me. I don't know why Kosho tried to make up this word mass energy. All right, this is from ResearchGate. I don't know how reliable they are, but according to Einstein's general theory of relativity, space-time is warped by the presence of matter or energy. Right? Is this GR or what?
I think that's what he said, though.
No, he tried making up some new word called mass energy.
He said because of E equals mc squared, basically mass energy. Because they can.
He tried making up a new word called mass energy.
No, but he did. But initially, before he said that, though, he did say it doesn't have to be matter. It could be energy, also. Like that was the reason he even brought it up, and that's when I was like, "What?" Like it doesn't have to be anything but energy itself. That is what he said, which it seems like that's what you just read.
Does energy bend? Does GR say energy can bend space-time?
Which is why I'm asking the question: is time concrete? Because the supposition GR is the bending of space and time. That presupposes that space and time is concrete with extension in space, so as to change shape.
Kosho, stop changing your name. Listen, does GR say that energy can bend space-time? Kosho, please. So you guys let him get away. All that.
Kosho, you putz. We know you're there.
Jeremy, that's because you are subtle as a Mack truck, bro.
Bro, I'm trying to get right down to it.
Time is clearly abstract.
Nah, today, you being a dog with a bone is working for me.
Well, I mean, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, bro. You know, it's all. Just.
And y'all definitely got to tell me when I'm hot micing, because this mic is probably way worse.
It's a definite upgrade, Elijah. Very good,
bro. I can't wait to move you to the hot mic.
Oh, it's an upgrade until you hear me on the train or somewhere else.
Now let's try to continue with a fictitious opponent that Jeremy can argue against. So, like I just said, the supposition of GR saying that space and time can bend presupposes concreteness upon space and time. There's a reification fallacy. It's a misplaced concreteness upon space and time. They're not concrete. They're abstract. So, given that they're abstract, and given our human experience so as to make this notion of time in our reality intelligible. That's why I describe it as an eternal, transcendental, universal, absolute abstractor, aka moments. There was never a time where there was no time, so it's eternal. It's an eternal, abstract, universal, absolute, transcendental.
Bro, you be using mad big words, bro.
I can't help it.
Like
That's required.
The philosophy of physics, boys. Hey, is there a mod in here? I was gonna get my friend Crimson unmuted or give him permissions. What are the permissions?
Yeah,
required
is he
to
in here
talk
right now?
Yeah, I can vouch for him. He's cool. He's just.
Is he in here right now?
Yeah, Crimson. Yeah.
Let's see.
Thanks, boss.
No, I don't see his name.
Yeah, he's right under you. Yeah.
Oh, it's with a K?
Yeah, my bad. Yeah.
All right.
So GR presupposes an ontological absurdity concerning the ontology of space and time, therefore is false and cannot be tested. An a priori assertion about the ontology of space and time, which cannot be tested. Misplaced concreteness upon these two entities, these two transcendentals of reality.
Bro, no matter how many big words you use, and no matter if you speak Latin or English, you're wrong. Okay?
No. Finally, he's right. That's the whole point. That was the conclusion that I've been waiting for like 40 minutes.
I wasn't even listening to that part.
40 years
I got triggered when he said
this
a
dance,
priori.
Gregory. We finally come to the promised land of this dialogue.
Guys, hold on one second. Crimson, let me just get a mic check real quick from Crimson.
Hear me?
Yeah, we got you.
Yeah, you got me? Okay, thanks.
All right.
Appreciate it. What's up?
What kind of dude names himself Crimson?
The firmament.
Welcome to the show, Crimson Chin.
Did I say that out loud?
Thanks, man. I think my chin's impressive. You should see the other parts of my body.
I'm not really interested in all that. I'm just having flashbacks to the 90s.
Kosho, are you there?
Yeah, what's up, man? Sorry. Were you?
All right, listen.
Yeah.
Okay, listen. Does GR
why'd
say
you
that
apologize, Kosho?
Because I don't know if you were.
He was there the whole time.
No, I was talking to my girlfriend, man. She's asked me about something. But yeah,
we got a girlfriend.
Listen to me. Listen, guys, focus.
Oh, you're a fucking liar. Oh, I thought you were gay and black, and now I don't know what to believe.
So after I'm done with Gregory's mom,
did you tell Kosho, did you tell your girl that you were getting hammered on your materialism, getting destroyed with space-time? Your belief in space-time completely makes you totally religious, bro. You're not a materialist.
He was like, baby, man, I can't wait to see you tonight. Like, the mass energy is going to be through the roof. Whew.
Well, you'll be able to ask her when you get home.
LOL, regardless of your fake philosophy, GR has been tested thousands of times. Open your mic, Jace, and say that out loud.
No, it's one of the most tested theories. It's the most successfully tested theory. I don't know why you guys are stating that.
It's the most tested theory ever in the history of theories. Great. Does GR say that? Does the theory of general relativity say that energy can bend space-time?
Yes, it's one of the metrics. It's one of the metrics involved in the equations.
All right. So have we ever? Hold on. Just 1 second. How have they tested energy bending space-time?
Well, like I said, you'd have to extrapolate. Well, one way is to extrapolate the mass energy equivalence, but another way would be to, if you understand gravitational redshift, for example, part of the effect of the energy that, so that there's a relationship between the energy that is imparted onto the light from the gravity, as per the amount of curvature of space-time that creates. So, but that's also an extrapolation. So you're probably wanting to see something of specifically them, creating some sort of gravitational attraction using only energy. And
that's what it says. Energy bends space-time. Yeah, it's been tested millions and zillions of times. Yes, energy bending space-time.
If you compare,
hold on, mate.
If you can compare the amount of energy that would be created from something like a lead mass that was used at the Cavendish to try and see what kind of gravitational attraction, that amount of energy, pure energy, would be enormous. You know what I mean? So it's like there isn't really a feasible way to do exactly what you're looking to observe.
So there's not a feasible way to test it. You're saying
to test exactly what you're like all the other aspects of it, like the mass energy equivalency that's been tested, the Einstein's field equations, which include the what do you call it, stress tensor, which includes energy, that's been tested. So it's like all the aspects of what you're asking for have been tested, but the specific thing you're asking for is not really it's not really something you can practically test.
The specific thing that I asked for that it says in GR, not what I asked for or what I said, what GR says. Don't try to put it back on me, bro. GR says energy can bend space-time. Where have we tested this?
Yeah, but if it's already known that mass and energy are interchangeable,
that doesn't mean they can do the same things. Water is ice.
It means that according to those equations, they have the same effect on space-time.
So,
I don't care about equations
you got
and tensor. I don't care about Einstein's tensor equations and whatever math he did. How did we test that energy bends space-time?
So what? Say it one more time.
You understood that.
How did we test energy bending space-time?
I've already responded to that, man.
He already responded
to that. You told me a whole bunch of stuff about how matter is energy. That doesn't mean they can do the same things. Water can be gas or ice or liquid. They don't all do the same things, do they?
Yeah, but in this context, the one thing
it just sounds like you're throwing a bunch of words together. It doesn't sound like you're being coherent, right? It just sounds like you're grabbing words from Wikipedia and just throwing them together. If you can't explain it, just don't.
Listen. Look at the component that mass is given in the Einstein field equations. Okay, and then look at what he describes as the mass and energy. The E equals mc squared. Okay, to understand these things, you see that in his equations, which have been tested, it's basically shown that mass and energy have this same effect on space-time. So that's a property of his test. I mean, of his theory. Now, if you want to observe the same thing as the Cavendish with energy, the amount of energy required to be equivalent to the amount of mass required that we've done with Cavendish is enormous. It's not practical. So
where have I heard that before? Let me not take that. Where have I heard that before? But I'm not going to take that side dig. I'm going to let people think what they want. That aside, when I say Jeremy, you have them, is because Matrix is identifying the same thing that you're identifying and I'm identifying. Here it is in words. He's basically telling you, no, we didn't test it. Now, what he's trying to say is like, and what I think it is that they're looking for ways to test it. Those are the tests. A way to test it, to prove it, to do something with it.
Test.
While they're
test
looking for ways to test it, they're also affirming that they've already tested it. So the paradox is enormous right here.
No, I didn't say. First of all, I didn't say they're trying to test it. I didn't say it at all. I'm saying they're satisfied because they understand the equations. They understand Einstein's field equations enough to know that the metrics that are used, what's it called? the tensor. It applies to both mass and energy. So, I mean, it's not in contention. Like, it's not like some question that
enough with the filibustering. Let's rewind.
It's a very simple question. Listen, it's hard to explain something. It's hard to explain something to people that don't even understand what they're asking about. I'm not going to be responding to somebody who's going to interrupt me every time, dude. You say I'm filibustering.
This is annoying. You filibuster every time someone asks you a simple question.
Don't engage. I'm trying to respond to somebody else.
No,
dude.
stop.
I'm responding to somebody different from you.
Just let him finish. Go ahead, finish it up, Kosho.
I'm saying in the field equations, it's not in contention that it applies to mass and energy. So I understand what you're asking for, dude. I'm just saying that if you really think about what you're asking for, you want to see something like the Cavendish with energy. And this isn't
I'm
really
asking
something.
for it.
So begging the question as it concerns doing an action to test the hypothesis.
Yeah, all I'm asking for is a test. You guys said this has been tested a zillion ways from Sunday, so I'm asking for a test for energy bending space-time, which is what the claim is.
Yeah, man, you're asking us to take your word for so much shit right now.
Also, you have a fallacy of division going on. Just because one thing can do something doesn't mean another thing can do something. Like I said, water can be a liquid, a solid, or a gas, right? They all can't do the same thing. I can walk on ice. I can't walk on water. Water vapor can go up in the air without us doing anything to it. Water and ice doesn't. Like it's a fallacy of division.
It's amazing how someone can sit up in here giving us a red herring filibustering and then be indignant when we tell them stop doing that and give a coherent, concise answer to what we actually asked, and then demand us that we disengage, and then demand to be allowed just to continue this.
That's
I don't need your permission to speak, dude. I don't know if you know that, but it's not like something it's like an allotment given to us. Just like you have permission to say speak your mind, I got permission to finish what I'm saying.
So
regardless, in those theories, there's special and general relativity. These concepts like mass and energy equivalency, that's already been tested and verified. Hold on one second.
Okay, mass and energy aren't the same things. Just because you say they can be the same thing, just like water and ice and liquid and water vapor. They might not do the same thing, just like we know how water is.
Jerry, you got him. The only thing that's going to happen is he's going to continue filibustering until he's going to twist what he is saying to what we were saying, and then agree with us while acting like he's disagreeing with us. It's all he has.
I mean, my indignation and irritation is justified, especially when someone prefaces their argument with such bold rhetoric saying that it's been tested so many thousands of times. It's just such a rock-solid position. So then just give us a concise, very simple boom, boom, boom answer. Step in 1, 2, 3, 4, however many steps. That's how we did it. That's the action we did to test the hypothesis.
I mean, he's already
this incoherent word salad and filibustering to prevent people from giving a response and critique.
I think he's already said in so many words that it can't be practically tested.
No, but I said in very few words is what you're asking for. The properties of space-time, the equivalency of mass and energy, what the effect that mass has on space-time, and the general relativity. All these things have been tested, and a consequence of these things being true is that energy also has that same effect on space-time. Now you're asking for that specific thing to be shown, and the truth is, if it's already been shown that mass is equivalent to energy, or mass and energy have an equivalency, that mass has this effect on space-time, then it's already implied that energy has an effect on space-time.
So you repeatedly chanted that it's been tested. What is the action that you did to test the hypothesis?
Don't ruin the rap. Meathead, pay attention. You're saying the same shit that he said. Ooh, Eminem. Yeah, because that's exactly what you did. He basically said, so there's no practical way to test this. And you said no, and then proceeded to, in a really roundabout way, say exactly that. Because what would be required to test it the way that he's asking, you would need something that he cannot have to do that.
Yeah, but
especially given the nature of the hypothesis, it's supposedly a concrete event of causal effect. Okay, so you have to do an experiment. Okay, so this is an empirical claim. So if you don't have any independent variable in an experiment, so as to manipulate the one, so as to see what happens to the other, then you cannot test it to be true.
Okay, so is it in contention from anybody here that the mass and energy have been tested to be shown that equals mc squared is a accurate way to describe how the equivalency between the two? That these two things are equivalent.
They prove it in the lab. They do have nuclear power plants have been around for a while, and if they didn't understand the relationship between E equals mc squared, they probably wouldn't have been able to be successful if they have been making power.
That's right, Zanuck. And Zanuck, whoever, is it also true that that equation being accurate, describing the amount of energy in, let's say, the smallest thing that was done, they did the Cavendish on, this little gram of, or I think 2 grams of gold. Could you try and conceptualize how much energy that would equate to? And if so, if you can understand this amount of energy, could you describe the amount and like how you would gather this amount to do anything with? Because if you don't really see it right away, that's an enormous amount of energy. That's an insurmountable amount of energy. You're not going to be able to do this type of test that you're wanting to see. That doesn't make the claim invalid or not tested. It's tested by virtue of the fact that all of its components have been tested.
What is
so we're not going to be able to do the
how did they test this?
Anyway,
we're not going to be able to do the test.
Gravity is even though we're testing it, gravity is debunked because I can fart and fill up an entire fucking room, fam. Just get over it. Just get over it.
Let me ask this question: how is M E = MC squared tested?
Like Zanuck just said, all nuclear energy has been.
That was a serious summoning in the
Go
background.
tend to your girl, Kosho. Go tend to your girl.
He's got a serious fallacy of division going on right here. Just because one thing does something doesn't mean the other thing. It doesn't mean the other thing can do something. Just like I showed with ice, water, gas. Just because one thing can be another thing. Water can turn into gas. Mass can turn into energy. Water can't do the same thing gas can do, right?
Yeah, but according to this equation, if you were to say, oh, you can't do the same thing with ice and with water, with steam. However, if you were to add up the components like the hydrogen and oxygen, and this was the only property that you were describing, you were saying, well, water has this much hydrogen and oxygen. I wonder if the steam does too. And yeah, of course it does. It happens to be that this component of the mass in Einstein's field equations, it's interchangeable with the energy. So it's not specific from one to the other.
You're just saying that it's never been tested.
Interrupted your answer to my question. I'm sorry. I don't. Just continue that, Jeremy. After he finishes his answer to my question. How was MC squared tested?
As Zanuck has already said, one way is nuclear reactors, doing the equation for the output of a nuclear bomb. Let's see. Anything else that includes the amount of energy you're going to get from a fission.
They've actually tested with antimatter too, I think.
I don't understand how that answers my question. Could you elaborate?
Yeah, the amount of energy that you're looking for would be the reaction from when a neutron decays into a proton and an electron and a neutrino. There's some mass that is left over because those three things together, and it doesn't equal the mass of a neutron. That leftover mass is converted to pure energy, and they know this because they've, like I said, this is the output they predicted when they're doing when they're trying to predict like the energy output of a nuclear reactor or nuclear bomb. So that energy, that leftover, that mass that's not accounted for, is converted to pure energy, and it's verifiable by the explosion.
So why mention this when we asked the question, how is GR with bending space-time tested?
Because that's not what he's asking for. He's asking for has it been shown that energy bends space-time? Yeah.
So why is E = MC squared relevant to that question? Why mention it?
Because that equation shows that mass and energy are equivalent in the they can convert from one to the other. And in his field equations, he shows that either one of these two can be shown, or either one of these two can be used to bend space-time.
In what sense do you mean the equivalent? Do you mean energy and mass are identically one of the same concrete entity?
It's bullshit, man. There's no energy in and of itself, standalone. There's light, sure. You could say that the energy of light is equal to the energy of mass through this like equation or what have you. But to say you can convert between mass and energy is bullshit.
Well, they've done it though.
No, they have. Energy is not real, man.
Hang on,
Energy
before
is
you
the
go into
conception.
percentage, because you kind of derailed my question. Because hang on, so you said that they're equivalent. Now, the first supposition that is in question, which Jeremy isn't questioning, is that energy, entity 1, is bending space and time, entity 2. But then you say energy and mass are equivalent. Are you saying that they're equivalent in the sense that they are one of the same identified entity?
No, what that they can be converted from one to the other. Like there's cases like in this case, for example,
they could be represented the exact same way. In the equation, they could be
in this
represented
equation,
the
yes.
exact same way. Okay, so is this one of these situations that it works on paper, but it can't be demonstrated?
When you say it can't be demonstrated, it can be demonstrated in the case of demonstrated in the case of mass. So it can be demonstrated.
Well, then yes, this is one of those situations where wouldn't it be called pseudoscience then at that moment? Because it can't actually be. It can only be calculated, right? On paper, you can't show a person what Jeremy's asking you, which is why you can't answer the question.
Now, just hold on a second.
I have a necessary question after
that. Can I get 10
but
seconds?
For now, someone else.
Can I get 10 seconds?
No, you can get 20 seconds.
No, you can't get 10 seconds because time isn't real.
Okay, so Kosho, are you there?
No, he had to go away for a moment.
Well, I like this conversation about energy being synonymous with mass. I think they're both the same thing. We don't gotta, try to distinguish them apart. That's why I wanted to bring to Kosho. I mean, yeah, I want to ask, can you have energy without mass? Can you have mass without energy? That's the question.
Well, that's a different question. Question number 1 is, are energy and mass the same thing? Question number 2 is, can you have mass, entity 1, without, can you have energy, entity 1, without mass, entity 2?
Mass would always have to be acting
more like a
on
1A,
something in medium,
B.
right? It's always going to be applying energy somewhere, right?
Right, but you have to distinguish between the questions, because question number 1 implies that they are one and the same identified entity with multiple names, as opposed to question number 2 is asking about two distinct entities, one having one relationship with the other.
Yeah, that's what I don't agree with. I want to just scrub this whole convoluted mess and say they're the same thing.
Well, you don't want to just, be simplistic for convenience sake, of course.
Well, that's me. Yeah, I'll try to do that.
Thing now.
The problem is, it's like there's two separate things. Kosho is talking about the equation, the thing on paper, and what Jeremy wants is to be that thing on paper to be visually shown in a representation. I don't think there's a way that can be done.
But that's what I'm saying.
Mass
Has
and
been
energy are
verified.
not the same. Mass and
Break it down,
energy
bro.
are not the same thing. Mass and energy are not the same thing. Just as water and ice and water vapor are not the same thing. You can convert one into the other one. Fine, I'm cool with that. They're not the same thing, though.
But in the spectrum that Kosho is trying to say, and right, remember, there's two separate things. We have the paper, right, the calculations, right, and in that sense, then it doesn't matter what it is. It could be the same thing, right? But so what is going on here is we're trying to convert like a cartoon into real life. Right, it can't be shown, so it doesn't matter to argue what is this and what is that in the equation. It makes sense, but it won't get past the equation. Is what I want you guys to understand.
Matrix, are you silly? Have you not seen Space Jam? Of course, it's possible.
Okay.
So, Jeremy, I disagree with you. Ice, water, and steam are all the exact same thing. They're just 3 different modalities of the same thing.
No, ice and water. I can do many things with ice that you can't do with gas. I can do things with water that you can't do with ice. Okay, they're not even close to the same things.
So when water becomes ice, does it cease to be water? Is it no longer water?
Good question. That's a very good question.
Is this like the caterpillar and the butterfly kind of thing?
It's still water. Hold on, it's still water. They don't do the same things. I can throw a gallon of water at you. You'll be fine. If I throw a gallon of ice at you hard enough, you're not going to be fine.
True, but are you throwing two different things at me, or are you just throwing the same thing in a different form?
Okay, it's a different form. Yes, it's still water, but it's a different form. Yes, they don't. My whole point is they don't do this same thing.
So
matter,
in
and then you have energy.
reality, Jeremy. In physical reality,
they're saying that they do this. Yo, guys, am I lagging?
Go ahead.
He's saying you have matter and energy. You have water and ice. He's saying they can do the same exact thing. He doesn't know that though because it's never been tested. Only on paper and tensor equations and shit. And when it comes down to it, they don't know if they can do the same things. Like water and ice can't do the same things.
Which is why I want to introduce this concept, because what the other gentleman who was talking to Jeremy, what he acknowledged is the difference between essential properties and accidental properties. The essential property is that it's water, the substance called water. The accidental property is the form, the rigidity and solidity of the ice as opposed to water or the gas, the vapor. So
okay,
that's not quite, I mean, it's analogous, but it's not quite equivalent to this issue with energy and mass. Now, in my mind, as I try to make these things intelligible, energy is the ability to express power, to cause motion, right? Which is the property of a material, concrete, physical entity. And so there can be no energy without a material object.
You were right up until the second part. It's not just the property of material, it's property of all physical things.
Well, you know what I mean. You know, there's this false distinction.
But definitely it's a property of something. It doesn't exist in and of itself. It's just our quantification of the capacity to do work. Simple as that.
And what is the power? Use it. You had it defining it in your equivalence.
I said the ability to express motion, to cause motion.
How is power the ability to express motion?
Well, as it concerns concreta, as it concerns these physical things, right? Is this physical object extending in space, and it has the power to cause an effect, to cause a motion.
Power is just a rate of doing work. You can get the work done. You can have an effect that takes a long time, not use much power.
But you're interpreting what I just said in another sense, which I didn't mean.
Yeah, and power also is a conception. It's not an actual thing.
Well, you can have power dissipation.
Don't let Zanuck do this.
Well, no,
don't let Zanuck do this.
He tries to be very deliberate, uses really big words to try to make it sound all nice and tidy. I'm just trying to make sure he stays nice and tidy.
Okay, so what I just said, so what you just responded to me saying, your response to me is superimposing a different sense of the word power that I didn't express.
There's only one sense of the word power. It's the rate of doing work. It's the rate of change of kinetic
How about
energy.
you make intelligible? How about you interpret what I said to you?
Can I say one?
Power is the rate of change of kinetic energy.
After I say this, hang on. So what I meant by power is an ability. It's first an ability, and then you can quantify how much you can do. It's not just a quantity in of itself.
So then it's
the quantity is supposed to be a quantification of a thing. What thing? Okay. The ability to cause motion, as it concerns what physical objects can do.
That would be energy. Then you just define it. You might as well just use the right word and just call it energy.
No, what I said is correct.
It's not correct.
Your categorization is making these things unintelligible. Energy is the ability to express power. Or to more specifically, energy is the ability to cause motion as it concerns what physical objects can do.
No, that's not actually, because you can have five. I can have 5 horsepower. I can have 5 watts, and I can move. I can lift the earth with it. I can move the earth.
5 watts of what?
I pulled over and came off mute, and I'm on the side of the road. Can I just say what I want to say real quick?
Well, go ahead.
Can I just have a minute with?
Just pause for
Hold on.
When is mass not giving off energy? It is always going to be energetic. So you can't say one is not happening while the other is, right?
No, that's not true.
Okay, thanks.
Black hole.
I would agree. So this kind of goes back to our conversation that we were having last night, Zanuck, where we were drilling down talking about atomic mass. And I was asking what was being measured when we're measuring the atomic mass of something, right? And what it all boils down to is you're measuring energy and charge potential of things that comprise all matter, which we call mass.
There are some tests that you can actually use energy and a measurement of energy in the mass to determine how much there is of it there, how much matter is there.
Now, as he responds to what I'm saying, because he's not getting the categories distinguished, he wants to insist that power is only a quantitative thing instead of acknowledging that power is used in English grammar in multiple senses to refer to the ability itself, number one, and sense number two, the amount, the quantification of the ability of the physical thing to cause motion. So what I said is not inaccurate. In fact, you need sense number one, it being an ability to cause motion, in order for you to have sense number two to quantify how much motion that thing can cause.
Kind of, it's a little bit awkward, but I can see where you're going with it.
Okay.
Go ahead, Jeremy.
Okay, listen. You have mass and energy, okay? Two different forms.
Before Jeremy, I had thought of something because I had to think about what he said. Can I just make one last night before?
All right.
Thanks. How I like to tell it, like in the racing world, is basically your ability for its capability, the capacity for any car to accelerate. It's the capacity to accelerate for any vehicle. So all power. It's not so anything can be moved. It's just the rate at which it moves is really what you're talking about as far as causing motion, not just motion alone.
No, I'm not just talking about the rate. I'm not just talking about the quantification.
Power is a rate, though. I know it's a little bit pedantic because I know what you mean now, but I get caught up in the physics of it all, so I kind of just try to be correct.
So what you're acknowledging is another sense of the word power.
We're talking about physics, right? We're talking about physics. We got to stay with physics terms. There's nowhere in physics are you talking about something ability to cause motion, because motion.
If there's no ability for the physical object to cause motion, there's nothing for you to quantify.
No, if you want to say what is the ability for something to be moved? It's a force. Its capacity.
Zanuck, now you're just stumbling upon what I'm saying instead of considering it. You're just trampling on it. If there is no power, if there is no energy, there's no energy to quantify.
But you can have an infinitesimally small power still make things move. It's not.
Zanuck, I made an a priori deductive statement. If there is no power, no energy, there's nothing to quantify.
Power is not synonymous with energy, though.
How do we know there's no energy coming off?
You can have energy that's not available to do work, and that is the heat.
Zanuck, do you agree with my supposition? You keep trampling on it. Is it
because
wrong?
You're saying power.
So are you new to English? You don't realize that there's a semantic scope to words?
It is a little bit semantic.
In physics, it matters.
It does, yeah. It does matter. I'm just trying to. Go ahead. Sorry.
Power and energy have two different units in physics. It matters.
Okay, but we're speaking English to one another, so make sense of the terms that are make sense of the suppositions being said to you.
But you are so articulate, Gregory, you have used a lot of big words, and they all have usually the right meanings. And this one, I figured, hey, since you're using these words and trying to be very articulate and purposeful with your sentences and your structure of your sentences and the meanings of the words, why not use the right word for the purpose of that?
But sure, but I'm telling you what I mean. And instead of trying to critique what I mean to communicate, you want to superimpose a different message that I'm not saying. I was not strictly referring to the quantification of the expression of power.
Okay, listen. On one hand, you have mass. On this one hand, you have mass and energy. All right, I'll give you they're the same thing. And another hand, we have water and ice. They're also the same thing, right? Now they can't both. The water and ice one, we know they can't both do the same thing. All right, but you guys are saying in your hand with the mass and energy thing, you're saying they can do this same thing, but it's never been shown. But we're just going to say that it can do this.
No, it
That's
does
what's going on here.
They show it with nuclear power plants, right?
No, I'm talking about energy bending space-time.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Oh yeah. Oh.
Why are you? I mean, what do? I don't know how you would go about doing that, man. I just don't understand.
Because GR is the most tested theory ever in the history of theories, and it says energy can bend space-time, but it's never been tested.
What happens if you release the energy within the bonds of something?
I don't know. Does it bend space-time? We don't know.
Well, it'll bend shit, all right. It's just like a nuclear explosion, and all that energy is dissipated into the environment.
Okay, is that energy bending
relevant
space-time?
to Jeremy's question?
I just don't know how we would. I just
properties
don't
of mass?
understand.
Another
how
property
you
of mass, its ability to bend space-time. Can energy bend space-time? I don't know.
Zanuck, left lane was in the middle of a sentence, Zanuck.
Well, I
Go
thought
ahead, left lane.
He in effect said the same thing that I was saying. I don't understand how we could harness a ball of energy to detect any warping of space-time or attraction or anything like that.
So you're saying this is untestable? Is that what you're saying? This thing is untestable?
I don't know. I wouldn't dare to say that. I just personally, I really don't know how you go about doing it.
I don't know either. However, this is the most tested theory.
101. We can't.
Who's being dishonest?
I don't know.
In effect, we cannot test this hypothesis, but I won't concede in words verbally out loud that we cannot test the hypothesis.
No, negative. You are misrepresenting me. I said I'm too dumb to figure out how to go about doing it. Is exactly what I said.
Left lane. It's not that you're too dumb. It actually literally is untestable. It's literally untestable.
Jeremy? What is mainstream science?
Mainstream science. I'll tell you what mainstream science says. Mainstream science says that, guys. Mainstream science says that energy can bend space-time. That's what mainstream science says. It's in GR.
Energy bends
Which is why. Yeah.
So, if it's untestable, does untestable mean unknowable?
So the problem is this. So you, the likes of Left Lane, Hank, Skylane, would rather say I'm too dumb to know how to do this, rather than say, oh, well, given the premises that are laid forth in your critiques of the argument, I can see how it's not testable, Gregory, Jeremy. Rather than saying the latter, you'd rather say the former. This is the kind of repugnant dishonesty that people are repulsed by.
Well, you simply claim
There's nothing in what I said, and I'm resenting the fact that you're calling me dishonest. I think that you're misrepresenting what I said.
That's a little harsh, don't you think, Gregory?
For Left Lane. I have a soft spot for Left Lane because I've heard him speak for a while, and I've agreed with most of the people here that he definitely is genuine. I think this is a psychological issue for him. I can't say that for Zanuck. It may be because Zanuck is annoying, but he's the same kind. Like he is also redeemable, but he's just the annoying, like Macaulay Culkin version. But Left Lane himself, I couldn't feel good about calling him dishonest, even though I know what we say about dishonest.
You're annoying too, by the way.
In the sense of like, okay, if we're gonna go to the what is a lie? Like, I know we spoke about that, but it's a mental block. Not just him, the other guy, the Arma, when he's presented with a question or it's going
enough
there
with the meta. Get to the argument, man. Come on.
This is
why you're so annoying,
I'm
Elijah.
stopping him from saying that Left Lane is dishonest, and he didn't say it like directly, but that this kind of behavior is dishonest. But
you did say directly.
Looking at Left Lane, I don't think that Left Lane is being dishonest. I think it's a psychological decision. We'll say.
He just doesn't know.
Let's move on from this one. There's no point in disputing this because they will never concede to these critiques. So let's move on.
There's nothing to concede to.
All Left Lane said was he doesn't know how you could bend space-time with energy, how you could test that. And he's right, because I don't know how you could do it either. Nobody fucking does, except GR says that it can, and this is supposedly the most tested theory in the history of fucking theories, but they've never tested this shit.
So I asked
I like
earlier,
that you make that very clear. Hell yeah.
does untestable mean it's unknowable?
Well, to be fair,
the nature of the claim, yes.
To be fair, it's never been
Untestable
tested
means
that
that
mass bends space-time either. Because what the hell is space-time to begin with?
That has been tested.
Oh, really?
Extremists, listen to me. You asked a
Sorry,
question.
I have to interject.
You asked a question.
Really good. Okay, sorry.
Hang on,
Really
just
good question.
right after me. Hang on, just right after me. You asked a question as it concerns the nature of the claim, which is an empirical causation claim. If you can't test it, if you can't exercise a experiment so as to ascertain whether or not the hypothetical cause of the effect really is the cause of the effect, if you can't organize a series of actions so as to test it, yes, it can't be known. It can't
But
be true.
what happens if you can, you just don't have the technology to do it?
The supposition you can, even though you have no means to demonstrate that it can be done, neither do you even have an a priori argument to justify the supposition that it can be done. It's a knowledge claim that is unknowable. It's a claim to knowledge that they don't have.
My point is, there's a lot of things in the history of physics that we have said, this is true of physics, but we don't have the technology to test it at the time. Later, we develop the technology, and not all the time, but sometimes we prove that the theory is correct. Now, and this, again, specific to this one, maybe, maybe not, but I'm just saying, just because it's not testable doesn't mean it's not knowable.
Do you have any specific
Okay,
cases
so
in mind when that happens?
hang on. So a general statement with an eschatological faith commitment that it may be provable in the future.
Gregory, please stop with the big words.
Intelligence and get out the car.
No, you don't know what they mean. You misuse them.
As he tries to gaslight me without having anything
Everybody
worthy of being said in the VC. Do you have anything worth
not
while
go down
speaking
this
in the
road.
VC?
I'm not
Ed?
saying. Hold on. I'm not saying it's unknowable. This energy bending space-time thing. I'm just saying it's clearly never been tested. Yet this is supposed to be the most tested theory of all time. So I don't understand how you can say that when this part of it has never been tested.
There's a lot of things that we just don't have the technology to test for it, or there's a lot of things it doesn't explain. And the obvious thing is it doesn't merge the very small with the very large. Quantum mechanics doesn't merge with general relativity. We know that. Both of them work and tested very well in their respective domains, but they're incompatible. Therefore, we know the full thing is not complete. But it doesn't mean they're both wrong. Just
I'm not saying it's
so extremists. Thank you for your concession that you can't demonstrate you know what you claim to know, and then an eschatological faith commitment saying that we might be able to know in the future.
I knew it. I knew. No.
Hold on.
See, extremist is another person that I would put in the same boat as Left Lane. I think he's a genuine person. He literally believes. We can't even have this conversation with them in here.
Why is it relevant what you think about
the
someone?
the words that they're using is like Monopoly money. It's meant for a game that we're not trying to play in reality.
Why are we listening to the scholar commentary?
It means what their indoctrination has told them it meant. They're saying it. When we hear it, we know what it sounds like because we reject it now. Like we decide to question it. But they're not there. Like it's just what it is.
I think it's just like the rotation of the Earth.
And I do sincerely apologize because I know how it sounds and I know what I'm saying about you guys. So I'm not gonna act like I'm not.
It's not offensive, dude. It's
sorry
truly
that's my assessment. It's probably
personal
your
dig.
assessment.
I have a question about mass.
And I don't know why I'm fighting so hard to say what I'm saying and be as humble and sincere as I possibly can to you guys.
All right, fair enough. Hey, Jeremy, after you go,
He's a little insensitive.
I've finally, I've got a response for you, but go ahead, Jeremy, because I know you've been waiting.
Him too, especially because he has a New York accent. I love that guy. Just to let you know, but go ahead.
Wait a minute. Wait. Can nobody hear Electric? He's been asking to ask a question for the last 5-10 minutes.
Yes, I am asking a question to anybody that thinks they could answer. Has there ever been tested mass not giving off energy or force? Has this ever happened?
That's a weird question. I don't even know what that means.
It's a weird question. Jeremy. I was
Is it a weird question? Because you can't answer it?
No,
it's a weird question.
Weird question not to happen. But
I'm asking, is there ever a time where mass doesn't have energy or energy doesn't have mass? Has this been tested?
Well, since they have an equivalency, it has been tested that equivalency exists. But regardless,
so then why are we trying to isolate them from each other?
Well, I mean, I'm personally not, and Einstein's field equations don't either, and it leads to the point.
Hold on, man. Why did you just say that?
The Einstein's field equation doesn't.
They did separate. Einstein did separate them when he said energy can bend space-time.
In the field equations, there's not a distinction. I've already said it to you.
But they are different things, though, right? Is mass energy?
In his field equations,
so our assertion is our assertion.
Regardless,
that's your reason.
I'm worried about
our
real
assertion
life.
is our assertion. Jeremy is critiquing it.
Regardless, the point is, Extremis has made a good point a second ago, and then just let me to remember, because even before black holes and even before gravitational waves were discovered or shown to be true, it was still the best tested theory in science. And so, if there's if there's aspects of general relativity that are that his theory implies that haven't yet been tested, that doesn't take away from the fact that his theory in itself is still the best tested theory. Like it's been tested thoroughly, and it's been tested.
What Jeremy said to you. You always do this. We give you a
listen.
Hold on.
I'm not responding
You're
to you.
next,
You don't have to
Greg,
interrupt
you're
me.
next.
I'm not responding to you.
This has to stop being allowed.
Greg, you can go next.
On what you said, Jeremy.
So please stop.
I know what they do, Greg. You can go next. Let Kosho finish, please.
I'm telling you though, Jeremy, that even without verification of that one implication of the theory, it doesn't take away from the fact that it's still the best tested theory.
So very quickly, once again, you just trample upon what the other person says, and you chant again. Just reassert your position that's being critiqued instead of adding an additional argument. You give initial argument number one. Jeremy gives counter argument number one. You just repeat argument number one rather than giving argument number two, a distinct argument from the initial argument to refute his counter argument. You do that all the time. So when Jeremy says what he says to you, he's critiquing argument number one. So you just reiterating argument number one is just begging the question and just trampling on what he said.
Okay, so when people, if a child or somebody who doesn't know anything about Einstein's field equations or general relativity or whatever, if they speak on it, right, then their opinions about it mean very little. And so all I can do is describe what they are. And before, like I said, before it's ever been shown that gravitational waves are real, or before it's been shown that black holes are real, these were both already implications of the theory. And already at that point, the theory had been tested and shown to be true. So even at this point, if one of the implications is that energy will bend space-time in the same way mass will, then that's an implication that hasn't yet been tested. It doesn't take away from the fact that it's still the best tested theory, which is what you guys are stating, that the theory has been debunked because this hasn't been tested. Because
I'm almost certain that the critique about someone being very unknowledgeable about GR and SR is about me. And so even if that is true about me being not knowledgeable to your liking about the subject matter does not give you the right to beg the question.
We didn't say it was debunked. We said it was bankrupt. Like you're saying it's the most validated thing, and we're like, well, where's the validation? Like, you
now
already
he's going to
admitted.
respond to this.
I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait for you to go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
Eli,
I didn't know you. No, my bad, Jeremy. I wasn't following. I didn't know you had said something.
Just give me like 2 minutes with Kosho, maybe 5. He talks a lot. So listen, I'm not saying it's been debunked. I'm saying theories are supposed to state facts about reality that have been thoroughly tested. There's a statement in here, and in this theory that's never been tested. This is like pseudoscience. You're just claiming facts about reality that have never been tested.
As I stated, it's an implication. It's like a interpretation of It's just the same way that a black hole was. It doesn't explicitly say anything about black holes, but black hole is an implication of it. The same way that tensor that's used, that stress tensor, can apply to mass and momentum, or can apply to any type of energy. And for that fact, it's implied that even though mass will have this effect of this, gravitational working of space-time, the same effect should be true about energy. So it's just an implication of it. And the fact that hasn't been tested, because it's not a practical way to test that, doesn't mean that it doesn't take away from the theory. It just means that not every implication of the theory has yet been tested.
All right. Is that what theories do? They imply reality, or are they supposed to have been tested to check against reality? Or do they just imply? Is that what a scientific theory does? It implies reality?
No, it's got the descriptions that are very direct, but there's also implications of those descriptions. Yeah. Like I said, gravitational waves is an implication of the description. However, it doesn't explicitly state that.
About the standard model.
The theory is supposed to... Give me 2 minutes with Kosho, guys, please. 2 minutes. Theories are supposed to make statements about reality that have been tested, right? Is that what a scientific theory does, Kosho?
Right, and they have been.
Okay, and this is making statements about reality that have never been tested, right?
Oh, but that's what I'm saying. It's that just because it's not explicitly stating it, it just happens to be an implication of it. The actual description in general relativity has been tested, or otherwise it wouldn't be a part of the theory.
It explicitly states energy can bend space-time. I didn't pull that out of my ass.
Well, it says mass. Well, it explicitly states mass and energy are equivalent, and it explicitly states that the mass energy component is this what do they call it? A stress tensor. This can bend space-time. So
it says
it does say that, but both those two things have been tested. The one thing that you're saying is that basically implies that energy on its own can do exactly that. And I guess that specific thing hasn't been specifically tested in a Cavendish-like way.
Yeah, so they're making statements about reality that haven't been tested, but this is supposed to be a scientific theory that doesn't imply reality. It's supposed to have tested for reality. So they just made this bullshit up. I'll close. You guys can have the floor after this. They made this bullshit up about reality and never tested it, and now we have this scientific theory of this bullshit.
Yeah, it's
as I said, the claims have been tested, man.
They've never tested for energy bending space-time, and it says energy can bend space-time.
Well, he did say that energy and mass is we heard what he just said. I'm not going to put words in. Literally what he just said, mass can't do it either. Well, or show us the test where mass is bending space-time. Or mass and energy. Show us that bending space-time.
Yeah, that has been shown in many different ways, like with Einstein rings, gravitational lensing, now gravitational waves. These are all and they use mass. They use the mass.
Gravitational lensing.
They use the mass to determine what value it will be.
Hold on,
no,
Eli, hold on, man. Let Coach finish.
I mean,
Gregory,
control yourself. I don't even know what it was.
Go ahead.
Eli, did you not hear Kosho talking right there?
Fuck it. Go ahead. Did you not hear me say that?
Seriously, you just got to have a little more.
Fuck it. Go ahead. Shut up, Zanuck. Fuck it. Go ahead, Coach.
Yes, maybe I don't even. It's the flow's gone. Just go ahead.
Okay. So, and it's a justifiable fucking blow up because I forgot the other two you mentioned, but
it's not justifiable. You blew into it.
Gravitational lensing, right? Isn't that the thing that because of Einstein's equations they found out about a new planet? Isn't that like? And we understand that the reason that these other bodies that were supposed to be in a certain section in the sky was in another section simply because of gravitational lensing. What we're talking about is seeing yet another phenomena that you're attributing to the testing of the theory. Nothing is actually being worked on, though.
Yeah, no. I don't know. I don't think that the discovery Neptune had anything to do with lensing, gravitational lensing.
Okay, so then how? Okay, so then what do you mean by gravitational lensing is tested?
First, you'd have to understand what gravitational lensing is, and what it is the warping of space-time, such that light, which is what is how you see things, the light is going to bend its path, kind of like refraction does, but
is this the Eddington experiment?
That's the first test that was done with lensing, yeah, but there's been plenty more.
It's not a test. Oh my goodness,
that was indeed a test.
That was not a test. They saw a light in the sky and said,
"How about
gravitational lensing?"
How about when they predicted the supernova based on gravitational lensing?
Yeah,
exactly.
Not just lensing, but also
that's what I mean
dilation.
by testing. Like Jeremy's talking about how did you test it, as in like a lab setup, setup where you as the researcher, as in you as the researcher, have the materials to manipulate. That's what he's
saying. Scientists experimented by looking at the stars in January and noting their position from one another, and noting exactly their relationship to one another, and noting that they're going to stay together as they always do, and using this to make predictions of where they will be in June when the eclipse was going to occur, and they should be behind the sun, according to his predictions. Except for he was also using Einstein's general relativity to predict the gravitational lensing, which would have put them out of position. So he then used those two ideas to predict where exactly they would be. And without Einstein's general relativity, they would have been behind the sun. And he saw them outside of the sun. So that theory was shown to be true for the first time.
So this is basically what I thought you were saying. You're not actually doing anything other than looking at stuff. You're not.
That's fine. Exactly.
That's fine. That was indeed a test.
No, but here's the thing, though. I don't believe you. I don't believe that they didn't. Yeah, okay, but but here's the thing. You believe. It's not that you know, because you don't have experience either. You believe that because of these equations, they've discovered something that any of us can take an eyeglass and look into the sky and go, "Oh, what's that?" What y'all are saying is no one looked up and was like, "Oh, what's that?" Or, because we had this argument before, you have a heliocentric model, you know how the sky is supposed to look, you can predict the positions of where things are supposed to be, except there are these anomalies that don't fit that model, and therefore Einstein came along and did a couple of math tweaks and fixed it by showing you where it is versus where the previous math was wrong. That's all you did.
Except for the predictions were made. Yeah, they're made by a person trying to disprove them. Sorry, so go ahead.
Well, I was going to say,
you've got a really noisy mic.
Oh, there was a question behind.
You can respond now.
There was a question behind. There was a question behind everything I said. So the question is, isn't it fair for me to ask? Couldn't they have just already known these things and just did the math after to make it work? Is that
they actually know the angular position with respect to one another?
No, the question is it a possibility?
The eclipse
possible? Because Kosho told me yes at one point in time.
Guys, okay. One at a time, guys, please.
Possible.
Hi, are you done?
Yes or no?
Eli's done. Whoever wants to field that one, go ahead.
This is going to get me in trouble, but I'm going to use Jeremy's argument here. There is an apparent position to the sun and an actual position. Okay? And the gravitational lensing makes the actual position to be an apparent position. So there you go.
God. I could tear that to pieces, but
I thought you might appreciate that, Jeremy.
Well, in this case, the lensing affected the path that the light behind the sun had taken. So in this case, you could have even kept the sun in its actual position, and even still, the light that would have been behind it was bent around it.
Maybe try an Einstein ring for this. Maybe
well, no,
go to an Einstein ring.
Extremis made a good point with an Einstein ring when he brought up the one that was there was 3 supernova that were lensed around a galaxy. It was the same supernova, but it was lensed around a galaxy, and they used time dilation from his special relativity and lensing from general relativity to predict exactly when the other supernova would occur, which is not something you can't predict when a supernova is going to occur. So this was the same lensed supernova, and it requires the understanding of time dilation and of lensing to be able to make that prediction.
So to be clear,
let me just respond. Let me respond to this Eddington thing, guys, please. So this whole Eddington thing about how this is some kind of experiment to test GR, it could have been the bending of space-time, causing the star to appear in a different spot. Or it could have just been fucking refraction or something else. Like, in no way is this any kind of experiment to show what a theory, to prove a theory.
That's where you have to. That's where you actually have to combine multiple things, multiple observations. You see, like we see the time dilation in satellites. We see the time dilation as you go up in the gravitational field. You see time dilation. Based on airplanes going at velocities. No, these are all the same thing. Now, the problem is you have to take all of these things into consideration and then apply that to what you're seeing in this this prediction.
We're talking about
so on its own. So on its own, you're right. You could say that it could be just some kind of an atmospheric lensing of the sun. But now, when you combine that with the fact that we also have really good models, really good observations, and really good measurements of other examples of time dilation, you start to realize that there's a pattern forming here. Co-witnessing evidence is something that's real.
About GR right now, okay?
Well, refraction.
One thing at a time.
Refraction.
One thing at a time, Moyak.
Refraction treats different wavelengths of light differently, so that they refract at different rates, whereas lensing doesn't do that. So that's an obvious distinction between the two.
And also
the wavelength change. The wavelength. Can we feel that one?
Well, the problem is, Jeremy, you can say it could be something else, but if his theory proved it, if his theory predicted it, and the observation confirmed where the theory said it would be, why would we think it's something else? I mean, to me, that's a pretty good indication that if he says it's going to be here and it's there, it's probably correct.
Okay, let's say, for instance, I have a clock on a wall, and neither of us can see inside the clock to see the mechanism that's making it move. Now, we can both predict where it's going to be. Both have a prediction about when the hands are going to line up or when they're going to be across from each other. We can all make predictions on that. Now, when you say there's a pendulum inside the clock, and I say there's gears inside the clock, and neither one of us can actually touch the clock, your story's as good as mine.
Not when you include the other observations that I described.
Well, no, but no,
we can feel those one at a time, Moyak, one at a time, and we're talking about GR, not SR.
You can't. First of all, whenever you're making a scientific prediction, the prediction has to be based off of the hypothesis. You can't just make an arbitrary prediction and then claim that your hypothesis is valid. So,
okay, I have a hypothesis. There's a midget turning the wheels inside, making the clock hands move. That's my hypothesis.
So you want to stick with GR? Okay, measuring when in different gravitational fields, we can measure time dilation. So there you go.
Yeah, there's gravitational time dilation as well.
In fact, it was used in the airplane experiment also. It demonstrated both special relativity and general relativity.
Actually, to actually correct myself, that observation I said with the supernova, both of those, the time dilation and the lensing were both GR. Neither of those were special relativity. Because gravitational time dilation is general relativity.
And to be clear, I don't know if everybody, it was the same supernova. They predicted it would be seen at a later date based on the path that the light took through space. It would arrive at Earth later, the same supernova.
this Eddington thing didn't prove jack shit. You saw a star in a different spot. That doesn't mean space-time's bending, causing the star to be somewhere else. All you did was look at something. You didn't do any kind of scientific experiment. You made an observation. You said something. You made a hypothesis. Then you made an observation and claimed your hypothesis was true. You know how ridiculous that is?
That is an experiment.
Except for the fact there's other experiments that confirm it. So sorry about your luck. You can't. You don't get to treat everything one at a time. Sorry, that's not how it works in the world, buddy.
Can't debunk everything all at once, so we just have to go one at a time.
No, you can't go one at a time. You can use everything. Use co-witnessing together.
Well,
that's how you raise your confidence.
I can only debunk one thing at a time.
Yes, but that's what your whole world is on, is you trying to say, well, maybe there's something else. Well, that something else is eliminated by the fact that there's co-witnessing. Sorry about your luck, buddy.
And in this case, this was
not luck.
Go ahead.
It's not luck. It's not luck that you guys looked in the sky and thought you had a scientific experiment on your hands. That's not how it works.
This was an experiment. Yeah. By any measure. An
experiment by any means. Okay. You don't have you don't even know if space-time bending is a real thing. How could it be your IV?
Okay. So first of all,
your independent variable.
Wasn't the IV?
Oh, so hold on. IV can't be something that you don't. What was if your IV wasn't space-time bending? What was it?
Exactly. Eddington was trying to disprove. So he did an experiment. He came up with an experiment to disprove his theory. He used as his independent variable the known positions of the star, or the eclipse happening, the eclipse and the mass of the sun. So the mass of the sun is supposed to have an effect on the position of the stars, right? So it was the position of the stars that was the dependent variable. They were supposed to be behind the sun, which he'd already carefully calculated, and they weren't. They were where it was predicted that the mass of the sun would move that light. So
this has nothing to do with the bending of space-time. Awesome. All right.
That's what I just said. The mass of the sun is supposed to have supposed to have warped space-time so that the light would change its position.
So you don't know if space-time is even a real thing at this point.
That's why it's being tested at that point, 100 years ago.
So you tested to see if space-time was real by looking at a light and seeing a light that wasn't in the same spot as it was before, and this tells you space-time's bending.
No, by testing the consequences.
That's absolutely ridiculous. You're not doing any kind of test. You're not manipulating any independent variables. You're making shit up like a story with the clock and saying, "Oh, this is how it is. We saw it."
If there was a clock and me and you had two different hypotheses, like the gears and the pendulum, we would then come up with some sort of test, like maybe we would test like with a what do you call that? Like the thing that tests earthquakes,
seismometer.
Yeah, exactly. And we would test to see the vibrations, and both of us would be making two different predictions on the vibrations, because my prediction with the pendulum would be based on this oscillating thing. So there's predictions that I could use to determine if it's one or the other. And if it turned out that my predictions were exactly correct, then I would be confident that my idea was correct. And that wouldn't be the end all be all. That would be one of the first confirmations. And that's
evidence.
Yeah. Like confirmation number 2. There was one before that, and there's been so many since then.
Listen, this whole GR thing is total. This was made up in Einstein's head. You guys are using these half-assed. You guys are using these half-assed scientific experiments that aren't even experiments to try to prove it. All right, you can't.
According to quantum erasure,
you can't bend space-time with energy. There's a whole bunch of shit in there that you'll never be able to test, most likely. All right.
Don't have to get 100% answer. Just have to get good enough. It's good enough, buddy.
It is unlikely we'll be able to test whether energy can bend space-time, because it would basically require the amount of energy the sun puts out in 1 second to bend space-time. And that's more energy than we can produce in the foreseeable future.
Plus, you can't have energy without a container, so there's that.
Yeah. Right.
Did you say that right? Energy without a container?
Yeah, can't have energy without a container. That makes sense.
We'll let
that was a joke.
You're dumb.
That was a joke, obviously.
It was. We'll let that one slide.
Listen,
it's hard to tell, Jeremy, because you can say any insane thing you want.
That was a demop.
I'm not saying any insane. I'm not saying any insane thing I want. You guys, theories are supposed to be tested, facts about reality. Okay, scientific theories.
The thing is,
they've never tested. They've never tested energy can bend space-time. They've never tested that, but it's in the theory. So now they're just making shit up about reality.
You can't have potential energy without a container.
The thing is, a theory.
You can't. You literally can't.
As he said, Jeremy, a theory just kind of describes reality. And the thing is, you can't test every possible outcome of that theory before you call it a theory. I mean, there's too many. Obviously, you can't test everything. So you just make up the general rules that apply to reality. There are certain requirements or whatever things that emerge from those rules that you test as you develop the technology later to test those things. So you develop the theory, you can test some stuff immediately. Later, you develop the other technology to test the other stuff that comes out of the theory.
All right, extremists.
Right. So I'm not going to say
that's not how theories work.
Look, no. That's why the only reason that we've been able to argue is because we found out, there's actually an equivocation fallacy going on. Not their fault, just the fault of mainstream media and how they tell us that science is one thing, but they mean another thing, or they use it interchangeably, right? So now, when you tell them no, that's not what a scientific theory is, or that's not how science works, and he did call you out talking about like QE, blah 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 blah. Well, number one, it's a method that we're talking about. What you're talking about is not the same method. Like I was describing with Kosho the other week or whenever that was, he was trying to say, no, our methods are the same. I'm just misunderstanding what, that might have been Zanuck, misunderstanding what a hypothesis is. But Kosho and I had the same argument when he was trying to say, no, the epistemology is the same. It's just that, again, I'm misinterpreting things. And the real thing is, we don't have to say, no, you're wrong. We can just say, well, your epistemology has to stand on its own. And based on that epistemology, we can reject it. But this is what we do with this epistemology. But we don't really do. There's no need for us to break out our epistemology because they're not using it. There's no reason. There's no point in even talking about the science that we're talking about. We can just
even
say,
in their
more
cool
meta,
story.
Please.
Eli, even in their scientific world, even in their scientific world, the theory is supposed to have been tested thoroughly before it becomes a theory.
Yeah, that's
not
what they
like
say,
just
but
an
they're
art.
using that word as like like everything that they say is doublespeak. So when they say tested, obviously he just told you something is tested without being tested, and you're like, what do you mean? Well, we saw something, and he believes that what they saw was after the testing, quote unquote. The test was the fact that their predictions were correct. But the question is, what if they're lying? What if they actually saw the thing first and then did the math? We don't know which it is, but they're gonna obviously say that's absurd. They did the calculations. We believe in that, and then this is how we know that it's been.
Can you please get to an argument, Elijah?
No.
Yeah,
The
could you
point
please
is we don't
stop
want to
rambling?
argue. The point is we don't need to actually argue. We could just leave
All
you
right,
in
well,
your
can you
drawers and your
cut back on the
Cheerios.
meta then, please?
We could just leave.
Enough
We could
now.
just leave. We could just leave you in your drawers eating your Cheerios
All
with no
right,
milk.
thank you.
Okay,
Thank you.
that's great. That's great.
very
Talk about
helpful.
Cheerios. That's going to help the conversation. We'll talk about Cheerios now. I like
Yeah,
Cheerios. Cheerios are really
we
good
don't
with honey on them.
need
Oh, I
to
love
help
them.
the conversation. We need to disengage with you guys because you
What
guys
about popcorn?
obviously have a
Popcorn is really
different
good. Do you like popcorn? What
epistemology.
about the cheddar popcorn?
Guys,
Different
one at a time.
epistemology.
If you want to change topics, that's fine. There is something neat called the Cheerio effect. Riggs put me onto one day. Have you guys ever heard of that?
No, magnet?
No, no magnets. It's called the Cheerio effect.
Yeah.
What is it?
That's better than that's better proof that space and time is warping.
All right, so you say that it's not a test, and I don't understand how one can claim that it's not a test when there's a prediction made. Now, I also assert that all of scientists do not agree with your scientific method. So sorry, but you are using a method that is not.
They don't disagree; they just don't use it. So stop lying.
They do not agree with you. So
no,
the people who are in the industry,
they don't disagree.
People who are in the
people,
shut the fuck up, you twat.
Yeah, you're a liar.
Okay.
Or substantiate.
Okay.
Yeah, but he's lying. Substantiate your get
Yeah,
me
but let him
somebody
finish,
like Lawrence Strauss or somebody
Hold on,
that
Eli.
actually said that.
How about letting him finish? We just heard you whine for 5 minutes,
I want a citation at this point.
Eli, you gotta let him finish, bro. If you don't think he's correct, we can address it after. But you gotta let him finish.
Yeah, go ahead. Let Eli talk. You can listen to him.
All right, well, continue.
So I've asked this before. If the flat Earth version of the scientific method is so accurate and so much better than the mainstream version, where's all the theories and models, the laws, contributions, inventions? Where's all of these things from all of the flat earthers that use the superior method of science? Because I haven't seen anything contributed from a flat earth to any branch of science.
It's a superior method because it's the closest thing you can do in science to proving something.
It's not
you may not be able to 100% prove it definitively, but it is as close as we can get. It's way closer than just look.
Is it?
It's way closer than just look. It's way closer than just looking at something and predicting. All right, this will happen. I looked at it. My prediction came true. This must be happening, right? Okay. It's a lot. Our version is a lot more serious and in depth and more probabilistic that it's true because we're actually manipulating.
Then shouldn't it be able to show predictions in a way that would prove its consistency and its true nature?
So, Jeremy, did that answer the question I asked? Did what you said answer my question?
What was your question?
Where's
you strawmanned us? You did a whole bunch of goofy shit.
No. What I said was, if the flat Earth version of science and the scientific method is superior to the mainstream version of science and the method, then where's all the contributions to our society? Where's all the new models and new theories and laws, the formulas, the predictions?
It's called the phone you holding right now.
The invention. Where's all of these things from flat earthers? Because I guarantee you, every bit of technology we have today is built, designed, and engineered, comes from laws from mainstream science, not flat earth science.
That is ridiculous.
First of all,
I don't even know.
I don't even know how to address this, but first of all, it's been a few guys on the internet. It's been a few guys on the internet for the past 7 or 8 or 9 years. I don't know what you think we would do or come up with scientifically.
But that's the problem, though, is if you can't, I mean, somebody should come up with something that makes a prediction. I haven't heard anything that makes a prediction that is then later confirmed to be true based on any kind of law or math or, like I said, theory, invention, something engineered based on flat Earth science. This whole relative density thing, how would you engineer anything based on that? I mean, there's no engineering in that idea. You can't engineer something using relative density.
Exactly. And we've already proved that that's not a thing because we can drop things in a box and see that nothing relative to anything else.
Hold on. Let Jeremy answer this, please.
Answer what? What was the question?
Well, if your version of science is so superior, how come you've never done anything?
And he means you as in all of flat earthers, not you specifically.
Okay, just because none of the flat earthers have ever done science or come up with any new science, what does that mean? Does that disqualify?
Well, how do you
does
know
that
your version is
disqualify
so
what I said?
superior?
Hold on, I want to repeat what you
Still
just
in the
said. This
middle
is
of a
important.
sentence.
What you
I'm
said
still
was
in the middle
important.
of a sentence.
I
You
still
can
want to
address it
repeat what you
after,
said.
please. You can repeat it after, please.
Go ahead.
Okay, it doesn't discount the fact that the method where you have an experiment, an IV and a DV, it doesn't discount the fact that that is closer you can get to proving something than just willy-nilly making a prediction, looking at something, and then declaring what you stated as the cause is true.
That's not the question.
You know, I blame QE for all this. You guys latched onto this paddy wagon of scientific method and ran with it blindly.
Look, Jeremy, I'll make it very
doesn't
clear
change
for
the
you.
fact what I
How
said.
do you know? How do you know your version of science is superior if you never did anything to confirm it?
Because my version.
Because Zanuck deadass
I'm asking
agreed.
Jeremy. If your
Zanuck
name is
deadass
not
agreed,
Jeremy,
and
please
now
stop
he's
talking.
disagreeing.
If your
Keep
name
that
is
in
not
mind,
Jeremy,
Jeremy.
please
Because
stop.
remember, I
Please
asked him what
stop.
I had wrong about
I'm
it.
asking Jeremy.
I'm obviously ignoring you.
Listen to
Remember the
Elijah.
conversation we had, Jeremy, where he
Jeremy, would you
agreed
mute
with
Elijah,
me
please?
with a hypothesis.
I'm asking
Mute
Jeremy
everyone.
specifically.
Hold on,
Control
guys.
yourself.
Yeah, one at a time, guys. One at a
Okay,
time.
The
want to
question
repeat
was
what you
for
said.
Jeremy.
So the very first sentence that came out of your mouth when you said all of that was, just because flat earthers have never done science. I just want to say
I meant
that.
I meant to say come up with anything new.
I'm just saying that's what you said. I realize that that may not be what
I
you meant.
rephrased it instantly. I rephrased it instantly and said, just because we've never come up with any new science doesn't mean that the method that we promote is the best method to use to coming as close as you can to possibly proving something in reality.
How do you know that if you've never done anything to confirm it?
Because I know, because when you manipulate an independent variable, you know what's happening. Like the heat and hot water, heat boiling water. We know it's heat because we put the heat to it. This whole thing
So
with the
basically
Eddington
you're saying
experiment
your
with the
method
bending of
is the best
space-time
because
is
it's the
not.
best.
Yo, why are you over talking me? I'm not telling you it's the best because it's the best. I'm giving you a specific example of why it's better.
But you didn't confirm it. You're just telling me it's the best because it's the best.
It has been confirmed because a lot of your bullshit gets changed. A lot of your science changes throughout the years, but heat still boils
No,
water.
we're talking about your science now.
That's how science works.
Okay, it really gets annoying, right? We are talking about empirical acquisition of knowledge here, so that immediate reality reflects what you try to learn, right? You place your acquisition of knowledge in the immediate reality and not, for example, in your mind. You know, there's always a correspondence to a phenomena, and this is why this method is so good. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, the method we use is good because we know, first of all, we know that the IV actually exists because we're manipulating it. Second of all, you know, if you just look at something, you don't know. You can't be sure that that's causing the effect just by looking at something.
Right,
That's
but
ridiculous.
can you please not say the method we use because you didn't do anything yet to confirm your method is superior. So don't say the method we use.
promote.
You've never used it.
Did you boil water, Jeremy?
Yes, the method we
Yes,
promote
you
or use,
validated
however you want to
hypotheses
phrase it.
before. No, don't let him
He's
phrase
being
that.
ridiculous.
We validated
No, I'm not being
hypotheses
ridiculous.
before.
You didn't confirm your
Yes,
method is superior
we've
because you didn't do anything.
We've
You just
confirmed
sit on your ass talking
hypotheses. We've
Discord.
confirmed hypotheses before. Yes, we have.
No, you haven't. You haven't done anything.
Water boils if you add heat to it.
Yeah,
Yes.
cool story, bro. Show your data.
Yeah, I boiled water.
Yeah, that's not data. That's just you speaking.
This guy, listen.
No, it's me. It's me proving a supposition.
No, you can't prove anything with words.
Eli,
Otherwise, I can just say
we gotta disengage. This is not a level of like.
I'm trying to tell you to
discourse.
disengage right now because I argued with Ed about for an hour one night because he tried telling me you can use an independent variable that you weren't sure if it even existed yet. Okay, so
yeah, it's called
I want to
discovering
get too
magnetism.
serious.
Yeah, it's discovering magnetism. When people had no idea what it was, they could do experiments with it anyway, just discovering it.
I mean, why would you need water boiling evidenced by data? I mean, you can just boil the water
No,
and
I
look at
want
it, right?
their scientific method. I want that there. Exactly.
That's what it is. That's
Jeremy,
the problem with you guys.
may I read an excerpt out of this paper by science.org? It's about the hypothesis, right? The scientific method is often thought of as a straightforward process from a hypothesis. Tests or try to disprove the hypothesis through experimentation and then revise the hypothesis. But this view can discount the role of purely observational research and pattern recognition, so-called discovery science, and, most importantly, understate the role of analysis and synthesis of concepts. So, what they're saying here, Jeremy, is that yes, the scientific method is robust and is used very often, but it doesn't encapsulate all the different ways that we can gather knowledge as a scientific community.
Which I actually I already, like, I don't know how many times a week I say in here that the scientific method isn't the only approach to knowledge.
Yeah, we can look.
QE says that all the time. Now, you just said something about observational science. Great, whatever that is, that's fine. But guess what? That would be a different epistemology, which means your approach to knowledge would have to be just like the method that Ed keeps saying we need to see it. Well, the method is you make a supposition to be tested. The supposition is the hypothesis. Then you see if it's true or false. What you're saying is there's more to life than just that. There's many other ways to validate truths about the world that isn't necessarily possible with just the stringent use of the scientific method and the way that we've talked about. I agree with you there.
Well, your method doesn't add up.
I'm almost. It's like I'm trying to get a middle ground, and it's like y'all are trying to burn the bridge.
No, I would love to respond. So.
Well, I was agreeing with you. Why are you responding? Like, you gonna disagree with me with agreeing with you?
I'm gonna disagree with part of your sentence. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So, the big thing is that I'm happy you agree with me, but I disagree with the reason why you agree with me. You talked about the search and the subject of knowledge, right? So, are you familiar with JTB?
Just tell me what you disagreed with specifically.
Exactly that. All of these methods, from observational to scientific method to the analysis of numbers and patterns, they all follow the idea of how knowledge is gathered. They have a belief, the belief is justified, and the belief is justified to be true.
Okay, I didn't disagree with that. So what are you disagreeing with?
When you responded, you did. You said that they're...
Yes, I did. I said the same thing you just said.
Okay.
The thing is, in observations, the interpretational framework may be different, like depending on which kind of theory you then adopt, right? Because if you only got observations and really can't verify it empirically with the method discussed before, right? Then there's always a bigger room for, inserting stuff which doesn't correspond to reality.
That's a great point. And the other aspect that we also have to consider is that we're not the designers of the universe. So the way that we understand knowledge in reference to cars and computers is vastly different. A lot of people talk about the clock. If we're not allowed to touch the clock, we just have to try to learn about it as much as possible by looking and interacting. Just because the methods are different doesn't mean that the conclusions are going to be wrong. Just because. That is an overarching statement, though.
Okay, if we were to both see a boiling hot spring out in nature, right?
Yeah.
And you go and you say, "Oh, I think it's this," right? You say, "Oh, I think it's I don't know. You come up, insert anything. You can say, I think it's acid boiling the water.
Yeah.
Right. There's a layer of acid on the ground boiling the water. But then I take some water and I start fucking with it. Right. I actually manipulate. I'm like, oh, I think when it gets, cold, it boils, and I get it cold. It doesn't boil. It turns to ice. And I try a whole bunch of different things. Right. And I finally come across heat. I'm like, you know what? Let me try this heat thing. Now, I put heat to it. The water boils. I've now verified that, oh, yes, it is the heat. You're just sitting there thinking it's acid still because you've never actually touched the water or manipulated anything to do with the water. That's why
then
this
comes someone with a vacuum chamber
That's why
who
this
doesn't
method.
need heat.
Hold on, one
That's
second.
That's why
Jeremy.
this method. That's why this method is better than anything else when it comes to proving cause and effect.
Here's the issue of what you just said, Jeremy. All you figured out is that heat boils water, but you know nothing about why that thing is found in nature. What is the cause of that heat? How is the earth generating that heat? Right? At what temperature is that water? Like, what you don't understand is, all right, great, you isolated something, but you didn't tell me jack shit about the original example. We still know fucking nothing about the spring, why it's there, and how it's heated. All you can fucking tell me is that water boils at this temperature at your elevation. Big fucking whoop.
No, wait a second.
Well, we now
don't
know
add the
how water
elevation. He didn't say elevation. He just said heat. He knows nothing
we
about
now
pressure.
know
He
we now
really
know how water boils. We now know how water boils, where you're sitting there thinking acid boils water because you've never touched it. You just had this theory, maybe decomposed animals makes the water boil. You have no idea what makes the water boil in your paradigm.
What's creating the heat?
He really thinks that the answer, that these are answerable. Well, you do know that there are questions that are unanswerable, right?
Great, Elijah. 1 second, but Jeremy, where does the heat come from?
No. Like, how would you
Elijah,
know
1 second,
why the
please.
spring is? Listen.
Elijah, 1 second, please.
How would you know why the
Elijah, 1
spring is
second,
there
please.
if
1 second.
you can't determine why?
Elijah, he was still talking. Control yourself.
Hold on, Eli. You can go next, bro. You can go next. I'll back out.
Jeremy, can you just answer my question before you back out and pass to Eli?
Yeah, go ahead. Hurry up.
I already asked. The question to you is just, where does the heat come from? You boiled it on the stovetop, so you had a range. You had gas. Where does the heat come from for the Earth?
Not relevant in the. Yeah, it's not even relevant in the question of why the water boils.
You're telling me that if we see a bubbling spring, the source of the heat is not relevant to the question.
You see water boiling. You're like, I wonder what causes water to boil. Yes, the spring's not even relevant anymore. Now we're just worried about what causes water to boil. I don't care about where the temperature of the earth makes the water boil or not anything like that. That's not the question. The question is what causes water to boil. We could, but that's not the. Yeah, but it's not relevant though to this.
But he's not even giving a good example because with a hot spring, okay, if you the caveman and you're like, ooga booga, I need to make this for some reason. You do it. Okay, now you know that heat causes water to boil. But if your question was, why the fuck is the water here boiling? What's going on? Well, you're going to have to do shit to figure that out. You're going to have to dig up some shit or something because you're not going to just think your way through it.
Well,
yeah, you're not going to be able to just.
I'd like to throw a little curveball in here a little bit, just with regards to what Jeremy said and Elijah, as well as a few others. You know, you got maybe the hypothesis. So Jeremy, you started going to the cold side and saw it didn't work. You got to then stop. Didn't work. Reformulate your hypothesis, and it should incorporate all the things like we think the molecules start vibrating, they start bouncing off each other, they do this and do that. All these things have to be part of your hypothesis. Because then you'll find out after you start doing the tests and manipulate the independent variable, the independent variables, plural, you'll narrow it down that it's not just heat. Hold on. Because I can put water in a vacuum and it will boil, regardless of the temperature. You know that, right?
No, because the heat, now you know that, and then this is something that vapor pressure is always going to be intrinsically linked to the process of water boiling. If you decrease the pressure, it takes less energy to boil the water. That's why it boils, not because of the lack of pressure.
Really? So we put water and you just remove the Remove the pressure.
Tell me how you remove the heat. Tell me how you remove the heat.
You don't have to remove the heat. Just remove the pressure.
Exactly.
You remove the heat. There's latent heat energy inside that state of the water. When you do remove that heat, when you move that pressure, those molecules now are going to break those bonds and will turn into a gas. Because the only thing keep them together was the pressure.
Well,
so you can say that the pressure. Hold on. Just follow me out. Because
did he cut out?
Saying the same thing I said. So I hate when they say no and then they say the same shit that I said. It's very annoying.
No. Never mind.
That was a really
we all know.
No, like I never want to hear that no again. Like I'm worried for you. Don't go to jail.
We all know that when you put your hands on something, you can prove shit more than by just looking at something.
Well,
Jeremy, you see the error of your logic, right? So your original statement was, why the fuck is water boiling in this field? And then you boil water in a fucking can, and I ask you about the field again, and you say, fuck the field. It doesn't even matter anymore. So
maybe I wasn't clear.
Yeah, you realize that you never answered anything about the original observation.
Yeah. Smooth, maybe I wasn't clear. We look at the hot spring boiling, and we say, I wonder why water boils. That's the question. Why does water boil? What causes water to boil?
Okay, great. You found out that it's heat, but can we go back to that scenario and tell me what the fuck is causing the heat?
Well, you're just standing there holding your dick thinking it's decomposed animals at the bottom of the spring causing the water to boil.
Well,
I know,
Jeremy, hold on. In the experiment, you are the cause. Isn't that right, Jeremy?
I didn't hear what you said.
In the experiment where you heat the water, you are the cause of the water boiling, isn't it?
Yeah,
right?
that's fine.
I put water in a
blender. Yo, I'm gonna answer him first, and then you go.
Yeah.
Okay?
So I was talking to Jeremy. So if you could control yourself, that would be great.
Jeremy, can I answer in your place?
Yeah. So I was talking to Jeremy. I don't want to talk to you.
Jeremy, can
no,
that's fair. Fine. No. Because I said the same thing to you earlier. I respect it. I don't even like this stuff.
Yeah. So I didn't cause the water to boil. The heat. Can you guys hear me?
Heat causes the water to boil.
Yeah, it wasn't me. It was heat.
So anytime water boils, it's heat that causes it to boil.
So are you saying it was a natural?
There and look at the water.
Hold on. I got to respond to this because it was my question. So are you saying then that the water boiling because of the heat that you added was a natural reaction?
Well, not in that instance. It's the experiment. You're experimenting with it, manipulating your independent variable. Of course, it's going to be.
Okay, so was it natural or did you do it?
Trying to do QE, and they just forget the caveat.
You, Elijah.
You find the phenomena in nature
I'm not talking
first.
to you, Elijah.
It's so
I'm not talking to you.
I can't believe it.
Talking to
Ed, you can't talk over him every time, Ed. I don't know what you think you're doing, but
I'm
he's
talking
free
to
to talk.
you, Jeremy, not him.
Okay, so when you do your experiment,
I was talking to you too, Jeremy.
Obviously, you're going to cause things to happen. It's called. Obviously, when you're doing your experiment, the experimenter is going to cause things to happen. That's how an experiment goes. You need to manipulate your independent variable. It was the heat. Yes, I put the heat to the water. It boiled. Yes.
What's the cause then? The heat or the experimenter?
Dude,
Jeremy, it's catching you in the area of looking at what are you trying to find what causes water to boil? Or are you trying to find what causes water to boil in that particular environment? That could be a science project on its own, or science methodology experiment in its own. You're trying to find the cause of the water boiling, as like, why does water boil? And you're going to say heat, and you'll be wrong, because I can easily go out and say, look, Jeremy, here's this water at that exact same temperature you did your test on, and I'm just going to put it in a vacuum and take the pressure out and watch it boil. Or I'm going to throw it in a blender and make it boil inside of a blender. We're going to say, oh, well, you created friction and that created the heat. Then you'd be partially right. But far as you're concerned.
You cut out, Xanac. Anyways,
well, I'll pick up where he
this
left
whole
off.
pressure thing
No,
is.
Jeremy, let's finish Xanac's point because it's a good one.
Can I?
Right?
I'm gonna respond to it. Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
go ahead.
respond
So
to
basically, he's saying that there are more than one way to boil water. So how do you know about these other ways if you're only doing heat?
Yeah, if you boil it, we're putting in a vacuum chamber. That's boiling, right?
Friction. Last time I heard,
isn't it, Jeremy? If you said if your hypothesis was
causes heat, which
if
causes
it's heat
water
that makes
to
water boil, and I put it in a vacuum chamber, make it to boil, doesn't that shoot down your hypothesis? Wasn't it not?
No,
detailed
because
enough?
the heat that is still latent in there, like you said, is enough to cause the water to boil if you decrease the pressure. If you know, but you know what? Never mind.
No,
Because
you're
Huey's
trying.
definitely
You're
doing a lot
reaching.
on
You're on the right.
the water boiling thing, and there's a lot of information going by, but I really didn't care about it because I didn't think that it was my bad. Did I cut you off? Because when you're done, I'm gonna go back to my point. Did I cut you off? Because maybe I did.
Yeah, you do that a lot, actually.
Xanac, if you feel like I cut you off, go ahead. But I'm gonna state what I'm saying.
So
Go
I
ahead.
just reduced. God, he's amazing. I just reduced the pressure and nothing else in the chamber, and it starts to boil.
Okay, cool. That's something we would figure out.
No, wait.
We would figure out
He
later.
literally stopped me from talking to say what we already heard him say.
Well, why? What do you have a problem with it? You're saying there's latent heat energy in the water being released. So
Again, I was making a point, and he well, actually, it was Ed, and I asked him if I interrupted. Clearly, I didn't, because he was already done. Because I heard him say that.
Well, tell me, Elijah, tell me what the latent
No,
heat
I
energy
want to actually say what I was saying.
You don't want to respond to his rebuttal?
Just someone take a
Just gonna
fucking
ignore
direction
it?
and keep going. Just someone say something.
He said it had latent heat energy, and somehow that made it boil. So maybe your theory should be, or your hypothesis should be, about latent heat, not adding heat. Because the hypothesis that Jeremy said, I add heat, I get water to boil, and he could make
Yeah, but if you decrease the pressure, there's already enough heat there for the water to boil when you decrease the pressure. But pressure and water boiling is intrinsically linked anyway.
Well, then maybe water. Then it's the pressure.
Hold
Then
on, Xanac, one sec. I think Elijah, what you're failing to recognize is that when we ask the question of why the fuck water's boiling in the field, Jeremy, all he's saying is he's putting heat in. Xanac is saying, all right, that's great. You've put fucking heat in water and you boiled it. But depending on your elevation, it could be different. And then Xanac is going on to say, well, that's cool and all, but if I take room temperature water, I can boil it with a vacuum chamber. We're saying this because just because you ran this hypothesis, you guys really know nothing about the original source or the original observation. You have a limited knowledge of why water boils and the issues that you think that you guys are correct in. So all these points are to demonstrate that there are multiple ways to do science and that your QE method is not inclusive.
May I possibly add something?
You would be using the same method, decreasing the pressure. It's the same exact method. You would still need a hypothesis, and you would still carry out that test. Whether it was going at the top of a mountain, you would have a hypothesis still. I don't get it. Anyway, like Jeremy, we're well, maybe this is fun for you at this point. Like I'm sitting here talking. I'm sitting here talking. I'm sitting here talking.
Hold on. We know the dependent variable. We know the dependent variable.
I'm sitting here talking.
Elijah, you gotta stop.
Can you take your mic
I'm
out of
sitting
your mouth?
here
though?
talking.
Can you take your mic out of your mouth?
Hey, look, this is what's gonna happen if I keep getting interrupted. So I could just not get interrupted. So the bottom line is, they're not even rebuttaling anything because they agree with us. They're going to use the method while telling us that's why you're wrong. Like I don't get it. Like they're not even being reasonable at this point. I don't even know how, because I'm answering them like they're for real. Like that's how dumb they sound to me right now. Is I don't know if they're for real, but I'm putting my energy into this conversation as if I think they're dead serious. This is a problem.
Some of them are serious. Some of them are definitely serious with this, but it doesn't change the fact that we make the observation: water boiling. We want to test it. What causes water to boil? Right? That's what natural science does. They look for cause and effects. What do? We get some water. We do different stuff to the water to see when it boils. We finally come across heat. Heat causes the water to boil. Great. We figured out heat causes water to boil.
Right, but Jeremy,
it's really that simple.
Sorry, let me get
no
in first.
No one's arguing that you found out that information. What we're arguing is that you can't answer anything about the original observation, and that your understanding is limited. Everyone agrees.
The original observation was water boiling.
Right. Why is the water boiling? All right, not just because of heat, but where's the heat coming from the earth to make that water boil?
Dude, the observation is water boiling. We're trying to figure out a cause to water boiling. We put heat to water.
Sorry,
the
Jeremy,
water boils.
Do you see pans and stovetops in the middle of nature? Do you?
Of course not. No, of course not.
But your answer, they can't be for real, bro.
I know.
My question is, why the hell is Earth creating heat?
Whatever Earth is doing.
Oh, that doesn't matter. Got it.
But okay, well, if it matters to you, that just because the source of the heat matters to you doesn't mean what we're saying about the byproduct of the source being the heat causing the water to boil is wrong, because we're not acknowledging that. You don't have an epistemology to acknowledge that question either. So I don't even know, fam. Take a nap, seriously.
Anyways, yeah, Jeremy, there's an issue there, because like what we're saying that is important is that if you're seeing water boil from the ground, it is part of the question of why that heat's getting there. You can't just hand wave that away. You can't just say,
there's a whole bunch. I understand that, Smooth. There's a whole bunch of questions that have gone unanswered, right? We can only answer one question at a time. The first question we had was, what could be a cause for water boiling? We're not even saying that's the only cause. But when we do this experiment, we've now figured out a cause for water boiling. It works out great.
Great. Can we move past the water boiling? Can we focus on the other parts that we don't understand? Why is the water there?
So you figure out that that the heat causes the water to boil, right? Next step is to find out where's the heat coming from. I don't know why you guys are like.
That's a whole other thing we could do.
Right, but I don't know why you guys are arguing this. There's nothing to argue.
Okay, fine. Let's play with
each other. Elijah, you did this last time. Can I see the word in this time without you yapping over me?
So no, I want to know. Hold on, Eli.
Smooth. Okay.
Hold on. Let Xana go. You can go next. You're next, Eli. I'll back off.
So we know the temperature of the water. We're not changing the temperature. We're not adding any heat. We remove the pressure. So that shows the water starting to boil. You can't say, oh, we added the heat, or the heat's part of what's making it. Well, you can kind of say that, because we know that the energetic molecules that already have the same temperature, now they're able to create this change of state, which reduces what happens when it changes state. You know what happens with latent heat energy, Elijah? Do you know what happens there? What happens to the temperature of the water when it does boil?
The same shit.
Danik, I've already said that heat isn't the only cause the water boiling.
I know, but when
no.
I know when you have a hypothesis,
the same thing happens. Evaporation. What's your point?
No, it's not evaporation.
No, what's happened like in the atomic?
What do you mean it's not evaporation?
Evaporation is different.
What?
You have a boiling.
Like what's causing the
okay, which results in the evaporation of the water.
That's not the same. Evaporation
it's turning into vapor gas.
Did you not hear him speaking, Elijah? Seriously, control yourself, dude.
It's unbelievable. So you don't
for real,
understanding that there are several reasons why the water will change states, and it does take energy to change the states, right? We know that water can stay liquid, even if it can be liquid or a solid at a certain temperature, and it's not until a certain amount of energy is removed, then the temperature doesn't drop, then it freezes. Same thing when it boils. It gets to a certain temperature, it doesn't boil, add a little heat to it. The temperature doesn't change. That energy allows it to change states. So you're saying, so as Jeremy said, there's a lot of reasons why water boils. And if you do it science and using the science methodology, you do multiple experiments. So one experiment would be add heat. Oh, we saw it boil. Okay. We don't at that point say it's validating our hypothesis, because hopefully our hypothesis is a little more detailed. So then you lower pressure. Oh, that made it boil too. What happened there? Let's talk about it. You'll reformulate your hypothesis eventually to really describe the true cause of why the water boils. And it's not just heat.
Okay, profound. Back to Smooth. What do we do to determine what's causing the heat in the earth?
What do we do? Like, what does my team do? What does your team do? Or what do I do?
No, it's not. It's not my team. Your what? Actually, I listen to what I'm saying very carefully. Don't change it in your mind. Just take it as pure as I'm saying it. We're talking about something specific, okay? And it only goes but so far. Supposition as to what's causing the heat. I mean, what's causing the water boiling? Floor is hot. Maybe it's heat. The thing that comes from the sun, or the thing that when we do fire. Let's put that underwater. Oh, great. Is there a fire under the earth? Is there a sun under the earth? What is it? Okay, how do we answer that question?
Let's say Hawaii. You see lava going into the water and it's causing it to boil or like steam. Then that's an observation right there, right in front.
There you go.
Yeah, I mean that is it. But basically,
look, now we're doing your portion of it. Now we're having fun, right?
But what we do is we use really fancy technology, and basically, because geysers are a result of thermal channels heating water, shallow water pools. And we can figure out a lot of this. So we basically start recognizing that a lot of geysers are found near volcanoes. We start using a lot of sonar technology. We start mapping it all out, and then we start to understand. Then we go further and we say, well, if the magma is heating the water, right, then where's the magma coming from? So now we even have to go further down the rabbit hole, because we're still trying to answer the question, why the fuck is this hot water here? So we know the hot water is now being heated by magma, but now we have to go and find that. And that's eventually how we get to the idea of a molten core with shifting plates and stuff like that. So one simple little question, gets pretty detailed. Much more than just, all right, I put I fucking boiled water in a pot. That doesn't tell me anything. So like
in concave earth, they have it as various like plates underneath the earth, various layers of water, magma, oil, and then ending with layers of metals.
That's kind of similar to ground earth, where there's like layering, different layers.
I mean, it's just you guys have to understand that one of the things that pisses off all the Globers is when you say that like we don't understand science and we talk to you guys about it. And when we have like questions, we don't never go past the idea of water boiling. Like the amount of things that we're bringing up about why the water boils, like magma and venting and all this other shit, none of that's addressed by you. You have no methodology to continue observations in your education and testing.
Yeah, we admit that. Okay.
Do you see the issue with that?
Not an issue. It's a choice. Unless you're going to be a dictator.
I know, but do you see the issue with that choice? Do you see
Like
the downside?
I just gave you an answer, and you can see the issue with a homeless person's choice to be homeless. Like I do, but I'm sure they feel justified. So, yeah, I feel justified, and from that example, you can act as the person who doesn't understand the person who's homeless, me, and you can go ahead and take that answer and not be confrontational any further.
You're homeless? Is that what you're saying?
No, but if that's what you took it to mean, then by all means, go ahead and consider me homeless, man. I don't know what else I could do to not be adversarial to you, brother.
I mean, I guess what a lot of Globers are trying to express recently is that the idea of knowledge encapsulates a lot more than just a scientific method. And if you look at the history of knowledge from,
Yeah,
philosophy,
I agreed
sounds
with
like
you
you're interested
because
in.
I was the first one to say that before you
Right.
said it. So yeah.
That's cool. But the fact that you sound like you're into knowledge, I don't understand. Like, that knowledge requires you to have a justified true belief. So if you're going to have a belief that the earth is flat, where's your justified true belief? And if you're going to believe that all our evidence is wrong, every rejection needs a justified true belief for the rejection as well. It's one of the requirements.
Well, when you come across the flat earther that makes you feel that way, address them. Because your first conversation wasn't with me. My first conversation wasn't with you. And I think people like you and I get that confused. This is what we get confused. That I need to talk to you like you're Xanic, even though I've never met you before. Now, of course, I've met you by now. We've had a couple of conversations, but what I'm saying is, this is the problem. This is the problem. There's too much generalizing and stereotyping going on, and you know what? It's not like I don't know anybody that's really not guilty of that. You guys know where I hang out. You guys know where I be at. So I'm applying that standard across the board. But all I know is the person who was genuinely asking questions since this whole thing started. I know I was ridiculed by my friends and family. I'm not looking for a pity party to change this conversation to get a win off of empathy or anything like that. The point being that unless you and I sit down and personally speak about why I believe what I believe and you believe what you believe, this thing that we're doing right now is really disingenuous, only because we're not giving ourselves a chance to actually communicate with one another like we're human beings, the same way that I would do if I were to bump into someone on the street, the same way I would do if I were to meet someone through a friend or at a club. That's not what we do here. We get into a mode here, and that's different. I don't want to be a part of that. I don't think y'all know that. I'm trying to fix it.
I'm sorry to jump in. Like, this might be really random, but are y'all still talking about mass and energy?
Actually, I was talking to Chase about it in the chat. I don't know, Chase, are you available to speak up or no? If not, it's cool.
Yeah, we're never going to be done talking about it because these guys, I don't know. These guys think their math shows something, or because they think mass can be converted into energy and it can do the same thing. That's highly fallacious.
How do you think all those Japanese people died?
Jeremy,
I can name probably 2-3 incidences where Japanese dudes were killed, right? 2 of them in World War II, 1 of them 10 years ago in the fucking, was it Fukushima, whatever it's called. And it's all because of a fission reaction. and a fission reaction only caused that destruction, or was utilized to obtain the energy from
Okay,
the
I'm not
fact that
doubting
it was
that.
decaying the mass. I mean, the neutrons were decaying, and the mass was converted to energy.
I'm not doubting that you can turn mass into energy, just like I can turn water into ice or water into water vapor. Okay, I'm not doubting these things. However, water and water vapor don't do the same things. If I throw a gallon of water at you, you get wet. If I throw a gallon of ice at your head, you might get concussed.
No, they don't do all of the same things. That's not to say that there's not things that apply to both of them. There are certainly things that all three of them are interchangeable. As I said earlier, like if you wanted to split if you wanted to take the oxygen or hydrogen from ice or water or steam, you would obtain the same amount. In all cases. So in that case,
okay, but they can't do the same thing.
Turn mass into energy. We understand that. That's a barbecue. That you burn the coal. You get fire. You get heat to cook the food. Like it. We know that.
No one's saying that.
No, I mean we know that mass can convert to energy. So what's the problem?
That was Jeremy was just contending that just a second ago.
You said Jeremy was what?
I'm not doubting you can turn mass into energy. I'm not doubting that. That's fine. I'm saying they can't. You don't know if they can do the same thing or not. You made a claim that they can do the same thing, but you don't know because you've never tested it.
Well,
we know that water and ice and water vapor don't all do the same thing, even though we can convert them from one to another.
I said that earlier, but I've been talking to Jason in chat. Jason has more experience with this stuff. He actually described plenty of chemical and molecular tests, and not just tests, but just descriptions that have been used for quite a while that are only explained because of the effect that the energy has on space-time.
Oh my God! So you're saying now you do have an experiment or a test or a demonstration showing that energy can bend space-time. All right, let's see it.
I've been waiting for this.
Well, he was
Sorry. Go ahead.
Describing the orbital path of the electron, for example, is almost described. Is predicted due to the energy of the electron, and this shows you how it's going to affect space-time and why they have the orbitals they have.
Oh, an electron?
Yes, I was surprised.
Serious?
Yeah.
Okay, is that a subatomic particle?
Yeah.
That would still be observing a phenomenon, right? Like you're not manipulating anything.
No, I mean it's like I said, it sounds like at least for what he was saying, it sounds like these were predicted based on the relativistic or based on relativity. The orbitals would have been predicted.
That is sad.
So these subatomic particles that he's using, these electrons, that's quantum mechanics, right?
I mean, there's quantum mechanics involved, sure. There's also atomic physics involved. There's also chemistry involved. Electron. There's also electricity involved.
So this is the quantum scale, right? These electrons.
Sure.
And GR works at the quantum scale.
I mean, I suppose in this aspect, when people say that the theories aren't compatible, they don't mean that they don't share some of the same truths. Like as far as I know, quantum field theory is built on the same premise that space-time is a thing, on the same descriptions of space-time. Like this, I think it was Paul Dirac or whatever. He used space-time to come up with his theory, his field theory, the field theory of quantum electrodynamics.
That may very well be absolutely true. You know what's interesting about that, Jeremy, is quantum field theory. It is not the portion of quantum mechanics possibly that would have been experimentally validated. That's the other shit that they be talking about. You know what I mean? The pseudoscientific portion of it. That's equivalent to GR.
That's crazy, dude. First of all, GR, general relativity, is one of the most robustly tested theories since it's been out. It's one of the most accurate descriptions of the cosmos and of gravity as a force and all this, like the universe as a whole. And the next best theory, or possibly a even better theory describing reality, is quantum field theory. These are two of the most successful theories in science.
All right, does an electron have mass, Kosho? Does an electron have mass?
Yes.
Okay, so why are you telling me you're supposed to be using energy?
Yes.
Just for the
why
record,
are you showing me mass? Why are you showing me mass? You're supposed to be showing me energy.
The electron's mass is typically measured in electron volts.
Okay, if this electron has mass and Kosho's telling me energy bends space-time, why is he showing me mass?
Because I was talking about the energy, and I wasn't talking about the mass. The electron's mass is consistent.
It's there. Yeah. The electron has mass.
But obviously they can gain energy, which is why it goes up. It goes up orbitals. Like you can impart energy.
Dude, electrons don't orbit. That model's so old, it's not even funny. That's right next to phlogiston. Well, electrons orbiting?
The orbital.
Yeah, do electrons orbit?
Not in like a gravitational orbit, but yeah, they orbit the cloud. There's a orbital. Yeah, there's what do you call that? A probability cloud. It's not like an orbit, like a gravitational orbit, though.
Don't they appear and reappear?
I don't know if I would
virtual photons. I don't know about virtual electrons. Virtual photons are a thing.
Photons. You're right. My bad.
Okay, it's just the shape of it, dude. It's not orbiting. So what, bro? Dude, you're supposed to be showing me energy bending space-time. You brought me mass bending space-time.
Yeah,
that was a good try, though. I'm not going to lie. That was a good try. You almost had me.
Jace is saying right here, dude, says in the experiment, electrons' rest mass is constant, as I said, and the energy is what's varied, leading to the observed contraction or expansion, I'm assuming, of the orbitals, the electron clouds.
So they give the electron more energy and it gets bigger?
Clouds do.
So how is this the bending of space-time?
Like I said, I'm learning this from Jace, dude, so I'm not...
Your boy Jace is digging a hole and you're about to get in it. You better call 811.
So is Jace digging the grave and Kosho's about to lay in it?
Yeah, you better make sure Jace called 811 before he starts this.
I want to say one thing. Supposedly,
that's the number you dial before you dig a hole.
Whatever. I appreciate him looking for something because I will look at it.
I mean, I looked for it previously. I didn't find anything online, and it wasn't until I asked Jace that he told me that he already shared with me in the chat. Oh, and he's saying it's curving space-time, thus contracting or expanding the orbitals. He's saying that's the shape of the orbitals is a product or consequence of the warping of space-time, the contracting and expanding of space-time it's doing.
But that's supposed to be a naturally, like, how do you manipulate that?
By imparting the energy. So you give them more or less energy.
This was a valiant effort. I'm not gonna lie, Kosho. This was tight, but
it's not my effort.
Still not gonna do it.
It's not my
effort. Then what's wrong about it? You're just saying nuh-uh.
I'm not just saying nuh-uh. Kosho was supposed to bring me energy bending space-time. What he did was he brought me mass, and then he put energy into it, and it got bigger. That's not bending of space-time.
Yeah, but what Jace was telling me earlier is the predictions of cloud of the shells or whatever. It's a prediction that used relativity to make those predictions. So they were able to make the predictions of what the shells would be, of how it would be warped, based on the energy that's there, and general theory of relativity.
Okay, let's see it. Let's see this electron bending space-time.
He gave me a list of some tests or some. He gave me some list. Let me put some of them on.
You don't have to show us. Just show us the math.
No, I don't. Fuck the
It's
math.
the same math.
This whole math is how we got into this rabbit hole. Show me the video or the picture of how space-time's bending, or the demonstration of how space-time's bending.
You're so silly, dude.
Why am I silly? You guys are claiming this thing happens, and I want to see a demonstration of this thing happening, and you're saying I'm silly?
I just told you the way that this would be confirmed is you would make the predictions beforehand, and to make the predictions, you would use relativity and the energy, and make predictions on what the what sort of warping space-time should be doing in this instance, and then you would test to see if that's what happened. You're not making a video of this. You know what I mean?
Right. And that's why I say it's a different method, right? Like when you were saying it's the same, and I was like, no, it's different.
Bro, are you fucking pissing right now?
No, I'm taking a shower, but clearly it's a different method. So it's not even like you can disagree because y'all aren't using the same method. You don't really have a disagreement. He's just telling you his methodology for how he's coming to his conclusion. You asking him to actually show it and demonstrate it to you in the way you're asking is ridiculous, because that's not what his epistemology calls for. She calls for beliefs and theory. Sorry, I had to add that at the end.
There's an MTV or something like that where there's some sort of video confirmation that needs to be established for it to be true. So I'm not sure what epistemology you would have to require that. But in this case, it's this prediction-based experiment. This prediction-based experiment that's based off hypotheses and this type of stuff. This sort of method is a fairly decent way to do science and come up with answers. So
fairly decent.
Yeah, fairly decent.
Even if there was a video, CGI.
Exactly. Dude, I was actually about to pull up a fucking computer-generated fucking
Can I have a
animation just to show you.
Kosho, can I ask you some questions? Can I have a minute with you? Do you mind?
I suppose, but I will say, like I said, I've only recently learned about these chemical and so I'm only passing this information on.
When he says
I
recently,
think you can answer my question.
When he says recently, he means in the last 3 minutes.
Yeah, the last
literally
10
5 minutes. 5 10
Okay.
minutes, yeah.
What were you guys talking about?
Well, it sounds like you understand it. That's why I want to ask.
Well, I was already aware of the Dirac had used relativity to come up with quantum field theory. I wasn't aware of the electron cloud being a product of curved space-time and energy.
So here's what we can do. You can ask the question.
Right there is what I want to ask about.
You can ask the question. Jace will answer the question, and then Kosho will repeat his answer.
Most likely.
Yes, that's what's going to happen.
I don't see a problem with it. Sounds good to me.
Okay, so this is what I wanted to ask you, Kosho. Don't you think that you should be able to test this a different way? Like, why are we using electrons and all these things that are also in contention?
Well, because you'd have to. First of all, if somebody is contending electrons, and no offense to anybody here who is, but
atomic particles, not electronics.
Yeah, no, but those are electrons. Electrons, the particles.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Yes, and their model and the idea of them. Anyone who's contending this is either a genius and they have information that I haven't read yet, or something, or is not available to me but exists somewhere, or they're just lacking, a big foundation in this idea, because electrons and the idea behind them are the backbone of chemistry, for example, almost entire, and the chemistry is almost entirely based on the electron and the model for it, and things like that. So there's a lot that rides on our model of the electron being accurate and true. You know what I mean? So it's
I'm
not
almost home. I'm almost home. We'll pick this up tomorrow. I'd like to have Witsit here with me when we go over this electron thing. All right.
I mean, Jeremy, you can't really argue the existence of electrons, as Kosho said.
Well, we'll see.
Well, like organic chemistry specifically, it's all almost every chemical bond, almost all 90, I would say 98% are all due to electron interaction.
That's fine. I'd still like to have Witsit here with me over this electron.
Yeah, when you create electrostatics and you zoom in with an electromagnetic lens, you're not actually seeing a sphere with a tiny sphere revolving around it, though.
Right, it's just a model. It's just
Right,
another
but
model.
that's why we say electron cloud. You know.
But when you affirm that, these things on an atomic scale are real, are you even considering that what you're observing isn't what they claim?
Well,
I mean, my bad. You clearly already accept it all. Never mind.
The mass is understood. The size is understood. The size versus the cloud it makes up is understood. And all these things have been substantiated and tested 100 years ago, even. Like when they would shoot things at foil, shoot particles through a lattice of, say, I don't know, lead or something. I forget which one specifically. But, in order to see exactly how small the nucleus was compared to the this negative charge that this material is giving off, which would be the electron component of it. So it's like these sort of things are kind of, I mean, even at that scale, are the model substantiated. Plus the effects of the model, like the negative charge, the chemical interactions, all these other things. Yes, I mean, I don't know. It's kind of well beyond well established,
Okay, so you add energy to an electron, and then it bends space time. Is that what happened?
This is what I'm finding out. Yeah.
Okay, so we have mass bending space time, and then you add energy to it, and it bends more space time. I don't see where.
How can we see this?
I don't know how this doesn't even follow.
Well, like I said, electron clouds can be, like I just described a minute ago with the kind of how they were able to detect the size of the nucleus compared to the size of the the atomic, structure itself, by these interactions with like foil sheets and bombarding it with stuff. I think you do the same kind of test with the same kind of test to determine the electron cloud shape and that kind of thing. So, but this is what I would assume that how the test would be based off of. They're based on stuff like that to make.
You got your electron cloud. You put energy to it. You now have a bigger electron cloud that bends space time. This is not you already claimed that mass can bend. I'm not contesting that mass can bend space time.
There's no difference in mass. The warping of space time, it can't be mass based in that example. There's no difference.
The electron cloud got bigger, but there's no more mass.
Exactly.
So, would you ever consider that mass could be energy? And there's nothing different between the two.
Well, there obviously is differences, but I do think, like I said, they can be transferred from one to the other. It's obviously a difference, though.
All right, so the electron's bending a certain amount of space time, and then you add the energy to it, and it bends more space time.
Well, that first part is an assumption because I'm not sure if that's been measured. The bending of space time with just an electron.
Well, that's what you're saying. I thought this was the thing that you were bringing to show me a bending of space time.
Yeah, but the energy of the electron cloud, the energy of the electron, and the size and shape of the electron cloud, but the warping and bending of space time due just to the mass of the electron. I'm not sure that this is something that's been shown before.
I don't know where.
Do you think we'll have a better model than atomism in the 100 years? My bad. Go ahead.
Answer your question, Jeremy. I don't personally, and this is what I had asked for.
Good question.
Oh, wait, was that for me? I said, do you think we're going to be using this model of atomism in 100 years?
I think it'll be an improved model that will include the same information that this model has. Yeah.
Because when I look up atomism and I start reading about, protons being 99% massless, electrons being 100 times smaller than a proton, rotating around a nuclei, and that's also 99% massless. Why do you think they say that?
Well, they don't say that. I think you might have either you said it wrong or
no. Tell me I'm wrong. That's fine. Yeah, I want to know. What do you think?
Well, protons aren't 99% massless. I think you're saying the atomic structure is 99% empty. Really, that's because the electron cloud kind of makes up the size, and the electron cloud is just the electron in different positions, or the probability of the electron in different positions.
Right, and they consider the cloud 99% massless, right?
Well, they consider it just the mass of the electron. Like, if it's a single electron cloud, it's whatever the mass of the.
What did they say?
Is, yeah.
I don't want to.
Like I said, I think what you're saying is empty space, like 99.999 empty space.
Yeah, this is like a funny little way that they have to describe what they can't identify. It's like things traveling between these spaces, right?
Well, no, like I said, it's based on the probability, the probability of the electron in its position, amongst other things. So it doesn't, yeah.
So it's a bunch of positions that they assume is going to be within, right?
A bunch of
this shit is so nuts. This shit is so nuts. They say you could slap a table and eventually your hand will pass right through the table.
I don't think they say that. I think they say there's a probability that your hand can pass through the table. But the probability,
we have
when you try to calculate that probability, I think it's enormously too small to be concerned with.
It's one of those things where the universe could last 3 times its current age, and you might get one atom that tunnels through to the other side, kind of thing.
I think a single electron or a single atom tunneling, that would have to happen with all the atoms and electrons in your hand at the same time, basically.
There's a chance an elephant will hold itself by its tail, hanging on a branch over a cliff. You can't tell me there's not a small chance of that happening. So we have the math to show that.
Well, pi is infinite, so you can actually assign a letter to each number, and eventually you can find all of Shakespeare's plays in pi.
That's unlikely. 100 Monkeys will print Hamlet eventually, just to give them enough time.
No, what he just said is essentially it's true. There's a website called the Library of Babel.
Yeah.
And you know about this probably.
That's where Kosho got his language from, the Library of Babel.
He was babbling.
I heard somebody say something before about something is just simply an electron charge. I just want them to. I know they know what I'm talking about. Whoever said that before. Maybe they're not here anymore.
Yeah.
What did they say was simply an electron charge?
That's what I'm wondering. I'm trying to remember.
I don't know. They were probably
Maybe they said the mass. Oh, I know. Yes, somebody had said it was Extremistus. He said the mass of the electron is usually described in electron volts. I think is maybe what you heard.
The mass of an electron, or the mass of
it's described in electron volts. Yeah, usually.
Yeah, subatomic particles are usually described in terms of electron volts.
Subatomic particles. That's what you said. Thank you. So all things are comprised of subatomic particles. I just want to understand how people really look at, because they're going to tell us what atomism is, but then everybody's going to, have their own little way to describe it, right? That's what I want.
Basically, the way it came down to it was people started saying like, "What's the smallest building block of anything?" And they used the Greek word tome or something like that. Whatever, we derived it from the Greek word, which was like fundamental building block, something like that. But that was the greatest technology we had at the time when we found the atom. You know, we weren't able to dive deeper when we named it. But upon further inspection, we found that atoms are made up of neutrons and protons and electrons. And like,
Wait a second. When was the electron microscope invented?
The electron microscope? I don't know.
It had to have been after atomism, right? Became a philosophy.
Yeah, I'll look it up
You might want to double check that. I'll do it if you want me to, but I'm pretty sure. Yeah, you can't say that they saw an atom and then came up with the microscope to be able to see one after.
1931.
The electron was discovered before the electron microscope.
The atom was.
At least I think it was.
How did they claim that they're observing atoms?
Well, hold on. We'll get back there. Let me just finish the point. The big idea about subatomic particles is that now it is our understanding of the smallest building block. So at the time the atom was, then we saw that there's protons, neutrons, electrons. Now we're seeing that there's quarks and phases and photons and neutrons and neutrinos and all this other shit. So it's gotten a lot deeper, our understanding.
And then there's string theory.
Well, string theory doesn't really touch on like the particles themselves. We're just talking about like the deeper.
Well, it tries to describe them as vibrating strings. Uses the same model and then just says that each one is just a different.
Yeah, string theory came way after atomism. I'm assuming right now.
Yeah, 25.
String theory, I want to say, was 70s or maybe 80s.
Yeah, something like that.
Doesn't that sound like a little bit of patchwork to you? Like something being incomplete and needing more explanation?
Well,
has anybody ever told you sound like ODD?
Stop peeing, Elijah.
I'm showering, something you don't know about.
So string theory, I don't even think it's really accepted mainstream science. The problem with string theory is it makes a lot of predictions, as Jeremy was saying earlier, that you can't even test, that we don't even have the ability to test right now. So it's just basically a lot of theories that we don't know if it's correct in any way. And by the way, just for nothing else though, I think string theory is based on 11 dimensions.
Well, it includes 11 dimensions, yeah.
Yeah. So
I mean,
if you think,
guys, I don't know what that means. What is 11 dimensions? What are the 11? That I don't get it.
Nobody does, unless you're a string theorist.
How do you even say that? What does it mean?
Well, one explanation once before. I don't know how accurate it is, but you do know that, like, if you actually, it is. I'm pretty sure it's partially accurate, but yeah, you know how if you have a line which is a one-dimensional, a line is one-dimensional, which includes a zero-dimensional point expressed in time. Like if you were to observe a point over time, you would end up with this one-dimensional line. And same thing with a line. If you observed a line over time, like if you were described as one line plus time, you would end up with this two-dimensional, whatever shape whatever shape the line was moving. Like it could be a square. Let's say a square. Same thing in 3 dimensions. You take that square and you observe it over time, you're gonna have this 3-dimensional structure. And so the other, I forget all the other ones, but one is like if you take all of the if you were to take all of the events that would ever occur, basically. So you take all the events the possible events that could possibly occur.
That's the 8th dimension.
Yeah, it's basically it
keeps
going.
Yeah, so here it is. So we live in the 4th dimension. 5th dimension, a world similar to ours, has the same beginning as our planet. But the noticeable difference between our world and the other is Our different selves make different decisions. That's the fifth dimension. Sixth dimension. This dimension becomes a plane of new worlds, allowing us to see all possible futures, presents, and pasts, stemming from an original origin point. Seventh dimension. Beyond this point, new universes may contain the What's up?
Now, can you put a nice bow on this and connect it all back to atomism somehow? Like, what does it have to do with atomism again?
Yo, let me just tell you, hold on real quick before we move off this string theory thing. I just want to point out how ridiculous it is. They think that everything's made up of these one-dimensional strings. Okay? If you know anything about how dimensions, there is nothing in our reality that is one-dimensional. Everything, literally everything, is 3D.
No, that's not true. We experience everything in 3D. We do.
Show me something 2D. Show me some 2D stuff. How about a 1D thing? That's even more.
3D. Yeah, the edge of a three-dimensional object, for example.
Let's see it.
The surface of a sphere. Hey, anything that's giving you two coordinates is two-dimensional. If you have a length and a width, that's two-dimensional.
No, you can make it up and say it's two-dimensional. However, it will 3 dimensions to it in reality.
Yeah, two-dimensionality is abstract. You can only represent it really on paper.
Yeah, that surface of a sphere thing, that's just made up. You can't hand me the surface. Hand me the surface of a sphere.
The surface of anything.
Hand me the surface of anything.
Yeah, but it's not about handing it to you. It's about describing it. So you would describe it in 2D, even though because we live in 3D, we can actually experience all 3 dimensions of this object. Like if a surface has bumps and stuff, we can see how those bumps are represented in 3 dimensions. But if you're describing that surface, you're describing it in 2 dimensions.
String theory says there's these one-dimensional objects that exist. That is literally ridiculous. Every object is 3D.
Yeah, listen to Jeremy interpret string theory. That's rich.
That's not what he did. No one's trying to.
Okay, here we go.
String theory.
No, I'm not saying you're wrong.
I'll read it.
I kind of agree with you.
String theory proposes that the fundamental constituents of the universe are one-dimensional, quote-unquote, strings. Okay? One-dimensional. That's not me interpreting it.
No.
That is...
I didn't disagree with you. I just think it's funny that you're talking like you understand string theory when there's 100 people in the whole world, or maybe 1,000 people in the whole world that understand string theory.
From the sentence I just read, there's nothing to understand. It's nonsense. There are no one-dimensional things. That's not even a real thing.
The thing is, I would actually interpret that the opposite of that is, based on what you just read, you think you're right, and you're not right in terms of that there's more to understand.
Can I just say this, please? Anybody acting like they can truly defend string theory as if it's truth and they understand it, and they're going to tell someone, how do you know string theory? Bro, how are you telling anybody what string theory is?
That's sort of my point. Jeremy's trying to tell us that it's bullshit. Or whatever.
He read what
I'm telling you it's bullshit. Hold on, Electric. I'm telling you it's bullshit. Or was that Apocrypha? I get you guys mixed up. Either way. I'm telling you it's Electric. I'm telling you it's bullshit because there's no such thing as one-dimensional objects. That doesn't exist.
Right, and I think that's... Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
That's it. I don't need to know anything more string theory. Okay? One-dimensional objects. You got me on that.
This is what Trump's point is, that Electric's criticism really only applies to Jeremy in this case, because nobody else is making a validity claim as far as string theory goes.
In fact, I specifically said it's generally not considered mainstream.
I know what string theory is. They're trying to invoke particle physics on time. They really want to say that time is acting in a new dimension and that it's physically doing it on a quantum scale. They're just trying to quantify time on the quantum scale. There's some dumb shit. That's what I get from it.
Time is already involved in things like quantum field theory and things like that. They're trying to they're trying to come up with a theory that explains everything, because it does. They do have so they've been able to make predictions that that correctly their predictions will correctly come up with the particles, and I think also the antiparticles, and also things like gravity and the graviton and that kind of stuff. So it comes up with its predictions lead to the same things that we have, and some of the problems that it has is the things like it requires the 11 dimensions.
The energies required to test it are not feasible right now.
Right.
The scales and the energy requires really, I mean, obviously one-dimensional scales almost, but close. And then just the energies required are not currently feasible.
But the reason the people who do have faith in it or whatever, the reason they have faith in it is because of the predictions that it makes that both satisfy things we already know to be true and also things we haven't yet been able to accurately describe in one model.
I think there's actually a version of gravity that comes out of string theory.
Yeah.
It's a quantum type of gravity. It's not general relativity. It's something else.
Yeah, I think it predicts the graviton, I think. But as far as I remember, I think one of the tests for it requires a particle accelerator, like the size of the Earth or something like that.
I just want to understand string theory. Like, I like, if you think you can explain it to me, please help me, because I feel like I'm still in square one.
I can barely explain to you what I did today. Okay.
Yeah.
But I can show you. I can show you this cool video I saw that does a good job of explaining it. Hold on.
This is the wrong forum to learn about string theory.
Really?
I know what Kosho did today. He went to the Babel.com and tried to
just imagine dimensions. That's string theory.
Babel some more, Kosho.
Yeah, well, at some point I want to get to derail the conversation, but I have crazy shit too. Remember, I was alluding to these square earthers.
Yeah, I want to talk to them.
Cube Earth?
Oh, well, which are essentially like, because remember, a square is a two-dimensional shape. It's not like they're saying it's a cube. Okay, so
bring them dudes in here, Eli.
Yeah, but so is a plane.
I don't. This dude, first of all, is like a super dick. I tried to bring up something about an eclipse, and he was like, "Dude, you're like back in like 1900." I was like, "Whoa, my argument? Like what? Okay, I respect it. Like they're on some other shit, and I don't know. I'll ask. You know what? See, I don't even want to disrespect him by bringing him in here and then having the ballers like." That's probably not what he wants, but maybe there's, because I'm thinking of the main guy that did the group, but maybe I can ask him if there's like somebody else.
I just want to know.
Sorry, go ahead.
I just want to know why they think we're stupid, and also, if the guy's a super dick, Kosho will love him.
That's what you stole my fucking joke about you, idiot.
But seriously, I want to know why these guys think we're stupid.
Just bring him in.
Can I just say one thing before we move on? Like, I just want to say one thing. I think that little space of probability, that's your mass, and that's an electric field. Thanks.
I'm not. You can get back to that conversation. I just said I was just bringing this up as an.
How sure are you that these guys aren't trolls though?
I'm not sure, first of all, but how you say you have a belief in this stuff or people have a belief in this stuff because it actually predicts things. Well, yeah, they've told me something, a prediction that was true that I didn't know. I had no, I've never. Anyway, I was gonna get into that, but I'm not because I don't want to derail the conversation. I was just saying.
No, I'm curious though.
No, derailed.
Yeah, no, you will know
already got
because
derailed,
this is definitely going to be one of the foundations of my arguments, and I have particularly sun and moon arguments. That those are the arguments that I present. I've so I don't debate really, the geometric horizon, though I can, or celestial navigation, though I'm learning. And everything else. But my arguments are about rainbows, shit
Of
like
course they
that.
are.
I mean, so anyway,
Unicorns?
the whole point is
No
when I say
unicorns?
that Jeremy, and this will give you the scope of either these people are retarded or damn, like what if we're retarded, right? So I I said why. I said because you still believe in pizza Earth. You still believe that the sun goes around the earth in a circle, which I actually don't. Um, there you go. So that's where they're at. It's not circling the earth.
What about when you're at the North Pole, like you're near the north and you see the 24-hour sun?
You know what? I'm gonna ask him. That's a good question. I hadn't thought of it because they showed me so much magic. I was like blown away. Like I didn't even. You know what I mean, I was like, I don't want to jump one religion for another, but they showed me this shit with the moon, and I was like, first of all, that's a definitive proof against Helios. Well, let me not say that. There's definitely a proof against the model of movement that they put forth. Like,
Can you share some of what they share with you?
Yeah, I will, but you guys can finish talking about what y'all are talking about. I just wanted to
posted a video for electric. If you want to watch it, electric, it's a 20-minute whatever, and I think it'll give you what you were asking. But I think everyone's more curious about what you're talking about.
Yeah, bring him in, man.
Whenever I don't even know these guys. Like I said, I'm just in this Facebook group that I asked one because I'm used to going to the Facebook troll groups, like the regular flat Earth groups, and I smash a couple of ballers. I get notoriety, and I've had them say, "Yo, this is the coolest flat earther ever." Like anyway, I'm not gonna do all that. Pat myself on the back, but the bottom line is, I was full of pride. I'm not gonna lie, and I went to this group, and I was like, "Yo, y'all don't know about this." Then he was like, "Nigga, get out of here and take some milk and cookies with you." This is how he made me feel. That's all I'm saying. I was humble.
Did you share some of what they, whatever they share with you?
I just told you they don't think that the sun circles the earth.
Right,
they
but
have
what
this
do they
entire.
think?
They have it, that it's a square earth, that they go with the biblical cosmology, but quite frankly, the information that's not in there, like the stuff in Enoch, with that PDF, but I'm not going to do that.
Sounded like you said some of it was compelling.
Yeah, like for example, that I haven't shared with y'all yet.
Well, but then if the sun isn't circling? What's the explanation for, like, in the northern regions, like in Alaska, where you can basically watch the sun circle you? Like, you can point at it and it's in your sky the whole time, and you make a whole circle.
Well,
like, literally circle.
Well, Gio, here's the thing. Actually, no, it makes a V.
It does go well. It kind of goes up and down because you're not right at the north. So yeah, it does. It looks like it's gonna set, but then it doesn't quite, and then it goes up. It waves, kind of makes like a wave.
So it actually makes so it makes a V. I don't know. Fam, like I said,
It's going
I'm
around
going to ask. I'm thinking of the video that I've seen. So that's all I can tell you.
Right, but Elijah, you could tell us
I've
what
never
they
actually
don't
been in the
believe.
north to experience it, but I just told you what they don't believe. They don't believe that the sun or anything revolve around the earth in a circle. They don't.
Right, so if you know what they don't believe, then why don't you tell us what they do believe?
I was. I literally was.
No, you're telling us what they don't believe.
No, I literally began to tell you guys, but then y'all started asking me questions. So anyway,
No, the first thing you
what
said
they
is they
do
don't
believe.
believe this.
And
That's
then
the
someone
first thing
said,
you
"What
said,
do
Elijah.
they believe?" And I was about to tell y'all, like I'm trying to do right now.
We let you finish, but you didn't get to it.
I know I didn't. That's why I'm trying to.
Go ahead.
Okay. So anyway, they have this whole. I already posted it. I posted a few things. Just look up my name in the. Do y'all not know how to use Discord?
All right, so can you please just tell us what they believe about the sun and not what they don't believe about it?
Why the fuck are you talking to me? Didn't you just fucking tell me not to talk to you?
I'm asking you a direct question, and it seems you're looking for an escape.
He doesn't even know how to answer that question as a man. Why the
Right,
fuck are you talking to me when you
Elijah,
just told me not to talk to you?
why aren't you just answering the question? It seems like you're dodging in all your might.
So actually, before he was talking, Kosho, like I was actually getting there.
Why are you running to Kosho? Just answer the question.
I was actually getting there, right? Like this is ridiculous. Somebody acknowledge that he's being ridiculous, and I'll continue.
Yeah, well, Ed, it's like you're desperate for his information, but then you're like kind of criticizing him that he's not giving it to you fast enough or something. Like
No, he's not giving it at all. He's talking about
explaining
anything except the information,
he
Gio.
said
Are you not listening to that?
He said they don't think the sun circles. That's the first part.
Listen,
Right,
both you
but
panty
I'm asking
raiders
him
need
what
to
they
get
do
along.
believe. And he's telling me he said it already, but the first thing he said was what they don't believe. And now he's talking about anything except telling me what they believe.
Jesus Christ, let him talk.
He already was explaining it. Square Earth.
Wait, we're on Square Earth? No fucking
Yeah, but
way.
it's not 3D like you think. It's like a flat square, right?
We're on Square Earth now,
that
guys?
theory, that is.
Is this
All
the
right,
new
well,
shit?
if you guys want to hear more about it, you should ask Eli instead of just keep talking to each other about wanting to know about it.
Oh my god.
Eli, you know about the Square Earth? All right, I'm jumping in. Ding ding.
Yo, on a side note, Kosho, I want you to read this thing I'm about to post. I'm gonna read it right now because we were just talking about this.
All right, Jeremy, I'll read too.
String theory is a framework that physicists use to describe how forces, usually conceptual, on a gigantic level like gravity, could affect tiny objects like electrons and protons. Why are they using string theory when they can just test it?
The phone died, but I got 3.
This is a different theory.
Yeah, it's all BS. It's all just
Yeah,
trying
but
to rebrand parts of the ether with a bunch of pseudoscience and fakery.
But Kosho earlier was saying they've seen electron bend space time, and this says physicists are using string theory to see how it might bend electron. They don't even do it. Come on, Kosho.
Yeah, we can hear you, mic check.
Oh, because I can't. I changed phones, and I don't know why I don't see like the little circle with my face on it. Never mind, my bad. Did we move on that quick? Like I literally just said, "Oh, my phone died." Picked up my other phone, and it's like, oh, my bad. Go.
Tell us more about the
No, you cut out, Elijah, and then we just heard it just now.
Tell us more about the Square Earth. I'm like super interested in this.
Yeah. So anyway, they believe that the stuff that we see in the sky are projections, and they have this whole projection model. Yada yada yada.
Oh, I see. Though it's like a flat square, though, right? I see the picture.
Most squares are flat.
Yeah.
Yes.
Interesting.
So I mean, I'll share with you as much information as I can. They got a lot of videos, I won't say a lot of videos, but there is a lot of content there that I can just share here or share my screen, whatever the case. But yeah. So that's really all I have to say about that. I didn't want to. Y'all can still talk about the string thing, whatever.
And these aren't cube earthers, right? They don't believe they don't believe anything with cubes, right? It's just it's squares, right?
They believe
No,
in a
they take the cosmology of the Bible, which they would which I guess they would assume is a square, but or a cube or something like that. I don't really know, but they only go by observations and shit apparently.
And if you're talking about Ethiopian Enoch, when you said Enoch,
yeah. Is that a different Enoch? Because I wouldn't know.
No, I'm just reading. I'm just trying to make sure that I'm looking at the right people.
Yeah, they're real trippy. They're not about debating. They're just doing their own thing, believing their own shit. That's why they got as far as they got. I guess a whole fucking square mile. I was like, what the fuck is this, though?
Are you guys in the middle of the conversation? I just sat down.
Yeah.
Okay.
It seems like a kind of very easily misinterpreted, especially for ballers that are looking for something to jump on if you say square Earth, because it's just a flat Earth with a square perimeter, right?
Basically, it's like, but dog, like, hey, I mean, they talk about predictions. I mean, again, the shit that they point out about the sky is what I'm most interested in.
What do they say about the sky? Or just one thing, maybe?
Well, I've said many times that the moon jumps more degrees than, like, there's no unless you have an explanation in the globe Earth model where the moon would appear. Oh, well, yeah. Why the moon would appear? Why the moon would appear? And it does it every month. So it's like, that's why I don't usually, when I do my moon shit, I do it during the phase or during that time, so that, because I know it sounds crazy until I take people to the pier here in New York, or I show them physically what I'm talking about. But anyway, in this case, the moon jumps however many degrees. Sometimes it's a small number, sometimes it's more than fucking like 10 degrees. It could be like coming over your house, like, and it's always, I think, either before the new moon or after the new moon. Whatever map or whatever the fuck they're looking at, they're like, oh, it's gonna happen on this day. And it's not like I can Google that and find that. Nobody else is saying it. Like, I can't find it anywhere else, but I know they're saying it, and they're like, yeah, the moon is gonna jump in 3 days. And then 3 days, like all those days leading up, the moon was coming up at the same spot, and then all of a sudden, poof, it's coming up over there somewhere. And it's like, well, what did the Earth do in order for me to experience that big of a change? Because
it sounds like that should be easily recordable.
Yeah, did you measure that though, or are you just kind of going off like visual sites? Because there's a book called The Ephemeris, which is basically a logbook of all of the positions of the sun, the moon, and then all of what they call the planets, Mercury, Mars, etc., of the exact degree in the zodiac. So the moon is very well known in terms of its position, its specific degree, moves about 2.5 degrees a day, and so on. So as it's doing its cycle, it's well known where it is and its geometric relationships with everything else, which is how eclipses and all that happens. So to move 10 degrees would be a huge amount. And the Ephemeris, it tracks the exact position of the moon.
I've seen it.
But did you measure it, or did you actually like?
Your fingers are like degree. You take your hand, put it out, and those are degrees.
What do you think a good way of proving this happens would be?
Definitely documenting it, which I will do.
Awesome.
Yeah, you can also look it up on time and date. It gives accurate predictions about where the moon rises.
Yeah,
but we always know where the moon is. Like, yeah, but like, again, like, I've seen this jump, and I have videos of others that have this jump. Except, you might not believe them. You might think, oh, well, they could have taken these two videos at any point in time. That's why it's like, I'm going to do it. And when I do it, I'm just going to have all my friends do it. That's why I'm bringing all this stuff up to Elisha Savvy, because we've been into shit like this from before. As a matter of fact, back in 24/7, we did a lot of sun observations. I still have a lot of shit on that, like in the logs over there that I can pull up. That's why I'm not even tripping off of like winning arguments and shit. It's shit that I've seen that is like, fuck. Anyway, so
I think Travis was saying just the other
pertaining
day that
to this.
Moon's position didn't make any sense. Wasn't he saying something like that? Everybody else? Travis was talking about the
Yeah, but I
Moon's
think
position.
he's talking about most of the time when people say that, they talk about like how fast it appears to like move across the sky. Like it's one place and then it's another place. Like what I'm talking about is like where it rises every day. Like it'll be going along, it'll be doing its thing, moving steadily, and then one day, boop, it moved like way too much. Like for it to be accounted for, like for it to be the result of us moving. Like there's no way that could happen.
Do you remember
Okay,
any
so you're
specific
actually
dates that happened? Because we could just look it up on time and date and see how much it moved.
well, so you're actually talking about the position in the sky, Eli. I thought you were talking about the speed it was moving, but you were talking about
Nah,
the declination angle, like the actual, because that like it takes about 30 days or 28 to basically go from Tropic of Cancer, then it goes out to the equator, out to the Tropic of Capricorn, back to the equator, back to the Tropic of Cancer. That whole process takes 1 month. So it will move in declination throughout that time. But you're saying that's what you are saying is jumping?
Yes.
Okay, then that's different than the position in the zodiac, although it would correlate as well. But yeah, that is a little different there. Huh. Well, how are you coming to that conclusion?
Well, I saw it only because they, like 2 years ago, they said when it was gonna happen, and they said every day. And I think it was after it was a super moon or a blue. It was like one of those events where you were paying attention. I could go back into the group and figure out when they said it, so I could tell y'all exactly when it happened. Because then I could pull up my old messages. Because I'm sure I was like, guys, look, yeah, I could find some old shit. But bottom line is, during that time, they were talking about it leading up into the day. It was my first time actually experiencing it, so I paid attention. And they're like, "Yep, it's gonna, come up as usual every day." And I'm looking at the moon, and I'm like, "Yeah, it's about the same spot." And then one day, the day that they said it would change, it changed.
Huh.
And
That's really interesting.
instead of over like one part of my building, it coming up, it came up like over the trees. You know what I mean? Instead. And it's like that was way too big a jump to be. Again, I'm not even making a deck. It's way too big a jump. My bad. I'm only saying that because I've been asking people, you guys. I don't know if y'all remember, but in 24s, I've asked the ballers. I've asked everyone I could ask, what would make this possible? No one knows because no one's talked about it. No one's heard about it. Only these guys have. And you know where they heard it from? Enoch.
Well, if it was confirmed, the ballers would come up with some reason, probably for sure.
Oh yeah, sure. We'd come up with a reason.
Yeah.
He's dead ass too. He's dead
right.
serious.
Well, what about the square Earth philosophy, or what is it that why would they in particular think that the moon does this? Like, what part of their whole model?
No. That got. I don't know how the moon thing came from Enoch, and then I guess watching the sky, they built a model. That's what it looks like they did. Like he did. Let me.
Oh, okay, so that's part of Enoch. Okay, the moon declination are appearing different at a different. Okay, that's
Let me
interesting.
post. Hold up. Is it in this phone? Fuck, it's not. It's in the phone that's dead. But this phone is at 100%, so I can charge that one.
How
All
many
right,
phones
so
do you
I put
have?
3
Damn.
and one broken one. But I got my AT&T phone, and then and then canceled the service but kept the phone. Then I ended up getting an emergency phone for work, something cheap. But then my ex said, "Oh no, baby, you need a better phone." And then she got me a Boost because it's a cheaper bill, but they got good phones. So whatever. So now I have 3 phones.
How do we look up the Square Earth thing? Is it just that one group that you're talking about, or is there like a whole? Is there like a little? Is there a website or anything, or information, videos or anything?
As far as I know, it's just that Facebook group.
You know, it's funny. New Perspective is, I think it's got some relationship to. Have you seen the picture I posted? New Perspective. It's got some relationship to your friend's depiction of the sky. If you see one of the pictures I posted, yeah, look at the pictures I posted. I posted like 4 in a row, and it's the last of those 4.
Yeah.
Yeah, looks very much like this.
I wonder if they have a quadrupole type of thing. That's what Gio's saying. Yeah, like what Gio's saying. Yeah, like they kind of have like the quadrupole. I mean, I'm only assuming that based on what I'm seeing. Yeah.
It seems like we could have two poles for the stars in those movements, but still we could have a magnetic quadrupole still.
Well, actually, also the video I posted, where I think that is supposedly doing some explanation for their sky. I haven't really watched it, but it does look like it's kind of got a quadrupole type thing.
Post it.
I posted it. It's a video I posted.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, like it's a circular and it's circular and square.
Nah, that's the thing.
A circle within a square, a square within a circle is how I see
that's
it.
Not.
You have the quadrupole system, but it is circular in terms of the way all the sun and moon and the wandering stars move.
Nah, their shit moves like in a line, and there's like quadrant, there's like sections and shit.
The sun and moon move in a line?
Yes.
Yeah, 4 sections within a circle.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Like even a compass has like a square and a circle, because like the needle's circular, but then the 4 directions make 4 corners of a square.
Yeah.
So do they do that? Because I know Enoch has the portals for the sun to disappear into as well. Do they do that? Do they use that idea?
I just found out that the sun jumps. I didn't find out. I just heard that the sun jumps also. I haven't observed that. Like I didn't even know. I didn't even think to. I didn't think about the sun. I was just focused on the moon at the time.
Well, I mean, the declination of the moon changes every night as it moves through the tropics and over the equator. But it should be like a record player where, like a record player where like each groove is equal. So as it's going out, it's like equally going, like a spiral.
Exactly.
A spiral that's going out. So one possibility is that the spiral could be uneven. Like it could have sections of it that kind of like a spring, where you might have like some coils of the spring are tighter together and other ones are a little bit further apart, even though the whole thing is still a spiral. So that is possible that it's not even, but it's marked as being even throughout that's in terms of the declination it's very regular. So for you to say it's jumped, that is something that would be out of the range of like anything else that I've understood that's been recorded in terms of that declination change of the moon throughout the month. That's why I was wondering if it was measured at all, or if it was just more of an observational thing.
This is similar to something that FPV Angel is talking about. They're saying the moon's projected, right? The sun and the moon are like being projected.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I already believed it before, so it's a little bit of confirmation bias because I already thought that based on my own observations and videos.
Have you ever seen the one where they show the black sun underneath, and then it kind of gets projected out the center hole, the north hole?
I don't know about that, and I never that idea. I never.
That's like the concave Earth idea, kind of. Where
Well, it's flat Earth, but it's like a hole. No, but yeah, it's similar, I guess, in the projection part of it. But
disco ball.
Yeah. No, it's more like there's a hole with the black sun underneath, and then the sun and moon kind of doing like magnetic relationship cross beam, which also helps explain the phases of the moon, maybe cut off by the hole. The projection itself can't, it's just cut off by the hole it's going through. But yeah, I'll post the video. It's interesting.
Well, that reminds me a bit where the idea that there's an actual celestial body in the center, that the sun and moon are both going around, and when eclipses happens, that's actually responsible for a polarization effect. Because when an eclipse happens, they're all lined up. Like, let's say for a lunar eclipse, for example, where they're all lined up. So that could it be like the sun and then something in the middle and then the moon? And so the thing that's actually causing that effect on the moon is actually caused by the object in the middle.
Which would be around Earth?
No, this would be a planar Earth with the sun and moon going around the center. It would just be that at Polaris, there's also a black body that is at the center, somewhere either under or above Polaris, that the sun and the moon get polarized through during lunar eclipses. Or the moon gets polarized through it, but the sun's energy going through the center point to the moon, and that center point is like a filter, like a polarization effect.
That made sense to me. I don't know why. I picture something at the center, like whatever all magnetism is pointing our compasses to, like at the North Pole. There could be something really big and magnetic there, not just like, some ice.
Yeah, there's also the idea that at the North Pole, there's like another luminary, like another sun. It's not as bright as ours, so it doesn't stretch as far. It's like a dimmer sun, and that it's like basically under Polaris. But
what's crazy about that?
So that when you go north, it's not just all cold and icy, but it's actually warm and sunny in a sense, and like warm and glowing.
The odd thing is that nobody in history has ever seen both of them at the same time.
Yeah, right. But what's also crazy is that, remember I said me and my friends were doing sun observations and moon observations. We basically didn't get no sleep. And my friends in the north, like breaking down the wall of lies, kept talking about how he can look at sunrise but swear in the opposite direction he could see what appeared to be like another like he can't see the sun, but over there it just appears like there's just about to be a sunrise. You know what I mean? Because that part of the air, the part of the sky is lit. He's looking at a sunrise coming in on the opposite end. So he's not the only one that said that either. So I don't know. We don't know, man. Like, that's what's so fucking cool about this shit.
Yeah.
I'm about to post a couple of images. You Globers have never given us a look at that diagram. That shit is sweet.
Hey, new perspective still here?
Yo, what's up, Brian?
Hey, man, can you, dude? I thought I had that map that you sent but I think it was in live text and I couldn't find it. Way I can get you to DM me that map where the sun pass shifts like after equinox, kind of, it takes it one path, and then it shifts and does a similar circle but a little bit lower. God, it's hard to explain, but you got to know which one I'm talking about.
The one I always post from E1.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. I'll just put. Well, since we're kind of talking about models, I could just post it in the live stream.
Yeah,
right now.
Yeah, but man, I always let me see. Oh, it's in live stream right now.
I'll do it right now. Yeah, if you want.
Can you DM it to me also, man? If it ain't asking.
Sure. Yeah, no problem.
Because I went to show it to people and I didn't have it.
That's funny. I heard you talking about it, and I was looking to the live stream to see if you were going to post it, and then I fell asleep. Someone was asking for a model, right? Some kind of model.
It's a head scratcher, man. It's a head scratcher. I like it.
Did you ever watch the whole presentation by E1 on that Sun and Moon?
Is that the last one you said?
No, it's just the only thing you could find from him because he has his channel down.
Yeah, so it's it's a website, right?
No. It's he was on Sun and Moon with actually a Trouble About. They were talking about the Southern Star Trails, and he was showing his maps and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen it, but that's not. I mean, I don't think he showed it. I mean, the one you posted, like
yeah, he goes through the whole thing. You have to just watch towards the end or whatever. He goes through them. But yeah, I'll post the stuff I got. I'll send them to you.
The one I'm talking about, I think I have that one. I think, or I know where to get that one yet, Sun and Moon. But the one I'm talking about, like a figure eight. The whole season it does a figure eight basically.
Oh, the figure eight one. Okay, that's a video, right? That's the yeah, that's an interesting one.
As far as I know, it's just a picture, man. I don't even know if it's.
Oh, okay.
It probably is E1's, man. But I'm not...
He didn't talk about the sun doing the figure eight. The figure eight sun was Jasla 111. And he has a whole thing about how it fixes the whole time zone issue with AE map.
It's crazy. Upon first glance, you think there'd be
you cut out.
Yeah. DM me that, man.
All right. Let's see here. I'll put the other ones in that I thought you were talking about, and then tell me if those are the ones. And then I don't know if I even have a shot, like a screenshot of the Jasla 111 video, but I could put that video in there with the figure eight sun. If it crossed over though like that, it seems like that would be very easy to tell. I mean, it'd be going like the opposite direction. But I guess it's possible. It would also help with the 24-hour sun or the 24-hour daylight in Antarctica. Maybe.
Yeah, well, I don't know if I'm coming in any better, but upon first glance, you think there'd be a million things wrong with that model. But then the more you look at it, you're like, wait a minute, man, this kind of makes sense, man. Shit.
Well, yeah, figure eight. Well, as far as like the perpetual motion of it, it would make sense that way, it seems, rather than just a circle, So like it seems like a figure eight has a more fluid flow to it. Plus, it does make a figure eight. It leaves the impression of a figure eight as far as the analemma goes. It'd be a happy marriage there, or interesting coincidence, or symmetry, I guess, to some degree. Consistency, I don't know what you call it. But it would have to go the opposite direction, though, then, right? Because if it crosses over and goes around the South Pole area counterclockwise, but then it would make sense too if it was going over the South Pole area counterclockwise, just like the stars go in that direction. So if it's always moving with the stars, and we do have two sets of stars, one going clockwise and one going counterclockwise, then I guess maybe I don't know. It's interesting.
There is no South Pole. There is no relative east-west type stuff to me.
Yeah, south in quotes, I guess. Left and right is a better way to maybe describe it, right? Or top and bottom.
I think there is a true north, man. I think there is a point, but there isn't really a true south where the on the globe. I don't think that's the deal.
All right, Brian. What I just put in the live stream, is the middle one the one you're talking about? Because that's not a figure 8 sun. That's just a similar flat Earth idea with the sun and the moon, but then the 2 celestial poles with their own. I don't know if you're still here. Did I cut out?
I got a horrible connection, bro. Mic check. I got a horrible connection.
How's
that
it
was
on
it.
perspective?
Gracias.
Oh, that is the one, the second one I put in there? I'll assume yes, because you said gracias. But the figure 8 time zone thing is interesting. I'll put those videos since I mentioned it.
Why is the figure 8 recurring?
You just have to watch those videos. It's Jazlo111's channel. I'm not like promoting that idea, but I thought that's what he was talking about. But it's an interesting idea because he does talk about specific reasons that the AE map can't work as far as time zones go. And his answer is the figure 8 sun. Hey, is that Ed Monk that I just saw in here?
Yeah, that's me.
What's up, brother?
How's it going?
Good, man. How you doing?
It's been a while.
Yeah, you took a little vacation again.
I did. Yeah, that's how I go.
Nice.
That's how
Everything
I go.
good?
It's good. Yeah, I'm.
You're a flat earther now.
I'm living. Oh yeah. Full flat earth. Come to.
Right on.
Come
I knew it was just a matter of time. I knew I'd get to you finally.
You knew it.
Right.
Oh man. Yep.
Have you watched the stuff I sent you? I don't know. I've sent you a few things, I think.
I did.
Alrighty.
I think I make a point of at least watching all the stuff you send me.
I know. That's why I sent it to you, because you actually do watch it and have responses.
Yeah,
Ed Monk and I've written more to Ed Monk probably than anybody in here as far as like our back and forth communication.
Let me see.
Another blue dot.
Let me see what stuff you've sent. Let's see. You were sending me the stuff of this Quora poster, Michael Brenner.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I'm putting another one together of his right now on magnetism and also gravity
and Flatzoid's perspective. You sent me a bunch of his videos.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think of Flatzoids? I watched a bunch of Flatzoids. He was a very active YouTuber.
What's your opinion?
I mean, there's a lot of stuff. I think I mean, if anything, he's very active. He's done a lot of stuff. And I think that there's some things I wish I could just talk to him with a whiteboard and go over some of the perspective stuff that he talks about. But I don't know. He seems like a good guy. Yeah, I should.
Yeah, he is. He's in here sometimes too. You might be able to talk to him in here.
Yeah.
Or he's got a Discord channel. So.
Oh, he does. Yeah. I'll hop on.
Yeah.
I should find that.
See, I could send you a link to it.
Yeah,
you can DM him or whatever. Well, what about the Michael Brenner stuff? Did you have any?
I talked to him on this.
It's
Michael
difficult.
Brenner on Core is ripping. You guys should. The Globers should be shaking in their boots because that guy's like he's scholar. He's a scholar and he's just going at it back and forth with these other scholars on Quora, breaking it down to
He's
specifics.
got a lot of words, at least. I mean, like he
He's
doesn't
lost in many areas, especially in the mathematics side. He gets the whole sextant argument wrong. He has his own drawing he made up. They don't make any sense in there. They don't follow standard basic trigonometric functions.
Okay, which
trigonometry is like one of the first things you learn in high school.
I thought you said there was no trig in
He said the sky is curved, and he shows the drawing of these angles to certain objects in the sky and relative movement to the surface with respect to them. And he does a quick arc and then some angles and some lines, and he assumes that qualifies and satisfies and follows trigonometric laws, which they do not.
I thought celestial navigation didn't use
trigonometry
trig.
very well, that they don't follow it. And so,
do you follow him on Quora, or are you just looking at the stuff that I've posted from him?
I interact with him quite a bit. I did for a while. I haven't talked to him in a few weeks now.
Oh, you know who I'm talking about then. Were you one of the people that would comment and go?
You're talking about different people. He's talking about Flatzoid.
Oh, who are you talking about?
Oh, okay, never mind.
I'm listening and doing something else. Did I miss what were you guys talking about? What other person?
There's this guy on Quora that I'm talking about, Michael Brenner. I wasn't talking about shaking in your boots for Flatzoid, even though that could be true as well. What I was saying was the guy named Michael Brenner who studied the School of Vienna, engineering, mechanical engineering.
I think I know him. And I've blown him up on a bunch of things. Yeah, I think it's the same guy. I'm not sure, but there was a guy and he really gets into the flat Earth thing, and he goes on like long responses, right?
Yeah.
There's a section for me in there, and I hand him his tail on it.
I'm
sure he's so wrong in so many things.
Well, Zanuck, you're still in the old paradigm, so it may seem like that to you, but
no, it's things he can show for himself. I could go pull up and actually probably go.
Is there an old paradigm now? Is there what's the old paradigm mean?
Trigonometry works is valid. Physics is valid.
Paradigms were spinning and hauling ass through space without any sense of it or any kind of notice of it, except for theories by people.
I mean, I knew that, but like
Zanuck, you said that celestial navigation didn't use trigonometry. You change your mind on that, bud?
It doesn't use it. Did you not listen to what I said? It said when he draw an explanation of why this all could be explained with a dome, that doesn't follow trigonometry. His drawing does not follow trigonometry. It looks like it because he's got a little arc line and a couple angles. He didn't double check his work or give some at the extreme angles. That falls apart dramatically. I mean,
how can you get your line of position without trigonometry, bro?
You missed everything I just said, so I won't even repeat it because I don't want to bore the audience.
Okay. Yeah, don't bore me, guys.
It's because he actually didn't answer because
I told you that you don't use
you just said
okay, I'll do it for Elijah's sake.
Yeah, Elijah wasn't listening either.
I'll do it for Elijah's sake.
Mute and hold on, time out. Somebody moderate, please, because he wasn't talking. I started talking, and now he wants anyway. Okay, good.
Well, I didn't know you were there. You wanted to hear it. I would.
Be quiet. Be quiet. So Brian asked if you now believe that they use trigonometry with celestial navigation. What you said just now was Flatzoid was showing you some sky dome flat earth thing that wasn't using trigonometry. That's what you said, which had nothing to do with what he asked. The end.
Okay, I'll respond now. He justified my objection with the fact that yes, it would work if the sky is curved and was a dome. And here's my example, drew a couple angles. Then I used that dome to show that dome doesn't work using trigonometry to show that his idea and his logic was severely flawed, Elijah. And I used trigonometry to prove it. It doesn't mean that I use trigonometry in
so he just responded
Hold on, I'm almost done. So this
Non
is how it works.
sequitur.
This is how it works. No, that's not a non sequitur.
That's not what Brian asked
Elijah,
you, fam.
I get
Brian
to finish.
didn't ask you
I
what
let you
Flatzoid
finish. No,
showed
you can't do this
okay.
consistently, Elijah.
No,
It's so
Elijah can do it,
annoying.
but nobody else can.
Moderation.
I'm not doing it. Yeah, I let you speak completely without interruption. Then I'm responding, and you're talking because you don't like what you hear what say. What I'm saying. Listen to me. I showed his example to not be able to be consistent in any way, shape, or form with trigonometry. I does not equate that is a non sequitur, by the way, that you said. It does not equate to using trigonometry in celestial navigation, which you do not. I used trigonometry to show that his example was incorrect, to show that it can work on a dome, and it can't.
Anyway, so there's your answer, Brian. His actual answer to your question was no. He doesn't believe that they use trig in celestial navigation.
Which I said initially too.
How do you get your line of position without trig, Zanuck? You don't think the Haversine formula is a form of trigonometry?
And Zanuck, the sky is always used as a hemisphere because of the declination angles. So there's always a declination. There's always a hemispherical field of view. The field of view is always used as a hemispherical perspectival field of view within a larger planar system.
There cannot be a dome that goes from edge to edge and work and allow trigonometric functions to work out as they should, for all angles to those celestial bodies along that path of the dome. If you want me to draw it out for you, I can, Gio, but you're wrong.
Yeah. I see the problem here. He's talking about a celestial dome in a model over the whole Earth, in which he's trying to use this example, knowing damn well we only have a specific scope that wouldn't eat. That's a hell of a straw man right there.
How is it a straw man? He tried to dispel my objection to a flat Earth that does not follow, that can be not comport with using a section. A flat Earth does not work with a section, period. It can't work because the 1 degree per 60 nautical mile relationship that is measurable everywhere on the Earth does not follow a flat surface. It defines a sphere. Now he said, well, that's because we have a dome over us. I said, that doesn't work either. And then I showed him why.
What is flat Earth black pill? I'm feeling black pilly today.
I don't know what black pill means. What do you mean?
Black pill is generally it generally means like pessimist, the pessimist perspective of yeah. What is the what is the
black pill of flat Earth? Or
yeah, I guess I guess that's what I'm asking.
Well, nighttime you can't see the sun, even though the sun's above the horizon. That's a big black pill.
That's true. That's true.
Well, did you mean like pessimistic flat earthers? Or
yeah, I mean, like if you're a flat earther and you get pessimistic, what is your perspective on things?
There's nothing more pessimistic than the globe to me.
Like you get more pessimistic if you're when you think flat Earth.
Well, I guess what I've already relayed to you in some of my ideas that I think might be the case, and in here might be considered black pill, that they actually rolled out flat Earth on purpose to use it against us and make everybody religiously indoctrinated and oppressed again in that way.
Like flat Earth as some sort of
as a truth they sell more lies with.
Yeah. Is that's
kind of black pill?
Yeah,
right?
that is pretty.
Okay, great. Yeah, you're right about it. But now life sucks even worse, right?
Yeah.
There's your flat Earth for you. Now all this comes with that, right?
Right. Does flat Earth? I don't know. Does it? Is there some sort of positive effect? Does it have a positive effect on your life? Can it have a positive effect on your life?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
In what
Truth?
way?
How could truth not? If it's the truth, how could it not?
That's true.
It
That's
alienates you from your entire family who are not flat earthers.
Yeah, there's negatives. There's negatives for sure. As far as
Only
like
if you're a weirdo anyway. I'm not alienated.
Yeah, or maybe
Like,
maybe if people in
there,
the family have their issues, but that's I
yeah,
mean,
there are people that are just alienated because they're
I think it's
weird.
entirely subjective because I'm sure that happened to some people, but like there's people like Witsit, obviously, who's he's having a kid now, he's married, and it's kind of all because of the flat Earth.
well, some people alienate their kids for a lot of different reasons. Like if they're Christians, then their child decides not to be a Christian. Parents alienate kids. There's all kinds of reasons that happens. But I mean, yeah, I've heard of some cases that the shape of the Earth has come between people. Although doesn't seem like that's the most common or highest percentage, but there's definitely some.
it's a step too far for most, even the people that you used to be able to relate to about some conspiracy stuff. That
Yeah.
the flat Earth is just going too far for them.
Well, some people just look at you different too. Like if they know that you think that, whatever perhaps cognitive dissonance they have with that, for some people they might want to just either not talk about it or push someone away, in a sense.
Yeah. The cog dis makes them have to disassociate because if you're not crazy, then they are. Right? It's like I can't face that right. My paradigm can't shift. Or you have kids, or maybe a job or something that relates to it, or whatever social scene you're in. You think I can't even think that because if I thought it, I would have to then say it to people that I know, and I know those people aren't ready for it. So I'm just going to avoid it altogether. There's a whole psychological thing that goes along with just even accepting it as a thing.
Yep.
Are there people who are like in this chat, for example, who went through that process of kind of, I guess, becoming public, like saying to even people you work with, hey, this is what I believe, this is what I think about things?
I did. It was rough at first. Like, all I did was say, hey, you guys considered if the moon landing wasn't a thing, and like they unleashed holy hell on me. But then, I figured out a couple of things. I was able to relay certain information in a certain way, and it went from a lot of ridicule to 50% of the people were like, damn, well, I'm thinking about it. Because there were some people who were kind of what we consider anti-flat earthish. Like, this is how this is why I do extend some sort of understanding to the people in here in this community, because it's like the people in my family act the same way. So there's like, it's not like they're agents, right? Like, unless it's unless it's really a fucking, what's that Jim Carrey movie situation where like I'm being handled by my own family. I guess that's just a bit too crazy for me to like.
Truman Show.
The which one?
Truman Show.
Yeah, Truman Show. Yeah. So it's like, I got ridiculed, but then, I asked questions that some were like, oh, you're stupid and you don't understand. And some were like, oh, shit, that's legitimate. That's what you guys are asking? I thought it was this whole thing. Wow, okay, I'm going to look into it or whatever. Like, and then I'm the guy that's still cool now. It was hard at first, but it's like, I'm cool. They'll never really ask about it. They still tell jokes like, oh, he's the flat earther. But for the most part, like, there are people who say, yo, tell him what you told me, like, about flat earth thing. Like, there's a lot of that goes on behind the scenes, and then that's pretty cool, So
the acceptance of it's changed a lot in the last 3 years, especially. Like, yeah. Oh yeah. Like, not that they're like on board, but they've at least heard about it and know that it's a lot more like popular, an idea that people that aren't just like off the wall actually do think.
I know for people in my generation, I think people are, I don't know, when people get a little, angry with the situation, we're ready to kind of look at anything, like why is the situation where it is, like we're ready to kind of look at any possibility. Why is the situation
like,
where it is?
are you kind of referring to what we've been through the last 3 years with the pandemic stuff? Like,
Yeah,
how
for
did we
sure.
get here?
For sure.
Exactly.
I mean, with the
Right.
pandemic, it's hard to look at that and kind of have at least some part of the information and look at that and say, okay, this is just a totally legitimate situation where there were no powerful actors acting in their own self-interest.
Right.
And I don't know. When I look at this, and when I look at people in my life who are less fortunate than I mean, I'm fairly fortunate, and I have dark moments where I'm like, why the fuck is the world like that? Who decided it on this the way this system is set up? I don't know. I'm rambling. I'm a little drunk. Sorry.
No, it's cool, man.
Cool.
You're
I think
making a lot of sense. My favorite globe earther people. This guy is cool as fuck.
I think the same thing. Like, and you know what? My answer is similar to me, Miss Aurelius, over 24/7. It's scary that it's kind of, well. Okay, again, this is what I believe. It's not like this is a fact. It's like other people think that, well, it's really other forces that blah 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 blah, religious stuff and all that. Yeah, I get that, but really, when it comes down to it, based on the decisions that I make versus the decisions I could make, and my experience with others in the same regard, what I do know for 100% a fact is, as many people as I can actually experience, you can also experience why the world is corrupt, and it's because of each individual. It's literally us. When we talk about the government, we're still talking about people like us.
Yeah.
It's we made the world the way it is.
Yeah.
It's greed, man. Yeah, greed, human greed, right?
It's I identify with that, and that feels right. When I think about the situations in the world, I definitely identify with that, because that opinion of like, this is a situation that ultimately I've created with my actions too. My actions as well have created this situation in the world. But it's what next? What next? How do a bunch of like broken people try to make a world better that they've all created? How do we go forward in a world that we've all created? If we all have some issue with the world as it is, what do we do next?
Well, the crazy thing is they're it seems like they're creating the issues and telling us, and part of the reason that they're doing it this way is to make people have issues with it, right? Like they're playing both sides of it to some degree, at least. It seems like they're telling us the truth and the lie at the same time, just to gaslight or create the Hegelian dialectic conflict that goes with it. Which makes me think that they're not worried about really losing control, but almost like they're trying to create the revolution on purpose so that they'll have an excuse to be somewhat good again. Like maybe they're causing like the golden age, to come, so that they can like wash away their sins somehow or something. I don't know.
It's always been super interesting to me how the kind of the flat Earth community and other conspiracy communities have conceptualized the Hegelian dialectic, because the Hegelian dialectic, for me, it doesn't reflect so much as a like a strategic stance as just kind of a reality of the world. I think there is something to be said for looking at cycles in the world and saying, okay, this is these cycles are somehow constructed, but I don't know, the Hegelian dialectic for me, it's when I think of the cycles the human social world takes,
kind of like survival of the fittest, you mean? Are you looking at it kind of like survival of the fittest? Yeah,
sort of. I mean,
I see what you're saying.
With the
it is kind of, it's more like, well, I guess the reference in here, reference usually as far as the conspiracy stuff goes, is that it's like a group of controllers are making us divide. They divide and conquer, so that if we're divided, they can always just rule over us because we're arguing about things that don't really matter, while they're controlling us in a larger way.
Is that kind of the idea of the Hegelian dialectic?
It's one of them. It's to divide and conquer. Yeah, the idea of divide and conquer. But there's debate about whether
is there positive division. I mean, is there positive division? Is there like I don't know. I think there's positive division in the world. There are times in I don't know, in work where I feel like, okay, me and some other person are in conflict, and I don't know how it works out, but I feel like eventually our conflict is going to get resolved, for the better.
Right. Yeah. If you don't go through it, you'll never have change for the better.
Right.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I think that's the idea of the Hegelian dialectic for me, is that, which for sure it can be used for evil, but if there's conflict, maybe it can be, in the end, after the conflict is worked out, it can be for the better.
Right. And I think that's why I think they see themselves as God, or as gods, playing God. And I don't know. I just don't see it as black and white as much as some people might. Like there's people that live their lives as just evil. And this is just completely evil. I don't think that it's even possible for a real human to maybe they're not even human, right? But I don't know. It just seems like they have justifications for a lot of things, and I think they like to think that they're gods and that they giveth and taketh away and allow truth and then oppress truth, but they always think about it as or suppress truth. But then they always think about it as for the greater good,
Yeah. I was just talking to a beat cop for 30 years, which that he's seen some shit. That's certainly a perspective to have. Do you think true evil exists? Do you think true evil is a real thing?
I don't know what that would. You have to define what true evil is, I guess.
Yeah, I guess kind of regardless of circumstance, they will always do the wrong thing. Is that a real is that a real force? Is that a real thing that can exist in the world?
Yeah, exactly. That's a good question.
Because he thinks that it is. He thinks and he, in his experiences in the being a cop, which is certainly more than I've ever interacted with people in my life.
Whether it actually does exist or not is hard to say, of course, for even if someone thought it did. But the other question then on top of that would be does it have to exist, right? Like if there was no evil, that whole thing. If there was no light, there's no dark. If there's no dark, there's no light. If there's no evil, there's no you would never be able to appreciate the good without the bad, that kind of thing.
Yeah. What I mean, when I think of
justification,
right,
they're always justifying it, right?
When I if there is a truly evil person out there who just does things with with no provocation, just to do the wrong thing, then maybe they would use that excuse, like, oh, I'm just evil. That's who I am. You're asking me to be something I'm
Right.
not.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
Like, how do you even wake up in the morning, right? Like,
Yeah, it's like, bro, that's my job. I'm just evil.
Right.
I mean, that's what
Right.
That's what Satan says. That's in Paradise Lost. In Paradise Lost, that's what Satan says. He says,
Right.
Why do you accuse me? Why do you say that I'm evil? That's who I am. Why do you ask me to be something?
I'm
doing
serving my
job.
function. Right.
Exactly. Yeah.
Right. And there's even the people that there's esoteric belief. Part of these beliefs are that they're doing all of this evil to, like I was just mentioning, like to create the golden age, like to make people wake up and demand it, and then the reward is that they actually got it, but if they don't fight for it, they don't deserve it.
Yeah. Who deserves it? Who deserves that? I mean, do these globers that come into this chat every day and reiterate the same arguments, do they deserve it? Do they deserve the truth?
Well, it's hard to say they, and especially when there's a bunch of them in here that probably have different aspects, of their lives that aren't necessarily just trolling, but they actually do believe it, or they actually think they're doing the right thing. But you're a globe
that's
earther
right.
too.
We think it's true, so we think it's the right thing.
I just wish that all globe earthers were a lot more like Ed Monk. So.
I don't know, man.
Speaking of Michael Brenner, did you see? I just put a link in a little screenshot of this thing that he did in Quora in the live stream, and the question was: many people are starting to believe the Earth is flat, and we've been manipulated by the governments all this time. They're even coming up with theories and proofs. If they are right, what would change in the world as we know it today? Interesting. If anyone wants to look through Michael Brenner's answer to that, there's a lot of great replies and back and forth in the comment section that he goes back and forth with. That would be good for stimulating conversation in here to look at.
So what is it? Why would what would happen if it was true, or what is
Yeah, like if they're right, if flat earthers are right, maybe this is a question you could answer. What do you think would change in the world?
Oh man.
Well, a lot more people would question the standard scientific narrative. They would question the government teaching. They would question all kinds of stuff more.
Yeah.
Right? What good things do you think might happen?
Yeah, the whole fake empire they've built crumbles.
A whole lot of stuff crumbles. A whole lot of stuff.
And then we get our sovereignty back.
I would reevaluate why if I became convinced that the Earth was flat, I would certainly reevaluate, like, why do I trust any of these people with my with my money, with my life, basically. I would.
Sounds
like you're
not only that, but it would question a lot of companies, like for example SpaceX and all these other. It'd be wow.
Oh,
it would be huge.
for sure.
It would be fucking
I would
huge.
have zero.
Yeah, it means like all these corporations are basically like lying in a sense, in a way. Yeah,
I would say this has already happened when scientists improperly make metaphysical pronouncements like God doesn't exist. When they stray into that territory, and people who believe that God does exist, then they start questioning science in general because of those scientists who stray out of their lane.
Did you say medical announcements?
Metaphysical pronouncements.
Oh, okay.
Metaphysical pronouncements like, oh, science shows that God doesn't exist. No, that's not what science shows.
And it sounds like the medical announcements that you've had, that you've seen going on the last 3 years have kind of made you question that in the same way, though, already, right?
Yeah, medical is certainly a big theme over the the last 3 years. Yeah, but the thing is that stuff I already know that there are, you know, issues with it. I already know that there's ulterior motives to the medical announcements over the last 3 years. I don't think it takes very much to see that. But certainly, like, I mean, with the metaphysical, if I knew that the Earth was flat, I think I would reevaluate my religious position very deeply. My religious position is already kind of on the fence.
Yeah, you've actually read all of the lost books and everything, haven't you?
No, I haven't read all the like apocrypha. The apocrypha is very interesting, but I read the Bible quite a bit. And I love the Bible. The Bible is one of the is the greatest book to exist. But yeah.
I do have a question for you. Sorry to interrupt you there. I have a question for you. Things that you've read a few books. Why is it that you don't think the Earth is flat? What's holding you back? Okay, thank you. In CBR1, that was.
Yeah. So from an emotional standpoint, from an emotional kind of just surface level, like as just a person living in the world, why don't because you know, everything, like I'm everything that I interact with, all the people that I interact with don't think that way. And I interact with a lot of intelligent people in my life. I work in the engineering field. I interact with very smart people, and they don't think the world is flat. So at a very surface level, that's probably the primary reason why I don't think so. But I've also spent a lot of time in this community, and I spent a lot of time engaging with the flat Earth arguments, and I haven't found an argument that's really convinced me yet that the Earth is flat.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah.
I
Well,
threw everything I
cannot
had
believe.
threw everything I had at him, and he
Hang on a
actually
second.
looked at the
I
information.
cannot. I'd like to rebut that if I can. I cannot believe what I just heard there because one, you are definitely not thinking for yourself. You're following the crowd consensus. What about
For sure.
actually confirming it for yourself? That's the
For
key
sure.
here. Have you? Wait a minute. Have you? Oh, let me just get this question out. Have you actually confirmed that the Earth is indeed an oblate spheroid of 24,901 miles, radius 3959, through the universe at 1.2 million miles an hour? As we speak, we're doing 622 miles per second. Have you actually got your head around all those numbers? Okay, there you go.
I haven't. I mean, like to be honest, I've there's been a lot of times when I'm like, man, like I live near a large lake. I've never actually gone out and tried to measure things for myself. I've always said, like, man, I need to go out and measure things, measure the lake and stuff like that. But I've never actually gone out and measured it for myself. So your critique is very apt. I haven't actually gone out and done experiments for myself. The limit, pretty much the limit of my own experiments have just been, or you know, my own journey has just been trying to grapple with flat Earth arguments and understand the critiques. And I feel like I do understand the critiques. And I feel I've so far I felt like I've understood them and been able to deal with the critiques on the globe side. But I haven't actually done an experiment myself.
That's interesting because I'm an engineer myself. When I hang around with very intelligent engineers, have done for at least 40 years, and you know, we all thought the Earth was a globe, but it doesn't take long.
Talks, he doesn't stop for an hour. How you doing, Matthew Lawrence? How you doing?
Hello.
Hey, I'm coming into you guys' territory. GNC, you don't shut the fuck up. You really don't. You're annoying.
I've only asked two questions, and I'm asking the third. I am asking the third question. I don't need your insults. Okay, thank you very much. Please don't insult me. I don't know you. I know you shut me down in your own server. But please don't come here and insult me. I don't even know who you are.
Yeah,
Please.
calling someone a Muslim is not an insult.
Yeah, no. But she was saying, "Shut the fuck up."
Yeah.
She said, "I haven't even begun to speak. I haven't even begun to speak."
Rose Patton, I just muted Rose Patton because she interrupted you and came in with insults. Yeah, she's gone.
Yeah.
Because that was
Thank you
wrong.
very much.
Go ahead,
Yeah.
continue what you were saying, Jen.
Sorry, I was just going to say to you that, 40 years with engineers, and we all thought the Earth was a globe, of course, right up to 53 years for me. And then it was brought to my attention that all is not what it seems. And I ignored it for a year, for about half a year in 2014, and it wasn't until 2015 that I decided to look at it, because I handed my trust to those so-called experts. But as soon as I looked into it, it only took me 3 minutes. Why only 3 minutes? Because of my engineering knowledge, my life experiences up to 53 years. 3 minutes, and I realized I'd been in error. A complete donkey.
You've been in.
Hey, Jen, did you say you were an engineer? I didn't know that about you.
Yes. I was a welder. I'm a welder, self-mechanic, self-electrician, self-plumber.
But you never got your engineering degree. You said you were a mechanical engineer, but you never got your degree, correct? We talked about this before.
No.
It shows in some of the
jack of all trades,
lack of knowledge, some of the basics. So it's okay. I respect. I respect you.
He's self-forgetful.
Hey, I'm giving him some props. I respect you've taught yourself those disciplines, and that's awesome. But when we talk about some things, if you don't have a mechanical engineering degree from a school, you missed out on a lot of fundamentals that I can help you with when you get to that crossroad.
Like physics 1.
No, not really.
Physics 1. Physics.
Not really.
High school physics.
I can
Jen,
fix
do you think
I can
basic stuff?
Hang on. I can
Guys,
repair
we were
your
having
car.
a good discussion, and now
I can
Xanax
repair your
derailed and
car.
trying to
I
say
can
he
fix your
knows things and
toilets
other people
and your
don't.
plumbing.
No, it's still alive. The discussion is still alive.
Yeah,
Jen, do you think
Rose was complaining?
do you think that
Discussion.
your personality and like your ability to kind of to attack systems of thought, do you think that serves a purpose in society?
It certainly does when there's a massive or several massive deceptions been perpetrated on the human race. So one, to be able to think for yourself and make your decisions after you've looked into a subject and gather enough information and data that is accurate, then you can come to an informed decision. Definitely you have to challenge everything these days. You have to now.
But to like your skill, your ability, and your passion to attack systems of thought, does it serve a purpose? Is it important for society to function?
I would say it is a necessity. Yeah, definitely, because we've handed our trust. I handed my trust for 53 years. Can you imagine if I'd known earlier? Like, can you imagine if I'd known at elementary school? I would have been a completely different human being. Completely.
Mm-hmm. Do you think that, so if you found out you were wrong, if you found, and obviously this is a loaded question, but if you found out that you were wrong about the shape of the Earth, do you think that your work in this community would still be worthwhile?
Yes, because I am a man of integrity. I always lead from the front. And if I am wrong in anything, I always put my hand up, I apologize or whatever, and I explain why I'm apologizing so that people understand the psychological content of my apology. So it's not just, oh, I'm sorry and let's get on with it. No, I'll give you a full formal apology and explain where I went wrong and et cetera, et cetera. I do that with, I've got 4 boys. I have to explain that to them. If I'm wrong, I have to say I'm sorry and say why I'm sorry. Otherwise, I'm a bad father. See what I mean? So no. If I'm wrong, it'd be easy for me to put my hand up and say I'm wrong. I'm not above apologizing, but I know I'm not wrong. That's the thing, though, and I can say that I know I am not wrong.
So it's more
Remember,
about
I trust
it's about how you engage in conversation, discussion, rather than about the result.
That's correct, because you've always got to give the people the opportunity to work it out for themselves. So all I can do is just lay down the numbers, lay down their situation with the highest integrity. Well, you haven't been looking, have you? Now, if you don't look, how are you going to find out? Then there's my integral position. I'm 60, 53 years. I was in the heliocentric model. I checked it, and it's not there. That's all I'm asking you to do is have a look. Nothing else.
What
And when
is it
you
about?
continue to be either on the fence or on the globe, then I know that's cognitive dissonance and willful ignorance. That's what that is. That's what it is. I'm not being insulting in any way. But that's
What is
the
it?
situation. Yeah.
What is it that you think you bring? Like, what is a unique skill or perspective that you bring to conversations that you think is
Okay, yeah. Very good, very good. I bring the light of the truth wrapped up in integrity. That's what I bring. And I think it's lacking where we go. Flat earthers have it. So when we go to conversations with people, that's what we bring. Flat earthers. We bring the light of truth wrapped up in integrity, because you've got to be honest with yourself at the end of the day. So when that monster is the government and you know they've ripped you off, there should be one thing left. You want to tear up that monster. That's what it should be like. Shouldn't run away. That's a contradiction to the way the Creator created this earth, beautiful flat earth, and you, the beautiful human being. When you run away from another human being who's trying to rip you off, then you're letting the Creator down and yourself down. That's
when you were a glober, do you think you didn't have integrity?
Oh, I had integrity, of course I did. I always lived my life by my words. I always honored the people and gave my best. But I didn't look into the heliocentric model. I took that as a given because I thought the experts had the same level of integrity and honesty as I did. You're not suspecting your education to be wrong. You're just not. And remember, it was taught to us at a childhood age where you are unable to critique, let's say, like you use, and constructive questions to ask your teacher, because you're there to learn. They know it all. I don't. So I've just got to get it down on paper, the questions right, and collect my gold stars as I go along. You see?
Yeah, and when the ego is forming at those very early years, the things that you're told are very imprinting. Jin, your mic's feeding back. It's very imprinting to the psyche to have those things happen. And I think especially to be deceived when you're a child is a form of a trauma. So to the point to where just to be told something that's false has a certain psychological trauma component to it. And I'm not saying, obviously it's not like a violent type trauma, it's more of a mental type, and being forced to believe something that isn't true. So we didn't really have enough time to like process or actually work through that. We were being told that the government, NASA, all this stuff had figured it all out. And they assert it with such kind of hubris that the ego structure was formed for all of us in a slightly different way. And to break from that means to have to, in a sense, integrate that. And I think people have a wide range of capacity to kind of undertake that journey.
Wasn't Apocryphon saying this last night about how he has like 5 kids and they basically just do whatever he says and believe whatever he says and stuff? So I don't know.
Is it possible for a glober to have integrity? I guess, like, if a glober, I guess it depends on the glober too, because if a glober is in here and has seen the arguments, is it possible for them to have integrity? Or
nope, none of them do. None of them have any integrity. No. No, of course, you have integrity. I mean, if you're being honest, if you really think it rather than just trying to defend it because of some ulterior motive, then you can keep your integrity. Yeah, if that's what you really think.
Mm-hmm.
But can you really? I mean, can you really speak something that's false with any integrity? And at the end of the day,
I guess it, like, my understanding is if I feel like I've presented something to someone and they have no response to it, and they've heard my argument, and I think my argument is sound, and they still disagree with it, that would certainly, I don't know if I could say that they have integrity after that.
Well, we
I'd
went
say
back and forth with our opinions, and you never convinced me, and I never convinced you.
Yeah. So what kind of relationship do we what kind of relationship do we have then? I mean, what?
Well,
what
you haven't done the test yet. Then you'll realize you're wrong, and you'll maintain your integrity.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah,
But like,
I
let's
just
say I do my test. I do my test and I go out there and I still come back and I can't. I don't agree with you. Like, could you still find integrity in me?
Well, the deception's pretty well designed. I mean, because you have globe earthers in here like Jesse or somebody like him that come in with tests that they think still proves a globe, but the mathematics is worked out. So it seems like with interpretation of your observation, you could still think it's a globe. So it's very well designed.
Can I say something real quick? I think if a glober says like with the evidence presented to me, I believe it's a globe, I'd say that's pretty that has integrity. But when they start to say like, oh, I know it's definitely a globe, like, I mean, you have never been high enough to see the globe yourself. You have not witnessed it. So how do you know it? You know what I mean? If you say the evidence, then I kind of believe, okay, this guy believes the evidence, right? But if this guy is saying, no, I know it's a globe, like, well, you haven't been on the space, whatever, and seen the globe. You haven't done that.
That's a good point.
Like
yeah.
certainty has something to do with it.
Right.
No.
Right. Because when it comes to flat earthers, they're not saying we know it's flat like we know what the whole thing is. It's, in my opinion, it's more like all we can know is what we personally experience, which is a level stationary plane. Doesn't mean you're declaring something about the whole thing. And I think that's where a lot of ballers lose their integrity, because they've been in this conversation long enough to know both sides of it, but then they still come in presenting it as, oh, you believe the earth is flat, or you think this, or all the straw men, that they still keep like they're tactical about it rather than actually trying to have a conversation.
I definitely don't think that's a universal, though, what you just said. There are definitely people that say what the earth is, what they either know it to be. There's a lot of different words people may use. I don't think it's some universal. I mean, you link the term flat earth with that just to say, oh, that no one's claiming it's flat. Like, really? Did you really just say that? I mean,
I said level stationary.
The whole name of that thing is flat earth.
Well, I said
we all
assume
says
it's
they're
level
flat
and
earther, then
stationary.
they're saying the earth is flat. They're not just saying it's not a globe. They're saying the earth is flat. That's why it's called flat earther.
Right, but then it's like the point that was just put up, like that Numpty was just saying, like, we can't declare what the whole thing is because we haven't seen the whole thing. Technically, we can only say, what I said was we can only assume that what it presents itself to us, each of us, is a stationary level plane. You know, but they try to strawman us and just like, you know what the whole thing is, like we're trying to make a claim about everything like that we can't know, as far as the perimeter or how far it is, the, you know, if there's a dome, all those things that we can't prove are typically not something a flat earther commits to, as far as like declaring something they can't actually know. But yeah, level and stationary, that's what we all experience. There's no reason to assume it's anything but that.
I just like to say a lot of the straw men come from flat earth speculation. Like, okay, like on the flat earth side, okay, we're on a flat earth. Let's speculate. Maybe there's a dome. And then you have globers who come in here and are just like, dome this, dome that. And it's like, not necessarily everyone fucking thinks that. It's just a speculation. You know what I mean?
Yeah, just designating what you're speculating about and what, you know, you can rightly assume, which is, I think, your base axiom, your default reality is not a belief. It's not something you believe. It's just what we all experience. That's what we all have in common. If it's not a globe, then there's no reason to not think that, you know, at least.
Do Glober kind of discussions or accusations about flat Earth, do they impact the consensus of flat Earth belief?
Definitely.
What do you mean? I don't think there is any consensus, and it's not a belief.
That's fair. I guess like in these kinds of discussion settings, when Glovers bring arguments, do they impact how flat earthers conceptualize the world?
They shouldn't be bringing arguments. They should be bringing evidence. So that's the first thing they're doing wrong in your scenario.
Have Glover arguments affected how you view the world?
I think there's certain parts of the arguments that maybe flat earthers assumed, or were strawmanned into, or just thought was part of the idea, and then from discussing the details, some of the claims may not be necessarily what some might have assumed. Yeah, so this argument kind of like fine tunes what it might be for each of us, But it's not a belief. It's not like I'm going to take out a new belief. I'm going to start believing in the dome without evidence.
Yeah, no. In my position, the lack of curvature and the lack of spin, and understanding that you can't have a ball hurtling through the universe that I've never seen measured this universe, so that doesn't exist.
We've measured it, and I've never produced any kind of appeal to consensus. I've never brought appeal to consensus. I've always brought evidence, and it's either been dispelled or misunderstood. But I've really been honest in trying to bring the things that I see or that I've measured to the table.
They're not proofs, though. They're not leading to the proof. Irrefutable
in science,
proof.
there aren't any proofs.
They're not doing that.
There are no. Well, yeah, actually, they are.
Danik,
No, they're not.
you're
They're not.
interrupting.
Nothing leads to proving that the Earth globe, right, Zanik? If it's Zanik, nothing you've brought to date is proof. You brought a lot of nonsense to the discussion, and we've seen through it. We've unpacked it and digested it, and said, this is not proof of globe.
So for people who are in this chat, for people who have been in this chat for potentially years, for hundreds and hundreds of hours of discussion, are there any other discussions in your life, like in your daily or in your work or wherever? Are there any other discussions or arguments in your life that have lasted as long and taken as much of your time as the flat Earth discussion?
Yeah, pizza with pineapple
the moon
on it.
landing hoax, Bill Casing, and the moon landing hoax.
Does it compete with flat Earth in terms of like time?
Yeah, moon landing hope.
How does it compare with flat Earth in terms of how much time you've spent arguing
you see, because NASA has been receiving $20 billion roughly, $23 billion this year.
Sure. I'm trying to get a little more meta. I'm trying to get a little more meta. Like how much time do you think you've spent arguing flat Earth versus arguing moon landing?
Flat Earth, it's 7 years. Moon landing is much longer because I learned that back in 2002.
Mm-hmm.
So
do you think you like on the daily? Do you argue more often flat Earth, or do you argue more often moon landing?
Moon landing is just a small part of realizing it.
We talk about all kinds of topics here, man. Yeah, there's all kinds.
That's true. That's true. I guess moon landing is included in flat Earth.
We all kind of consider moon landing a no-brainer at this point, to be honest.
Bring those to bear.
But do you think that there are non-conspiracy related, discussions that have taken up as much of your daily sort of time and thought as this?
It used to be like motorcycles, Formula One racing, World Rally racing, that kind of stuff. I used to have lots of discussion on that because I am a motorcyclist. So so I put as much passion and as much energy into that. But after discovering the deception of the moon landings and then the flat Earth, I learned years. I'm afraid I put a lot of effort into all those conspiracies on a daily.
I've seen guys here because I'm semi-retired, so I can wasted a lot of time. And I spend a lot of time. I mean, I was into a racing forum, and we talked about races. We talked about cars. We argued about everything. For years, we did that. This trumps it, and I couldn't imagine anything that could consume more time than that. And this beats it. And everybody here, I don't understand how they can spend as much time as they do here, but they do. Crazy.
I mean, Zanuck, I hate to put you on the spot, but as a globe earther, I feel like you have the most to kind of to prove, or most to justify. Why do you spend the time that you spend here?
Challenge. It's a challenge to understand things in such a simplistic way, to be able to convey it and get the message across without any kind of rejection. So I think it's a challenge. It's also like playing with a cat too, because you can just sit there and move the string around and they just follow it. So they're pretty predictable, but it's very fun to kind of go out there and just.
Yeah, but
what
are you talking about?
I sort of had it.
Oh my gosh!
I'm kidding. Relax. I'm kidding. Relax.
He's a closet flat earther.
I don't think my mic's
I'm a closet.
working,
That's right. I am a closet. I look at these pictures that Electric just posted. It's flat. It looks flat to me.
I was also hoping to ask Matthew Learns. Why do you think Matthew Learns is in here? I don't know much about Matthew Learns. I've seen him around here the last couple of years, but.
Gee, can I get a mic check?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Am I loud or soft?
Sounds about
We
right.
can hear you just fine.
Okay.
I think
I was just going
Matthew
to reply to
enjoys it.
Danny's comment about the string and the ball. It's like it's who's holding the string. We're always arguing in here who's going to be holding the string. With the analogy with the ball and string.
Zanuck, have you ever considered stopping? Like disengaging with the community, or is that kind of out of the question? Or what do you think?
I do occasionally. I get life gets in the way, and get very busy with all sorts of things that I'm involved with. I'm involved with a lot of different things. And then when I have some downtime, it's just great to get in here. And I just love. I'm just a big physics fan. I love science. I love technology, and they've always been they're relentless in their pursuit of this goal to convert everybody to understand that the flat Earth is flat. Number two, they're always raising really good questions about standard science, the way it's worded about the reality that surrounds us, whether it be the physics or just the star environment, right down to the shape of the Earth. So it's actually kind of interesting to be able to respond back and meet the challenge of certain objections that are like, okay, that's a good point. Let's see how I can respond back to with what I do know. And if I don't know it, let me try to reformulate my answer so it's better understood and it's more accurate.
Yo, Flat Earth Discord is way more fun than any video game I've ever played.
Is it just entertainment? Is it just entertainment, or is there something more? Is it something more worthwhile than like a
it's
video
intellectual? Game? It's intellectual entertainment. I don't know.
Have we engaged before, Ed Monk? Are you new, or have you been around for a while?
You dropped out for a second there. Can you repeat?
Yeah, have you been around for a while? I don't recognize your name, and I don't really recognize your voice either.
I drop in every couple months. I just fall in and out of the community every couple months.
What's your background? Just high level. Just what are you into? What's your thing?
So I have an engineering degree, and I just have always been interested in this kind of stuff, and I like a lot of the stuff that you brought up. It resonates with me too. Like I like arguing. I like and I like arguing. And I like arguing about stuff science related.
Like Elijah, just a second, man. 1 second. So Edmond, it's pretty cool. I kind of get that too. But one of the greatest things about this whole thing is I think everybody, including me, and probably more me, that I've taken the physics. You have too. We've taken multiple years of that and through engineering, and I've learned more about these things that I just blew. The one chapter you spent on entropy in physics, you never went and learned about it again. You never read anything about entropy after year one of physics. It comes up occasionally, but not really.
Yeah,
but now
you come to experience intelligence beyond yours, and I'm not trying to say your intelligence is lower or higher, but I would say that we would all probably agree to that there's some intelligence.
No, it's not. It's not the intelligence.
There's some intelligence that we glean from others or we learn from others.
I think it is.
I'm not going to say I'm any more intelligent than anybody here. I mean, there's some really sharp, quick-witted guys around here. Some have been trained. Some like Mike and a few others have engineering degrees, rocket scientists, and a few others. I mean, are living the dream, right, in the fields. But the point is, we've all been forced to go relearn stuff or learn things and actually understand it, rather than just, okay, I read that, I got an A on the test, big deal, you forget it the next day. This whole forum makes us, and we go over everything. And Etmox probably understands this. We've talked about everything. We've even talked about global warming here. We've talked about everything. Just real
Argument
quick.
is a crucible. Debate is a
Can I say
crucible.
something real quick? I also think that it's weird because Flat Earth brings very weird subjects together, like people debate holy scriptures, different religions, history.
That's true.
Yeah. And I love
they
religion.
debate morality, fucking morality. They talk about physics. They talk about chemistry. It's like the discussions that go along with it are very diverse.
And sorry to jump in, but like for me, what it's always been about for me is like on a surface level, many things I disagree with flat earthers about. But I know there's something there's something that they're right about. There's something about the world or their perspective on things that they're right about. My journey or my whatever, cringy thing you can say about why like I always come back to the flat earth community.
Dog always returns to
right
its
about
vomit.
something. They're right about something. Something about the world they're right about, and I just don't quite know what it is yet.
I'm with you too. That's a fascinating thing about being here. But just to finish up what I was saying, and I didn't.
I mean, if you're talking about that directly, how about that the Earth is a stationary plane?
Yeah,
that's at the core of what you're.
That's the only thing. That's the only thing you're not right about.
What is it you're right about? Wait a minute. These flat earthers have a point about something. I just don't know.
They got a point about something. They do, and I'm right with you. Let me just finish. Let me finish what I was saying real quick.
I know what it is. It's that thing you said about apples that one day. That's what it is. It can't be the actual Earth.
Yeah. They must be right about some obscure thing, not the actual thing.
Right. Some obscure thing.
Gio, let me know when I can finish up real quick.
Go for it.
Yeah, just real quick. I mean, I was at the end of it, but the point was that we pick any subject we've talked about, any discipline or any subject matter we've talked about, we dive into it deep. Much more deep than the first or second year physics on that particular subject. Now, none of us here at this level, I've forgotten more than I've, by a long shot, most people having delved into it. You couldn't go in there and pass these classes without studying, but some of these topics you would know more than a lot of people that are studying it right now currently. And it's shown by some of these people that have actually interviewed physicists, these blind interviews and, their covert operations that they go in there and try to catch these physicists in a lie or something, because these guys have forgotten all this stuff, like entropy or even Coriolis or even simple terms like buoyancy. These physicists haven't looked at it since they were in college, and 30 years later, they're not going to remember what that even means. And generally what it means, things float, but why articulate it right now in a sentence, be real accurate, can't do it. And everyone in the flat Earth community and the Globers too that have been paying attention here and being participating, you've learned things much better than you ever could have learned it. Yeah. So my point is, wouldn't it be great if this was like a required study in high school? Because it gets you excited about being here. I wasn't that. I mean, I was a big physics guy, mechanical engineering guy too. Wasn't that excited?
If I had to argue against flat earthers when I was in middle school, I would have fucking loved this shit so much.
Right? I mean, it would have been unbelievable. I think how much better the engineers would have been. Just the formulating your arguments, your thought process, everything. We can't just say, well, it's written in the book that way, so that's just the way it is.
Well, this is why
flat earthers are pretty smart.
Go ahead.
Yeah,
Neil.
this is why Issa was talking about how the claim of the globe Earth and the moon landing and all that kind of took away the wonder and the discovery and the discussion about the Earth and what it is and who we are and the sky and all these components. It stole that, hijacked it and said, hey, it's a globe in space and here's a picture of it. We landed on the moon. It kind of stole that away from us. And by having that, I think there's a tremendous amount of creative energy and intelligence that comes with this discussion that is part of who we are, where we are, and how it all works.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
I think science. Yeah, go for it.
Well, I was going to say that something related to you and our discussions too, at Monk. But one of the questions that I kept asking you, or one of the things that I was trying to clarify with you, is why you think that the discussion is still going if it's obviously a globe. Now, you weren't saying it was obviously a globe. You were saying that you think it is for these reasons or whatever else. But I think that you were kind of settled on flat as a whole. Maybe flat earthers just don't understand how the globe model works as the reason that it still exists. But maybe you've changed your opinion on that. But more so on this, to an open question, is why is it that they would have to? I mean, you can at least be honest enough to recognize that they've made us believe that thinking the Earth is flat is stupid from like the get-go, when it's obviously not stupid, because we wouldn't be having this discussion for this long if it was just a stupid idea, right? What's the reason for that? Why the tactical move on their part to make people embarrassed to even say it, when it's obviously an interesting discussion that leads to all kinds of knowledge?
They use it as an insult. They use
Yeah,
flat Earth
yeah.
as an insult.
I think so. This kind of ties into what I was gonna say in response to Gio about. I think that people don't want to risk it. Maybe people don't want to risk. I guess the gamble, whatever gamble it is. That and every gamble, when a gamble is made over millions of people, it becomes less of a gamble and more of a calculation. Like, if you're going to gamble that 1 out of every 1,000 people is going to become a flat earther, those numbers become more important if you're designing the structure of YouTube or the structure of Facebook or whatever. I think people, I don't know. I feel like I had something better to say, and then I just lost it.
Well, it's like, why would they need to even do that? If it's a globe, there should be all. I mean, this is what a lot of us say on this side of the argument: is if it was a globe, you guys wouldn't be here arguing with us, because there'd be many ways to know that for sure. It wouldn't just happen to present itself as stationary and flat, and then also be the opposite of that at the same time. Mm-hmm. And you could at least be honest enough, or intellectually honest enough, to admit that it makes a lot of sense if it is as it seems, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I think
I'd like to make two comments if I two comments.
Yeah, I had something to say, and then it was gone, so just go for it. Go for it. I can't remember what I was going to say.
My Wi-Fi is not working very well, but two comments I want to make is, in the British education, the curriculum in there, by law, it states that they should be teaching both schools of thought. That's the heliocentric model and the flat earth or the geocentric model. Okay? They're supposed to, but
it says that? You saying it should, or they do?
That I've forgotten that.
They do say that, or you think they should?
By law, they're supposed to.
Who says?
No. By law, it states that by law.
I don't think so.
And
yeah, it is.
What's his name?
Because they started pushing this globe thing. Yeah, I mean, they were pushing the globe so severely that there was a huge reaction. That people being like, "What? Like, we're not on a ball spinning? Like, that was absurd. That was like, So they, as that was being pushed in, they kind of got their way, if you will, because of world wars and everything, the genocide that they did. So they got their way of having it, especially after World War II. Like NASA, the United Nations, and this Education Act was all passed right in the span of like a year or two at the end of the 50s. So boom, they had it. The United Nations, they had NASA, and then they had this Education Act, which allowed them to have only certain corporations and companies that were printing and writing the books that all children had to read and learn to pass the grades.
But you're not saying that they taught flat, they taught geocentric, which is everything revolving around the Earth. If that was a philosophical class, or was it actually a science class? They actually
how are you making? Hold up. How are you making claims about a law that you were just questioning that didn't exist a second ago? This is crazy.
Me?
Yes, you.
No, I'm still questioning it. I'm still questioning it. I am not making any. Gio, could you stop him? No, I'm not. You're lying. I'm not. I have no clue.
Let him respond. Let him respond.
I have no clue about the law. None.
Wait a minute. I can help.
Well, you interrupted
Numpty,
Noah, so I mean,
I was just going to say, I think that Noah might have misinterpreted him saying it as claiming it. He was asking it more than saying it. He was asking,
thank you.
Was the law? Yeah, that's all.
Okay,
so get off my back.
You're asking the question if it's geocentric or a flat model. That's what you're asking.
Yeah, I can't imagine it being flat, but I mean, that could be true also. I don't know. I have no knowledge of British law. I know in the States, it is not taught.
well, that's been the default since the dawn of time, Zanuck.
What's that, flat?
A stationary planar surface of Earth. Yeah, a plane.
Okay. Do they teach that in the States at all, ever, anywhere?
Well, they were, even in the late 1800s, early 1900s.
Yeah, I'm not talking about 200 years ago.
It was
I'm talking about now.
No, it was World War I that was the first genocide, which changed it, and then Einstein and then
we have a woman, 102-year-old.
Okay, so the answer is no.
And then right into World War II. So
yes, Gino, what was said?
There's still people alive today who were taught the Earth was a stationary planar surface in their childhood.
Where were they taught that? In the States?
All around the world. Because the globe was not being universally taught until the Education Act in the late 1950s. But they already had it. After World War I, they started changing.
Right. But what he's saying is that they're teaching it now by law. They teach a geocentric model in Britain, in England, which I have a hard time understanding or believing. And then if they do it, what would they do? They teach flat, or they teach just geocentrism, which is
I didn't say that, Zanuck. You got it wrong.
Like this one, I heard you say that, but
I said they are supposed to be teaching it, but not.
Okay, yeah. Why do you think they're supposed to be teaching it?
That's your problem. I said they're supposed to teach it.
Why?
They're supposed to teach it by. Hang on. Listen. Shut up.
I'm listening.
No, they're supposed to teach it by law, but they're not teaching it.
Can you show me the law that says you're supposed to teach?
His question, Jin, is it his question for you, Jin, is it a geocentric globe or a stationary flat plane?
Listen.
Which form of geocentrism?
You can't reason with Jin.
That's his question.
A lawyer studying law, okay, he pursued it with Roxanne Glenn, okay? Yeah. Contact Anthony Riley. That's my answer.
Oh, God, he's not a lawyer. He's not a lawyer.
He's studying law. He's
not. He never passed the bar.
Law.
But he never passed the bar, and he's not. I don't believe they're. Okay, you know what? It's on you to show me some law that says they're supposed to teach geocentrism in England and Britain. You're gonna have to show me that, because it doesn't exist. I would be willing to bet you.
Here's the question. Here's a question.
If curriculum there in.
If Glober belief was totally destroyed and flat Earth belief was propagated across the educational system, would you still try to teach globe argumentation in the schools?
I personally don't think there's any need for something that's false.
Mm-hmm. I mean.
So I would
you've benefited from arguing against globe. So like any of the arguments that you've heard, or all of the models of the universe that Globers have put forward, do you think there's any worth in teaching those in the school, even as like trinkets, little things to teach?
Well, yeah. It wouldn't be the opposite, like the globe Earth idea would be like, you'd be stupid to even question it. It would be like this is the globe Earth model and what they say, and that this is why they said it, and then you'd have to teach about the conspiracy, the worldwide conspiracy, and everything to go with it. Of course, yeah.
Yeah, of course, you teach it as history. This is how we used to think. This is how man used to think. He was under deception from 500 years ago at the time, 1543 Copernicus model, and it was being forced. You just teach the historical facts. That's what you would teach. Simple.
Yeah, when I said no, I was more referring to,
And
let's
don't
say,
forget,
like far
please,
enough in the
there are
future.
44 government
Hello, Jen?
agencies, government agency documents that state that the Earth is flat and stationary. Yeah, can't get that out now, can I?
Do you think that there are aspects of the global argument, the global argument, that are like nefarious, that they kind of take people over and they take them over, they like a virus? Do you think there are aspects of the global argument that are worth kind of scrubbing out of existence?
Hey, Gio, finish up with what you were trying to say real quick.
Yeah, what I was going to say is that, in my viewpoint, headed into the future, there's no reason to be involved, in my viewpoint, in something that's false. Like, I personally don't have that much interest in talking about the globe because it's false. Although my interest in it lies in the fact that there's a lot of people that have been convinced of it, and so our time and our era is this globe paradigm that we're in, as it were. So yeah, so of course I want to know as much as I can about it to be of most assistance and to have the most knowledge as I can about it. However, in my viewpoint, like, let's just say hundreds of years in the future, would there be any reason to even be going over all of it, of the Earth being a globe? Like, it's sort of like, is it worth saying that, unicorns are what the clouds are? It's like, if it's not unicorns, then what's the use in talking about it in that sense? But we're in a world that it's such a dominant paradigm that, yeah, it does seem like here headed forward, having a full working knowledge of both models is a good idea, so you can kind of most fully be aware of it, of all the angles. And
hey, but Gio, don't you think it'd be like important if we do come out of this with realizing with everyone realizing it, that the deception that was created was so intricate, like to teach how they reverse engineered it or whatever they did, like that would be an important thing for people to learn, because they can then see how complex and widespread a deception could be. Like that would be important for them to know, to look out for in the future, that kind of thing. It would be taught maybe in that way, right?
Yeah, well, I don't know. This is an interesting topic that we haven't really covered before too much in terms of this, like in terms of, this kind of discussion of like way in the future. And I mean, I guess ultimately people can teach their children whatever they want. And if they want to send them to some school, then I guess, it's up to that school. That's whatever they're teaching. But when I think about it, I mean, it's highly questionable whether it's worth telling brand new children into the Earth about a whole like dark demonic deception of people deceiving people about what the world is. It's kind of like a trauma. But I mean, at the same time, I mean, I can understand there could be some. I guess it just depends on who it is and what time period you're talking about and what they choose to do. But I'm not really going to advocate for a teaching about lies and deception. It doesn't really.
Can I say something really quick? The whole
let's Sign get in, because he doesn't speak much and he was trying to say something. Go ahead.
I was gonna say I have something interesting to add here. I was talking to some friends earlier about this, and it's sort of getting to a spicy time, right? This is all sort of because, like, I think for most of us, and I may be speaking for maybe to too many people here, but I think the moon landing sort of left a bitter taste in everyone's mouth, sort of dry, right? We want more. There was no meat on the bone there, and I think that sort of things are heating up, right? Spicy. Who's going to the moon? Like, when are humans going to the next planetary, their closest planetary body? When is this sort of thing going to happen? Things are, right? We're hearing talk of it. It's been pushed back, president after president, right? Things get in the way. Oh, it's the war this time, and oh, we're not going that. Is society going to collapse before we end up going to the moon again? Or before we end up going to, oh no, we have rovers and stuff there. No, it's about getting humans. How is it that we went to the moon so long ago and still 60, 70, 80, how many more years is going to be back before another country decides to do it, to go to the moon, to send humans? But that's what I was saying, is like, it's not possible. So, but that's why things are getting spicy, is because these claims are being made. Well, oh yeah, Elon Musk is going to bring us to Mars, or sort of ridiculous notions.
Can I say something?
Wait a minute. I want to ask that guy a question.
Well, Noah was next. Hold on. Noah was
okay,
next.
go ahead. But following up, I want to ask that guy a question about what he said in particular. Go ahead. Unless you're going to change the subject real quick.
Okay, I'll just finish off the last subject. I just think like when the kids are going to school and stuff in their education, like we learn a lot of stuff that's fucking, quite frankly, useless in all pretents and ways. And like some of the things that are like the height of the uselessness is a globe, dinosaurs, all that shit. That will never be practically useful in your life ever, at any moment or time. Thank you.
Yeah, I was going to ask that guy that just said things are getting spicy, and I wasn't sure exactly what he meant as far as like, do you think it's getting spicy because people are doubting whether we ever went to the moon, or it's spicy within the people that actually believe we went there about who's going to do it?
I think it's no, because it's just getting pushed back and pushed back. How long will it be before we go to the planet? So that's why, again, the only reason this debate is taking place is because no one here has access to quote unquote space, right? If you could just get up in your little vessel or get up in a drone and we could go to space and see the Earth from space and far away and zoom out and get out, you could see the Earth for being a ball or whatever it is. If you get outside far enough, so it's like we wouldn't be having this debate if space was accessible to everyone. It's not, and it's ostensibly not going to be that way for a very long time. It is
okay. So you think we actually did go to the moon?
kept by a few organizations around, or around the plane.
I mean, I think science has changed. Science, and I think this is what if I remember, this was what I was gonna say earlier. Is science has changed. If like scientific progress now has to happen in a group setting, where you have to kind of commit things and believe things in order for any science to happen. Just because like the shit that is being discussed has gotten complicated. In order for any progress to be made, there needs to be a lot of people who are working together under certain circumstances to move forward. But the thing is that science is now no longer as individualistic as a enterprise as it once was, and that has some costs.
You think it was more individualistic before?
For sure. I think that scientific enterprise used to be much more individualistic. I think that there were times in human history where scientific enterprise was, was much more of an individual adventure than it was now.
Maybe it still is, but maybe the suppression of information has made those people not even seem to exist, that are still doing things that are innovative, but they're just not mainstream, so they get blackballed and they don't get peer-reviewed papers published because there's a conspiracy to convince people we're on a spinning ball.
It's possible. It's possible. I mean, obviously, as a baller, I think it's also possible that there are just the way science has to progress in a world as complicated as the one we live in. It's just not as individualistic anymore. It's not as much. There's not as much adventure. I mean, I just don't think that science has to be an adventure. I think that science, for a long time, was an individual Indiana Jones adventure, but now it's not. Now you have to go to university and, like many of my friends that are in the physics departments around the United States, they have to pay a ton of money and put a ton of time in doing shit they don't want to do and just write meaningless papers and, work their way up the ladder. I just think that that's just how it has to go these days because, science is so complicated. Science is so team oriented now.
Well, we have. But if at one point I said welcome to flat Earth, I'd also say welcome to the Wild West again, because because people would be innovative, and they are. If you're looking at it, a lot of the people that have realized this are doing all kinds of stuff because they've realized that the overall quote unquote science has been misled.
Right. But what if the nature of the world, right? Not any sort of human decision. What if it turns out that there are truths about the world that can only be found out by kind of cooperation? What if there are truths about the world that can't be found out with the cowboy attitude? Like there were truths about the world that could be found out with cowboy attitude, but now it just so happens that there aren't.
Took an empire to build the Tower of Babel.
Yeah.
But doesn't it seem like they kind of still present it that way? Like they give us the Elon Musks or whoever it is that
sure.
supposedly, and you know that's pretty much a farce. Like he's not just coming up with all these ideas on his own. That he's like probably just the spokesman or the face for a big corporate entity that allows us to think that this guy actually succeeded, just like we can. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Like they even if it is true that the only science that progresses has to be this sort of like huge collective endeavors rather than individual people, they would for sure still have to push forward this individualistic myth of science, because they still have to recruit people. They still have to get people to pay for master's degrees. They still have to get people to be invested in science, and so they still have to.
Can I say something?
Mm-hmm.
What if all these people who are writing these meaningless papers and just fucking lecturing or whatever, and they don't really ever discover anything, are actually trapped and they're conned into this life where they just get extracted into conning other people? What actually happens is there's like a revelation, like a higher power or like a spirit comes and it fucking tells people like, yo, here's the new technology and here's the lie to back it up, so they keep believing this fucking ball earth. And then basically they just implement that, and the higher intelligence, it's more smart than humans, so it just puts a puzzle that we can't fucking fix basically, and gives us better technology. Because like, you see how technology just comes out of nowhere. It just seems to come out of nowhere. Oh yeah, Steve Jobs just came out of nowhere with all his iPhones and iPads and shit. Like, oh yeah, fucking Elon Musk came, and now we have fucking electric cars that outcompete gasoline cars all of a sudden, just coming out of nowhere.
Well, you know what's really funny about that too is like the whole chip thing. Like, who oversighted this? Like, all the chips are made in like one factory. What? Is this just like one factory in the entire world is producing like what, all the chips for like the military too? All of their computer chips, all the chips around the world, not all the Taiwan, all the chips come from one factory. Who made that decision? Right, of course, now they're building like another factory, like, right? We have to like keep up with the fucking. Anyway, that's sort of an off tangent.
I think creative action in the world is otherworldly, and I think and New Perspective would know this, but I think that there are otherworldly forces. There are non-human creative forces in action on Earth, and I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. I think that it's just who humans are. We interact with non-human forces. We interact with non-human intelligences.
Are they from other planets?
No, I think they're earthly. They're earthly. They're from Earth. They're not human. They have their own motivations and strategies.
Spirits?
Sort of like spirits. I think they're sort of like spirits. I think they're sort of like memes. They're cultural entities. They want they use us to propagate themselves. They're informational beings. And I think that things like, people like Steve Jobs, they become possessed by these beings and become conduits for these beings. And maybe even make deals with them.
Yeah, can I say something again?
Mm-hmm.
Like, a lot of these people who are big creatives or whatever are taking all this LSD and shit, and like, all these drugs do is just open you up for these things to come into you and fucking give you all kind of ideas.
Yeah,
I think that's true. It gives you think about this too. What the best fucking thing? Oh, here's a fucking thing you can tap on, do all this app shit, so it's appealing to us. But meanwhile, it fucking tracks and traces and fucking learns about us. And then Steve Jobs, I mean, if something came to you and said, "Here's this iPhone," you would be like, "Oh, it's good for me because I'm gonna be the guy who brought this to the world. I'm gonna be the big savior man. I'm gonna be the big fucking guy who brought us forward with our iPhones."
Yeah, I think it's true. I think it's as these things, these kind of cultural entities, they do want power. They do want more power over the physical world, and they do take on more power when they can, and through people like Steve Jobs, through people who have the kind of technical power and charisma to create things. They do use those people to take more power.
Or just use an actor that seems like he can say the right things to make it seem like it's just him doing it, when it's really like tech that they've developed years back, and they make it seem like just one guy in his garage made it happen and that's how it worked. But actually they had DARPA and everybody else that totally had all this shit that they were using way before any of this actually came about.
Couldn't it? Why not just DARPA? Why not? It was just a guy in a garage, and they just used him.
Can I go after?
Yeah.
Okay, I was gonna say, like, or what even about, like, maybe these guys don't discover anything, or not discover. I mean, these guys don't fucking like do anything scientifically. They just fucking unearth some like shit from Rome or Greece or like Egypt or like fucking Babylon, and it's like, oh shit, like ancient technology. All right, hide this real quick, analyze it. Oh, we can actually implement this in our society, and then they just have a fat vault of all these like artifacts that are all like, you know what I mean? That could also be a possibility, that they're getting it from the past. It's not coming from an outside source. It's already been achieved, and we fucking live in like a fucking post civilization.
Yeah, I think I think that the appeal to kind of older civilizations, I don't like it. I think that there are amazing people that live now, and I've seen people do amazing things now. I'm not inclined to attribute amazing things that the human race has done to people that lived before. I would not be surprised if amazing things that have happened in the world now have happened because of modern, just people living in the world now. I don't think we need to attribute it all to stuff that happened before.
Okay,
but don't you think that if we were,
oh, go ahead. Here's the thing. You're giving all this credit to people now, and you're saying, oh, people are so great now that they can do all this stuff. But would you not give the same credit to the people who lived before us? They are people, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what's the difference between us and them?
I think it's accumulation.
So okay, go ahead.
I mean, things that people do now build on things that people did before, and when that happens enough, amazing things can happen. Like when one person does some sort of amazing thing with their imagination and with the world around them, they create some sort of platform that then another person after them can do some other thing with even greater, because of the standing on the shoulders of giants thing. When that happens over thousands of years, I don't think it's impossible for the things that we've seen now.
Don't you think things were forgotten and lost also? Great
for
things
sure.
forgotten. I mean, they found
sure.
they fucking went into the Amazon fucking shit, and they're like, oh my god, there's huge fucking stone temples everywhere, and a fucking forest just grew over it, and we fucking didn't know this all shit was here.
Yeah,
and it's like, so
things
are lost. Things are lost and forgotten. So like, I think you might be right about the building up, but things like I mean, Rome was fucking sacked, was it not? So like, things get like fucking destroyed. Information is lost. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't think it's all upward. I don't think it's all upward. I think it's like the fucking market. The market goes up and down. I think that's also how it is in like history. I don't know.
Yeah, it's not all up. It's not all up. Things get lost. Things get destroyed. Information is lost. but we're always coming up with new ways to retain things, to remember things. We're always coming up with new ways to keep building. So I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised if I don't know. It doesn't surprise me that things get better. It doesn't surprise me that people come up with new ways to do things.
Hey, Funk, I sent you some videos, and I just put them in the live stream too, that talk about how a lot of these technologies, even steam engines and steam technology, was like invented and kept secret way before they even like allowed it to be used. Once they had the control over it and were able to like use it to their advantage to keep control over society. But what would you say about like a flat earther? That one of the things we often say is that part of the reason this is important is that we're holding back our development or our advancements, or the next Tesla could have been born and just thought it was a globe and then never discovered the things that he might have helped society with because he was assuming all these wrong things we were taught. Might that inspire you to do your test and you know?
I think that the reason flat Earth exists, is because it's very clear to everyone that we're in like a stagnation period right now. I think it's very clear to most people that whatever promises for advancement they gave us, they don't seem to be coming to fruition. And I think many people understand that we're in some sort of stasis right now where whatever trajectory we were on, whatever acceleration we were on is not happening. So I would agree. I think that it's correct to look back at our past and be like, what are we thinking about incorrectly here? What do we have wrong? Even as fundamental as the shape of the Earth, what do we have wrong? What have we got? What do we need to reevaluate?
Well, yeah, and in my viewpoint, the people pushing the globe deception are actually slowing humanity down. They're like harvesting off of us, kind of feasting off of us, only giving us certain information, and then everything that they're hiding from us is actually slowing us down. They're dumbing us down in that sense. So unencumbered by that, like the potentials of what could open up are far-reaching.
Can I say something?
Yeah, exactly.
With maybe it's like a chess game, and like they're playing a chess game where they're slowly taking out different pieces of information, and they're not doing it all at once. Like saying that, oh, okay, let's take this over here. Let's do this in the medical field. Okay, let's chill for a bit. All right, now let's go do this over here in the fucking economy. All right, now let's go over here and do this. And basically, they can just change the information and slowly mold it over time by doing it in different areas instead of doing like a full frontal assault. You know what I mean? Because it's not like everyone believed in a flatter globe. You know what I mean? Just 100 years ago. So that means that if it wasn't everyone, that it wasn't implemented everywhere at like a uniform level.
Yeah, I think it plays into the what we were just talking about, which is like science now has to be done in large groups of people with a large investment. You can't just do science ad hoc with just one dude on his own going forward. The nature of the things that we investigate now require lots of investment of lots of people, and so you have to have basically brainwashing now in order to do science, and that's why science is. That's why I fucking love science is so cringy now, because you basically
How
need.
do you know that's not your brainwashing? That you need to have
that's
all
true.
these corporations and stuff.
I mean,
what experiments have you tried to do by yourself? You know what I'm saying?
Well, I think that's an example of the situation we're in. But like, do you think it's possible that there is a state of science, a situation in science where the only way new information is gathered is as huge groups of people that are basically brainwashed to search? I mean, is that possible, or is science just inherently has to be the single guy, the single person?
It can be either, man. It's either. Doesn't just matters that the information is revealed.
Yeah.
It requires at least one person, because someone has to, perceive the information to then tell other people. But if 3 people see it at the same time, that kind of lends it more credit, not less. You know what I'm saying? But I'm just saying, like, there's many mysteries to this world that I think are kind of hidden, and you can if you search, find the answers to these mysteries. You know what I mean?
That's a good
point. And you don't have to have a team. You could do it all by yourself. I mean, having a team helps though, but you don't necessarily have to.
Did you guys know that speaking of mysteries, that they still don't actually know how the eel reproduces? The freshwater eel literally has evaded science to this day.
Funky. That fucks
They have
with
no
me.
idea how the eel reproduces.
They're just there, eh? They just exist. None of them. They're all just there, like, eternally.
Yeah. It is a black pill. It is a black pill, and I don't really know. I mean, it sucks a lot. And I'm not a scientist. Like I'm a sellout, low level engineer now. I didn't make any of my teenage dreams of becoming an engineer come true. But it feels like now it's very possible that science, I mean, what if that is true? What if in order to do science now, you just have to get a bunch of people together? What if all the single person genius, holy experiments were already done, and now we just have to get a bunch of people together and make spreadsheets, and that's just the only way science can get done now. I don't know. It's a black pill. I don't know.
There are mysteries yet to be perceived.
I hope there are. I need there to be more mysteries, because that's.
You're only looking in the place everyone else is looking in, so you're not seeing anything new. You're like, oh, particles, I can't see it anywhere in chemistry. I can't see it. You have to look outside of it. You have to look at it in your experience, what you actually experience in reality.
Yeah. I want that to be true. I feel like I've made progress. I feel like I've made discoveries about the nature of the universe in my own experience,
Think about this.
Yeah, but I don't know. I don't know if that's cope.
Think about this, bro. Think about the first person who discovered surfing. Is that not science? Yet, what did they do? They didn't really create anything. Wood in a fucking shape probably already existed like that. The wave already existed. You know what I mean? The first person to make a solar panel. You know what I mean? It's just none of that was unlocked from what? They already knew all the components of the solar panel, yet they somehow assembled it in a new way to fucking get energy from it. Yeah. The person already knew what wood fucking did. It floated on water, but somehow he stood on it and fucking went down and fucking rode a wave. You know what I mean? It's like these types of things.
Sometimes I feel like what we need is, we don't need to know that what we're doing isn't original, but I can look up on the internet and find 10,000 people who have tried the same thing that I've tried, and that's so disheartening when I can just see that 1,000 other people have already tried the thing that I am trying, or have thought up whatever idea that I've tried.
Why doesn't it encourage you? You can learn from their mistakes.
That's true. Maybe it is just cope. Like, I could just learn, and that's true.
Maybe it's because you haven't realized that we're not on a spinning ball yet, and there's all kinds of things that you look into and discover and create and do science on your own. And I mean, the ether is a big thing, I mean, that's become kind of a big subject within Flat Earth. I don't know, because you weren't around, but it's kind of become a division even within Flat Earth, that ether shouldn't even be discussed on one side, And why the hell wouldn't it be on the other, as well as, wait a minute, this is the key to free energy and all kinds of things.
Yeah, that a couple of if I can just use the videos that you've sent me over the last couple of months as an indication, it seems like that's been a big deal because you've sent me like the Witsit was made some big stream about ether and what?
Yeah, he just got lambasted.
It caused a big division.
Full on attack. It's weird.
Yeah. Who doesn't like ether? Who in Flat Earth doesn't like ether?
Well, Nathan Oakley and QE kind of like took it on as like a topic that shall not be discussed kind of attitude. Like, we're not going to, this is off the table. Ether is like, I don't want to hear anything more about it kind of thing. But just for this discussion alone, it's historically important to talk about what people thought the ether is or was, or, you know, how it was a part of the Michelson-Morley tests and all these kind of things that are like totally pertinent to the discussion, regardless if it's a real thing or not. So it's just weird. But I'll post my latest ether, Michael Brenner. I'll send it to you as well. But there's another ether Michael Brenner comp that I put together, and it deals with the question, does ether exist in science today?
Yeah.
And his answer is really good. He thinks it'll liberate people once we realize we're ether beings, and that ether is the key to everything, that it'll change existence. It'll change everything, and it'll get us out from the tyranny that we're in.
It definitely it connects with the who's the one guy, the one the last time I was involved in Flat Earth, there was a whole bunch of discussion about the one ether guy. He's like a YouTuber who talks about ether a lot and monism. He's like I'm trying to find his name.
Oh, are you talking about Ken Wheeler?
Yeah. Ken, like, it feels like the Flat Earth community isn't really sure what to think about Ken Wheeler, and ether is a big thing for him.
It seems like they put him on the chopping block because of what he says about the ether and magnetism and some of the things that, I mean, he came out and said that he thinks the Earth's a level plane as well in a few different interviews recently. So he's like a flat earther, but can't really like say it so dominantly because of his audience and maybe whatever reasons he has. But he said that he thinks it's a dielectric plane, and he claims that he's always said that, but he's never said it in a way that made us all realize that he doesn't think we're on a spinning ball either. But he kind of rides the fence still a little bit.
I remember he responded to my comment on YouTube. I asked him on a YouTube comment under his video, do you think the Earth is like a flat plane or something like that? And he said like, no, absolutely not, or something to me. And this was like maybe like a year and a half ago or something. So he changed his fucking opinion. I know that for a fact because I literally got a notification. This was on my old YouTube account, but because that one got fucking taken down. But he literally like responded to my comment. Like, I got a notification, and I was like, well, that, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I used to ask him. A lot of us used to, because the way a lot of the things he says debunks the globe. Gravity is not. He thinks gravity is the incoherent dielectric acceleration. All kinds of things that are totally flat Earth without him saying it directly. And recently, on 2 different interviews, he's pretty much confirmed that that's what he thinks it's a dielectric plane. So. And if the ether exists, it kind of debunks the globe in general in a lot of people's minds, even though they have their own form of ether and relativity and everything. So it's kind of like one of those things that's been hijacked by dark matter and quantum foam and all kinds of things that seem to be describing what the ether is, but using it in a way that's not, or tying it to quantum physics or the globe Earth and a reifying way.
I mean, the question is, and this is something with all kind of alternative knowledge communities, is what's more important to becoming to understanding? Is it understanding that the Earth is flat, or is it understanding that ether is real and that atomism is wrong? Which is more important to the truth?
They kind of go hand in hand.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, check out the one document that I just put together and posted in the live stream. Yeah, it's the major thing. It's in the way that some of the people that are questioning it right now, even on the flat Earth side, react to it is baffling. It should make people more interested in it. You know, like, why the reaction? Why is ether enemy number one? Why do you attack anybody that even mentions it as if they're like peons? And that's not necessary.
Yeah, we'll see. I remember, yeah, I mean, Ken Wheeler for sure, and I don't know how reflective Ken Wheeler is of the whole ether, movement or whatever, but Ken Wheeler for sure has a lot of work to do in terms of making his arguments make sense, making his arguments interpretable to other people. I remember times, I think last time I was in here, maybe 3 or 4 months ago, if you came in here talking like Ken Wheeler, people recognized it immediately and were like, what do you got? You're not really making any sense. Yeah.
Witzett's done a pretty good job of wording it and referencing it in his own way without Ken Wheelerism whatsoever, and not talking. So he talks fast, but he doesn't talk like Ken Wheeler does, where it's a lot over people's heads or worded in a way that seems more confusing, regardless of what he's saying. Check out Witzett's channel for that. He's doing a good job, and then that Michael Brenner document does a great job with the ether explanation as well. Check it out.
Yeah, I will. I did watch the Witzett's presentation on ether a couple months ago, but I should watch again. Yeah, and I should try to come on another time when Witzett is on. I need to go.
Oh, you get it. That's what I'm so excited, because you're going to realize we're right. You're a prime candidate, because you said you'd be in here talking with us, and you would actually admit it. And I think that you're one of the only ballers I believe that would actually do that. So I encourage you to go that way.
Oh, yeah.
It may ruin your social life and your cooler talk at work for a little bit.
Yeah, I'm the chosen one, man.
Ed Monk, I DM'd Ed Monk to begin with, because he came on 24/7, and he was at least saying that what we were talking about was important, whether we're right or not. And that was that.
To some people, that could be patronizing, but we'll see. I need to go clean a carpet. Figure out how this carpet cleaner works, and then do that, because my parents are coming here soon. But
wait a minute, what's the metaphor with the carpet?
No, the carpet cleaner is not metaphorical. I need to actually go figure out how the carpet cleaner works. Very good to talk to you all. Have a
take care, bro.
And good to talk to you all. Have a good evening. Bye.
You too, bro. Take care. The next big flat earther just left.
Yeah, don't get delusional.
Well, there's a mechanical engineer that I just posted a whole thing from. You could check out the guy you said you've actually gone back and forth with.
Yeah, he's got no clue.
Did you
I've interacted with enough.
On Quora? Can I look you up to see your interactions with him on Quora? Do you have the same name?
No.
Okay.
We've had some private back and forth too. He's a little bit he's out there. Really basic stuff too. I mean, nothing that's even debatable in my mind, anyway. But hey, it's all interesting. I mean, he's got a passion for it. He's got a lot of resources that he cuts and pastes, and This ethers thing is especially interesting because even like today with what's it talking about, the ether's there. It's a superfluid, and it's the reason that these spaceships can go so fast, so high. It's a superfluid, no resistance. Well, what propels them? How do they make the turn? If the Earth is flat, how do they make the turn to come back around? And don't you ever think about the sun when it's going out in the distance and it doesn't get smaller, but it just starts to set, and you think, oh, it's because of the diffractive limits or Rayleigh criterion or whatever you want to call it. Let's say it does get behind the horizon for whatever optical reasons. When does it take this left or right turn, go all the way around where we can't see the light, and then pop up in the eastern sky? When does that all happen?
It's as it's moving above you. It enters your hemispherical field of view and exits your hemispherical field of view.
But then it takes a right or a left turn?
I wouldn't say it's turning necessarily.
Well, if it's going to go around and come back around again, it has to turn, doesn't it?
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that it's not like as it's going over you, it is making a very slight arc, which is part of the declination angle and the declination angle of elevation that you view the sun. So yeah, it is making a very, very slight arc, but the way you make it sound like it's like making a right turn, it's not just making a turn in the middle.
Well, it's got to come back around, Giorgio.
Yeah, it's like the hands of a clock. If you were a little ant and you were sitting under the 6 o'clock position on a clock, you would see that hour hand. It would maybe you wouldn't see it when it's up at the 12 or 1 or 2, but once it gets to that 4 or 5, boom, you're going to see it, and then you're going to see it after 6, 7, 8. You're going to see it come close and come over and exit, just like everything.
It'd come from the left. This is coming down from the 9. Then go back around and go out to the 3, take a left, go to the 3 as I watch it.
Yeah, but that's not how it's viewed. There's a difference between third person and first person. When you're first person, it's different than viewing it from above.
Really? It's taking a circular path. How can it not come from your left or right if you're looking at it?
Here, I'll post this, which I'm sure you've seen it, but Walter Bisland's. So, I mean, but it just shows when you have that little sphere, you can animate that thing too in his little thing. And
don't you have a problem with it?
You'll see how the sun being in a larger system, a larger coplanar system, but as it rises and falls in your little sphere, it's going to appear in a declination angle in your hemispherical field of view as it comes closer and moves further away.
Doesn't show how the sun can rise and follow the path that New Zealand shows.
I think this one's a little bit more animated. I'm not saying this is exactly correct at all. I'm just using it as a very basic kind
just the fact that it.
See how that one shows in your little kind of, if you want to call it a dome in your field of view. He doesn't even really have it correct either, but I'm just using it as a very, very basic kind of conceptual thing. He doesn't even necessarily have the declination correct or the sizes or anything.
Right. Personal dome area. It has and that makes more sense than the Earth being round, having a personal dome.
It's just what it is.
Well, not really.
I posted.
I can finish that by saying in my viewpoint. I don't need to say what it is for anyone else. I'm just saying
right.
But I do think that's what it is universally. But I'm not trying to say for you it has to be that or.
Well, then what's the reason why it doesn't change angular size as it moves away from you as it goes straight ahead and then goes away? Because it's the same distance.
It's a focal point. It's a focal point. But I posted JFK to Moscow, where the sun was setting, like I guess off the coast of California, if you want to look at it like that. And when he took off from JFK, which is in New York, heading to Moscow, and you see the sun. It's a time lapse. You see the sun like peeking its head up over the horizon. You see it the whole way, so it circles around, and then by the time he lands, it's overhead. So you should check out that time lapse I just posted.
Yeah, I mean, when you're at the the northern 24-hour sun, Zanuck, you literally watch it circle you. So yeah, if you're going to go further south, then that declination angle is going to fit depending on your region. Kind of an interesting way to look at it. I remember Jeranism had said this, where the idea you have like a basketball court and you take a bunch of cups, like those beer little plastic beer cups or whatever, 16-ounce cup or whatever, 20-ounce, whatever it is. And you set them all up over the basketball court, and then you fill them all like with, let's say, 3/4 water. And then those are all on the basketball court. So the basketball court is like the earth, like a planar surface. Each cup is like each person's field of view, or like their little hemispherical. So if you put a little ant in there or something like that, or put a little, imagine you viewing it from the water in there, you're going to see a little section of that sky, of the whatever the top, the ceiling of the basketball court. You're going to see a little section of it, and you're going to be limited. You're not going to be able to really, because of the atmospheric occlusion, that you're not going to be able to see very far on the ground. I mean, 273 miles is the world's longest distance photography, but at the ground level, obviously you're limited at the most to that couple hundred miles. So you're only going to see that. So that's almost like a lip or an edge, if you want to call it that, of the cup, if you want to kind of make that analogy. And then you're only going to see a section of it. Now, if you took that basketball court with all the cups on it, every 3 feet or whatever, 3 foot square, you've got another cup, whatever you would want to do. And then if you took a big light, some kind of light, and circled it around above it, then from each point, if you had like a camera in each cup, you're going to be seeing this. You're not going to see the light the whole time, but when it gets close to you, you're going to see it rise and fall at a declination angle in your little field of view.
But it would change angular size as it came closer and further away. It changed and get smaller.
Yeah, that's if it's a physical object with no atmospheric lensing.
So now on top of all this, it's not even a physical object; it's a hologram.
You got to get close to it to see if it changes size or not. If you're never getting close to it,
no, you just look. You can get a filter and see that's.
How come the ISS doesn't change angular size, bro?
It does. Absolutely
No,
does.
it doesn't.
Oh my God, it sure does. Why would you say that? Of course it does.
You can
Very
actually
hard to see it in the horizon.
You can show
You can actually have a circular light. There's ways to actually recreate this on Earth. You can take a circular light with lenses, and as you move it away, the light will not change in angular size. So if the atmosphere,
you're not getting a clear line of this point source has now a lot of distortion, a lot of blur, a lot of diffused light coming off of it. It's like these sunsets that they show. Look, it's setting, and then you zoom in, and then you see suddenly you got the sun, because before you had a crazy amount of diffractive light. And
yeah, I mean, what I'll say is, Anik, I definitely do not think the sun is a sphere floating above the Earth. I do not think that. And
all the pictures of it rotating and with the spots rotating around every period, that's either faked or which you can see yourself in any kind of high quality telescope with filters. You can see the spots and you can see it rotating. I mean, if the time lapse.
To me, the sun and the moon get bigger on. The sun and the moon get bigger on the horizon. They're biggest right when the moon's coming up. And it's biggest is we're looking at the atmosphere. The moon is always sometimes it's really, really big, but it's always bigger really on the horizon.
No one's ever measured it to be bigger, Brian. No one's ever measured it to be bigger.
Well,
it may look like it is.
Nobody wants to look at it with their eyes.
I think the sun is much more like a rainbow than it is any kind of physical object. Rainbows don't change angular size either. They constellate in the environment and they hold that position.
Based on you, yeah.
Yeah, so we could get into the idea of
what I'm saying is with the sun, when we see pictures of it, time lapse especially, of it rotating with the sunspots revolving around that's on an axis, that's kind of hard to rectify with.
I don't care
of course you don't care, Brian.
Well,
you still think the moon looks larger because it looks like it looks larger. All you have to do is measure it, and you won't see it looks any larger.
You're roboting, Brian.
Shit.
Well, we heard shit.
That came in clearly.
Hey, go measure. Go out. I challenge you to go measure the angular size of the moon at moon set and moon rise, and tell me if you get a different measurement than near half a degree. I guarantee you won't.
Dude, dude, I've seen it so big people pulled over just to fucking take pictures of it.
Look,
shit.
that is so like anecdotal. I can't even begin to tell you how anecdotal that is.
Listen, I don't care what
Not even Geo would say that's hey, Brian, that's bad info. That's bad.
I don't care,
bad
bro.
evidence.
I'm just telling you what my eyes see, bro.
I know
you
what
wanna
your
cut me
eyes
off,
see. You
but
see all sorts of crazy things.
I agree with Brian. The moon absolutely changes size. So does the sun.
Well, then why don't you just get a measurement and tell me, show me? God, that would have to go so far if you showed a 1 or 2% change in the moon size with a picture with some type of reference point, or even a reference on the actual picture itself.
It's a
you would get so far with me. But just saying, well, man, it looks really big because everyone thinks it looks big.
Interrupt. Every time I go to speak,
I was actually talking, but go ahead.
No, you weren't, bro.
I was.
I started to tell you that I don't care about the horizon,
bro.
I mean, there doesn't even have to be a landscape. You could look at it over the ocean with no background, no nothing, dude. And so people say it's optical illusion because it's buildings and trees. Look at it over the ocean. When it rises and sets, it's way bigger.
Yeah, I think it's
way bigger. How much bigger, Brian? Brian, can you put a number on it?
It's an optical constellation from the heavens, from the luminary field above. So I think you're trying to put these like physical restrictions on it.
No, it's what it is. It either is or it isn't, Gio. It's either larger or it's not larger. I mean, it's either 1% larger, 10% larger, twice as large, some number. Just because it looks that way, because you're looking at it. If you're looking at it and it's bigger, then it should measure bigger. So just make a measurement. What's so hard about that?
Well, you can't measure something that you can't access. Ultimately, all you can do,
come on.
All you can do is view it and view the field.
Come
and
on.
The visible field absolutely takes up more.
You guys usually have better arguments than this.
Part of your sky, dude. You're just interrupting everyone, Zanuck. Jeez.
Here's Zanuck. Oh, come on, man. It's not fucking huge over the horizon. I ain't seeing that with my eyes. You got to measure it to know that it's bigger on the horizon. Come on, man.
Yeah, you do actually. That's true. It's not. You
Come on, man.
It is bigger. It's taking up more section of the sky for your visually from your point of view.
It's not really. So all you do is measure it.
It absolutely is. That's why everybody looks at the moon and says, "Wow, that looks huge," because it looks huge.
Okay, so if you're saying that if you measure it, it will be bigger measurement wise, angular size wise.
Well, I just said you can't measure something you can't access. So what quote unquote measurement are you talking about? An observational tool?
Yeah, like a telescope that has a fixed angular size. In fact, I have a pair of high power binoculars that are basically a telescope, two telescopes in a configuration looks like a binocular, and it is a 2.6 degree field of view telescope. So if it filled up the entire circular opening about where you look at it with your eye and you couldn't see any on the borders, it would be 2.6 degrees across. So when you look at the moon through it, I posted pictures a long time ago through this telescope actually. If you look at the moon, it'll be about half the entire or a quarter of the entire field of view, 2.6, and it's half a degree. Now, if it was bigger, and there's little markers, hash marks on there too. If it was bigger than that, at any point, you would see it be either larger or smaller than these hash marks inside the viewfinder.
Look, if a focal point is going to focus in at the same size, no matter what. So let's just say the moon and sun are focal points. That's one way it wouldn't change angular size, or if it's a reflection or anything, dude. Here's the thing. It obviously changes size. The people weren't pulling over to take pictures. I'm talking about people pulling over the side of the road because it was the same size, bro. Okay? You can deny what your eyes see, bro, and trust in equipment and all this other stuff, but I'm telling you, what your eyes see, people were pulling over because it was unusually big.
Okay, if you say so. It's anecdotal, by the way. It's not evidence.
Hey, Zanuck.
Yes.
Did you hear about that new mineral the Chinese found on the moon?
What was that?
The new mineral. It's called Changsite. The Chinese found it on the moon. Yeah.
Changsite's found on the moon?
Changsite.
I don't know what they found on the moon.
It's a recent new discovery.
For example, Zanuck, this one I just posted. See how much of the moon takes up? Like if you were to measure the distance that the moon is kind of overlapping with that land.
Yeah.
That will change on different days.
Nah.
Yep.
No, I don't think you can measure it and it won't.
Absolutely.
No, it's not absolutely. You're guessing it will, but it won't. All you do is show a picture where it is different.
How about this one?
That's what the globe has done. The globe has
that
literally got these guys to just deny their own eyes. It's so weird.
Yeah, these don't all do this every day. They change depending on the atmosphere.
Well, yeah, because the moon's position in the sky is altering throughout, and it'll be the same spot at some point in the time in some future year. Not always, because you don't always have a full moon that same a year apart. But if you measured the width of the you took a pixel count of that building, which is not going to change, and you measure across that moon on a full moon, no matter where it is in the sky, up above your head or down here low, it's going to be the same size.
Look at this one; it's ridiculous.
I know that is one of my favorites. That's great.
Yeah, dude. If you zoomed in on that it's definitely larger. There's absolutely
no. It's not that. That is someone taking a picture from very far away, zooming in, where the angular size of these people are near a quarter degree. And to do that, that's just a
This is massive.
Getting far away, and having a real powerful zoom.
It's like a magnifying glass.
Huh. Okay. Great shot. So I love the one with everyone's.
I mean, even the NASA explanation for it, calling it the moon illusion, they have to call it that.
Mm-hmm.
This has been known about for eons of time. It was never referred to as an illusion until NASA came along and said, "Oh, actually, that's an illusion, guys. Don't trust your senses on that one."
It's pointless showing him anything because he'll deny his own eyes, bro.
You haven't shown me anything that shows me that you've contradicted what I've said. I just said find a reference point, like this could be a reference point, and show me that the sun is larger above the head than it is down low. And that same day, you could take a picture of it straight up, and you could, with that same camera, not changed anything, and you'll see that it's the same size. This is nothing new. I'm not smart enough. Hey, I'm still talking. I'm not smart enough, nor do I have the equipment to have done this. But other people have, and they have never. They would talk about the angular size only changing, even from a supermoon to a normal moon, even as it's longer distances to its closer distances to the Earth, only varying less than a percent. I think they say.
Zanuck, I'm not talking about with cameras, dude. You get a camera, the moon looks like a little speck. Okay, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about
these pictures are cameras.
Yeah, hold on, bro. Just let me finish, man. What we see through cameras don't necessarily reflect what we're seeing in reality, man. You have to zoom in a certain amount just to get everything to look kind of normal, but it's never going to match normal, bro. You're picturing your life through a camera, but use your eyes every now and then, Zanuck. You'll see things.
Look, you don't think I'm the first person to ever look at a moon and go, look how big it is, and pull up my phone and take a picture and go, that's a moon? It's like a speck. Because most of the phones have a wide-angle lens on them. Everything's very tiny.
So it's not so pictures are unreliable as far as
no, they're very reliable.
Phenomena like that, a camera's not going to do it no justice. People wouldn't have pulled over if they seen a picture of the moon in their phone and said, "Look at the moon."
Well, have you?
Your phone. They pulled over because the moon was freaking scary big, dude, and everybody pulled over and stopped their cars in traffic.
Yeah, you said that 4 times.
And then they took pictures.
You're just clipping him and interrupting him.
I know. I'm just he keeps on saying. I thought he's going to stop. Gio posted a great picture of these people all on their cars, on these buildings, looking at this amazingly huge full moon. But it's so huge looking because they are using cameras, Brian, contrary to what you had said earlier, to make it look that large.
In person, that's why they're all there. It looks like that in person. That's why they're all there taking pictures of it.
Seriously, Gio?
Yeah, it's massive in a lot of cases.
It's massive.
Huge.
It's a camera trick that I've done before. I did a little photography back in the day.
Trick. Just like Brian's saying, everyone's like, "Oh my god, look at that moon!" Everybody pulls over. Like,
you think it looks that big? You think it looks like Jupiter is rising in the sunrise and the moonrise?
Way bigger.
Yeah, way fucking bigger, dude. It's fucking. It's
well,
crazy.
I didn't mean like Jupiter itself. I mean like the planet. It's a planet or something that's rising, not the moon.
Yeah, sometimes it looks like you're in like a video game. It's like, oh my.
You think it looks twice as big, Gio?
Dude, we called it the Mortal Kombat moon. It was orange. It was about 5-6 times bigger than the regular moon, and people were literally
bigger.
People were literally pulling over, getting pictures, and the pictures didn't show shit.
Xanax,
6 times bigger.
Look at this one with a building there.
6 times bigger.
Look at the size of it. Hold on. Look at
that, Gio. I want you guys. I want to quote you on this.
Hold on, dude. hold on a second. Look at the size of that one I just posted in relation to the top of that building. That's not always what it looks like. There'll be times when it'll look like a tiny little moon. Look at how massive it looks. Clearly, it's way larger.
Gio, can I just? I know you know how this works.
I mean, you could do this on a globe. You don't have to resist this as if it changes. You could say, "Hey, there's an atmosphere of gravity, the globe membrane between the globe and the moon."
I'm smarter than that. I'm smarter than that. I know how they do this because I do have a little.
Any hope of this argument, you should be doing that.
Okay, Gio. I know I've done this photography before. My dad was a photographer. I have all the cameras and equipment to develop my own pictures. I mean, I know a little bit about this topic. You get this picture by zooming in to the moon. That picture is.
You're telling me that last one I just posted, that last one, if you're telling me if you were in that field, looks like only a couple hundred feet from that church or whatever that is, if you were standing in that field, because obviously it's not that zoomed out. You got trees, there's stuff there. So if you were standing in the field there, you're telling me it would not look like that.
Yes, if you're in
a tiny little red dot, and you pull your camera out, and it's a massive thing. And
I'm so dying to finish my sentence with you. So yes, Gio, if you were there a few hundred yards from this building, the moon would be the size of that flag. Okay? The flag would be blocking the moon. This moon looks that large because he is very far away and he's zoomed in to where that building is now close to double the size of the moon. So he's very far.
So him zooming in.
Hold on. Can I finish? So this is very similar to the telescope I was talking about. 2.5 degrees for full viewfinder field of view. That moon is about half a degree in this picture. So those are the binoculars that I was talking about. These telescopic binoculars, and you're very far away, zoomed in to this picture, or fixed. It's not. You can't zoom in. It's a fixed focal length. But yes, you'd be very far away, Gio, to make it look like this.
So did it make the moon bigger or the building smaller by zooming in? Which did it do?
It makes both bigger.
No. Wait, he's talking about in reference to each other. He's showing the moon's way bigger than the building. So did the building?
You're just using the vernacular.
Let me get my question out. By zooming in and it making the moon look bigger, did it do that by enlarging the moon or shrinking the building?
It makes both bigger equally. The same, Brian. It's a zoom in. It magnifies everything.
A quote unquote moon illusion wouldn't be a moon illusion if every human wasn't like, oh my God, the sun's huge or the moon is huge.
Is there a full moon out tonight? Can I take a picture and cut you some tests?
The whole reason it's called that is because every human since the beginning of time has realized, oh wow, sometimes the moon is way bigger. Like when you see the moon above you when it just looks fairly small, I mean, there's a wide range of sizes, but when it's setting and rising in certain situations, it looks massively large. That's why they had to call it something. They called moon illusion is what they came up with. I understand that zooming can change things, but that's not what we're talking about. You can see the building in relation to the size of it. And like I said, if you were standing in the field, that's what it would look like.
It would not look like that, Gio. Not even close. That's not how it works. I'm guaranteeing you that. In fact, if I'm wrong, I will become a flat earther. I will be the biggest promoter of flat earth on the planet.
Welcome to Flat Earth. Go look at the moon rise any day. It's always bigger. It ain't sometimes.
So Gio's talking about something different than you're talking about. You're saying, hey, it's really big because it looks really big. And Gio's saying, here's a picture of the moon about the same size as this building. And it's rising above the building. And he said, it looks that big if you're a couple hundred yards away from the building. And I say, no, it's not. Not even close.
What I'm trying to say is that cameras don't represent what we see with our eye as good as you think, bro.
Well, Gio seems to have, he's in stark contrast of that idea. Because he says it is. It was very big, and that's why this picture.
It can be.
And you say it's six times larger than usual.
The only thing zooming in does is it makes everything larger. So like,
yes,
dude, don't interrupt. So like it would make the building, everything would make it a bit larger from where you're at. Meaning if you're standing, let's say 1,000 feet away from a building, and then you take out a camera, you zoom it in relation to like if you were to snap a photo, there'd be the size of it, the resolution. within that resolution, if you zoom in, it'll make the building larger in relation to the rest of the square circle. You know what I mean? So instead of there being 2 inches to the left of the building, there'll only be 1 inch or whatever because you're zooming in. But that's just on the photo, making it larger. In these viewpoints, like here's another one right here. The moon in relation to the trees and the building, outside of any zooming effect, are those sizes.
Gio, I will do you a favor. I will tell you how far.
I just posted another one.
Why are you talking over me? I'm just going to respond to Gio real quick. Gio, I'm going to do you a favor. I'm going to tell you how far away the camera is. How about that from this building?
Well, that one I just posted there, you can see the trees, you can see the rocks. Obviously, that dude, whoever took that is.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess we don't know exactly where he is, but nonetheless,
I'll tell you where he is.
That position.
I can tell you where he is. I mean, give me something a known value like that window. I'd say that window could be maybe 4 feet tall in that upper part of the white building. It looks like some type of window that's in an office building or something. Probably you could picture a person standing in that. Would you agree that's probably how tall it is?
Would you agree that if the moon is
wait, I'm talking to Gio. Hold on a second.
I heard he heard.
Hold on a second.
I'm good, man. Talking with you is inane because you interrupt.
It's not. I'm just saying. Would you just tell me any? Okay,
I'm good.
listen, Gio.
Talk to someone else.
Gio, going back to your other picture, I know we can look at those windows and know roughly how tall they are, or how big the flag is. That's a standard flag. Or how big? Actually, I don't even need that. I have the moon there. I know it's a half a degree. I will tell you.
That's what you're going to do. You're going to judge everything.
Can I finish a sentence, Brian? Brian, can I finish?
Yeah.
I will tell you, Gio, how far the camera is away from that building. Okay?
Of course you will. So can I. But listen, if the moon is half a degree, then that means it's got to be 180 of them, basically moon sizes from the horizon, from it sitting on the horizon to straight overhead. There should be 180 moons, okay? And through a camera,
and there is.
Through a camera maybe, but if you look at a moon on the horizon,
oh my God,
why do you, dude? You complain about me trying to get in at the end, and you just interrupt everything I say. You just background talk. Just listen 1 second, bro. If the moon's sitting on the horizon, there should be 180 of them. Maybe through a camera you might get that effect, but in real life, you can just gauge how many moons it'll take to get straight overhead, and it adds up to about 30, maybe. I mean, on an average day, it's always bigger on the horizon. It takes up more sky proportionally. Maybe not through a camera, but I'm talking about what I'm seeing with my eyes. It's way bigger, bro.
It's not, and we can. In fact, I can show you a picture right now that disputes your claim.
Bro, I just said pictures don't show you the real world exactly. Okay.
Well, Gio doesn't agree with that, I don't think.
Well, maybe he doesn't, but this is my take. Okay, my take is this: is that if I take a picture, it's going to show a tiny moon on the horizon. But when I'm looking at a moon on the horizon, and people, like I said, especially that moon people were pulling over for, we called it a Mortal Kombat moon. It was scary big, and it shrunk as it got overhead, dude. There's no way.
You said it was 6 times its size, right?
I was just guessing, bro. Okay, that was the biggest moon I've ever seen. And
was it twice its size?
I'm saying this. Here's what I'm saying. When I say 6 times the size, instead of 180 moons to get overhead, I'd say it probably took about maybe freaking 15 or 20 moons to get overhead. If I just spaced it out with my eyes, just kind of approximated it, it might have took maybe 15 or 20 of them to get overhead.
So instead of 180, it takes 15 or 20.
180 is what it should take, right?
Right, and you're saying it takes 20, so it's 90 times larger.
Tomorrow, go look at the moonrise and just approximate with your fingers or something about how many moons it'll take to get overhead. And you won't get no 180, bro. I'm telling you, not with your eyes.
I have a pretty keen understanding of this, and it doesn't seem like you're willing to understand that you're not seeing something. Here's a picture of suns. These suns are roughly the same size as the moon. We know this because we can see in the eclipse they're roughly the same size when they line up. Look how many suns there are. Look how high it is off the horizon. Even though it's not going straight up, look how many suns there are right there.
Bro, you're talking about pictures, okay? I don't know if
it's the same.
Organic.
Okay,
I'm talking about
we're not getting anywhere. We're not getting anywhere. Let's just stop.
What we see with our eyes, and all you can talk about is pictures.
Well, Gio's talking pictures, and I'm talking pictures with Gio. You're adding in.
I know, but with me at least kind of join my world, join my conversation a little bit. Would you agree that the moon looks bigger on the horizon?
No, I mean, kind of.
With your eyes?
I mean, kind of, because you have reference points for it.
No, even over the ocean where there's no.
It's more dramatic in the horizon. I don't know if it. I know because I know I've measured it before. It's not any bigger, but
that's what they tell you, bro. They tell you reference points, but you can go out over the ocean and you could block the ocean water when it gets up just a couple degrees above the water.
Let me give you a hint.
There's absolutely no reference at all.
Let me give you. I have a reference for you. Use your thumb. Hold your thumb out and see if you can cover the moon with your thumb. See how much of it covers your big. You're not listening. You're just talking.
That's what I challenge you to do.
Don't bro me. Just listen. Look at. Hold your thumb out and see if you can cover the moon with your thumbnail. See how it fits in the corner of your thumb there, and you can get a rough estimation of how much it covers. And then when it's straight above, do the same test again. You'll see it's the same.
No, you won't, bro. That's what I'm challenging you to do. Put down the camera and take your damn thumb and look at the moon on the horizon, and then do it overhead, dude. It's not the same.
I've done that.
People
My whole life I've done that. I love doing that. It's one of my favorite pastimes, Brian. I've done it. You haven't, obviously, so just try it yourself. So this is boring. We don't want to bore everybody here, so let's just stop.
I don't know if I cut out or if he cut out, but you can find a tower. Find a tower and line yourself up with the moon and see how much it apparently takes up, how many levels of the TV tower. Line up and see how many levels it takes up on the horizon. As it rises, keep it lined up with the tower, and you'll see it get less and less. I don't give a shit what people are saying, dude. This shit I've done. And if you take a picture of it, yeah, it's going to show you, I don't know. It's weird, man.
Brian, next time you see a moon at the horizon, you're going to do what I'm telling you to do. And then maybe later in the night, you'll remember to go check it again, and you'll do it and go, oh, shit, Zanuck was right. It's not changed. It looked like it was bigger, but it's not. Me? You've never done it before. Be honest. You haven't done it.
I do it fucking all the time instead of doing it. You're just going to tell me to do it.
Nobody's ever measured.
And see it for yourself. Hold on, man. You're not going to do it.
I'll do it. I do it all the time. I've always done it.
So what
how much larger is a supermoon versus? Wow, we just talked at the same time, don't we?
Right.
How much larger is a supermoon than a normal moon, like a harvest moon? How much larger?
I don't know, man. Large enough for people. Large enough to stop traffic, Zanuck. Good enough.
How large is the moon? It's large enough to stop traffic. Okay.
I don't know why you have problems with even they even at least.
Brian, because it's not true. That's why I have problems with it. You're just leading yourself down a rat hole of illusion.
The mainstream admits it's real. They just call it an illusion.
Yeah, it does look like whenever it comes up over the mountains. I mean, I see it all the time. It rises over the mountains in the Bay Area. Beautiful. You're sitting at the concert over there at the Mountain Winery, and you watch and you look at the balcony across this entire massive expanse of the valley, and you see this moon pop up over the same type of. In fact, I got a picture of it. I think I have a picture of it transiting Mount Hamilton. No, I just have Mount Hamilton through those binoculars. I'm zoomed in where I have a 2.5 degree angle of field of view. And if the moon was rising right there, which it does sometimes, boom, you get an amazing picture of this beautiful, big, fat moon. But angularly, it's still the same size as it would be if it was overhead. Try it again. I mean, Brian, I guess you'll come back, oh, yeah, Zanuck, you were right. It sure looked a lot bigger, but in actuality, it's not.
You just said two contradictory things. You said this moon looks this big moon, and then you just said it's not bigger.
Hey, you got a feeling that it is because you have it's your eyes. It's easy to fool people's eyes. With illusions, with things that look different than they are. Think, oh, I thought it was bigger than it was, or it looks big. It's whatever it is. It can be different, but then it actually is. If you were to hold your thumb,
Geo, don't trust your eyes. It's an illusion.
Use your thumb. Trust your thumb.
Yeah. Don't trust your senses. Don't trust your eyes. Just trust NASA.
Trust your thumb.
It's easy to fool people. Maybe it's easy to fool people's brains and
use your thumb. Trust your thumb.
Let me finish a fucking sentence. Man.
Oh God, you of all people, Brian. Trust your thumb.
At least, I mean, I understand. I'm interrupting a little bit, but dude, I mean, I'm trying not to, man. But it's hard to even talk. It's like that's the only time you listen is when. But look, I'd rather take turns, bro. But what I'm saying is, find a TV tower, bro. Okay, and one that you could see closest to the horizon. You know, just do this one night and measure how many. Just approximate how many levels of the tower it's taking up at the horizon. It's different as it rises up, bro. It literally changes, but the picture won't show it. So I
Take
can't.
it over and over again.
I gotta challenge you to be honest and do it yourself.
I've done my whole life, Brian. Favorite pastime is to hold my thumb up and check how big it is. I've done that so many times I can't even count, and it never is any larger than your thumbnail.
Y'all hear the dumb shit this
You're saying it's 20 times larger.
And I gotta think we want to know where that thumb came from.
Do you put it in your mouth afterwards? So good.
Pop goes the weasel.
Bottle breaking when they filled it up. They filled it up. Everybody's seen this video, man. I've got this. He just says his favorite pastime is take this thumb out of his ass and hold it to the moon. I'm just. You ain't got to quiet, dude. It's creepy.
This conversation is getting nowhere.
I asked you, Brian, as far as what people agree to, how much larger do you think the moon ever is in our field of view?
Unimpressive on photograph, man. But
Okay,
to
so
me,
you're not
this
gonna
is my
answer.
opinion,
All right,
man.
that's
But,
fine.
wait,
I think
what was
people
the
want to
question?
move
I didn't
on.
hear it, bro.
I said, how much
dude, I'm
larger do you
having-
think the largest and the smallest moon we ever see? What do you think the difference is?
I don't know, bro. I don't know.
Take a guess.
I think the biggest one I ever seen was massive, man. I don't know. What type of measurement do you want? Like, you want angular size? Do you want the like estimated size, like relative size, or what do you want? Because I'd say this: that Mortal Kombat moon looked like. I mean, it probably looked like about 5 degrees or so, man. You know, instead of like a half a degree, is what the picture would show. I mean, that's just a guess, though, man. It's just way bigger, bro.
Measurements are not science. Science requires an experiment. Oh, jeez.
Yeah, you're a couple orders of magnitude off there, Brian. It's not 20 times larger. It just isn't. And no one's ever measured that. If they did, they'd be like information that says, yeah, you know what? We saw this big moon today and we stopped traffic because Brian was there stopping traffic to tell everybody, look how big this moon was. We all looked and it wasn't that much bigger than normal. But he said it was 20 times larger. He lied to us.
Dude, I'm guessing about how many moons it would have took to get over.
I know you are. Hey, I know you mean well. And it does look bigger, but it's not 20 times larger.
Oh, wait. So it does. Hold on. So it does look bigger, right? The moon that people pulled over. Dude, this is the.
It looks bigger, but I know it's not because it's your eyes. When you ever see those like visual, things that they give you on Facebook, things. It looks like the lines are curved and they're not, or it looks like they're. Why are you talking over me?
Dude,
I got a headache, man. Before I go to bed, I don't get a headache.
The lines. He cuts in on me and accuses me of talking over him. What's your tactic?
You're hard to converse with.
The moon I'm describing was like orange, dude. It looked like a mortal. Describe it, bro. And I'd say it'd take about 20 of them if you. fuck for fuck. Never mind, dude. It's pointless trying to talk to this dude.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Well, Gio, he's telling me a different story than you are. Yours is easy to address. His is a little more difficult. I will get you a picture of this
How do you know?
moon.
You won't
Okay.
listen, bro. How do you
I
know?
swear to God, I
I'm
start
telling you a
talking,
story.
immediately they start
You
talking
won't
over me.
listen.
I think the problem here.
I go to
is
respond
that
to this man. I go to. Go ahead.
You're just gonna fight.
the problem here is too much people trying to play the gotcha game, as opposed to just trying to understand what each other is saying.
No, I
Right,
understand.
I told him I understand what he's saying. He's saying in a photograph, yeah. If you take, that's the first thing I did.
I don't want to go over this.
Yeah, it's really lame. Brian,
What do you got,
fine.
Shadow? Something new?
Maybe. I wanna talk to
Overhead,
Sonic.
okay? I told him, okay, with a picture, you might get the same size moon. It's totally unremarkable through a camera. I'm talking about what we see with our eyes, man.
Use your thumb. You agreed that's one way you could do it, right? It's not going to be 20 times larger with your thumb.
When you say your
20
thumb,
times larger would be you wouldn't be able to cover it up with your hand.
when you say your
Yet
thumb,
I know you can. I know you can. Arm's
Sonic.
length, hold your thumb.
like when you hold your thumb, like how far away are you holding your thumb?
The average arm length.
The average arm.
Plenty accurate to do what this trick is. He's saying this is an easy thing to shoot at. It's like using a shotgun to shoot a frisbee. It's not that hard. Just aim it in the general direction.
180 of them. There's no way you could have squeezed 180 of them from horizon to horizon, bro. I
You
promise
say
you
that, Brian, but it's
I don't
not. You
care
have no
what camera
information.
shows, bro, okay?
Okay, can we just agree to the fact that the moon changes its apparent size on the Earth?
Yeah, he
its
won't
view
even do
size?
that.
That's a fact. That's
No.
what Sonic's saying. That's what everybody.
No, I'm not even saying that. Really, I said, yeah, it looks.
You don't think it
looks
changes
and
apparent
feels-
size visually?
No, I never said that.
But it does, dude. If it's less
What the
lit,
fuck?
you could see less.
Yeah, I just posted one.
That's
This
apparent-
is for a supermoon.
apparent
This is
visibility.
something different. This is for a supermoon. It's a little different, but this one even admits 13%.
13% larger. Okay, not 20 times larger. 13% larger.
Yeah. What are you arguing
That's
about?
just for the supermoon, though. The actual magnifications can be much larger.
I don't think the moon is changing size. It visually
No,
appears
apparent.
to change size, right?
Its view size from.
So why are you arguing this, Sonic, for the last 20 minutes? Jesus Christ.
It changes size 13%, not 20 times, as Brian said. And Geo, he says it covers his building.
Different. That's a supermoon. That's something different than when it's rising and setting. The supermoon is something that during that time it appears that way for like its whole cycle above you. But we're talking about the rising and setting magnification. Those are
Right, now
different.
show me the rising and setting being larger than that, and now you'll have something there.
Oh yeah, it'd be way larger.
Well, you say that, and Brian said it was 20 times larger as it was rising, and both of you are wrong.
Quit lying on me, bro, please. What I said is it'd take about 20 or 30. I said it'd take about 20 or 30 of them to get to over my head. Okay,
Brian, I
that's about-
heard you, and I
If
said,
it takes-
you just
hold
hold
on,
your
hold
thumb
on,
up.
bro. If it takes 90 degrees, I mean, that is like almost, I don't know, as far as times bigger. So divide 30 into 180. So that would be 6 times bigger if you want to get technical. But what I'm saying,
That means you need your whole hand to cover it. It's not reality. You just use your thumb. Forget about all these measurements and all these telescopes. Just hold your thumb up and block the moon. See if it's larger or bigger than your thumb. And I guarantee it's not going to be much bigger than your thumb. It's certainly not going to be double your thumb. You're always going to be able to block out the moon with your thumb. Always.
you just believe
Period.
anything anybody tells you, bro.
Because I've done it myself. You say don't trust your senses. Do measurements. Do experiments. I've done them all. You're just making stuff up.
Bro, how much bigger was it on the horizon to your eyes?
It's also
Oh my
further
God,
away.
Why does it matter? Who cares?
I just want to see if they'll even admit
Yeah,
what we
let's get a new
see.
topic
Yeah, no doubt.
or something. I don't know.
Dude, he comes here, dude. It's almost obvious. I don't know why we fall. He comes here just to try and shit on
you're telling
everybody.
me.
Man.
Gio showed me some great pictures. He got a nice chart here. Is this actually Sunday? Was it last Sunday? No, this is a while back, probably. the supermoon, how it's brighter. It is brighter. You can definitely see how much brighter it is. And is it larger? Yeah, it's a little larger, 13%, not 5 times or 6 times. 13%. You're many in order of magnitude off.
Again, that's a supermoon. I've already said that 3 times. I'm not. That's
I know,
not.
but now, well, so tell me, Gio, what do you think? How much larger is it at moonrise or moonset? It's a maximum you think it could ever be as far as what it would appear to look like at the moonrise. If it's 13% for a supermoon versus a normal moon, what do you think it would be at the moonrise?
I don't really think an exact number could be put on it because it's like a magnification effect.
Is it magnifying it double, triple?
It's also at a different distance as well. And I'm not saying it's larger. I'm saying visually it's larger. Whatever it is, we can't get to measure. So that's not really a
Just
claim.
put your thumb up there, like I told you. Is that not a valid way to do it?
No.
That doesn't give you an angular size change?
Not for a celestial object like that, no.
You can't look at something, you say it looks bigger. Obviously, it looks bigger to you. So if it looks bigger, it should be taking up a larger area in your field of view. And you can put your thumb up there, and you can block the light with your thumbnail, and say, is it bigger than my thumb? And you're saying it's a lot bigger than you should see it being a lot bigger.
That's an accurate way to do it.
Doesn't have to be that accurate. We're talking about Brian's saying basically you're going to need your hand to cover the moon. That's not reality. And you've gotten pictures where you said, yeah, it looks much larger. That's, if you were over in that field, you would see that moon. And that's not true either. That
you
moon
might
would
have
be-
needed your whole hand. I've personally ever seen. So don't confuse me saying that to every moon, but I do say it's always bigger on the horizon. Always looks bigger. Whatever it is, it certainly looks bigger to the eye. Whatever the fuck's causing it, they call it illusion, whatever. I mean, I think you're denying what we see.
Wait, are we done with this topic?
It was done before it started.
Okay. Hey, Zanik, I want to talk to you. I believe in the electric universe theory, and I know that nobody else does, and I'm a global earther, just so you know. If you want to have a little chat about it, I'm down. If not, that's fine too. I really don't care.
Well, it's a tough conversation.
Maybe you could educate Zanik on that, actually.
There's
What
not
do you
much
contend?
I'll just reveal the secrets. Fuck it. I believe that our planet grows. We live on a growing planet. Everything grows. That's a fact. I would say it's a fact. Fuck it. Whatever. And everything. And there's a process that involves electricity and magnetism embedded in this. And I don't think we understand truly understand much of the laws of physics to be able to know that this thing exists. That's my theory in a nutshell.
So, if I can summarize, you say the Earth is growing.
Yes.
And it's electric.
Mm-hmm.
And how did electric play into the description of your view of the Earth? Everything's
Nothing.
electric.
Wait, what?
So I know I said everything grows and the Earth is growing.
Yes.
And then the electric part of it is what?
Electricity magnet.
Oh, it's
Or
magnetic
some
and is
form of it. Yeah.
what role does the magnetism and the electricity play?
I'll just give you my theory. I'm gonna define a magnet as movement because that's what ultimately everything is. I'm gonna just lay it out simply. You don't have to believe in me. Nobody here has to agree with me. That's okay. It's just I do believe in this, and I believe that the more we study this, the more likely it's gonna come to this conclusion. If you look at space, you see nothing, right? The blackness of space, and then there is white light. So that's what everything is. Everything is light. I know it sounds voodoo and weird, but whatever. So light is a phenomenon in and of itself, and I categorize light as energy, something that moves. And that
Moving
doesn't,
energy.
yeah, and that doesn't contradict the modern theory
Okay.
that much. But we both agree that light is movement, right?
Light moves.
Yeah. You could say it's a quantum.
And magnetism is
Hey, I just
isn't it the dielectric acceleration?
No, I
Sorry.
don't follow Ken Wheeler's work.
I just posted an electromagnetic flat Earth model. If you're interested in seeing an electromagnetic electric flat Earth model, I posted one in Live Text 1.
Sure. What are your thoughts about this on this, Sonic?
I think your view of the Earth from your perspective is remarkable and very provocative.
What do you mean? What do you mean remarkable? What do you mean provocative?
Means it promotes thinking.
Oh, that's good. Yeah. Well, it goes against the mainstream science because mainstream science states that mass can be created and destroyed. This theory states, especially with the growing Earth, that mass can be created and destroyed, and it happens all the time by nature because the way we model thermodynamics is we model it based on the conservation of mass. That's how we model things. But this states that we can model it based on mass, creation of mass, which happens all the time, which makes the complexity that much worse. Whatever, fuck it. I'm like the only person that maybe we'll get a movement started and we'll have a debate about science some point in the
No, we like
next
that
10
here,
years.
though, man. We like thinking outside the box here, man. That's what we love to do is entertain different ideas, man. They're all welcome here.
Yeah. Oh, and Ken Wheeler, I don't follow him. I listen to him, but I don't. To me, he's confusing us all. So.
But then we come to get away from all the BS and try and share new ideas and new thoughts and try and provoke each other with different ideas and stuff. We kind of feed off each other. But then sometimes we've got people like Zanuck come around with just pushing the same old shit that we're trying to. But I mean, I like that he comes around and other people do to debate. But we still like our alone time, with just in house where we can share ideas and stuff, man. We have some you would contribute big time to some of these conversations, man. I can already.
I just listen. I'd rather have a one-on-one with Zanuck, but Zanuck, you're not saying much, so I guess we'll leave it at that.
I got worn out. Gio and Brian cooked me.
Hey, you got drained.
Yeah. I'm tired too. I have my own personal shit that I'm dealing with, so yeah.
I hear you, brother.
Yeah.
Like I was thinking, like the Earth is some kind of perpetual system. Let's just step back and call it for what it is, and what what it would, how it would work if it's something functional, like a perpetual system. So, like you could look at it kind of like a battery if you want to. You could look at it like all the minerals and the carbon. It's almost like a capacitor or a battery. So you have the salt water and just the rain basically mixing with the soil and everything to keep it humid and stuff. And but you'd have to have kind of like a top plate, I would imagine. But I mean, it does kind of work like a battery. But then you could say like it's fueled maybe by hydrogen. Like if I take a battery with and I put enough juice into it, enough current, I get hydrogen and oxygen production. So you could say like the lightning is a natural producer. It's like I think 7 million strikes a freaking minute or a day. So everyone that hits the ocean could be creating big amounts of like hydrogen and oxygen maybe, but the hydrogen might go up and maybe the moon might collect it on its way around or something. I don't know. Maybe it perpetually feeds the sun. I don't know, but something's happening where it's a perpetual system. And I'm not trying to think outside, like out in outer space or nothing. I'm just trying to think locally with what we see in the sky, basically being contributors. So to me, if the planets, I think they're there for a reason. I think, for a clock, for signs and seasons, for one, but for two, like if things get too out of balance here on Earth, maybe they're different minerals, or they're made of different things where if the Earth is lacking or out of balance, maybe they might come interact with Earth. Maybe that's what they were talking about with the stars dropping from heaven. I mean, I'm just trying to, you got any ideas to take from there? Like in this fantasy?
Well,
I
I
don't know.
I just view this. Think of space at. I don't like the English language, by the way. I don't know what words to use other than space and light. Call it black and white. Fuck it, whatever. Think of the blackness of space, and then think of white light. That's the phenomenon. So something happens in space where it splits the blackness to white light, and that process involves electromagnet, some movement amongst the blackness that moves, and it creates white light in between the thing, and it makes it grow and grow. So
Yeah, I've thought about that before, man. That's an interesting thought. Here's what. Listen, what I used to think, man. When I was a Glover. Yeah. Sorry, I thought you said.
No, you're fine. You're fine. Let me just finish. Ultimately, I think that everything just involves just movement at the end of the day. That's all. Go ahead.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, it all boils down to movement, I think. And here's what this is funny. This is what I used to think when I was a Glover. I used to think that I stepped back and I was like, okay, what are humans doing on a big scale? Like I was trying to figure out our purpose, our meaning. What are we doing as a whole? And I got to thinking, like maybe all the planets are young seeds of stars, and we are the life that sparks the stars. Except for like we're the virus. You probably heard that before, but not probably in this way. Like plant life and all that is the natural growth for something to become a star, because it just keeps growing, and maybe animals, and they keep just dying and recycling, and the plants turn into oil and coal, and it just keeps growing and growing until it gets a spark. But as far as people go, we burn the oil. So I used to think we're like the things, we're star killers basically. So we breathe oxygen. We cut down all the damn trees because oxygen's flammable, for the atmosphere, if that's the spark we need. So we're breathing up all the oxygen, killing all the things that produce the oxygen. And then we're using all the oil. It's like everything we do makes this place less flammable, just about everything. And on a big scale, we're just like killing a baby star, basically. Going maybe maybe even going from planet to planet. But I mean, that's kind of a jump. But I used to think everything we do involves making this place we live in less flammable. That's interesting, thought.
Have you ever considered the fact that anything that involves light makes it that much more complicated, and that could involve maybe like, I don't know, spiritualism involved in there somewhere? Not
Oh,
saying
sure.
it exists or not, but it is a very strong possibility there.
Yeah, absolutely, man.
Nobody can deny that part.
I think light is way more complicated than we'll ever know, and I think so is water. I just think just the two. I think we could talk about all night, man. I love these conversations. But I think it's fair to say that the Earth might be growing. I mean, just in my lifetime, I see this like every yard I've paid attention to has grew up over the sidewalk. I know that's only locally, but still, it does seem to be building up like slowly but surely. Where that lawn used to be level to a sidewalk like 20 years ago, and now when I go to edge it, it's like 4 or 5 inches above it, man. And it seems like the older the neighborhood, the higher the freaking lawns are above the sidewalk. Even when they cap over top of them, like they usually cap over the roads and sidewalks sometimes. And even still, the lawns seem to be, outgrowing the rate that we cap it.
Oh yeah, that's a thing in every city. When you're building a city, you have to. I don't know about this process, but the city planners, they probably know about this. When they're building roads or houses, they have to compensate for the movement of, let's just say, the movement of the tectonic plates. Let's just call it that. The divergent, convergent, or whatever the fuck.
Yeah, sure. But they were talking about the superfluid up there, man, and but superfluid. I did a video a long time ago on it, and I got some of my information from Iru Landucci, Globebusters. But he showed one of the Soundly rockets and the instruments, and then so putting 2 and 2 together, you see that superfluid is produced. It's hard for them to produce, but they used to like theorize it, like the Higgs or the Einstein boson condensate or whatever, like on a microscopic level. But literally, this happens on a regular scale, and but you have to be like right close to absolute zero with like a helium or helium-3, and it turns from a gas to a type of liquid that they call a superfluid, and it'll seep right through jars, through beakers. It climbs up the walls of them. It's got zero viscosity. It's got a weird refractive index. But so I was thinking, so any helium or hydrogen here on Earth, we know that what doesn't mix in, it's going to go up. It's naturally going to go up. And what do we know about up there? Well, according to the Soundly rockets, it's like a degree from absolute zero. So if we know that all hydrogen, which is one of the main gases that gets emitted from damn near every reaction here at the ground, it makes its way up, even a portion of it, it would be a monstrous amount, enough to fill up everything up there pretty much, in my opinion. And it's cold enough and the pressure's low enough where that would be a natural byproduct. This superfluid could be a natural byproduct. And that could be why they're thinking, why they think that it's a vacuum of space, because there is no friction. So they could literally be traveling through superfluid. And the way I think of the propulsion is like if you take a hot frying pan and you put like a piece of ice or water on it, how it just kind of darts. So it's kind of opposite effect of that. So all they need is a rocket burner it would repel. I mean, they'd have enormous power to propel with just heat alone. It would, if they could direct it right, it would heat up and it would kind of like fly away like a piece of water in a frying pan, is what I was thinking. So that could be how they're putting things in circuits, and they're calling them orbits. I think it's there's a layer up there, possibly superfluid, but I think there might be a firmament too, man. I've heard some people say it's like ice, like pure, if it's pure water up there, like the waters above, instead of not the superfluid idea, but another type of idea where it's like just pure water, and pure water is it's different. You know, it doesn't freeze the same way. And even if there was a layer that was like, maybe the firmament is like a type of ice, like the blue ice they found in Antarctica, and or maybe it's you know, but they showed you could start a fire with ice, man. So it kind of act like a lens, and that's how the sun shines through, like a focal point of light, shining through the waters above, and maybe the ice is what keeps the pressure in. But I don't think it's an infinite vacuum. I don't think that's even possible. I think that violates some of the laws of thermodynamics, in my opinion, man. Because I've showed a gradient in containment with just hot water and cold water. I put it in a pipe, one end in the other. I put hot on one end, cold on the other, and showed a little pressure gradient. I don't see how they're getting pressure in the first place to claim that there's pressure sitting next to a vacuum that freaking massive in size.
Okay, since we're entertaining this idea, I'm just gonna ask a question. We all know that there's different states of matter. I'm tired, so forgive me. There's liquid, gas, solid, and then there is plasma. Plasma, I think when you, I know plasma comes from gas. So you can talk about that if you want.
Yeah, I mean plasma, but does there absolutely have to be gas? I mean, it could be solid too, right? It might actually vaporize the solid, so it may ultimately be a gas. But it seems like to me plasma's is kind of tied in with the superfluid. To me, the superfluid would be like a unlit plasma, if you will. But no, I was going to say this. The oh man, I had something cool to say. You might hold on. Give me 1 second. Oh yeah. So I showed what my idea of the ether is. If somebody wants to see it interact with things. So I showed a video where I mean I made a little hypothetical, like a
Are
science
you talking
experiment.
about the ether on a flat Earth or?
Yeah, like or on whatever, on anything, man. The ether to me is if somebody has to see it, I think you could show the lunar wave maybe, but a better way is this guy took a vacuum chamber, he evacuated all the air he could out of it, and then and it was closed off, and he dunked it underwater, and the vacuum was more buoyant than with air is one thing you noticed. Then when he opened the valve up to let the water in, he said it was trembling like powerful. He could feel the energy under there. He said it was weird, but it was bubbling like crazy. Like it was bubbling literally more than just taking a container full of air and dunking it. You know, it's going to displace the oxygen. So something was displacing the water, somehow bubbling like vigorously as the water was coming in. And then at the end he showed there was no air, like maybe a little teeny little speck of air, but I mean, but he showed, you know, that all them bubbles weren't coming from air. So I was wondering, there's something in there that's taking up space enough to displace the water enough to bubble, but enough to but not dense enough to really measure. And I'm thinking there, you know, the ether could be a type of fluid a type of maybe superfluid that can go through things, that's less dense than hydrogen, and nothing really recognized, but enough to, you know, there's enough of a presence for it to displace the water, and it can be demonstrated by putting the vacuum chamber underwater and opening the valve. Another way to describe it would be like looking off in the distance through like a zoom lens, or if you focus your eyes, we see this, it looks, you know, people describe it as like heat waves, but it's always there, and it always seems to be going in the same direction. I never see it going up or down, or It just seems to always be going from side to side. There was a guy who explained this stuff. I think his name was the guy who made that them freaking tubes that supposedly made it rain. Heinrich freaking, I forgot his name, but they labeled him as a crackpot and threw him in jail for a while, took his work and everything, but and he supposedly had a couple contracts with the military before all that happened. But anyway, this stuff, I think he called it orgon, like orgon energy, and or he compared it like chi or ether or something, but I think it's described different ways, but I think it's there. And I think we could also see it like when planes break the speed of sound. Like we know we can't see sound, and we know that when we see that crazy looking distortion following the plane, it's like a flat wall, and we know air doesn't behave like that. And like I said, we know we don't see sound, so I think that could be a way that that the ether's showing its ugly face. Also, like the lunar wave. I don't know if you've ever seen that, but so there's a few ways. I think that the ether reveals.
Wilhelm Reich, the organ, the man from discovered organ energy.
That's him. Thank you, man. Dude, I had a Gatorade and they were out of lids, and without a lid, and so I go to the red light when I was leaving the convenience store, and I seen, dude, my Mustang literally idles at a like a coherent frequency, like it made a shape, like it almost looked like a bullseye, like a target, like a plus sign almost, but getting bigger from the middle out to the four edges, like it started like a plus sign, but getting fatter toward the edges. It made like lines. It was cool, man, because I've seen them with the frequencies, and so certain in between frequencies didn't do much, but then they'd hit a certain frequency and they get a certain shape, So I think my Mustang's literally idling that one of them, man. It was making a shape in the Powerade on the top. It was cool. So I think Tesla, knew more than people let on. He's saying, to learn more about the world, think in terms of frequencies and resonance. I think that's where I think if we added resonance vibrations to half the things that are already existing, we'd get different effects. Like I already know that that to the HHO generators, if you add a vibration to them, then you get like a considerable amount more gas. And they say it's because they have an explanation though. They say it's because it shakes off the gas off the plate, so it can keep it free of keep it in better contact with the catalyst. But which makes sense. But the fact of the matter is, it does produce more. If you take a magnet and you like hook it to like a sawzall or something, or something fast, epoxy a magnet on the end.
Wait. Hold on. You cut off. You just cut off. Can you repeat what you said?
You're roboting, Brian.
Yeah.
Okay. Is that better?
Yeah.
Can y'all hear me? Okay, good. Sorry. I now I know the dead zone. Thank y'all. Sorry. But yeah, so if you take a magnet and epoxy it onto like a Dremel or a sawzall or something.
Wait. Hold on.
Something reciprocating.
I follow.
Like,
if you take the magnet,
okay.
you hook it up to a what?
You epoxy it on to the end of let's just say a Dremel. And let's say a Dremel for, Yeah,
What's a
for example, something spinning real fast. Something spinning real fast.
Can you type it in the chat so I can Google it?
All right, just say a drill. How about that? A drill, a real fast drill, like a drill you drive in screws with and shit, and drill holes, but a fast one. So if you take that and you epoxy a magnet onto the end and you get it spinning, but you can do this by vibrating too, like with a Sawzall. But you can do it just as easy by spinning the magnet. You can get another magnet to float over it. Like it can't lock in on the on the anti or the pole, so it literally floats. You got to balance it a little bit, but it'll literally, by spinning a magnet, you can get another one to levitate right above it. It's I'll post a video in a minute of somebody doing that. But also the like with frequency, you hit a certain vibration, and they took these this small aquarium, and they literally got it shaken, and then they pumped in some gas, and instead of the gas floating to the top, the gas literally stayed at the bottom. So he had a little toy boat in this small aquarium, and it floated upside down. So literally the water was above the air, and the boat was upside down with the sail, the little sailboat, the sail was facing downwards. And then he reached his hand in there and pulled the sailboat down toward the air, toward the bottom of the tank, and it fell back up and remained and continued on floating upside down. And to me, that's a trip. So that could be a way to explain our orientation, because a lot of flat earthers like to say that it's just density and buoyancy. To me, something's set in orientation. So it could be electrostatics. It could be the just frequency itself, man. Because like I said, just the Earth, I think, has a certain frequency, and that might be alone what sets the orientation. Maybe not, but it's just a thought. Just kind of brainstorming out loud and showing you things I've come across, some interesting effects and phenomenon. All right, y'all's turn.
No, you're fine. We're listening. Okay. I don't talk much, so I don't really have much to say. But,
Well, can I ask you a question?
Sure. I can't guarantee if I will answer it or not.
No, that's fine. I mean,
What's up?
do you think the sun and moon might be growing?
Oh yeah,
like as the Earth grows?
everything. Even rocks, even fucking Pluto's growing. Any rocks
Okay.
from space is growing, and I'm talking about increasing mass.
What do you think's making it grow?
Oh, and some process that involves
energy, maybe
movements
the
that makes electricity. Thing that makes a that splits space into nothing, from blackness to light. Some process of that, something of that sort. That's as far as I can go. And I'm trying to find models to measure it. Unfortunately, I am dirt poor, and I can only do so fucking much, especially when I'm dealing with my own personal issues. So, but
Hey, I've got a little set of questions, man, that are kind of interesting. They're not really right or wrong questions. They're kind of opinional questions. Well, maybe a couple of them you could consider, but they're kind of like opinional questions. If you wouldn't mind answering the ones, and you don't have to answer, and the ones you do,
I'll do my best to answer.
Yeah,
Go
and
ahead.
take your time. Take your time. There's no time limit. And all right. So let's see. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna gather my
I'm
questions.
gonna have to ask myself, ask you guys a question too. You're probably gonna get mad at me. You're gonna laugh it off too in the end. But go ahead.
Can I get a mic check?
Yeah. Sorry.
We can hear you now.
I was away.
Okay.
Go
All
ahead.
right. I've got a bad. Okay. So how was the ionosphere discovered?
Oh God, what is it? The Inus.
Yeah, how is it, or how is it first claimed to exist? Like, what did they do?
I don't think I can answer that. I'm gonna pass that.
Yeah, no worries, no worries. Okay, at what distance do typical clouds? Just an approximation. And like I said, I'm not holding you. But at what distance do typical clouds meet the tree line?
I do not know.
Okay. Anybody? Okay. Would you consider mass to be a noun or an adjective?
I'm gonna look at that. What's a fuck? I'm an idiot.
Bro, honestly, that's kind of a dumb question, man. But if you can.
No,
answer
it's
it.
okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. So a noun used to identify a class of people. And an adjective. Fuck, I'm even more confused.
Yeah, don't worry about that one. We'll go back to that one. Okay. Is the surface of a sphere two-dimensional?
No.
Yeah, good answer, man. I like you. No. Okay. Can a flat plane form a horizon overlooking the ocean? Can a flat plane form a horizon?
I'm not sure what that means. I don't want to misinterpret it, so therefore I don't want to answer. So I'm gonna pass on that.
Fair enough. Fair enough. But if you want clarity, I mean, like where the ground appears to meet the sky. Like, here's my follow up. I put if no, which
There's
takes
no
up.
refraction, then the answer is no.
Okay,
I don't
then.
know if I understand the question.
So I put this: if no, which fills up the entire view, the ground or the sky?
The entire view.
Yeah, to not have a horizon, like the whole ground would have to take up the picture of a flat plane, or the whole sky. So I was just
talking about view from your eye's perspective, or a 360-degree view.
yeah,
From all
yeah, like
around.
overlooking the ocean, just looking straight out over the ocean.
If it can be half, if you're looking directly at the horizon.
Sure.
I mean, there would be a horizon, but I don't know. I don't know what it would look like on a gigantic flat ass plane. Whatever. No
Fair enough. A
refraction.
lot of globers it it wouldn't be defined. I mean, they describe it for actually exactly what.
But we could use
it would
blender.
Yeah, we could do that. But okay, so what the hell did I can't even read my own writing sometimes. Okay, at what altitude? Oh my God, I can't even read that. I'm gonna have to go back to that one.
You realize that I don't argue. I barely argue about the ship.
Yeah, I understand. I understand. These are just thought. These are some of these. They get better. Some of these are thought provoking, man. Okay, can I use? Let me see. Can I draw? Can I draw a perfect? Can I draw a perfect square on a flat section of Earth's surface? Yeah, don't worry about that one, dude. That's kind of a glober flat Earth argument question. So here we go. I'm gonna get to some good ones here. Okay. How do GPS satellites know their distance from the center of Earth?
I am not. I don't study that particular topic.
Okay. Does buoyancy? Okay, here's a good one. Does buoyancy, if gravity increases, does buoyancy increase?
If gravity increases, does buoyancy increase? I have to look at the formula.
Yeah, I think according to the math,
I think the answer is, I don't know. I'm gonna guess yes, but that's a guess.
Yeah, I think if you're looking at it mathematically, it would. But then you get to thinking, like, if there's a liquid on, let's say, like Neptune or something, it'd be, like, I guess harder to get to sink
No,
in
but
it. I don't.
wait, hold on. Buoyancy is not dependent on gravity though. Buoyancy is depending on the surface. Like if it's a gigantic ass boat, because think of buoyancy as something that pushes the object up, and it pushes it through its surface, obviously. So depending if it's like a gigantic, long ass fucking boat with a surface that doesn't flood the boat, it would push up. That's what
Yeah, I
buoyancy is.
think
It's,
I
it's
see
just
it.
things that
Little
push objects up.
Yeah, sure, man. Okay, so could I swim faster on the moon? So if there was a swimming pool on the moon, could I swim faster?
Can you swim faster? Oh God. I'm too tired to even go into this. I don't want to
Okay,
have to
man.
like go to the whiteboard to draw this shit. I'm way too tired right
Okay, does the original Apollo footage look authentic?
now. I am not gonna talk about NASA.
I thought I'd sneak that one in, man.
No, I personally believe a lot of the footage is real. Whatever.
What
That's
makes
just me, though.
thunder? What makes thunder echo?
Um. I'm too tired.
Yeah, all right.
I know it pushes. I know it's like airwaves that it pushes, and eventually drops through your ears. So
Right. Give me 1 second, man.
you can look that up on the internet if you want. I'm gonna ask you guys a question when you guys are done. You're gonna like this. And then we're gonna have to stop it here. And then I'm gonna go back to my Star Wars Battlefront 2 and just play or something.
Sorry about that. What'd you say, bro? I didn't hear you.
Oh, I'm gonna ask a question when you guys are done.
Okay, you can go ahead, man. Or you can stop me at any time.
No.
I'll say that.
I'd rather you guys finish.
Say again.
I'd rather you finish first. Question.
Oh, you okay? So you want to finish the questions?
No, I'd rather you guys finish your questions.
Oh yeah, sure. That's good, man. I'm done then. I was just.
Yeah. Do you ask those questions to globe earthers?
Well, I have different sets of questions, so I was just asking. Yeah, I've asked a few of them. This is kind of a new set of them, but yeah, because I try and consolidate the argument because if it makes for a shitty debate if we argue with one glober and another one comes in. And then they argue a whole different point. And so they try to keep us on topic and we try to keep them on topic. Like it saves time. If nothing else, it saves time if they can agree on their debate, instead of giving us different answers. It gets kind of aggravating. I'm sure you could understand.
Yeah.
Like,
well,
for
keep in
example,
mind, I'm also dealing with personal life, so there's a lot of stuff I still do not know. And if there's something I don't know, be honest, say I don't know. And then we'll just leave it at that.
yeah, I caught that earlier. Sounded like you had something going on, man. Hopefully it ain't nothing that won't work out, man. That's all I can say.
So.
Sounds personal. But
no, it's my
so
life.
this question for is it like something like a tragedy?
Serious. Oh, it's not a tragedy. It's more like dealing with a fucking court process.
Then it is a tragedy.
Yeah.
Oh
yeah.
man.
You guys should really look into the corruption of the courts. It really is a thing. The social media doesn't talk about it, but yeah, definitely be on top of that because that's anybody can.
It is, man.
What do you mean?
It is. I agree.
Well, when you have a court and the medical industry put together, that shit is bad combination, and I'm just gonna leave it at that.
Like they're corrupt somehow?
Yeah. Because in the Constitution, we're supposed to have the right for a speedy trial. Everybody's presumed innocent, proven guilty. You're not supposed to jail someone or take someone against their will. But the court obviously completely ignores that and bypasses it through the whole fucking medical thing. And there's a lot of fucked up part about it. And there's a Bam Margera story. There's a lot of stories where people are being taken against their will with no due process and all that crazy stuff, which I'm not going to go into. But yeah, it's a different topic, but yeah.
Yeah, that's something. Yeah, we don't discuss that too much. You know how they can be, but yeah, we all feel the same way pretty much about it, man. Nobody likes the way that people have been treated and all that, man. Yeah, it's a sore subject, man. But I feel where you're coming from. But hey, can I ask you one more question?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. So do star trails at the equator appear to diverge?
Diverge? What do you mean by diverge?
Bro, you don't know what diverge means?
Separate?
Yeah, like move apart from each other.
I know there's two words in the geology: diverge, converge. So yeah, but when you're asking about at the equator do stars appear to diverge, I'm not sure what you mean by that. Yeah, I'm gonna ask you guys a question. This is gonna be fun. It'll probably piss you off,
okay.
maybe it won't, but either way, it's gonna be fun. Does water? What color is water? Don't answer right away. Think about that before you answer.
What do you mean?
It's a good question, man.
What color is water?
Corduroy. That's a good question, man.
What's the
I'd
answer?
say it's I would have to say it's transparent, man. But that's a good question.
Oh wow, yeah, okay. I'm gonna answer it. I think you kind of answered it too, in a sense. I don't think water has a color. That's my answer. Oh, wait, that's not true. That's not right. It's all colors, but it's transparent. Now I'm gonna Google it. Let's Google this.
How is it all colors?
Because everything has color.
Because you can't necessarily just attribute it all to that. You're going like offshore brownish in the and it turns a greenish color, and it turns a deep blue. But okay.
You're talking about big stacks of water, and light shines it up, and it's on the ground, and it hits the surface, fucking makes light bend, refracts light in a certain way. Yeah, it might give some blue thing in-ish. But I've been thinking about this because I had water in my cup because I've been drinking a lot of water, and then I see it through the sun, and I see it like completely, as you said, transparent. So
yeah, if it's transparent, it's not every color.
Yeah.
It's just not any color.
You know, transparent and color aren't antonyms, right? So you can have a glass that's both blue and transparent.
Yeah, but if it's completely clear and void of color, it's not every color.
But I'm not sure that water is. Because if it was the case that water was just picking up the colour of something else, then you would find it as all colours. But you only ever see big oceans as blue. Or some variation of blue. Like, you don't just randomly walk out to the sea and, oh, this sea is red. Or this one's, like, yellow. Like, they're always blue. So why is that?
Because Thames water.
I mean, is it reflecting the sky, or is the blue in the water itself? I mean, who knows?
They say it's because of, the blue wavelength being scattered the most. And they do say it's reflecting the sky, but I imagine the same thing happens with water itself, from at least the surface of the water. that blue is, you know, scattered the most from the rest of the colors.
Here's
So when you say it's the wavelength, well, yeah, but isn't that just color? You're just saying what color is.
Yeah.
Here's
So then it's blue.
Yes.
The color of water
Right.
very
The question is, does that happen to water that's in and of itself, you know, separate from the skies and everything like that? Like if I had water inside in a, you know, test tube.
Let me read this real quick. The color of water
Yeah, I don't know.
varies with ambient conditions in which that water is present. While relatively small quantities of water appear to be colorless, pure water has a slight turquoise color that becomes deeper as the thickness of surface sample scales. So it technically is colorless. I don't like to say that word. But yeah, just an interesting question.
But no, it just said colorless. It appears colorless in small quantity, so it's not colorless. I mean, another good example of this would be, you know, when you see those mountain shots of like mountains 100 miles, 200 miles away, whatever, that we often use to say, where's the curve? You know, that kind of stuff. Well, often those mountains that are like 50, 100 miles, 200 miles away, they look blue, right? Well, is that because you're seeing through 200 miles of atmosphere? And is therefore the atmosphere also blue? Is that because it's made of water? I mean, I don't know. It could be that it's just reflecting the sky again, but it seems a bit, I don't know. I'm not sure that's the answer, to be honest.
Why isn't the sky purple?
It could also be
because violet is a shorter wavelength than blue, and if the idea
also,
is the sky is blue because it's a really short wavelength and it scatters easier than other colors, violet is shorter. So shouldn't the sky be violet?
It could also be the reflection of the sun and all that sorts contributing to this.
In any case, maybe the scattering effect doesn't happen with absolutely colorless water. Maybe, I don't know. Like inside, when you have like a swimming pool, usually the bottom of the pool is blue, and that's why the water looks blue. But
yeah. But that's also because the pool's been made blue to match the water, right? So it's kind of circular in that sense. You might find that if you had like the pool was red on the bottom, that the water would look purple, and that'd look weird. It may also be because if water is blue when it's pure, that it's easier to see when it becomes impure, when you've got a blue bottom, because then it kind of comes up black. That makes sense?
I don't know. I'm not convinced that like water is blue in and of itself. I mean, I know the guy just read something out that says, you know, if you have a lot, it's blue, but you only ever have a lot, really, outside, and it might just be reflecting the sky.
Yeah, that's a good point. So we need to get a shitload of water inside and away from the sky.
Yeah. Because I think of glass. Glass, you know, acts as a prism. You shine light through it. It makes the rainbow, right? But the glass in and of itself is clear. It's without color, right? You have to stain glass to get a different color. Now, why wouldn't the same happen with water? Sure, glass is more dense, and so maybe it kind of that reduces the scattering of the light and produces less blue. or no blue. But maybe water's dense enough to that level that it doesn't do, like, it does the same. It kind of refrains from scattering the blue wavelengths.
Yeah, right.
I miss these types of conversations.
And maybe the sky is actually, like, the violet is actually scattered more than blue, but the sun's light, like, looking yellow, is moving it towards, the yellow in the spectrum, and it rests on blue.
Yeah, I see what you mean. It's like you're adding the yellow to the purple and it ends blue or something.
Exactly. And that's why when the sky's setting, when the sun's setting, and you have less of that yellow, you got more of the purple.
Yeah, it goes purple. Yeah.
And then when
That's
it's
an
dark,
interesting
obviously, it
idea.
goes all the way dark purple to black.
Yeah, that's an interesting idea for sure.
And why is the ocean so blue in certain areas? And then in other, like, even large bodies, of course, lakes and things like that, the water's like brown or dark colors. Like, there's something about the salt in the water that makes it blue.
There's dirt in there.
Yeah, the
Yeah, I
bottom
think
could be different. Yeah, the sand could be very bright, whereas a dark mud, but that could make some difference. Yeah, the bottom.
Yeah, it's probably to do with the shallowness of the water, too. Like, if the light can't pass all the way through, it might look darker. And then if it passes through and you could see, like, the bottom, the ocean floor, or, like, the sea floor or what have you, it'll be lighter.
But you could be out in the ocean where it's really deep and there's just water all around you, and it could still be a deep blue. Whereas you could be in water all around you, like in the Great Lakes of Michigan, let's say, or somewhere like that, where there's still water all around you, but it is a lake, it is fresh water, and it doesn't have that same blue. It's almost like brown or kind of dark.
Probably has more to do with the water itself.
But, like, meaning in both those scenarios, you're so far from the bottom that it's not like you can see the bottom necessarily. But that still could make a difference on the reflective quality of it.
Yeah, I was thinking, like, more along the shore. You know how along the shore it's like more of a greener color, greener, like turquoise blue, and then as it gets farther away, it gets to be a more deeper blue.
Yeah, well, that's definitely the case. Like in certain places, yeah, like in the Caribbean or like Florida.
And then with the salts, I recall it being a more greenish blue again. It's like a lighter color, where the salt water touches the fresh water, like that barrier, that phenomenon. If you guys have seen it.
Yeah, where the two meet.
Yeah.
Like if it was reflecting the sky, wouldn't it also do that in a lake?
Yeah, you would think. That's why I think, like, the difference would be probably in the water itself.
It also seems like the ocean water is like more transparent. Like if you're 10 feet above water in the ocean, you might be able to actually see the sandy bottom, whereas in some places in fresh water, you can't even see the bottom at all. Like the water's too thick.
Hmm.
Yeah, if the room's gone dead on this subject, I just wanted to know if I could introduce something new. I wanted to ask percentage and geo something.
Yeah.
Oh yes, I thought maybe I'd try. Yeah, so I don't know if you guys. Actually, I don't think I brought it up in the server. I think I brought it up in 24/7. So there was a talk. There was a phone-in show with our mate Dave Farina, and he was on another podcast or something. And one of our best mates, Brenda, phones in to talk to not Professor Dave. I don't know if you guys have seen this like little 6-minute snippet or whatever.
It's kind of hard to hear you with your mic. Did you say Brenda? Or I didn't quite hear what you said. I know I heard the fake Professor Dave guy you're saying, and then
it might be my Bluetooth. Give me a sec.
Is that better?
Yeah.
That's better, is it? Okay. Yeah, so Brenda phones up this show with Dave Farina, was on another kind of podcast. I can't remember the other guy's name. And it was interesting. I don't know if you guys have heard it or seen this or whatever, but I wanted to get your thoughts on it. If you had.
I haven't heard it.
No, I haven't either.
Oh, fair enough. Well, I can link you to it later. Is basically Brenda was like almost fan, being like a starstruck fan sort of thing for like the first 2 minutes. You could hear it. But then Brenda went into saying like, oh yeah, these flat earthers, they're really abusive, right? And then about 2 minutes later, going on about how the abuse that Dave gives flat earthers is totally justified, without a hint of irony. I feel like you guys should give it, because it's kind of funny.
Sounds typical of Brenda.
Well, yeah, of course. But if you guys haven't seen it, I can link it. But I didn't
link it. Sure.
So you're just the hypocritical cringe level is off the charts on that. Is what it sounds like.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and of course, bearing in mind, Brenda often calls us like morons and retarded and stuff. So it's like, yeah, I mean, you can't play the victim while being the abuser. It's not really how it works. And then obviously they're transphobic. Oh, had all that shit as well, all thrown in there for good measure.
Definitely link that. That would be funny to hear. That would be funny to hear for sure.
I'll link it. I'll link it when I stop off.
I was going to chime in on the color question because it seems like the question is not what color something is, but what color does it appear to be to us, right? Just two different questions: what color something actually is, and what color we see it as.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
And I looked at into it a little bit, and we're called trichomats. We see only three variations of red, green, and blue. I mean, red, blue, and yellow. So there's colors we can't see. Like there's animals that see all kinds of colors that we're not even able to see. But people that are colorblind technically can only see two of those three colors. So it's always just a variation that our eye fills in the combination of all three for. But I just thought it'd be interesting if there was a true color, like to even think that there is a true color beyond what we see, or completely different than what we see. And what would that do to our whole conception of races and what colors people are, there could be so many different variations of colors. Well, there are obviously for people, but something even more meshing of the races that makes it indistinguishable if you can see all the colors.
Yeah. No, our presence is limited. And also keep in mind, guys, that our eyes are well designed and they filter out things because realistically, if you look at, like outside or wherever you're at, the whole light would be filled. There'd be nothing to see, but our eyes filtered it. So really, you're supposed to see completely. You're generally supposed to be blind by all that light, all that air, all that everything that's in there. But our eyes are very good filter that it somehow filters everything out, and that's it.
It doesn't filter out everything.
Well, not everything,
because
but
it doesn't
the
filter
point
out ugly.
the point is you don't see completely light being filled in your eyes. That's the point.
Yo, it's not cool when you just like talk through my joke.
Say it again.
I said it doesn't filter out everything, doesn't filter out ugly because I can still see you.
Wait.
We just talked right through it, so that means a pretty
It's
good
not
strategy
cool
if
when
you don't
I'm
want to get
insulting
beat.
you and you
That's
talk
a
to
really
me.
good strategy.
I'm so glad I talked over you.
Yeah.
He was like, nope, this one's not getting through.
Nope,
I'm
not
a
letting
kid.
the joke in there. No, screw the joke. Tried to be serious here. God damn it. Whatever.
Red, green, blue is actually the three colors. I think I corrected myself, but I was right the first time. Red, green, blue.
Yeah, I was going to say, yeah.
And where
'cause
does
you get
yellow
on
come from?
televisions, so it wouldn't make sense to have an RGB.
Let's break it down.
If you
White-
don't see RGB. Can you hear me?
Sorry.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
we
can
heard-
hear
we
you.
heard.
Why are you talking to me, dude? Come on.
Go ahead, Crypto.
So, yeah, I just want to finish what I was saying. Yeah, because you get RGB adapters for televisions, right? So it wouldn't make sense to have an RGB adapter if you weren't seeing RGB. But anyway, yeah, go on.
Right.
But how do we come up with yellow then?
Can I talk next, please?
Yeah, go
on. Go ahead.
It's okay. Let's break it down to the most simplistic level. We all know. I'm just gonna say the facts. Yes, light is complicated. It's a fucking phenomenon. I don't think anybody truly understands it. I think we're pretty close, but it's yet far. We all know that color specifically is composed of white light. Mix all the white light, all the colors together, you get white light. That's a fact. So something happens where the filter, the red, blue, green thing. Something happens in the intensity. Our eyes does something. Something happens where where some kind of intensity, some vibration, some sorts, something, whatever the fuck, I don't know what that is, makes the reaction of three colors and it puts it all together. That's as far as I can talk about that.
Thank you for
Fine,
your
buddy.
colorful commentary.
Red and green make yellow, by the way.
Red and green make yellow?
I thought
Yeah.
red and green
That's
made
cap. That's cap.
Yeah, I thought
There's
red and
no
green
way.
was brown.
Well, you guys are supposed
The
to.
correct answer is this question is that by mixing red and green, we can get a pale yellow color, which has a yellow hue. Color yellow lies between red and green. Thus, by mixing them, we can get a darker range of yellow color.
So yellow is just light brown?
Light red.
No,
light red.
It's confusing because we always think of like yellow coming or yellow and blue making green.
Well, it depends.
Yeah,
I think we're confusing light with paint. Like if you get two lights and you get two paints, then they obviously go together in different ways. Anyway.
So we're saying if I have a red lamp and a green lamp, and I turn them on at the same time, I'm gonna have a yellow room. I don't believe it.
It was all yellow.
You'd have to do it in just the right way. You'd have to have just the right combination of green brightness to make the yellow bright enough to make the red bright enough to make yellow.
I feel like red and green are just too dark to make them light, like make them yellowish.
I put
heard
the right.
that, Crypto. That was a good one-liner coming in there, Crypto.
I put the right image in the chat. Made it in Photoshop, and you can see how I combine the colors and combine them in multiply layers that combine the colors. So then,
there you go.
So then the
yellow, cerulean, magenta.
Yeah, I think there's a big secret in that. So maybe because it looks like in these combinations of RGB you get without the black, it creates the black in the middle, you get the print colors. Yeah.
We have an issue though. Because
you always have an issue.
Because
that's why we're talking so much.
Hold up, on the left side. On the left side, all the colors together, they're supposed to make white. So shouldn't white be in the center?
Oh, I was talking, but I muted myself on my microphone. I thought it interesting because many people in the spiritual world include the yellow in how everything is working. And does anybody know if the RGB light is really created through light going through colored transparent tubes?
Oh, what?
Like on the television. The first time we saw the RGB was the color television.
Hold on, did you say transparent Jews?
Tubes.
There's no such thing as transparent Jews. They're shady. No kidding.
Okay.
There's supposed to be 14 shades of every color, light and then dark.
There's 50 shades of gray.
Okay, I knew it. You got to stop percentage, man. It's too early. I just woke up.
For you, mate.
Well, how do you know what does colorblind mean? You know, you got a colorblind person and they have a different shade or hue and a way of looking at colors, right? So in the idea of the spectrum that, you know, we think colors are made or how they should be performed might be off all in the first place.
I'm colorblind.
I remember looking at the television back in the 70s or 80s when I was a kid, you know, getting up real close and seeing all the different dots. Dots of color in there, and I was pretty impressed by that. Like, how does the picture come out of all of those little dots?
It is pretty to think about it. I heard that colorblind people see the ocean as periwinkle pink.
That's real interesting, I guess.
I don't know if it's a fact or not, just something to think about. But
I'm colorblind.
Like you were saying, percentage.
I was saying I'm colorblind because I'm not a racist.
Yeah, me neither.
Okay,
Can
that
someone
works. That
put
works.
percentage on mute, please?
What about his jokes are like they're funny, unfunny, but they're good. Anyway, so you put a yellow object and a blue object next to each other, right? And you shine a light at them and see if on the wall you don't get the mix of that color to make green. Put a red apple and a blue apple on top of each other or a ball and see if you don't get purple behind them and just see what happens. See if that shade doesn't mix.
Yeah, I don't think apples and balls would work because they're probably just like gonna block all the light. Maybe a balloon.
No. The apple is red, so if you shine a light on the apple and have a white wall or a wall you can see the color through it, sitting behind it, you should see a red hue hit the wall.
No, you're just gonna see a shadow because the apple is dense enough that's gonna block the light.
I'd love to see a demonstration if that's what you think.
There we go. Demonstration, please.
How about you do it, because it's your idea, and we'll call it
No,
a demonstration.
you just said the claim.
A demonstration.
You said you see it this way. I said demonstrate your claim that you see a shadow and not a color of red on a white wall.
No, I want you to demonstrate it. Register trademark.
Oh, damn. That was punny.
Oh my god, I must have Dimmock muted, bro. If I've talked over you, I'm very sorry, bro.
That's probably why they think that I'm talking over you and everybody else, because people do that and they'll be like, Damock's talking over us, and there'll be 52 people talking. I'm like, okay, whatever.
Everybody's got Demock muted.
They do. Not everybody, but a lot of people.
Yeah. What's up, Brian? What are you doing up so early, Brian, man? Never mind.
Woke up. I actually woke up about 2 o'clock, man. So what time is it now? Yeah, I woke up about 2 o'clock, man, and couldn't go.
Is that your witching hour for your mad scientist?
You just know that I am a scientist right now. I just accidentally added lie to one of my little UPS batteries. It's messed up. I actually thought it was Epsom salt with water. It's old and I didn't label it. Usually I label it. And I added a solution to my dry UPS battery. Little batteries up to the little car, little motorcycle. And it seems to have boosted the voltage, but I don't think it's gonna do very well. I don't know. Wouldn't make sense to me.
Maybe boost the reception because your internet's not doing very well. Because you're roboting a little bit.
Was orange again last night. I was surprised. I didn't expect to have it. I was in a different location as well.
What were you guys trying to do with water earlier? What were you talking about, Brian?
We're talking about the color of water.
What the hell do you mean? The color of the medium it resides in?
No, the color of the thing itself. What do you mean the medium it resides in? It is the medium.
No. The thing that contains it.
New color one.
Like dirt, mud, I don't know.
No, because the ocean floor is always like a brownish type of color, but the water's blue, so...
Yeah, but is it really blue or is it just reflecting the sky like a mirror?
That's the question. What's the color of water? Is it blue or is it clear or what?
I think it's clear, and there was a question about ice colors too, right? I've seen clear ice, white ice, fucking black ice.
I have brown ice.
I presented a new picture, and now it's solved. in a way, but it's another mixture. On the both on the left sides are two RGBs together, and on the right only one RGB color, or the other way around. I can't. Yeah. And but this time with the difference layer below, and then you get
What the heck is going on with the bottom left one?
Yeah. That's what happens with the difference layer. Difference modus layer in Photoshop.
Difference mode layer?
Yeah.
So the difference between red and green is blue?
I put every dot of color on a layer, and I put the layer modus in difference.
So is that mean like the thickness of the material or something like that, or the darkness of the color?
I think it just like subtracts the hues from each other and leaves what's remaining.
Yeah.
So the saturation of red minus the saturation of green makes the saturation of blue, basically.
Something like that. Yeah.
But yeah, the bottom right one is pretty cool, but is that for light? So top left.
Yeah, and you can see that the two colors mix, make the same colors as on the left top.
Yeah. So
right?
Are you saying the left top is paint and then the bottom right is light?
I don't know. It for me it's a secret about the RGB functioning.
Well, you're gonna tell us the secret.
But as I already told, I'm not a modus layer hero. So I'm just presenting this as possibility that we are somehow put on a wrong leg about the colors.
Lightwater, don't sell yourself short. You're my modus layer hero.
I'm definitely her O. You don't know how much I am her O.
Definitely.
Yeah. At least it raises some questions.
No, I already said I'm not racist.
Yeah. Everybody.
Man, you are on something today. You know what?
You have to do it. That was a good one.
You're like, yeah. 10th man is like that. He makes puns all the time.
Everybody's in a race. Trying to get higher.
But yeah, Lightwater, thanks for doing that though.
What do you guys consider proof? Prove something, like what is that consideration? Like if we did science or we did something, like what would you do? I mean, like to prove, like,
well,
something that's not. Hold on a second. Something that's
would
not
be
totally established.
It would be. Yeah, I mean, it would be a collection of an observation, right? You got to start there with an observation. So it's got to be something that is not a one-time thing. You didn't say, "Oh, I saw it, never going to happen again." So you see it again and again and again. You record the details, right? You don't know anything about it yet, but you've got details. So it's been a repeatable, natural phenomenon so far. How about that?
Oh, I didn't know if you were done.
Yeah, I'm good.
So the proof would be like step by step, by almost like trial and error. It'd be like, okay, this much we understand to this point, or we can say we've proven to this point, and then this much, and like it grows exponentially, right? Is that what it's supposed to be like?
Yeah, let's say for instance, I've never seen an inferior mirage, and then I see one, but then the next day the conditions aren't right, so it's not repeatable yet. So then I got to wait around again until it comes around, and then I figure out why did it come around today and not yesterday.
Right. Compare the differentials. But like, so at the end of the day, which part of this are you proving like enough that like the next person to be like, hey, I understand exactly, and yeah, you're proving that.
Like yesterday.
I mean, okay.
Yeah. So like yesterday, I was up here in New York at a lake for one of my stops. I could get out and get over to the lake. So I went out and I shot the lake, and the website said that the water temperature and the air temperature was the same. So it was a beautiful day, but there was a lot of energy in the air. So once you got out to a certain distance, everything started getting all wavy. You know what I mean? So it wasn't really crisp and clear all the way across the lake. So then you had certain presentation of distance and objects and boats and whatnot, but it was like supposed to be a clear day. You know, temperatures were the same. So I guess my point is just real quick is that, you know, I didn't have like, except for the shorelines and the houses that were closest to me, those were like crystal clear, but at a certain distance they took on another characteristic because of the conditions. I'm done.
Yo, Travis. So
percentage.
Growing up, for whatever reason, like there was always this like stereotype with truck stops that they were like, you know, there's a lot of gay behavior that happens in truck stops. Is there any truth to that?
I've not come across anything hinky. Most of the stops that I go to are the major ones that are, you know, brand name, Pilot, whatever. But you know, there's still some mom and pops around, but they're just more like redneck. I've never come across anything that's like, you know, gay or.
Are you familiar with the stereotype though, like the reputation of?
Not that, but you know, the lot lizard, you know, the prostitutes that go around the truck stop lots. I've only ever had that happen once, and that was back in 2018. So I don't think it's those to be more predominant.
I think the reputation. Hold on, the reputation I think is from like the ones that are just on the side of the road. That's just like a sign, truck stop here or whatever, and then it's not an actual business or anything. It's just where trucks stop. You know?
Yeah. I don't usually go to those. It's just because I've got points from the major stop, the Pilot or the Flying J. I get points, so I try to go to those. But no, it was funny. Brian, she came up to me and she said, "Hi, would you like a girl?" I said, "You mean to raise as my own?" I thought that was a pretty funny comeback, right? Guess not. I'm here all night. I thought we were going to build off of Demok's question. I thought we were going to try to build up what was going to be scientific proof.
I was laughing, but I was muted.
Thanks.
Yeah, Demok is gonna provide me with a transparent apple.
What does that even?
What's that?
What does that even mean? I don't even know what a transparent apple is. I've never seen one in my life.
Well, you're saying that, you know, I'm gonna shine light through an apple, so it would have to be semi-transparent.
No, I never said that at all. I didn't say through anything. Where did you get that at? I
well,
said
how are we gonna
shine
see
a
the
bright light on them, at them, not through them, and see if on the wall the colors, the hues of each different color don't mix on the back of the wall behind the objects. I didn't say through them at all.
Well, how's it gonna get to the back?
That's weird.
Hold up, how's it gonna get behind the object on the back of the wall without going through?
Listen. Let me finish my statement. I don't care how or when, Glober. Just listen to me, dude. It doesn't matter if you go outside and do it. Doesn't matter how or when. It just matters that's what, right? So shine a light, get something that's red and something that's blue, and see if you get a purple hue on the wall or something red and green.
All right.
Shine
So
a bright light
let
at
me
it
see if I
and
get this
what
straight.
happens.
All right. So we have an apple. We're shining a laser at it, right? Or a strong light at it, and we want it to reflect off of the apple, behind the apple, to the wall at the back. Correct?
Yeah.
I didn't say anything about a laser. A regular room light or a yellow light or a regular light, man.
And
Shine a light, or you can
we
have
shine
a
it
bright
head on. We shine it head on, and then it reflects off the back
onto the wall.
onto the wall.
Yeah, use a white wall because it's going to be the easiest one to show up a hue of color.
And it reflects
And see what you get.
behind the apple, but it doesn't go through the apple.
I didn't say behind the apple. I said on the wall. See the color.
You said behind the object, right?
No, you're saying that. You
said behind the object on the back of the wall.
saying that.
Oh
No,
my god.
Oh my
Too
fucking
early.
God, dude. Yeah, way too early, dude.
No, Denmark, you definitely said behind the object.
Listen, no, you keep saying that. Just like you said transparent apple, just like you said a laser, that I never said either of.
Oh, someone,
Clearly
Brian,
listen to me.
clip
You're
him.
slow.
Clip him.
You're very slow. Listen, a light, shine it on the objects, at the objects, look at the wall, and tell me what happens. This is so fucking simple, man.
I'll tell you what happens. You have a shadow.
Show me. I don't believe you. I think you're lying.
I am a lion. Man.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying. But anyway, proof. What is proof to you? How would you prove that you get a shadow and no coloring?
I'm the fucking proof. See me in the booth. Man with the moves. Always spin the truth. Even if it's uncouth. I'm the fucking proof.
That was good.
Jump off the roof. Go get a scoop of the dog poop that you think is truth. Get back in the booth, because that shit was really uncouth.
Bro, you just used like all the words
Before
I
you
use.
knock out a tooth. No, I didn't.
Except you added uncouth and tooth. I mean, you added roof and tooth. Roof and tooth and...
Don't act aloof. Don't say it's a spoof.
Can't see the moon.
Yo, I'll say what I want to say because I'm a sayer. Know the truth in the future like a soothsayer. Like a fucking onion, got so many layers.
Always carry my sword because I'm a dragon slayer.
Please stop.
Good morning, Rakia. How are you?
How you know what kind of morning it is? Hey, the word going around is you like picking up hookers at the truck stops.
I do. Hook me up.
Get your refraction on.
Logics. Illogical logics of logistics logic.
Honestly, Rakia, is the moon up? I can't see it. I didn't think to look before I pulled out with my truck, but I don't see it anywhere right now. I figured it would have been up still.
Yeah, me either. I'm going east though. I think it's behind me.
Morning, all. Afternoon, evening, wherever you're at.
Hello.
I meant to ask people in the know, but I don't really get into this too much. But last couple of nights, when it was so bright and full, there was a really bright
star next to it, was that Venus or
Jupiter.
Jupiter? So when
Yeah,
it
but
was in my, go ahead.
yeah, go ahead. No, go ahead.
When it was in my eastern sky, it was to the top right of the moon, and then it rotated across my sky, and then when it was in the western sky, it was in the bottom right, like it turned, like the wheels in the sky keep on turning.
Yeah.
And the moon phase does the same thing across my, my sky.
Yeah. Yeah, last night Jupiter was up way before 2 nights. What is tonight? What is today? Is today Wednesday?
Today's Wednesday.
Okay, so I guess it was Saturday when I first shot the moon, and they were real close together. But last night they were really far apart.
I shot the moon twice, and I can't remember which nights, but I haven't downloaded them yet.
Man, you must be good at hearts.
I'm good at spades.
Is that a line in Hearts? I used to play Hearts. Shoot the moon. Is that a phrase in that game?
Yeah.
Shoot the moon.
Huh.
Get all the hearts or all the spades. I don't remember which one.
Shoot the moon.
I like both those games. Are good games.
They're like basically the same game.
Yeah. It's like a rummy game, right? Somewhat.
That's in Rounders also. Well, he shot the moon on that one when he was in prison. They were playing. It's been so long since I played. Now we used to play all the time at the golf course, but I don't golf anymore. Spades, I believe. We didn't call it hearts. Call it spades.
I know it's in Hearts too because there's the shitty game on like the Windows computer.
Oh yeah.
Back in the day.
Yeah. Like Minesweeper.
Yeah, Solitaire, Minesweeper, Spider Solitaire, and Hearts. And probably some other ones.
I'm really good at spades. Pretty good at hearts.
Playing with the Queen of Spades.
No topics.
We were going to still fill out that scientific proof discussion you started. We got the observation, repeated observation. What's proof?
Right, but it's like, okay, say the gas thing, H2O thing, like how, you know what I mean? Like where do we go with that? Like if there's no demonstration of the two gases making the liquid.
Yeah.
Much did they really, and why are we still going with it? Why would we even go to that and read that as a source?
Would you have to have a certain kind of pressure, a certain kind of temperature in order to make those two molecules adhere? And then
differential of temperature, I think. Like if you get it cold, something cold, take it out into warm, it's gonna sweat.
Well,
yeah, go ahead.
Most fluids do that, but like if you go read, I was doing this last night. A superfluid won't do that. It'll actually, when you change the temperature, it'll change its state and its properties, but it's different than like water. Weird. Like it'll start boiling when you add extreme temperature. It'll boil, and then it'll get to a stage where it doesn't boil anymore. It becomes a superfluid at that point. They call it they call that stage a certain word, and then it changes the laws of physics at that point. Like nothing. If you have it in a beaker and you get it to that stage, it'll start leaking through the beaker, start climbing the walls. Water, will change from helium, but some other gases do it too. But helium's the main one that they can use because it's stable under those temperatures. But like water will, change to a gas and then to a solid or whatever. It acts, it acts differently than a superfluid.
We know that they're not byproducts of each other. Like when they tell you, like, oh, we're gonna go crush some rocks and get this thing, and whatever we don't use from this thing, the thing they actually escape a little faster than what we can contain it, until they figured out how to contain it better, would be. I mean, it's all the same thing, just under different amounts. Like, I don't know.
Like, yeah, you know, you'd almost expect that in the classroom, if they're going to tell you that H2O is water, they'd show you how it's done. But they don't. They just say, here's water. It's made up of this. You're like, okay.
Yeah, solid, liquid, gas, and they stop there. They don't go on to the different stages of superfluid.
It just reminds me of the dog whistle. We can hear certain sounds and certain ones we can't. Certain spectrums we see, certain ones we don't. We can do stuff to like determine them, but we don't like see them all the way. So are there certain spectrums of like the gases that we don't notice that become the other gas? But it's all the same thing. Like it could start off as all water for whatever water is, and then water, it just electrified or under different temperatures becomes each different thing, like offset. Even though, as the liquid we see, water, the main water, acts this way at first. I don't know. I mean, the way I think about it, water seems like it has to be in anything that's a liquid type thing. It has to have an amount of water, or maybe not. I don't know.
Everything has water in it, even fire.
Especially your girl, man.
Well, I'm thinking like liquid mercury and stuff like that. It's, you know, what's the content of water in it? And like gasoline, when they want to tell you it's something else, like what's the content of water in gasoline, kerosene, all these fuels they say it's not water.
I'm pretty sure they add water to gasoline because when they process it all, when they process it from the crude oil.
Well, it's definitely part of the fractal process. I mean, steam and water, heat and pressure are a huge part of fracking down oil. That's all it is. That's why they call them refractories. Refineries, you know, they're refining, refracting the oil down in the different stages.
Yeah,
it's just
same, like a helium thing, like they have like 28 different, 14 or 28 different things they put, yeah.
Man, small towns are awesome with all of those mom and pop stores right next to each other. I love that. Main Street, you know.
Cool antique shops down in some mom and pop towns.
we have an antique section. The old section of town they turned into an antique place and a lot of cool little restaurants. The railroad track runs through there. The Amtrak actually still runs through it towards New Orleans.
They're always awesome, those little setups like that.
Maybe Soundly should set up a little shop down at Lake Pontchartrain. See the curve of the Earth. Pay
With your
$10.
20/20 vision.
Yeah, pay $10 to take a picture, take a selfie with the curve.
Yeah, we'd go down there and get like a stencil off the top of the bridge or wherever the curve is, and stencil it for us so all the flat earthers could have an earth curve stencil.
He wouldn't do that, Gio. I mean, he wouldn't scam people out of money like that.
Buy an earth
Of course not. It wouldn't be a scam, would it?
In my eyes, it is. I will give him it. On a lot of days, it does look curved.
Wave is, I mean, it's not, you know, I mean.
I was thinking, Rocky, have you ever done this? I was thinking about going back over my photos that I've got to try to find the right angle that I could match up the causeway with the power lines. because they should bend at the same spot. Don't you think?
Yeah, they're pretty close in distance, but man, I can't help getting the electrical current in the area causing some of that apparent curve either, because the bridge and the power line have huge amounts of energy running through them in the, with power lines. All those electrical boxes along the bridge are carrying electricity to the shore, to New Orleans.
Static field.
Well, that's interesting. Do you think that actually is part of what's causing the effect?
I do, but I'm not smart enough to, it just makes sense to me, right? Like, because if you change your angle at all from what I call the soundly angle, that apparent curvature, which is an optical illusion, goes away. So something, I know the atmosphere can cause it, but I think the electrical charge in the area might be a factor also, like magnifying it.
The soundly angle, what is that exactly? What do you mean, like up or to the left? I mean, what do you mean?
To the side at a certain angle. Just look at all the Soundly's photos of the power line or blah, blah, blah. They're either in between two parallel objects, which is giving you that angle to each one, or if it's just one, he's off to the side at a certain angle. It's called the Soundly angle.
Okay.
Power line, bridge, they're all at the same angle. He would move over just a little bit, and or when he's shooting the power line on the south side, if he would just pan over to his right and shoot the other power line that's running north and south more, perpendicular to that power line that he's actually shooting, he would be at a different angle, so it would not show the apparent curvature that he's showing on the other one. But he never does that.
Right. I asked him for live video start to finish to where he's done. Yeah, and yeah. I always think a still shot, like one direction, one picture, a still shot just proves stuff. It's just weird.
Well, there was another channel I came across, and he went out and did the same thing, but he had different conditions, and he had no curve. It was the conditions that I describe as what would normally be considered looming, because you're seeing farther than you were with Soundly's image, so you're seeing farther. So he caught it, but it was really, really distorted and active in the distance. It wasn't a clear image. Like I said, looming doesn't do that.
See, my video in the wintertime, I'm at almost the same height as Soundly was in the Marriott. I'm just I'm a quarter mile or maybe a little further to the west of the bridge. And it doesn't show curve like his did, but it was crisp, cool winter day, But I also have a problem with Soundly not involving perspective in his photograph. Like if you bring it up right now and start talking to him about it, he won't mention anything about perspective until you do.
Used to have a couple ones I thought that were if you looked at it, I don't know if he stopped showing them, but it was like a side view almost, to where if you looked at it, you could see the water flat, and then the bridge looked weird. I don't know if he still used those or not.
Hey, Ian, are you here still?
I don't think so. And I'll make another comment about the GIFs that he posts using his drone footage. That's obviously a GoPro lens. I mean, you can see the sky underneath the distant buildings, which means mirage.
Right.
And he uses those as some type of proof. And then he uses when he's on the North Shore, he's shooting the airport, and the airplane goes away. He fails to between him and the airport. I mean, there's so many things he does that if he spent 3 years there studying refraction and he would know the levees there, he's being I'll just say it, man. He's being dishonest. Because nowhere on the North Shore are you gonna, if you're down on the land by the toll bridge, or you're down on a beach in the subdivision where I go, and you're shooting towards the airport, towards the South Shore, you know there's a huge tall levee there. I mean, you know, and the airport is basically at sea level, so the levee's above the sea level. Of course, it's going to block the airplane. He's saying the airplane is going behind Earth curve. It's rather ridiculous, actually. He should be embarrassed when it's pointed out. He just waffles.
And why is every image in the center of the fucking earth? Excuse my French. Like, if you have 15 drones lined up, 1,000 miles apart, 100 miles apart, whatever, one of these drones is supposed to see where the sidewalk ends, where the dirt and water, where the water is, and then you see down to space. One of these drones should not be in center frame. It should be impossible to be so. It doesn't make any sense. Because, like, if you cover the whole radius or the 24,000, whatever, and you go that 8,000, 9,000 miles, and you get 15 drones at 1,000 miles apart, and that's 15,000 miles, and they all go straight up, and all of them are still in center of the globes. And what we don't disprove the Earth there? What's wrong with this? There's something wrong.
I like the way you think because it challenges me, to think that way. Like I've never thought about things like that. I'll tell you another one with
basketball. The whole thing is like, I get a basketball in front of me, and I take little objects and I set them right on top, 9 of them, and 2 of these objects are on the edge of the ball, and the other ones are in the center. There's one in the very center, and I lift them up, and what they would see is the 2 on the outside edge would see a piece of the ball only in the frame. Like if I drew a square to you, you'd only see a portion of a ball and then face on the last 2. You'd see the right side and the left side of the Earth's curve, and then look down the space. The other ones would be accordingly to see more and more of the globe and less of space. And then the 3 that are very close to each other in the center of the Earth would show, kind of like they're almost in center frame. Do you understand? I can draw it out.
What are you going to say, Rakia?
It's kind of a different deal, but with one of B-Ball's pictures where he's showing the hotels, he's on top of a hotel or he's in a hotel room and he's shooting out over another building it looks like it's taller, and then in the distance the water is taller than the building in the picture. Like, on a curved surface that should never happen in my book, no matter what the curve is. I mean, I understand that it's perspective, but it's fun to look at those things.
I think your idea, Democ, the other day of the gas pressure, or was it the voltmeter?
Voltage and goddamn altitude.
Yeah, and then you move out laterally so that the Earth drops away. You should be increasing, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I think that would probably be the easiest and least expensive to do.
Yes, I do also. Because we already have these objects. We have a barometric pressure meter reader, and we have an altimeter, which they're probably the same damn thing. So you take one up so far and you match it with forward, the distance with forward, right? And then, and you're supposed to get the same reading. I mean, it's so fucking simple. And you mark both the points. You start at the same thing. You get an L, like an L. I've even drawn it out a million times in here and put it in the back thing for everybody to copy and look at. So if you take a letter L, and the top of the L and the back and the back of the L, uppercase L, you take the top of it and the back of it, and they're both the same distance, like 500 feet, right? And we took them, and all you're doing is going that distance. You don't have to have the L actually, but the L represents what I'm saying. So if you took that L and just anywhere on the outside edge of the sphere, it's going to be the same distance going vertical and horizontal. So you should get the same reading in one spot, anywhere on this globe. where you go up and out and get the same reading, 500 feet or 100 feet. It's nothing even far. You're not even going crazy. You're not going to space. You're not going nowhere crazy. 100 foot, 50 foot, whatever. Same voltage reading and same altitude, going north, south, east, west, and vertical.
I think all they're going to do is claim that the centrifugal force of the spin is holding the drone at the same altitude.
No, you have a chain on the object, and the chain gets 8. You have so much of the chain, and you can drop it on the object 8 inches, or you have an 80-inch chain on the thing. See what I'm saying? So it goes out 8 inches per mile squared. Also, you can even use that. That's the way they say to measure the altitude anyway. Use a damn string is what they tell you. So a chain would actually be more rigid and it has links. So if you had an 80-inch chain, it is what it is. It's an 80-inch chain. You can go 8 miles or 10 miles, I'm sorry, and then have the 80 inches supposed to be level with the, with sea level. It's supposed to be 0.
I just figured out the moon is above me. I drove by this metallic house, well, this house with a metallic roof, and it was reflecting off.
Imagine a square picture. And like, say you're taking a picture of the moon, and you just take a picture of you zoom in and take a picture of the right side. So you have a square picture you send me, and it's only got one portion of a little piece of the moon in it, right? And that's all you can see. There should be a drone on Earth that matches that, if that makes sense. Like, that's what I'm talking about for the drones that rise up. Can't put a picture in the back chat or else I'd show you. I mean, the back text. Looking at what are you doing on the moon right now?
What?
What were you saying about the moon?
I was looking for it because where I was parked, it was a brightly lit parking lot, so I didn't think about the moon until I started driving, and then I was looking around everywhere and I couldn't see it. So then I drove by this house that had a metallic roof on it, and then I could see the reflection of the moon off the roof. So it's above me.
I mean, another thing is it shouldn't be too hard because, and I don't know anything that you could really claim. I mean, if you can't go forward to a certain extent and see the Earth stuff, like when they say the curve of the Earth is right there, and you can't go fly a drone past that boat, something's wrong. If you can't fly a drone past the object they say is sitting on the curve going down, and you can't go past it forward 10 foot just to see down past it, see space, something's wrong. You're not on a ball, clearly. That's only 10 foot or 100 foot's all you need. Fly your drone 100 foot past the boat you can't zoom in on with a telescope. Clearly, and that's all you need. That's their distance, that's their radius, that's their curve, that's everything. You're past it. By their claim. Even the lady says, oh, it's crazy, we got this boat disappearing. It's absurd to think it's not a globe in 2020 whatever, or 2050 or whatever she said. It's crazy to think it is when you can't find the edge of the water. You can't see, you can't go straight, and the water stop underneath you. That's the point we're looking for.
Yeah. I mean, that's the whole thing with angle and depth perception. When you have a target beyond that curve, quote unquote, the scale for that target doesn't match. It's too close to that curve to be cut off by that much curve. That's exactly what you're saying. If there's that much of that cut off, I should be able to go out there and see that as well. Yeah.
Yes, you should be able to go out there with a drone and fly past the boat, and I should be able to send a drone straight up or a hot air balloon with me in it up above that drone with the telescope and look down 33 degrees down and diagonal to the fucking space. I don't care how big this ball is. There's no size ball you could ever draw me, show me, or sit in a computer image that doesn't match this. It doesn't even matter. I don't even care. Scale doesn't matter. A ball is a ball. One physics of a ball matches one physics of a ball. There's no way they're getting out of this.
Yeah, yeah. That's what I say about Mirage. A Mirage is a Mirage. You're not gonna, like, if I'm showing you an inferior Mirage at 1 mile, that's not curvature. Where you see that water stop and the Mirage starts, that's not curvature. So when you see a Mirage at 20 miles, guess what? It's not curvature either. And you're 20 times farther away.
Right, you got the differential right there to show them. I just think it's weird that they want to keep talking about eyeballs, levels, and this and that when the true saying is your eyeballs should always drop below the horizon as you rise, below it, way down below. Below. Fuck rising, forget all that flat earth idea of that. Just point out to them, on a globe, your eyeballs should drop below the horizon so many degrees for so many foot of rise, exponentially. Because you're further away, your radius is going to increase, your circumference, you're going to increase in distance away. So your sight's going to exponentially grow, looking down and out. So their excuse ain't going to work. Your eyesight should always drop at least 33 degrees below 0 point whatever they claim horizontal sea level is, or sea horizon, or the sea line. Below that, diagonally down. If it doesn't, you're not on a ball. I'm done.
No, but the maths.
No math. No, the demonstration. They'd have to demonstrate how on a ball that's false. They can't even do that with a drawing or their computer. Arma and Kosho will not do the right thing on their computer for me. Every time I sit with them, they always do something different. I don't even comprehend. I've got to do certain things with Arma or certain Globers on the computer to where they've actually stopped, turned their computer off, and quit. Stop showing me the stuff. And I said, see what you're supposed to see on a ball? And they're like, no, wait, hold on. Yeah, funny, right?
Believe it.
And if you don't believe it, I'm right here ready to challenge any one of them right now with their computer thing.
Look,
if they do what I say on it.
Listen, like a month ago, I said to Kosho, dude, get a ball, put a camera on it, give me star trails. He's like, oh yeah, it's easy. Still hasn't done it. Or he did and saw, oh shit. Like, why wouldn't you show it? Like, why wouldn't you do this? What the hell?
They don't want to. Check this out. If you got a north direction, right, and your view from left to right is 180, right?
Yeah.
You got a south direction and your view is 180. East, west. What does that equal? 720.
720.
So you have a 720 degree view, not 360. Does that disprove the globe? Let's do some math. Why these Globers don't want to do any real math? Talking about how they're so good. I still can't get an earth curve stencil of 20 foot to 100
Yeah, but
foot.
listen, Demok, wouldn't you just do that for every degree? Like you would turn 1 degree to the right, and you had 180, 1 degree to the right, 180, 1 degree to the right, 180. So then it's 360 times 180. Isn't that really what your view would be?
1 degree.
Yeah. You're right. You're going to turn around 360. Look, if you're facing a building, and then you turn yourself, you turn yourself around 1 full turn. That's a 360 turn, right? But
yeah, it's a
while you're
360 degree turn. Yes, it's a rotation.
Right.
Yes.
Okay, so if you're facing that 0 degree, you've got 180 degree left to right. So then you turn 1 degree on that circle, you've got a new 180. Then the second degree, another 80, 180, and then a third degree, another. So you've got 360 times 180.
Yeah. I mean, you get a lot. You can have so many. Is my point. It's kind of weird, right? I mean, orientation in your actual view when you're talking reality versus an imaginary number, or just, you know what I'm saying, like the little circle you'd put around you on a computer diagram that does equal 360 compared to the little guy that would actually be way down in the center as the dot, the focal point in there doing this thing. He'd have a lot of stuff he could, you know what I mean? He could turn a lot of degrees. I mean, it doesn't really. I'm just saying, in the idea, you know, you could claim a lot of weird shit.
Shout out to Jeremy for giving me the idea of a battery charging case for my phone.
Shout out to Jeremy. But where's the place where we can really stick a selfie past the water's edge? Just a selfie stick or any rocket 10 foot. I mean, just anything. Just past the curb, we say, okay, look, that thing just shot forward and it went past the curb 10 foot. Okay, it's coming back, it's doing this thing, but horizontally it went past the curb and we saw it on camera live. I mean, is that too hard to ask? I don't understand.
It would be every inch away from you, Democ. Every inch away from you is over the curve.
But at what point does space start, or the air down, looking down? At what point does the globe end at the actual edge of the curve? I should literally be able to swim diagonally. I mean, literally, you and I should be able to jump down in the ocean right now. On camera live. Swim down and come up somewhere. Where's that section at? Where's that slice of the pie?
Yeah. Yeah,
but we'd get all these excuses.
Yeah, you would be swimming a chord, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Yeah. That would be it,
I mean,
man.
just take a little bitty line, the smallest line you can, to the closest part of the edge of whatever you would think is.
Yeah, man, that's what you should do, right? That's what, well, but anyone, right? So you've got the section of the water that you want to swim, and you should say, okay, because you got scuba gear, right? It'll tell you how deep you are.
Oh,
so
little bubbles, all kinds of stuff, man.
You know what I mean?
Thing. Yeah.
Yeah. So there's like, okay, we're gonna plot this out. So here's the circle, here's the lake, or here's the ocean. Go in at this angle, and in about a mile, you should come back out. Go.
We've even got drones that go down to the Marianas Trench and sit there for a long time with cameras. Definitely, we should be doing this.
Absolutely. No
cost.
Cost
Of the pie.
No cost at all.
Yep, no cost. We already got the stuff. And also, after you do that, you could just put a tube observatory there and put my name on a little plaque. Observatory, the Democ Tube Observatory. Think of me when you're looking through here, kids.
We should be spamming smarter every day with this idea. Hey, have you ever done this? You should do this.
You'll just get excuse after excuse. They'll say, but let's bring it up to the Globers right now, or whenever, or every second that we can, and see what they say. What all the excuses you'll hear. How you can't swim through water. Time I bring something up, it changes the whole paradigm of physics and everything, Copernicus, every fucking time. And then you can't look, because free fall is the only way you can increase speed. Horizontally, your speed is consistent, right? Read it straight from the fucking text. I'm not joking you. And then if you go up, you have resistance and you have terminal velocity. And then only free fall increases 9.8 meters per second squared per second. Only free fall increases the rate change of fucking speed from a constant to a change to like the more space
Acceleration. It's an acceleration.
Exactly. And everybody keeps saying I'm stupid about it, but for the last I don't know how many years I've been pushing it, but they won't catch on. They're going to catch on eventually. The penny will drop.
Well, what's your point on that? Besides
free fall is how they're saying they're claiming you all this other way of fucking shooting into space with fuel and jets and all this bullshit when none of the fastest jets can even go past 6,000-7,000 or whatever, right? Whatever fast, literally. And what is that anyway? We've never been proven how fast that is. So they go up in a rocket, they use all their fuel, and then the rocket it has no fuel, and then it free falls. It free falls. They're claiming free fall is their 18,000 miles an hour. Is my point. It's the only thing they can claim. Nothing else can get to that. Not shooting it, not pushing it, not forcing it. It's free fall. If the rocket to space or shooting it to space with fuel got you to space, they wouldn't need to orbit the Earth at all. They'd just be in space automatically as soon as they hit the point. And they wouldn't need to free fall in front of us.
Yeah.
Listen, compare this. They have statistic and stats for supposedly a missile can only go this far. Supposedly you can't fly a flight over this portion of the ocean. It's too big. But NASA can send a square cube no bigger than your car or way smaller than or as big as your tire to space anywhere they want around the Earth. They can send an ISS station in orbit anywhere they want. They can send stuff in orbit around the Earth wherever they want, but they can't hit something with a missile wherever they want. The physics aren't matching up here.
Yeah, the point that Robert Pisano made about the power of the telescope, he made a point. It's like telling a joke, and I'm not gonna tell it well, but he was saying, if you think about what they're telling us, how far we can see, he said, don't you think we be able to see the reciprocal in the opposite direction? So microscope, macroscope, right? So we can see crazy far with a macroscope. We can only go so far with the microscope. And he brought up this point that he said if it's not equal, then they're lying on one of them. So he's saying the limit of the microscope should be the limit of the telescope as well in the opposite direction.
Do you get exactly what I can break it down really like it? Okay, you got a cave in the distance. Okay, in a microscope, you can look down into like the fibers and stuff and get like down in the embedding of something, right? It's weird. It's a little different, but on the when you're looking through the telescope, you're not gonna go any further than the image that's already hit, like the image that's already reflected. So you're not gonna go down into the cave per se, but you'll go to it. I mean, you can see it. Whatever image you can see that's in your flat base, the foreground of where you're at, will be magnified, but not into just magnified. If that makes sense. Yeah.
That's a little bit of where Beerman and I are talking about what's happening out across the corridor that we're looking because of the lenses that are in the air. There's a certain point at which the corridor you're looking at stops being 3D, and you hit a 2D lens, and you can't zoom in any farther. You can only magnify that point.
There's always a limit. As far as that, is there like a what do you know? Does it say on the thing that the optics of the thing you're using? Does it say how far that is? Or I mean, do you know how far that you're actually zooming?
No, I mean, unless I know the target, like the house that I shoot's, you know, on Google Earth, it says it's 5.87 miles away. That's the only way I'd know.
Okay. So around 6 miles.
Yeah.
Isn't that weird? You see 6 miles far, they can dig 6 miles deep, they can probably go 6 miles up.
Yeah, right.
6 is for you.
6 miles. That's 30,000 feet, right?
Yeah, probably around. Well, no, probably a little higher than that, maybe 40.
Yeah.
Maybe.
So
Yeah.
so the red roof house that I can see with my naked eye is as far as a commercial airliner flies. Is as high. Right?
Yeah, and then look at the difference on how they look.
Yeah. Huh.
They look further away, don't they?
Up, yeah.
And aren't you supposed to have a clearer view looking up?
Right. And we were talking the other day, you can't even see commercial airliners when they're up that high.
You're pretty quick with no curve in the way, huh? It's weird how stuff in the sky disappears with no curve. And the stars. What's all the crazy shit? I don't see the stars do anything that everybody keeps talking about. I know they want to infer all this shit. I'm looking at the stars and I don't see them do anything but sit there. Now, if I zoom in on them, I don't know if that's because of the medium. I don't know if that's because of the light source. I don't know if that's because of reflection. I don't know what the fuck that's from, but they appear to be moving and I gotta chase them. But when I take that little tube out away from my eye, my pure eyeball, just nature, they're sitting there. They're not doing shit. So I don't know.
So my mind is totally getting blown right now because if I'm at the window seat on my airplane at 30,000 feet, I can't see fucking cars, man.
Can't see shit.
But I can look across the Chesapeake Bay at 6 miles and I can see that house with my naked eye. Wow.
Differential, huh? But it's supposed to be the same distance. It's weird. It's kind of like looking forward. You're looking through the looking through the binoculars, you know, and getting a little hair of magnification, and then looking up, you turn the binoculars around, and it makes the plane look further.
Yeah.
But the binoculars are the same size, and the object would be like if you're looking at the house and you just turn your binoculars around. It's weird, ain't it?
Yep, that's why. Yep. That's exactly the way to think about it, man. That's what happens when you've got let's just say the conditions for an inferior mirage, you're looking through the binoculars the correct way, and then when the conditions for looming happen, you flip them around, and that's what's happening in the air. The air is doing that. It's exactly what it is, man. That's exactly what it fucking is.
All the excuses they got make it so fucking retarded, though, don't they?
I didn't hear your first part. Say it again.
All the excuses that they have just make it crazy to even
Oh
try
man,
to
it's
like.
crazy stupid. Just ask Zanuck a question. The guy knows everything about everything. He just makes shit up off the top of his head. He can just riff.
I want to know like how much time he had to like know for 8 years in advance or 10 of stuff that people might think of that, and like he just it's just weird to me.
Yeah.
I would ask him about the voltage increase, and you would just crazy excuse or something fucking weird.
Like how would you keep that tangent, right? Because the airplane doesn't fly tangentially to the Earth; it follows the curve. So so like how would you create that tangent?
Does a helicopter?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, the way that but if you start off on a high mountain, right? So that mountain is, let's say, 15,000 feet. And then you just fly straight with a helicopter. There's a helipad there. You get your altitude off the pad, and then you just fly tangentially. So the mountain is going to drop away from you, right? So that's going to happen. So at the same time,
everything should drop away from you 8 inches per mile. Yes.
Yeah. So at the same time that the mountain is dropping away from you in
increase. Yes. Every mile forward or every so many, yes, it should be at 8 inches away. Going forward horizontally, you should get an automatic increase in voltage.
Hold on though, right? So like, what I'm doing right now is I'm combining the topography with the geodesic, because the geodesic is the curve underneath the mountain, right? Because the mountain is 15,000 feet, but the width of the mountain, let's say the mountain is 5 miles big, right? So within that 5 miles, within that mountain is curvature that you can't see. You're just flying over the top of it. You've got your distance, your elevation from the ground. So okay, so we're in the helipad. We're on the helipad. We get 20 feet off and we just fly tangentially. Not only is the mountain dropping away, but the Earth's curving at the same time. So when I get to the base of the mountain, when I get perpendicular to the base of the mountain and I keep flying, the Earth ought to better keep falling away from me.
Yep. Either way, north, south, east, or west, no matter what direction. If you just went up and you had 2 helicopters or 2 drones, one went up and stayed and sat right there staring at the other one to keep sure that it's in the line of sight with the little crosshair scope on it. Keep it on that line. And the other drone stays on that line and flies forward. The other drone's reading of altitude should automatically be changing. 8 inches per mile squared should change away from the dirt or water surface.
I called up, I gave my information to the Department of Highway Development in Maryland, and I said, I had some questions about land surveying and whatnot. So they had somebody contacted me by phone. He wouldn't let me record the phone call. and he said, email me the
You're breaking up.
questions, and he's let every guy in his free time. I'm like, look, if you can't do it, am I back now?
Yeah.
Did you hear anything I was saying?
Only one sentence in between.
I said that I can't. I'll just say it again, whatever. I called the State Department for the highway development to ask questions about land surveying. And the guy called me back, and when I asked him if I could record the conversation, he said no. He said, but email me your questions. So I emailed him my questions. He's like, these are too many. I can't devote this kind of time to this. So I said, well, look, when you're done with work on your free time, like I'll pay you. Like this shouldn't take too long at all, like 10 minutes. We'll see.
Are you still talking, Travis?
No,
Why did you suddenly stop?
I was finished saying what I was saying.
Okay.
Say something once, why say it again? When I have nothing to say, my lips are sealed. Anybody know that song?
I don't know it.
You're talking a lot, but you're not saying anything. When I have nothing to say, my lips are sealed. Say something once, why say it again? Psycho killer, kiss say.
Is that you talk too much?
It's from Psycho Killers by the Talking Heads.
Ah.
You guys are into music. There's a movie called CBGB, which was a bar in New York, and the guy who started the bar wanted a place for independent artists to come and play. And CBGB was country, bluegrass, and blues. And he basically helped launch the punk new wave movement with the Talking Heads, Blondie, the Ramones. Everybody played there, man. It's a pretty good movie. CBGB. Psycho killer, qu'est-ce que c'est? Has anybody ever heard from this guy that on our channel right now, Wrecked or Schuler? Ever heard these guys talk?
Why are you bullying him?
Why am I bullying them? I just asked a question.
Yeah, I'm just making fun.
What, you got something to hide, man? Huh?
Don't we all?
Nope.
Skeletons in the closet that you don't want out?
Nope. I ain't got nothing to hide.
Don't go chasing. Stick to the flat waters you're used to.
There's a great line from a song. I can't remember the song now, but it goes, "Don't do anything you can't deny."
Yeah, don't do crime if you get caught.
I just find it funny that no matter how big the sphere is, if you put little ants on it, they can get to a certain part where they can just jump and leave the ball. Like totally leave. Yeah, but like where, you know, but they want to keep saying, oh, size, oh, but it's so big. Oh, but no, I don't care. You can put these little ants that jump on any side sphere you want. They'll get to a certain
You know what the
point.
answer is? Yeah, you know what the answer is? There's no up or down, man. Every place is up and down so that you can't do that. If you're at 90 degrees, that's not going to work. That's only going to work if you're at an angle. But there are no angles in space, bro. Everything's up.
No, not space, just on the sphere.
No, I'm saying, but on the Earth, right? There's no up or down in space. There's no orientation. There is no up or down.
Right.
Every place is its own up, right? Every place is 90 degrees, which can't exist on a ball.
Right. That's why you can't have elevation. That's why I don't understand how they've ever found elevation. I'm like, where's that at?
Yeah, they got to start somewhere. It's always at ocean level, man. Sea level. Yep, that's where it all begins, man. You don't go down. Be stupid. That was a good visual there. An ant can jump off a ball anywhere he wants. That was funny. See, that's what I want to do too. I've got a couple of memes that I want to get made, and I don't know how to do it. But it's like you're watching a guy build something, and he spills. I don't know. Either he's building it or he spills something, but he shows that water flows down, right? Where he's at, water flows down. And you do it like 3 or 4 times in different scenarios where the water flows from higher elevation to lower elevation. It does not stay in one place. And then you zoom out all the way till you can see the entire earth with water sticking to the side. You're like, wait a minute.
Well, you should be able to stand on a cliff or a hill or a mountain or some portion of dirt and fish into the side of it. So you should be able to stand there and then look forward and then throw your fishing pole down at your feet and fish there and catch some fish. Because gravity. Understand how anything can level. How can you have an unlevel with gravity? Like gravity should hold my liquid no matter where I put it on the side of the dirt or on the side of this mountain or wherever. It should hold it to the center of the earth and like keep it like not let it go.
I had this idea the other day. The other day we were talking about DP was talking about the land surveying for the UK, right? So they got this starting point somewhere in the south. I don't remember what part of the island it was, south east maybe. But so they did the great land surveying of the UK. So you start out at the same elevation. You show this on a piece of paper. You've got the right side at 0 elevation. You got the left side at 0 elevation. And then you go up and down with the topography. So there are certain points, I'm sure, that on that topography, you're going to have a horizontal line between those 2 points because let's say you make 26 points, right, for the alphabet, A to Z. So A is the starting point, Z is the end point. So let's say somewhere between you got K and S are both the same elevation. So you can drop a horizontal plank right there. Boom, you got level, right? Horizontal. So that's the difference, right? So we're doing the difference between, we start off showing what a land surveyor does, right? So everything's level, everything's horizontal, straight across, boom. So then when you're zooming into the smaller stuff, you say in the meme, now we're going to show you what a geodetic surveyor does. And then you just back out and then the base is curved. The A to Z is curved. Like, where the fuck did that come from? We just showed you on land surveying it's straight across. Same elevation, right? You get it? I think that would be funny.
Yeah.
That'd be a nice little animation to work on.
Yeah. Go for it, man. I think it was hilarious. I thought of it.
Have you ever heard of the microdot idea I came up with a long time ago?
It's Southwest, by the way, Travis.
Okay, Southwest. So,
Little micro dots to just read themselves in free space like they use for the balls in games like baseball games, basketball games, like the digital games that you play online.
Yeah.
And just take a whole bunch of them and put them out. And then you can either fish and back them up. You can either gather them back up also. So you put them out, and once they're recorded on the screen, you press record or whatever, grab them back, and keep going ahead of yourself. At that point, just put them ahead of yourself, see them, go ahead. And then once you get ahead of the last one, you can pick them back up and keep putting them ahead. They're microdots. What they're going to do is read their position in free space. On the screen that's just made for the microdots, you have 3 lines: top, middle, bottom. The middle is going to be the mean line. And the microdots are going to make their design accordingly. And you go out. If they make a sphere, and like they go and then go down, 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 around, 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 you're on a sphere. If they go out, 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 no deviation, but just like up, down, up, down, up, down, and no, you know what I mean? It stays on that mean line, then you're on a flat plane. And they can float. You can put them in on the dirt, the sand, at your front doorstep, in your house, on the porch, on the ground. It doesn't really matter. And in the computer screen, you could like literally a certain amount, you know what I mean, a space could represent 10,000 miles, and then you could shrink it down, and you could have 10 of those. So you could have 100,000 miles on one screen, or 24,509. So literally, you could have the whole fucking amount that you needed on the screen. You just shrink it down or make it wide, like you were saying. And all you need is this, the mean line, because all you have to do is once it starts going down and down and down and down and down, fucking ball. I mean, it would say you're not on a flat plane. You know what I mean? A horizontal plane.
Yeah. DP, did you hear I talked to a land surveyor?
I heard something. You mentioned it the other day. Did you have a follow-up conversation?
Yeah, I recorded it. It was too long for me to upload on my phone. It would take forever. But he was set on edge right away. Like I don't know how he would have figured out that I was going to be interviewing about flat Earth. I don't know how, but he's like, "What is this about? Like, why are you asking questions?" So I said, "I'm just interested in researching the the ins and outs, the equipment, just the technical terms. I'm just really curious about it, whatever." And so he was, like I said, he was just already set on edge. And so then he was the most, like, I would not want that guy to teach me. When you hear how he explains what level is and horizontal, I would like, yeah, I don't want you telling me how to do this. This is not clear. But ultimately, when I asked him what the limitations of his tools were anymore, he said, we have no limitations. We do everything by the state, and what the state has entered in. That's what we go by, and we use GPS and LiDAR or whatever. He's like, everything's just automated now anymore. And I listened back to when I first was talking to him. I didn't hear what he said. I heard it, but I didn't understand it. So I was asking him about the difference between geodetic and land surveying. And he said something, but the Earth isn't round. And I think what he meant when I first heard him, I thought what he meant was that it was so big that you can't tell that it's round, right? So it's not round, it's just so big. But now I think he was just poking fun at me. Like he was like, yeah, this is what we do, but the Earth's not round. Like I don't know how to make it. He was being sarcastic. So at the very end of it, I said, well, look, you're sitting with a buddy in land surveying. He said, I tell him to go fuck off and take a college course. I said, look, are you telling me you wouldn't have a conversation about this? He's like, no. I said, okay, is it possible that the Earth isn't a sphere, that they've never measured it, and that it's a calculation? He said yes. But I don't know now if he was just feeding me a line because he knew I was asking about flat Earth.
Is it the same surveyor you spoke to previously?
The same guy that was really friendly last week. Yeah.
Yeah.
This week, he had all weekend to think. I don't know. But like he like knew something was up. He was already like defensive about it. It was weird. I'm gonna put up the whole conversation just so you can hear it. But I have a different opinion as to why he answered the way he did at the end of the interview. When I first heard him say yes, I thought he was, conceding to the fact, like, yeah, we've never measured it. It's just a calculation. But what's funny? Oh, here's what's funny too. I said, if I want to grade, an area for a large warehouse, and I put up plumb bobs in 2 corners and 1 in the middle, and they're all perpendicular. He's like, yeah. I said, are the 2 corners going to be parallel? He says, yeah. Oh, no, because of the center of the Earth. No. He caught himself.
So his gut instinct was to go with the geometry, and then he had to correct himself to remember that there was supposed to be a ball underneath his feet.
Yeah.
Which is exactly what. Who did that? Was it yesterday? Was that maybe Zanuck did that? Had to step back and correct himself. I can't remember. Can't remember off the top of my head.
We need a bot that goes through and cuts up all the conversations and makes them into little episodes. Cowan-esque lake. Cowan. Yeah, I was really bummed out I lost that file yesterday, man.
There would be a way of recovering it, but it'd need like forensic recovery.
Yeah.
And that's deeper than I've ever done.
But don't you think it's weird? It says this file already exists. You want to replace it. And then it's not there at all. Weird.
Ghost in the machine, Travis. Happens now and again.
Yeah, but it was my last fucking file. It didn't do it to the first file. The last one. It was good footage too. I was all being meticulous in particular, panning in, panning out, sweeping left, sweeping right. I was able to get back out after sunset. It was still light enough I could shoot, so I went back out for I think 5 or 10 minutes to try to get what I could get anyway. So see if that helps.
That no orientation, go up and down on the globe. Somewhere I wouldn't be like you think.
I don't know if you're cutting out for everybody, but you're cutting out for me.
The cliff, like a cliff on a globe, or certain like topographies on a ball on the outside of it, would make it so it would be easier for you to stick a selfie stick over and look down the space. So I still don't get the point about it's too big and that. I mean, I could draw it out either way. Like I said, no matter how big the sphere is, I can draw a little L somewhere on it to where the top and the front part of it are going out of the same.
New York and Pennsylvania have shitty roads, man.
Hey, Democ. Hey, can you say that L-shaped thing again? I didn't really catch it.
Yeah, no matter what size the sphere is, you could take an uppercase L, but just make sure the top and the bottom portion are just the same. Like say if you said they were 1 inch top, 1 inch out bottom, the L like 1 inch, 1 inch. So you basically, and you put that anywhere on the outside of the sphere to the right. Like you don't have to put it right up on the center on the top, but just anywhere to the right of that. And both of those things, one represents horizontal and the other portion represents vertical. you should be able to represent that on the globe to where you have two objects, one drone go up 100 foot and one go forward 100 foot. And they should both get a reading in elevation going away from the ball. Everything away from a ball is elevation. Don't get an elevation increase or an elevation reading on the horizontal anywhere over the sea. That's a problem for the ball, correct? I mean, clearly, I'll draw you the diagram if you want.
It's perfectly clear in my head. Yep. What say you, Kosho?
Yeah, it's perfectly clear to me. Demont, do you remember Demont used to ask about a rocket ship, a rocket that was shot horizontal?
Yeah.
You remember that, Demont?
Yeah, I just needed it shot 10 foot just so we could see no Earth. Yeah. Yeah, I remember it.
Yeah, I showed it to you before. I'm gonna demonstrate that again. Hold on. Give me a second. I'm gonna get on my.
Are you avoiding his original question about the L shape? Because it seems like you're completely changing.
Oh, well, it's not completely changing it. And no, I'm not avoiding it, not in the sense that you're talking about. And it wasn't really a question, although he said that is what you would expect, or he said every horizontal should eventually be a vertical. Can you picture that? Yes, very easily. However, depending on the size of the L, there's going to be less. It's going to be a lot less dramatic than you'd expect it to be.
Dramatics, no, it doesn't matter. We need the same number. So if both the drones, one goes up, need up elevation. You need, saying you're at 100 foot, right, on your barometer or your altimeter, and then you need the same one. You need the same damn reading going horizontally. So simple, and that's all. That's it. I'll be a glober.
Yeah. Because if you basically
hold on, Coach. All that proves is you have an actual sphere around this ball. That proves you're on the ball with a sphere around it, to where I can go forward and actually reach elevation, seek high elevation going forward. That's what you're looking for to present a ball, the way a ball would present itself. If you don't have that change in elevation going forward, the same as you do going vertical, then you're not on a ball. I mean, that's fucking clear. Because we only have one physics.
Yeah. They're coming out with a new iPhone, or it's already came out. And the new iPhone has the same feature as the Galaxy and some other phones, with the dual frequency GPS. The same thing that the surveyors use when they want to construct this precise centimeter accuracy points. And so because Demont, you actually gave me several tests that were great for that, like the tilting buildings. You could test the tilting away buildings from each other. You could also test exactly what you're describing, which is basically drop from horizontal. You make a horizontal from your location and take it out some distance and see if the Earth drops away from it. But with that new iPhone, which my friend is getting, so a lot more people are going to have access to this dual frequency. And
Are they going to be able to catch Pokemon there too?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
No. What you can we send a helicopter at 33 or 45 degrees diagonally, just from the helicopter pad, just send it diagonally off the Earth somewhere? That's what we're looking for, and then put your phone on it.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Like a diagonal hot air balloon. Like you need one in the center frame, like 100 hot air balloons. They don't even have to have people in them. They don't even have to be big ones. You can be little bitty ones. And then like you have 100 of them set out a distance apart, and the center one needs to be the only one that's horizontal, vertical, perfectly, and every other one should accordingly,
Right.
Tilt. Yeah, that's what we need.
Well, I like your L shape, because your L shape one is kind of a more interesting drop from horizontal.
The only problem,
100 foot.
yeah, but the only problem is you're going to have to go out 7 miles to get your 100-foot elevation.
Yeah, if you want to get a 100-foot elevation, but if you just simply make a vertical there and a horizontal there, you're just looking for any elevation. Is what it sounded like.
Go out into the ocean about 10 foot, and from that point, be standing out there in the ocean, send one drone up and one drone forward.
I would say a lake.
Yeah. I mean, conceptually, you would have to ascend in order to get any elevation. Because if you're just going to be flying over the water, you're going to maintain the same altitude the whole time. The only way you're going to gain an altitude is if you climb. And then you can't, and then that's not what you're supposed to do on the ball. I get it, man. I get what you're saying. But I'm saying the only way on a flat Earth to get elevation is to climb.
Go vertical. That's what I'm trying to prove to them. That's what I'm trying to prove to them. That they cannot, that they'll never send any object even 10 inches past a curve to not see dirt and water.
Yeah.
10 inches. I'm talking a measly fucking 10 inches like a selfie stick that you'll never see, because a basketball has a radius. An ant would be able to sit his little selfie stick off the edge of the ball and say, look, Mom, there's the ground. That's what the ground looks like past my basketball I live on.
Yeah. That's my basketball.
I'm just saying, look, you can have 100 basketballs, a 20,000 football. The ant can still go to a certain portion of that ball out on the edge and stick his stick over and look down to fucking the ground, which would be space.
Yeah.
The ant can do that. Now, why can't we? These are ball physics.
Well, an ant is significantly larger compared to the basketball than we are compared to the Earth.
So make it a fucking medicine ball, dude. Make it as big as
Make
you
the
want.
ball big as the mall and have the ant on it. Now the ant should go to the edge of that ball, right? Not the top. Keep walking towards that little edge part and stick his selfie stick out and see the floor of the mall. The ball stops, Kosho. No matter how big it is, it fucking stops. You understand?
Yeah.
So where's that spot?
Well, how much smaller is an ant from us?
Yeah, whatever, dude.
Maybe like 1,000 times smaller.
No, you need to, you're looking for longitude and latitude, Kosho.
Well, I think, like I said, with your test, the L-shaped thing, let's say you had a drone and you just programmed into the drone, keep the same elevation and go forward. It's obviously going to follow the curve of the Earth if the Earth is curved. However, if you instead located your position using like raw data GPS, and you constructed a straight line that was horizontal from where you were, and you told to travel that path, you could then see if that path is actually the same elevation above the Earth, or if it, if you raise altitude as you're going forward.
I don't know why it should be this difficult. You lay a plank of wood across a sphere, you're going to have a tangent. You draw a sphere or a circle on a piece of paper and make a tangent, you're going to have a differential between the tangent and the curve. Why can't you just fly straight away and have the Earth drop away from you?
That's what I just described. A plank of wood is going to fold around the Earth, but the straight line that you construct is a straight line.
No,
the plank. You make a pier or like a little a pier, like you walk onto it off over the. It doesn't follow that. It does what you make it to do. It does what you design it to do.
Well, exactly. Which is what I'm saying. Which is why you have to first construct the straight line, coordinates, and then if you want to build something or have a drone follow it, you have to have it follow that straight line path. Because if you try to just build it in a straight line, you're going to find that it's very easy to for wood to easily fold over the side of a ball and make you think you're making a straight line.
All Google says is drop a string as you go forward, 8 inches for each mile that you go forward.
This is all we're. I mean, this is how simple.
The string should. I'm sorry. The string should even. It's just starts even as it.
Go out to the Bonneville Salt Flats, build a foot tall platform, and then just keep extending that straight line segments. You will, on your ball, have to start extending the legs to maintain that horizontal, dude. But you never are. You never will. Never are. Never will.
That's what I'm saying. You could test that by establishing a straight line and then following that.
I'm going to make a prediction. If you go out to the Bonneville Salt Flats and build a platform at a foot high and then just extend that platform piece by piece by piece by piece by piece, you are never going to have to extend the legs because the earth is never going to drop away from that horizontal.
Well, I mean, as I said, in order to do that accurately, I would simply establish that straight line using the coordinates and then see if the, build it based off of that rather than just building it segment by segment. There's enough leeway in each segment that the error that you'd have to, you have to basically work under is.
So here we go.
Not enough to, make sure that you're not going around a curve.
Okay, so here we go, Kosho. You and I are going to start out at the same spot on the Bonneville Salt Flats. We're gonna build our 1 by 1 by 1 platform. Okay, so we're right next to each other. I'm going to build mine without GPS. You build yours with. Do it, right? Yeah, there we go.
How big are the segments?
1 by 1. It's a foot. Just do it foot by foot by foot.
1 foot segments?
Look, man, it doesn't have scale up then, dude. Scale up whatever you want. It's never gonna curve.
1 foot segments are pretty so the error allowed in each of those 1 foot segments, I can't remember on the top of my head. Let me see if I can calculate it real quick.
I think it'd be funny if you put an 8-inch stick and then 8 inches high and then fly your drone. It should just fly right. They should be even to your drone. In reality, on a globe, if you take an 8-inch stick and the 16-inch stick, and then the 30, and you just keep double it, you know what I mean? The 8 inches each mile, that would make like a fence that would be even the whole way forever. You would just have a straight fucking line, making a perfect like pier or a fence line, right? But the drone would actually hit the ones that are taller, proving no globe.
Like, what do you imagine, Kosho? What would you imagine our walkway would look like? Right, we're gonna build a walkway along the salt flats. So now let's make it a 10-foot section. Right, we're gonna do 10-foot sections. My 10-foot section, right next to your 10-foot section. If we build that a mile, and you use GPS. How's yours going to look different than mine? Is it going to slope? Is it going to slope up? Is it going to run into the ground?
Yeah, the amount of air that would be allowed in yours, you'd be able to go around the entire Earth if it were completely smooth, around the entire Earth and never know that it was curved. You did 10-foot segments, whereas I would have established a straight line and would be building a tangent if it was a curved Earth. If it were a flat Earth, then we'd both be making obviously flat.
So then if someone were driving toward our two structures, we've done it. We built it a mile long. Like, how would yours look different than mine?
Well, there would be a 8-inch difference between one end of mine and the ground, whereas yours would be, the same elevation the entire time.
So you're saying that somewhere in the middle, yours and mine would be equal?
No, at the very beginning, ours would be equal. Every segment that I make is going to be raising elevation just slightly, whereas every segment you make is going to be hiding that the curve basically in a very tiny difference between the bottom and top of the segment.
So you're a nutsack drop. You think the Earth is dropping away from you?
Yeah, from every position, it would be the top of the ball. So if you start off the first position horizontally, and you kept it going in a straight line, everything would be dropping away from that.
I think they look both the same. You'd be like, what?
Yeah, perhaps it's a decent thing to try to test. But like I said, 10 foot segments is exactly a good size to hide the curve of the Earth. Yeah.
You had like, if we had some like big swords, like off the Return of the Jedi or whatever, those laser swords, you could lay one down on one portion of the Earth, and just face it a certain way, and you could lay another one at a certain distance away, and then you could look in the sky and they could crisscross. You're on a globe.
Yep. There's another one.
Yep, crisscross lasers make a big X, and the X marks the fucking spot that you're on a globe. If there's no X, you're not on a globe.
Jedi sword globe.
So, Kosho, you think only a GPS can create a horizontal? You called it a tangent, but
Yeah, tangent is parallel to a horizontal.
yeah,
and
thanks for
it's
that
not the
info,
only thing,
too.
but it's what I would use certainly to get a very accurate one.
Well, you just said that if we used anything else, it would follow the curvature of the Earth. All the other
No.
tools create horizontals also.
Not if you use anything else. If you do what he said and just connect them segment by segment. If you just connected each one in 10-foot segments, then it would just easily follow the curve of the Earth if the Earth were curved.
What would you connect them with?
I mean, if you're doing railroad tracks, for example, you would connect them with pegs.
No, but what would you make sure they're horizontal with?
Oh, you would just make sure each segment was horizontal.
Yeah, so when does the horizontal start to curve? I mean, the arrow would be a plus or minus, right?
Yeah. You mean the air? Oh, the difference between the tracks would be, I forget. I think for 10 feet, I remember it being something like, I forget exactly. Something like a.
Well, just make up a number.
Far less than a micrometer.
Yeah, because it's arbitrary, right? But you're saying it's all in one direction for some reason, creating a circle or curve. Yeah.
Yeah, the air. Yeah, it would all be. It would all. Each one. They wouldn't. They wouldn't add. They wouldn't add to each other. They would each be hidden, in each connection.
Why would they all be hidden in a downward direction?
Not a downward direction. It's
Well,
like
if it's following the curve, it would be.
Yeah, if you were on the smooth salt flats or whatever, and you're building these 10-foot segment
We don't have to
railroad
go
tracks,
through the scenario again.
you
I
could
heard
make
it.
each
I'm
one
asking you a
you can make
question
each
based
one
on what we
horizontal
heard.
from that position,
Right.
and connect them, and it would seem like they're connecting smoothly, and it would seem like there's no problem really. And
Right, but you're saying there's error all in the drop direction, all in the towards the surface direction. Why are you saying it's all in one direction? An error.
The Earth were curving.
What do you mean? The curvature of the Earth wouldn't dictate which way the error would be. Any error when you're doing connecting straight line segments are going to be a plus or minus.
Yeah, but I'm saying the error that would be allowed. So it's not that there would be a guaranteed error. If you were making each section horizontal, you could successfully do that and successfully connect them. And the error that would be there, because the Earth would be curved, would be in the same direction each time. But it wouldn't be you wouldn't be capable of seeing it. You wouldn't be capable of measuring it.
How about this? For a scenario? I can let you make a arc out of dirt, and I can make a horizontal railroad over that arc with plus or minus error. It wouldn't be following the surface. It would be, and I could even make it touch the apex of the arc in one point and make it a tangent like you said. You're making no sense, man. Whatever's under it doesn't dictate where the error goes.
Yeah,
The error is in the
if you did
tool
what
and
he was
human error.
saying, without measurements, you're just taking each section and making sure it's horizontal and connecting them. You could do this successfully on these salt flats without there being any without there being any issues connecting any of them. It would seem like they're connecting flush nearly, although they wouldn't be connecting flush. There would be the same error in each track, and the error
Some would be angled up and some would be angled down. How do you not agree with that?
No, the bottom. So the tracks are connecting. The bottom part of the tracks would be touching, and the top part of the tracks would have a gap of something like.
Why would you put a
I forget
gap?
exactly how many micrometers.
Why would you put a gap? Why would there be a gap and only on
Because
the
the
bottom?
Earth was curving, and you made each one of them
Actually,
horizontal.
the gap would be on the top if the Earth was curving. But why would
Yes.
there be a gap at all?
Because the Earth was curved, and you made each track horizontal.
Yeah, but you're not worried about the curve there. You're putting the tracks together.
Yeah, I know, but you're making each track horizontal, and you're connecting.
Yeah.
them. Right. So if you make each track horizontal and you connect them, they would be flush. They'd be closer at the bottom than they would be at the top.
No, not if your two ends were perpendicular to each other. If you make them both horizontal, they would match up perfectly.
Yeah.
Surely you're smarter than
we were
this.
doing
But
it section by section.
Yeah.
We're not doing end to end. We're doing section by section.
Yeah, that's what I just said. If the two ends of each track that you're connecting, the two 10-foot sections you're connecting at one point, if those ends are perpendicular and both tracks are horizontal, then there would be no gap.
Yeah, but we're just making each of them horizontal.
Oh my
So
God. You can't be
So you're saying when you're saying the ends
Dude,
are
you got to be
perpendicular.
doing this on purpose. You're
When you're
not,
saying the
you're
ends are
smarter than this.
perpendicular, then it wouldn't be the case because
When you said, yeah, but we're making both tracks horizontal,
yeah.
you make yourself sound really foolish, man.
How? That's in this scenario that we were talking about. We're
Yeah.
setting up each one section by section, and each
Yeah.
section is horizontal.
Yeah. Then the only error that would be is in the tool error or the human error, putting the tracks together. And that wouldn't be in one direction with a gap at the top every time. That would be stupid.
Yeah. So I mean, I don't know if you're thinking about this or not, but if you connect
Right,
each one
it's
of
me
these
not
tracks
thinking.
horizontally, and you connect each track you make horizontal, as you connect all of them, if the Earth were curved and you were on the salt flats where it was perfectly smooth, it would behave exactly the way I described.
That's
where the
false.
bottom parts would be
That's
closer
false.
and the top parts would be further apart.
You're telling me I can't take a 10-foot board, 20 of them, and make a horizontal out of it without following the curvature of the Earth? That's moronic, sir.
If you made each
hold on,
board
just real quick.
horizontal, it would behave the same way I just described.
No, it wouldn't. I have
Yes, it would.
boards. I'm on a site right now that I have multiple boards put together, and they're not following the curvature of the Earth. They're at the same horizontal height. Like they're
Yeah.
all horizontal to each other. You know how I know? Because I'm on a site. I put them together. I shot the laser.
And how
Hello?
long? What's the total
McFly?
length of this?
What does it matter? You're saying two 10-foot sections would be
No, I'm
off
not
at
saying two 10-foot sections. He went out a mile.
You're saying each one would be a gap at the top.
Horizontal, man.
Yes,
Each
yeah,
horizontal.
exactly. And how big was
No,
the gap?
not
between them?
exactly.
How
No,
big was
that's
the gap?
not how.
You're not listening to anything that's being
Why
said.
would I put a
Okay,
gap at the top? Why
hold
would I
on,
put a
Rakia.
gap at the top?
Hold
Yeah.
on, Rakia. Let me come in.
The whole
Let's-
point is that the gap would be indiscernible.
Hold on, Kosho. Let's start back again. Okay, let's go back to what you didn't like at the beginning and just do 1-foot segments.
That's even worse.
Okay. What if I make a 1-foot segment and it's a level segment? There's no curve to it, right? So I'm gonna put that 1 foot above the ground on stilts, and then I get another 1-foot segment, and I marry it to the first one. All right, both the top and the bottom are flush, and then I add 8 more because I have 2. So now I've added 8 more. So now I have a 10-foot section of 1-foot segments. At what point is there going to be deviation from the top when all of them so far are flush?
Right. So you could go around the entirety of the Earth doing this, and you would never notice that in between every single one of those boards, there was an indiscernible gap.
Why would there be
a
a
gap
gap?
that can't even be measured?
Why would there be an immeasurable gap? And how would you
Because
know there's an
because you're
immeasurable
doing
gap
around
if
a
you
curved
can't
Earth.
measure it? No, you're not worried about what's underneath when you're creating a horizontal, Kosho. Don't you realize that?
Yeah, if you make each board horizontal, which means you establish a horizontal from each board. You
Yeah, it
take
means it's
each
not
track,
deviating.
whether it's tracks or boards or planks, you take each one, you make sure that it's level, and you connect them. You're going to see that each one is level, and so that gives you a check mark, and you're going to see that it's flush with the other board or track, which gives you
Yeah.
another check mark. And so you're going to be able to do this around the entirety of the Earth if it was all smooth and have no problems, because you would never realize that there was an indiscernible gap between the top and the bottom.
How do
Because
you
the
know?
segments you're using are so small.
How do you know there's an indiscernible gap if you can't discern it?
Because
moronic.
we're doing a hypothetical Earth that's curved. Where the Earth that we're using is curved.
That's
if you were
moronic.
If you were on a curved Earth the size that we have, and it was completely smooth, this is exactly what would happen. You would have this indiscernible gap between these 1 foot segments. You wouldn't.
I'll take that bet.
There's not a device that can detect that.
Yeah, so how would you know? You're just doing a theoretical experiment, and you're making whoever's putting the boards or tracks together make a gap at the top every time, Kosho, which is
No, I'm not
ridiculous.
making them do that. That would
Well,
naturally
that's
happen.
not what would happen. They wouldn't do it on purpose.
It would naturally happen, and they would never
No, it
know.
would not. What natural phenomena is making a human being put two horizontals together and have a gap at the top every time? What
The fact
natural
that they're doing it on
phenomena
a curved
does that?
surface.
No, what the surface underneath has nothing, and I repeat, not one thing to do with putting two horizontals together.
Either you guys aren't thinking about this.
No,
or
you're
not
a
listening.
you're being
I'm not sure
moronic,
what's
bro.
going on, but
You
this
cannot
is
be this smart.
the only scenario that can happen. This is exactly what would have to
cannot
happen.
be this smart.
Yeah.
You can't. I now think you're not smart.
Okay, fair enough. I
Yeah.
now think the same thing I thought yesterday about you too, but
Right, I'm sure
I
you
could easily show it to you guys.
Yeah, you
but
can
you guys
easily
would
show
still
it on
deny it.
paper.
This
I'm
is exact. This is the only possible outcome.
Kosho,
I don't know. I don't know if you're
I'm
just not thinking
on
about
a
it or what's
job
going
site
on.
right now. Where could you show yours again? Because I could get my laser out and show you that the boards that I put together are not curving.
Yeah, right. So the thing that I'm stating, right, which is you're
Where
not
could
able
you
to
ask
measure
your
it. So which
question?
is you're not able to measure it. You're going
Where
to show
could
me that
you
you're not
show
able
me
to
yours
measure it.
again?
See,
Where
this is
could
what I'm
you
saying.
show?
You're not even listening. You're not
You
listening,
didn't
dude.
answer my question, sir. Where could you show me yours at again? Because I said I'm on a site. I could show you mine in reality on a site. The
You can show
question
me
to
that you're
you
not
is
able to measure
the
something.
question to you is where could you show me yours at?
What's the point of asking a question if you don't stop talking?
Where's yours?
Yeah. Okay, so listen. What you're saying that you can do is
We don't
show
want a
me that you
story.
can't measure something, or you won't measure something that.
Oh my God,
is,
no! I'm asking you where.
Just go. This is what I'm saying. I'm not going to answer
where.
questions if you're going to talk over me.
You're not
Every time I attempt to answer your
answering.
question, dude.
You're talking about my site. I'm talking about yours.
Yeah, you're clearly not listening, dude. You're clearly
Hey,
not
can we
listening.
get a mod in here
no,
because
no.
Kosho's not answering the question, mod.
Morning,
You're
Bandy.
talking over me every time I try.
Hey,
You're not answering.
well, you know what? If he's not going to answer the question, you can't force him to answer the question.
I'm not forcing him to do anything. I'm asking him.
No. Travis asked me to get him to answer the question. I can't get anyone to do anything that they don't want.
Well, then put him on mute.
He should be on mute. He's not going to have a conversation.
Well, then don't engage with him.
Why
Don't
don't you
engage
the
with
guys
him.
who are interrupting me, dude? I'm trying to respond, and
engage.
like for fuck's sake.
Okay, let's have a clear response from Kosho, and I'll repeat the question.
No, I'll repeat your question.
Yes,
I know
he
what it
interrupted
is.
me. He interrupted me. Clearly interrupted me.
Hold on. Let Reclare state his question, and then you can reply to it.
Very clearly, I said in reality, right now, this very second, I'm on a job site, can show you where I can put more than one, however many you want, straight line segments together in a horizontal plane, and my plus or minus error would be due to mostly tool and human error, but it wouldn't follow the surface of the ground that it's over. You're saying because you live on a curved earth, yours would have a gap at the top and it would follow the curvature of the earth. Now, I'm saying I'm doing mine on a job site. Where are you doing yours, Kosho?
Okay, so now let's see if this clears it up for you, because
It seems like you weren't listening at all, because what I stated was, on a smooth Earth, a globe Earth, or a spherical Earth, you could create, 1
What
foot,
point are you
10
going to
foot
interrupt him,
segments
Bandsaw?
going around. Dude, stop. Stop, dude. Going
This is
around the
insane.
entirety of the Earth, leveling each one, making each one horizontal, and connecting them, and you would never notice that there was an indiscernible gap between the top and the bottom. There's no point, dude. There's no point. This is why you don't know what I'm saying, dude.
We heard you, Coach Joe. That's
No, you
not the
didn't
answer
hear me,
to the
dude, because
question.
you just told me that you could do this and not measure it. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying I don't know why you think that you can measure this indiscernible gap. You're saying that you're at a job site where you can put these boards together and you would never measure this gap. I'm telling you the same thing. It's something that you can't measure. If you're doing 1 foot segments, you're not going to measure a gap between the top and the bottom. However, if you are doing this on a globe, a spherical Earth, then you have no choice but to make each of these, and there have to be a gap. Otherwise, it wouldn't go around a curve.
Can
That's
you demonstrate?
Are
Can
you
you
done?
demonstrate a
Hold
gap?
on. Are you done, Kosho?
Ever?
Are you done? Kosho, are you done?
I guess I don't even remember what the.
All right. Well, I muted both Rakia and Travis for interrupting you. Just want to make sure you were done. All right, go ahead,
Fair
guys.
enough.
That's how it works to not interrupt people. Go ahead.
Okay,
So
so
did-
go ahead.
Yeah, I'm not even going to say anything about the mute. Thanks for muting us and letting Kosho finish his 10 times he's repeated that. And we've heard it all 10 times. Now, does he hear my question? Where did you do that at? Is
And
that on
here's-
paper?
Here's the answer. I don't know why this isn't clear to you, but if you're on a spherical Earth and you measure each one of these boards horizontally,
Can you mute
and you
him for
connect
not
them,
answering
you would have no
the question?
choice but to have this gap. This gap would have to be there. It would just be indiscernible. It's not about doing it and proving it. You actually cannot show this with measurement because the measurement is too small to, unless you have a micrometer.
Then how do you know you're
the
doing
exact
it?
value, but it's below micrometers.
Then how do you know you're doing it?
It's by virtue of the fact that it's on a sphere. There's no choice. If you're connecting straight line horizontal boards around a ball, you'd have no choice but them to be connected at the bottom and there'd be a gap at the top. Otherwise, they would never go around a curved surface. There's no way to connect them.
Why are you making horizontal straight line segments go around anything? They
But
would
that
go
was the
off into
scenario.
space in your model. No, there would be no gap at the top. There might be a gap at the top on one and a gap at the top bottom on the other because you have human error, but it's not following the surface.
In the scenario we described, where we were making each one of them horizontal and we were starting from one point and then following forward, you could do this, make each one horizontal at each point, connect them, not notice that there's a gap because it'd be indiscernible, and you could do this all the way around a smooth Earth the size that we have.
So are you saying in 2022, we don't have the tools that would show you that you're off, that you have a downward bias following the surface of the sphere that you're putting us on, and that we can't check and see if we have a gap at the top on every section that we're putting together?
That's right.
Seriously, dude?
Not in 1 foot segments, no.
Seriously, dude?
Seriously.
That's what you're going with? That in 2022, the engineers and we're so technologically advanced that if humans went out and put straight line segments together, there would always be a gap at the top, and it would be immeasurable, even over distance. Like you could never tell. Like it would just follow the curvature of the Earth, and no one would ever know.
Yeah, in 1 foot segments, it doesn't matter what the distance is. The gap, the error would be in each connection, and it would never add together. It would be hidden in each connection.
Well, you're saying that they'll always be at the top.
Yeah.
No, don't say yes, because it wouldn't always be at the top because you think you're on a sphere Earth. Even if you're on a sphere, when you're creating a horizontal plane, the gap wouldn't be at the top every time. Jesus, man, I'm done with you, man.
Yeah, if you were going around a smooth ball and each one was horizontal, then you can make it perfectly horizontal. The two of them would connect, it would seem flush. But however, it would be going around a sphere, and so they would not be flush, not perfectly. There would be an indiscernible gap between the bottom part of the connection and the top.
So they're no longer horizontal then, Kosho.
How you deny that?
They're no longer horizontal, Kosho, is what you're saying. Is that to establish the horizontal that Rakia is asking for, you can't do it, is essentially what you're saying.
No, I didn't say that at all. I said you can make each one horizontal. You could literally get a level for each 1 foot set. You get a 1 foot level, put it right on top of the 1 foot segment you're doing, and make it perfectly level. Each one of them.
If it's perfectly level, it wouldn't curve.
Absolutely.
Jesus, man, what the frick is going on here? I now think they're brainwashed. Like there's something wrong with that brain right there.
Yeah, but even Kosho, using a spirit level, that's not accurate enough to create a level.
Well, it's a plus or minus even with a spirit level, though. It wouldn't be always a bias at the top, putting a gap at the top. That's moronic.
I mean, it's exactly what would have to happen. If you make each of these levels, you go
hang
around
on, Kosho, hang on.
All of them.
Kosho, you said that is exactly what would have to happen. Not what does happen, what would have to happen.
Yes, in this scenario,
do you seriously believe that is what does happen?
This has never been done, so I don't know what you're talking about.
Why are you evading the question?
This railroad going around the perfectly smooth or hypothetical Earth is not a real thing that's happened. It's a hypothetical.
Yeah, but you're the only one. You're the only one appealing to a smooth Earth. I put us on the Bonneville Salt Flats. It's not smooth.
It's the same concept for the same reason, because we're using specifically a place that has no elevation change.
Yeah,
Sorry, Travis.
Yeah, just real quick. I'm going to just repeat what Rakia said. When you're making straight line segments, it doesn't give a fuck what's below your feet, man.
Absolutely. And all Kosho is doing from his statement is reifying a model.
You were describing it on a specific model.
No, Travis gave you the salt flats.
Yeah, I know, but
you're the one that went to a shiny, featureless ball, Kosho. And then you said this is what would have to happen. Not what does happen, what would have to happen in your little fantasy world.
Yeah, if you were doing it on a mile length, on a perfectly, on a Earth that was a ball, if you did a mile on the salt flats, or if you did it over 10 miles on the salt flats, or if you did it around a perfectly smooth, the entirety of the Earth is the salt flats, but it's a ball Earth. I'm saying it's the same principle regardless. It's never going to add together, and you could create this this track around the entirety of the Earth, and you would never notice that it was curved. You would not see it in the measurements, not if you were doing one foot segments.
That's your belief system, Kosho.
I mean, I don't see how you would.
You can make the segments as big as you want. 1 foot, 10 foot, 100 foot, same.
Not really. If you made them a mile, if you made each segment a mile in length, you would not see this. If each of the segments were perfectly straight and rigid,
what would happen then, Kosho?
You would have a gap in between each segment that was 8 inches.
At both ends?
At every single connection, yeah.
Wouldn't want to run over that with a railroad car.
You might risk decoupling there.
Exactly.
Every mile you run the risk of decoupling.
Yes, absolutely. And it would be apparent that you were not, that even though you made each one of these level, there was a gap in between each, the top and the bottom.
How can they be level and have a gap between them, Kosho? Surely then one is not level in that scenario.
No, this is making each of them level. If you made these the same thought experiment, but you change them to 1 mile long segments, you made each one of those segments level, there'd be a gap between the bottom and the top of the
These pieces that you're doing, Kosho, are they machined pieces of steel that are perfectly machined flat?
Well, hang on. He's saying that there are 2 pieces that are both level with a gap between them.
With a gap between the top and the bottom of the connecting section.
Well, something's not level then, Kosho, isn't it?
Each one is level from there where you set it, but their levels aren't parallel by the fact that
their levels aren't parallel. So one level isn't parallel to another level.
No, neither of them would be parallel.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. Well made, Travis. Neither
Disco
one of them.
ball.
Yeah.
Disco ball Earth. He's got some special crew out there building straight line segments, making a horizontal plane that have a gap at the top, making a curve, a circle, a sphere.
Can you honestly hear?
Maybe he could do that.
Can you honestly hear what you're saying, Kosho?
Yeah, these are just facts. I mean, you can get a ball.
Hang on. You just said these are facts.
Yes.
Can you show me this mile-long section of intersecting railway line that's got an 8-inch gap at each end, and one is claimed to? Oh no, hang on. They're both claimed to be level, but they're not level to each other, and they're certainly not parallel. Can you show me this?
Yeah, people don't build like this because they would be building unsuccessfully.
You haven't answered the question, Kosho.
Yeah,
Can you show me this?
I'm not going to give an example so that it doesn't exist. People don't build like this.
Right, so no, it doesn't exist, and you can't show me.
I agree with that. I agree it doesn't exist because we're not on a sphere.
100%.
It's like you guys don't really think about things. I'm giving you hypotheticals so you can understand what would happen in these cases.
Right.
These
So
things don't exist.
hang on, Rakia. The basis of this hypothetical is a ball model, correct?
Yes. Yep. Trying to understand what would happen on a ball. Yes.
But even on a ball, the people putting these straight line segments together would always have to put the gap at the top.
No, they wouldn't put the gap at the top. They would make each one of these level. They're not placing gaps. What they're doing is they're making each segment and they're making each segment level. What would happen is there would end up being a gap in between them.
No, then you'd have a tangent.
Yeah, each one of those segments would be parallel to a tangent. Yeah.
Every day of the week. Horizontal lines are parallel to the horizon, and two horizontal lines will always be parallel. Always. Every single day of the week.
Yeah, once you start with the initial horizontal and create straight line segments out from that, it's not going to deviate in one direction. It might go up and down plus or minus just barely due to human error. But the overall horizontal, no matter what shape you're on, is going to be horizontal.
Sure. And the description that you gave had nothing to do with what we were talking about. We're not talking about making a straight line from one position and then following that outwards. We're talking about making each segment horizontal. So each segment you take and you place it, and you create a horizontal from where you're placing it.
Dude, you would have, if you did it 1 foot or 10 foot at a time, you would have I would even say you would have enough error to put a gap at the bottom to even offset the minute bullshit that you're coming up with at the top. Like that's why I said you can only do this on paper or in your mind. You can't go out and do it in reality.
And now he's got to the situation where he's got intersecting horizontals, as well as a level line that isn't level with the previous section of that level line.
Yeah, so if you were at the salt flats, let's say there's 100 miles salt flats, and you had 1 foot by 1 foot tiles, okay, and you're making a straight line of these tiles, you could take each tile and take a level and make sure that it was perfectly level, and you could even make sure that it was, get a theodolite and make sure that it was perfectly horizontal. Make sure use as many things as you want to make sure that each tile is level in its position. You take the next one, make sure that it's level. You could do this for 100 miles, and there would be there'd be enough. They're small enough so the gap that would be in between each one would not be visible, and it would still be following around a sphere if this were on the globe. So that's the whole point here, is that you can, if you use segments that are too small, the error allowed in between each one is not going to be visible or discernible.
The only place you can do this, Kosho, is in your mind.
I was just going to ask him to define level. What is your definition of a level line, Kosho?
We're not talking about level lines. We're talking about making each segment level. So,
well, yeah, and that needs a level line within each segment. So
Right,
what
yeah.
is your definition of a level line, Kosho?
You would just make it horizontal or perpendicular to vertical.
All right, so your definition of level is horizontal then.
At that position, yeah.
You just gave me that as perpendicular to the vertical.
Right, at that position.
So level and horizontal are the same for you then?
Well, no, if something is level, if you're making something level, like if you use a level, like a spirit
Well,
level.
hang on.
it's
Can I
gonna
just
give
stop you there?
it's gonna
Can I
give
just stop you there,
gonna
Kosho,
make
please?
No, please
Please.
don't.
Because I
Please
asked
don't.
you
Just
to
wait until I'm
define
done saying it and then
level.
respond to it. 'Cause I'm
I
not-
asked you
But
to
yeah,
define level.
Yeah, it's fine.
And you gave me horizontal within that definition, Kosho.
That's right. And I'm telling you that you can use a spirit level, for example, and you can take, put it against the wall and create a straight line the size of the spirit level that will be horizontal at the point where you made that line.
So level and horizontal are interchangeable then. Thank you. Yeah. Exactly.
They're
not
reduced to
completely.
points. They're reduced to points which are the extension of a radius.
I agree with Kosho on that. Level and horizontal are the exact same thing.
Yeah,
I didn't. I specifically said that's not what I said. I
But they
used.
are, though.
Yeah, I told you at this point where you're using this spirit level, you could say that line that you drew that was on the spirit level.
That level
is
line,
horizontal
yeah,
at that point.
yeah, that level line is on the horizontal plane that you have created using that level. Yes.
Well, I'm not saying that you made a horizontal plane. I'm saying you made a
No,
horizontal
but you can
line.
extend that level line in any direction. You can just spin the level on its center point 180 degrees, and you have created a plane using that spirit level.
Yeah.
All you have to do is hold your finger on the center point and spin it, and any point at either end of that level becomes an extension of that line in the plane, Kosho.
Well, I would
The
correct
problem
you,
with that is
DP. Hold on,
establishing it
Kosho.
at the
Hold on, real
point,
quick, Kosho.
at that
Hold on.
specific point. Yeah.
Hold on, DP. You'd only be making a circle if you made the axis in the middle. You'd have to flip it end to end to end to end.
No, that circle has to exist within a plane, Travis.
Exactly.
If you hold the center point of the level and spin one end around in the circle, you've created a circle with that spirit level. That circle can only exist within a plane.
And that's why I say you can extend the straight line segment, a horizontal plane, in any direction. It doesn't matter. Direction, distance, it doesn't matter. It's
level and horizontal interchangeable, Kosho.
I don't think so.
No, as I said what I said clearly, and it wasn't level and horizontal are interchangeable.
But
said
I asked
you can
you
use
to
a
define-
level. You can create a level metric at a position, and you can make a horizontal line carved out of that spirit level, whatever size it was, and it would be horizontal to a specific position, specifically the center point of wherever you just made that level at. It wouldn't be correct to say that you could just extend it out infinitely and it's horizontal everywhere, because that horizontal plane that you're extending out infinitely is only horizontal from that position.
No, but that's your claim. And when I asked you to define level, you used horizontal to reference that level 2. So just by that statement, you are saying that level and horizontal are interchangeable, Kosho.
No, I said what I said specifically. It's because someone said, "Hey, is level and horizontal interchangeable?" I'd say no. And if someone said, "Well, will you describe level?" And I said, "Sure. If you take a level and you want to see that position, you want to see what's level at that position, you would take a level and establish a horizontal, which would be
so you use the level
at that
to
position.
establish horizontal.
This is what I'm saying. You cut off before I'm finished.
Yeah.
But you don't
No,
get the point.
it's all right,
You hear
Kosho.
the word you want to hear.
That's
You don't
it.
wait for the end, because I'm telling you.
You use the level to establish the horizontal. Well done,
I'm
Kosho.
telling you, you
It
established the
seems
horizontal.
the penny is
I'm not
finally
going to engage
dropping
you guys, dude.
with you
No
lot.
one's going to stop you guys. I can't finish what I'm
Guys,
saying.
Kosho, you guys have got to start speaking one at a time. I know you just don't like the answers, neither do I, but we've got to let people speak one at a time.
The very end of what I'm saying is the most important part.
which is that you do all this, you create a line that's perpendicular to your vertical from that position. That's what, then you can consider that level.
That's just your claim, Kosho.
Yeah, you can't have a level line curving because a level line is horizontal. A level, if you have it more than, I mean, you can only have points curving, making a circle. A level, 6 foot long, when you level it, is a horizontal line. If you connect all those levels, horizontal segments together, and you say it's curving, that's not a level line. That's a hexagon. That's horizontals. I don't even know what that is. It's a disco ball earth. It's
Hey,
not a level line.
Rakia, the reference for a vertical line being level is plumb, right?
Absolutely.
Isn't that what, right? Because so the horizontal line is left to right, and that's level. But in order to say the same thing about a perpendicular line, you would say that it's plumb.
Well, you would say that is plumb, but on a like a construction site when we're framing houses, we would put a level on a stud going vertical and say that's level. Also, we wouldn't say it's plumb.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, we can use a plumb to check, but most of the time what we use a plumb bob for is if we need to know where a top of a beam hits the bottom of the concrete, we'll put a string against that beam and drop it down and mark it.
Yeah. That's
Instead of
good,
putting
right.
a board up and using a level, it's just
Exactly.
easier.
Yeah.
But when we put a level up against a corner post or whatever, a T or whatever, and plumb it, we call it level.
It's the same when they're framing out drywall. All the studs, they're always level. They're not described as being plumb. All the
they're level.
studs for the drywall, the 600 centers or the 300 centers, whichever they're using, they're always described as being level.
And you make those studs. Hang on, you make those studs parallel to each other a certain distance, so the drywall falls out right in the center of each stud, where you can screw one piece to one stud at the gap.
Absolutely, because if they don't do that, it fails fire regs. If those boards aren't pulled up against those studs tight, it fails fire regs. Now, every single drywall sheet is made square, and they want to tell us that over distance, that square, what?
I don't know. Like starts to curve. That was how I was laughing at Coach. If you build even a small house and your corners are not level or plumb, then it's going to show in your drywall, your trim, everything. It's going to show that out of square in everything you do from that point forward.
And these buildings that I've worked on, a quarter of a mile end to end, they're 250,000 square meters of drywall.
Okay, and how big are the
Imagine
drywall
how
segments?
many studs there are that are level, plumb, perpendicular.
How big are the segments of drywall?
4x8. You don't know that?
Well,
Well, you can get them bigger.
You said how big the building was. I'm asking how big were the segments of drywall?
Well, they're different sizes, but the standard's 4x8.
Depends what kind of drywall you're after as well. Moisture boards, fire resistant boards. It all depends, Kosho.
So as I stated before, in the 10-foot segments and the 1-foot segments, or in the 8-foot segments, as you're now describing, the amount of air in between two segments going around and making each one level